Chapter 371. After watching the large-scale team competition, Su Tang opted to watch the top-ranked individual matches, which were said to be exciting duels, to broaden her horizons. Without exception, the contestants' points were countless, and their mechas were impressive, worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, many even scanned from privately built mechas. These matches were largely the same. Without replays, they simply watched their opponents' afterimages. With slow-motion replays, it was like a fight with her, rush in and chop, but it had to be said that those who racked up so many points had strong combat awareness. Their laser sword strikes were incredibly tricky, and a single strike or shot usually determined the outcome. If they failed to block, they would be hit in the vitals and eliminated instantly. Su Tang had learned another lesson, the importance of knowing the vital points of each mecha model. Of course, for custom-built mechas, finding them was a matter of intuition. Just as Su Tang was contemplating watching more and gaining more knowledge, a message from Lu Jinyu arrived. "King, get off Skynet, get up." Su Tang checked the time. It was barely 6 o'clock. Pow pow. So early. "King, something's happening in the capital system. Get ready and head back to the capital immediately." Su Tang was stunned after reading LV Jinyu's message. Something serious happened in the capital system? Just as she was about to ask LV Jinyu what happened, Su Tang noticed his name had gone black. Did he log off? And Feng Qingyang's name in her friend list was also black. Su Tang didn't hesitate any longer and logged out of Skynet. After leaving the nutrient tank, she packed up as quickly as possible. As soon as she stepped out, she ran into LV Jinyu. "All packed?" LV Jinyu didn't waste any words upon meeting Su Tang. Su Tang nodded. With the space deduction, there was no need to pack. "Let's go eat first, and then we head back to the capital." "What happened? Why's the rush?" Su Tang couldn't help but ask, seeing Lu Jinyu's serious expression. "This matter is very complicated, and the situation is still unclear." Lu Jinyu frowned slightly. "But it has nothing to do with you. It won't involve the Federation Military Academy, so don't worry." "Oh," Su Tang replied. Even though Lu Jinyu said it had nothing to do with her, why did she feel so strongly that this matter would definitely involve her? As if it were destined, she felt that something significant was about to happen that would have a significant impact on her, and it intuitively connected to the capital incident Lu Jinyu had mentioned. After dinner, Su Tang followed Lu Jinyu onto a small starship, which soon departed for the capital system. Returning to the room Lu Jinyu had arranged for her, Su Tang continued to use the energy stone. After combining a level 8 energy stone, Su Tang stretched her limbs and scanned with her mental power. She spotted Lu Jinyu and Lu Qingyang, both with serious expressions, discussing something unclear. Although she suspected something had happened in the capital galaxy, without Lu Jinyu's explanation, she had no idea what it was. After some thought, Su Tang decided to check the star network. Although the route from the Black Crow Galaxy back to the capital galaxy wasn't connected to Skynet, there was still a signal. The star network was flooded with bombshell news. A potion to enhance mental power. Dawn has arrived. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, Su Tang realized it wasn't a misunderstanding, but the truth. And the news was first released on the Ministry of Government's official channel. This meant it was a national announcement. Absolutely true. With immense shock, Su Tang carefully read the relevant news. The Yin family, a renowned pharmacist family in the Tianyin galaxy, has developed a new potion, said to boost the next generation's spiritual power. This potion has been approved by the 10 top pharmacist elders of the Pharmacist Guild. In the Federation, potions and medicines are considered separate entities. Potions are used by specialized individuals at high prices, while ordinary people naturally use more general medicines. To release a new potion, it must be approved by at least 5 of the 10 elders of the Pharmacist Guild. As for how they identify this, Su Tang, completely unfamiliar with the pharmacy industry, naturally had no idea. But Su Tang knew that the approval of all 10 elders meant the potion was definitely effective. This potion was named Dawn. The name spoke volumes about its incredible power. The specific effects of Dawn are as follows. For example, the father has S-level spiritual power, and the mother has A-level spiritual power. The next generation's mental power levels would be 49% S-level, 49% A-level, 2% due to genetic mutation, 1% below A-level, and 1% above S-level. If an S-level father takes Dawn, the next generation's mental power levels would be 59% S-level, 39% A-level, 2% due to genetic mutation, 1% below A-level, and 1% above S-level. If an A-level mother takes Dawn, the next generation's mental power levels would be 54% S-level, 44% A-level, 2% due to genetic mutation, 1% below A level, and 1% above S level. If both parties consumed Dawn, the situation would be even more pronounced. 63% would be S level, 33% would be A level, and the remaining 4% would be due to genetic mutations, 1% below A level, and 3% above S level. Of course, these are the probabilities of offspring with increased spiritual power from natural births, not including those born from eggs. This potion is incredible. If all the people of the Federation drank Dawn, wouldn't that mean the Federation's average spiritual power level would soon rise? A potion that promotes universal spiritual evolution. After a closer look, Su Tang realized this was unrealistic, as the potion was extremely expensive. Of course, this was only the Yin family's claim, and the exact cost was naturally known only to them. The potion isn't currently available for sale, but according to the Yin family's statement, the issue price is 100 billion, and it's a limited edition. This means even wealthy families won't sell it to you, no matter how wealthy you are. So, forget about the idea of universal spiritual power evolution. However, Su Tang focused her attention. For the 10 families in the military, this potion must be a treasure they must possess. A family's continued prosperity depends primarily on its highly qualified and outstanding offspring. However, wasn't the Tianyan Galaxy, the one she visited, famous for exporting raw materials and minerals? Wasn't there also a renowned alchemy family, the Yin family? Su Tang carefully searched for information on the Yin family, but unfortunately, the online information was limited, offering only basic details. The head of the Yin family, Yin Ye, 213 years old, a noble, S-level mental power. The head was an elderly man, and the family lacked a single royal family member. They were considered a second-rate family in the Tianyan Galaxy, usually relatively unknown. But somehow, within the past few months, as if by some uncanny means, the Yin family had developed several new potions, all of which had been approved by the 10 elders of the Alchemist Guild. As for the potion's developer, the Apothecary Guild hasn't announced it yet, but with the advent of Dawn, it seems likely this person will soon become a member of a royal family, perhaps even royalty. The Apothecary Guild isn't like an ordinary mercenary guild. It practically governs all pharmacists in the Federation. Anyone who dares to oppose it is opposing all pharmacists. The two largest guilds in the Federation are the Apothecary Guild and the Energy Engineer Guild. With the support of the Apothecary Guild, the Yin family is poised to become the most prominent family in Tianyan. Could the capital incident Lu Jinyu mentioned be related to this Dawn? Could the military be planning to seize the Dawn formula? Su Tang unconsciously started to speculate again. Chapter 372. Royal Family. Su Tang was a little envious. How many royal families do we have in the Federation now? Although Starnet claimed there were 3 living royal families in the Federation, Su Tang felt Starnet was no longer credible. 3 living. Really 3? This time Starnet wasn't lying. Su Tang was slightly surprised. But the military doesn't have a single one, Lu Jinyu continued. The Apothecary Guild has 1 royal family member, another is the explorer, who discovered the Dokui Galaxy for the Federation, and the third is naturally my aunt. The top pharmacist in the Apothecary Guild is an old scholar, who only knows how to make potions, and that explorer is over 300 years old, a man who is already dead. Royal family isn't easy to come by. Even if my Black Triangle Galaxy could be annexed by Yen Nation, even if my mental power was level 4S, my achievements would only qualify me for a quasi-marshal, far from the level of a royal family member. Huh? How could the person who discovered the Dokui Galaxy be a royal family member? Su Tang was a little confused. It's the same galaxy, but the discovery of the Dokui Galaxy and the discovery of the Dokui Galaxy were both royals. Isn't annexing the Black Triangle similar? He's not from the military, so that counts as social contribution. The military values military merit. Relatively speaking, becoming a royal family member based on social contribution is relatively easy. Just like my aunt, who achieved SSS mental regeneration, her 5 children became royals. Lu Jinyu's tone was resigned. It's really hard to become a royal family member in the military. Why? Su Tang was even more puzzled. There was even discrimination. Because becoming a royal family member requires the approval of the Ministry of Government. Lu Jinyu's eyes shone with envy as he slowly said, the royal family is called royal because mercenaries are royals. The royal family can command the military strength of 5 legions. 5 legions. Su Tang was instantly shocked. Isn't that more powerful than a marshal? Yes, although each marshal has 2 personal guards and 3 legions, they aren't directly under his command, but rather subordinate to him. They're considered part of the Federation's military, not the marshal's personal army. However, if a royal family member is wealthy, they can raise 5 legions of private soldiers, completely belonging to their own private forces. Therefore, if a marshal becomes a member of the royal family, their power will be even greater. The Ministry of Government will take this into account, and even other families in the military will be wary. Therefore, it's not easy for someone from the military to become a member of the royal family. But, at this point, Lu Jinyu suddenly gave a strange laugh. Maintaining 5 legions of soldiers is absolutely exorbitant. I can't even afford a single regiment of private soldiers. I mix them into the legions, and have the government help support them. 5 legions of soldiers is no joke. That's a lot of money, haha. So, even if Yuan was the empress, she wouldn't have many private soldiers because she simply couldn't afford them. 5 legions. Su Tang looked up with anticipation. At the rate she was combining energy stones, she should be able to support them, right? But when Su Yuan returns, he gets certified as a level 10 energy master, and he'd be a member of the royal family. Given his personality, he might actually go for 5 legions. He's got the money, after all. Lu Jinyu envied the energy master again. You said that the Dawn Creator will become a member of the royal family. What does that have to do with you? Su Tang felt the situation was off. How many legions of troops the royal family could support wasn't something she should be worrying about right now. Besides, her father, Su Yuan, would raise troops when he returned. Of course, it has nothing to do with me. I told you it wasn't a big deal. I'm certainly not returning just because he wants to become a member of the royal family. So what about the big deal you're talking about? It turned out to be all nonsense, and Su Tang felt slightly depressed. Anything that would force me to rush back must be a big deal. Lu Jinyu took a breath, his face serious, his tone serious. You know, the military has 10 great families, and 10 marshals. Normally, the marshal position is passed to the younger generation within the family, but there are exceptions. If the younger generation in the family can't handle the situation, the marshal position may fall to someone else, and the entire family will be squeezed out of the top 10 families. Could it be that one of your families in the military has lost its lineage? Su Tang suddenly became worried. This situation sounded a bit like a family marshal's legion's galaxy had a giant star beast appear, and the entire family was destroyed. How could that be possible? Lu Jinyu denied it directly. Listen to me, there's more. One way a marshal falls is through impeachment. Impeachment? Su Tang was surprised. You mean a marshal is going to be impeached? Yes. Lu Jinyu nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes dark and unclear. The federal government and military are mutually reinforcing. While the military appears to be more powerful, the government has the power to impeach a marshal. The president and the 4 ministers are both qualified to initiate impeachment. As long as the president and 2 or more ministers approve, or all 4 ministers approve, the impeachment becomes effective. You mean as soon as the government impeaches, your military marshal will be removed? Su Tang was extremely surprised. If that were possible, then if the government united, could they impeach all 10 marshals? That's what the Constitution says. Lu Jinyu nodded gravely. But, generally speaking, impeachment is a rather useless act. Lu Jinyu patiently began to explain in detail. For example, the Ministry of Government impeached Qin Qinyuan. Su Tang curled her lips. If you want to give an example, then give it. Why use Qin Qinyuan? Lu Jinyu, unaware of Su Tang's thoughts, continued, if the impeachment is passed, Qin Qinyuan will be dismissed and become a 5-star general. Then, wouldn't the 3 legions and 2 personal guards originally under his command be without a superior? Naturally, a marshal election would need to be launched. Although this marshal election would be a full-name vote, that vote is sham, and will not be counted in the results. The real power lies with the votes of officers above the rank of lieutenant in the 3 legions, and 2 personal guards originally under his command. Generals from other legions are not allowed to interfere. Naturally, since most of the generals in those 5 legions are members of the Qin family, the marshal position will eventually return to him. Then the Ministry of Government will... What's the point of impeachment? Su Tang was a bit confused. Isn't this a waste of effort? Going through the process again, and the end result is still the same. Of course, the Ministry of Political Affairs wouldn't normally do something like that. Lu Jinyu narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in his gaze. The Ministry of Political Affairs is launching an impeachment because someone is colluding with the outside. The impeached Marshal's Legion has infiltrated other factions. While the family may be a behemoth, it's impossible for every lieutenant-level general under the Marshal to be a member of their own. It's not impossible for power to fall into the hands of others. Although the information leaked by the Ministry of Political Affairs hasn't yet confirmed the specific individual being impeached, It's likely not their Lu family. At least there are few outsiders in the 9th Legion he manages. He came back this time to see who had the clout to unite with the Ministry of Political Affairs to take action against their military. Their 10 major military families have always been relentless in suppressing those peripheral military families that aspire to join the 10. He couldn't imagine any of those families having the courage to do so stealthily. Chapter 373. After learning from Lu Jinyu that the so-called major event was a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Political Affairs impeaching the Marshal of the Ministry of Military Affairs, Su Tang felt relieved. This probably had nothing to do with her. As Lu Qingyang had said, this was a matter of national importance. She only needed to study hard and synthesize energy stones. Without Skynet, Su Tang's days returned to synthesizing energy stones during the day and using them as pillows at night. The only difference was that 3 days after the starship departed, Lu Jinyu gave her the completed theory exam and instructed her to memorize it carefully. Remembering that the theory exam was in early July, and it was still early in mid-May, it was too early. Wasting her time synthesizing energy stones to memorize the exam a waste of time. Su Tang decided to wait until Skynet was available and study during her sleep. 5 more days passed, and the starship finally reached a busy waterway covered by Skynet. This meant that the Skynet Queen had returned. From then on, Su Tang's days became a routine of synthesizing energy stones during the day and memorizing the exam with the favored concubine at night. The 3rd Military Academy's theoretical exam lasted 8 hours. Although the exam only consisted of 100 questions, one can imagine the sheer volume of information required to complete it in 8 hours. Because her theoretical knowledge was so limited, and the exam had absolutely no relevance to modern knowledge, much of the material was like incomprehensible text to Su Tang. She spent 3 nights cramming on the Skynet before she could even get to the 50-question mark. That day, Su Tang was still desperately exhausting her brain cells memorizing the answers. Then Lu Jinyu's call rang out in a flurry. "What are you doing?" Su Tang said angrily. Why wasn't she using Skynet so late at night? And was she using her optical computer to contact her? "Come down quickly. We be entering the capital in half an hour, after a space jump point. We need to go through security." Lu Jinyu's voice was serious. "Security check." At the word security check, Su Tang, forgetting the papers in her hand, immediately logged off Skynet. As soon as Su Tang emerged from the nutrient tank, she found Lu Jinyu already waiting in the room. "Hurry up. 28 minutes left," Lu Jinyu urged, checking the time. "Got it." Su Tang detached the 3 space buttons on her computer, which housed the mecha and starship, and threw them at Lu Jinyu. She then turned and rushed to the bathroom, still wearing her special uniform. Before entering, Su Tang turned her head, still worried, and stared at Lu Jinyu, saying, "No peeking." Realizing that Lu Jinyu wasn't using her mental power to detect her, Su Tang quickly brushed her teeth, washed her face, showered, and changed her clothes. Back in the room, she filled another nutrient solution. Okay, everything was ready. There are still 17 minutes left. Check carefully again, Lu Jinyu instructed worriedly. See if you have anything on you that could give away your identity. Make sure your little treasure is well hidden. Yes. Su Tang began to check carefully. Only 2 space buttons remained on her computer. The living fortress contained daily necessities. Although there seemed to be a bit more nutrient solution, the security personnel wouldn't bother with that. The small space button contained only a few dozen energy stones, and some miscellaneous items. She had stored her weapons, potions, high-level energy stones, snow crystal lotus, and other special items in her space ring. This one shouldn't be recognized, right? She had already put away the other butterfly ring on her hand. Although many people had seen her diamond space ring, this style of diamond ring was extremely simple and popular. You could easily find an identical one in any jewelry store. Only she, Yao Qing, and Zhuo Tianyu knew it was a spacecraft. Su Tang's eyes darkened. Zhuo Tianyu was gone. Besides, she had nothing else on her that could identify her as Su Tang or Tang Xiaomi. Those fake laptops had been discarded as trash in Su Xiaobai's immortal abode. After confirming that Su Xiaobao was still feigning death, Su Tang looked up and said seriously to Lu Jinyu, "I checked it out. It's fine." "Yes, let me see." Lu Jinyu held up the laptop and pulled out a screen. Su Tang peered at it, and it was her profile and photo. Lu Jinyu looked at the screen, and then at Su Tang. "It's definitely a little different." Lu Jinyu naturally checked Su Tang's laptop file, but it turned out to have been deregistered from Hongguang Star. Naturally, apart from some basic information, nothing else was left. It seemed so. Su Tang pulled out a mirror, took a look at her current appearance, and then looked at Su Tang's photo on the screen. Comparing them, there are indeed some differences, only a 70% resemblance. Her features seem to have matured somewhat. 2 years ago, while beautiful, she still looked a bit immature. Perhaps because of the snow crystal lotus, she now appears even more vibrant and charming. Let's go, it should be fine. Lu Jinyu put away the screen, pulled Su Tang over, and began to walk towards the cab. In a vast interstellar world, there are bound to be a few lookalikes. It's perfectly fine that Lu Mo resembles Su Tang. As long as he and Lu Qingyang insist that this is Lu Mo, there's no problem. Lu Qingyang had previously said that if it were discovered that Lu Mo wasn't his biological daughter, he would declare his love for her and treat her as his own. It must be said that Lu Qingyang sacrificed a great deal to help him this time, and he might even be ridiculed behind his back for being cuckolded. Thinking this way, Lu Jinyu, in a rare moment of conscience, decided to treat his brother better in the future. As Su Tang followed Lu Jinyu into the cab, the countdown to the space jump point began. Lu Qingyang stood at the front of the cab, his hands behind his back. When they arrived, he simply turned and nodded. Through the transparent glass, a vast, dark, and sinister hole remained. Su Tang closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a brilliant rose-red galaxy came into view. So beautiful! Su Tang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Even though she had seen photos of the capital galaxy online, seeing it in person made her truly awed by its beauty. Many galaxies are dull yellow and gray. Sure enough, a capital city must possess visual appeal. The planets within the capital star field are even more beautiful, Lu Jinyu said with a smile. The capital star system was chosen here because, while small, 90% of it is composed of natural stars. Captain, military information. Su Tang had only been watching for 2 minutes when a soldier began reporting to Lu Jinyu. Except, the next second, a 3D screen appeared in the cockpit. The figure on the screen had prominent eyebrows, deep black eyes, and a perfectly defined face. Even in his imposing uniform, he exuded a wicked charm. Is this Long Ju? Su Tang suppressed her surprise, maintaining a calm demeanor and playing it safe. 9th Legion, Commander Lu Jinyu, please state the purpose of your visit. Long Ju, seemingly oblivious to Su Tang, asked Lu Jinyu in a formal manner. Go home, Lu Jinyu said with a formal expression. Su Tang blushed instantly. With such a formulaic expression, she replied, go home? How could that even be appropriate? What made Su Tang even more speechless was that Long Ju, without even thinking, said, the reason is approved. Long Ju's expression remained formulaic. Please dock at the first 75th Star Space Station for inspection. Any objections? No objections. Chapter 374. As soon as the call was disconnected, Su Tang asked Lu Jinyu in disbelief. Just like that? Of course. I'm a royal, a major general, and the Lu family is in the capital. I don't need a reason to return to the capital system. They just asked for it out of tokens. Lu Jinyu said matter-of-factly. Is that so? Su Tang instantly understood. Privileged people of status naturally didn't need a reason to return to the capital system. By the way, who was that person just now? Su Tang asked knowingly. Although she knew that Long Ju had dealt with the cloud poison demon that appeared in the capital, she couldn't understand why he was in the capital system. Moreover, Su Tang suddenly lowered her eyes. Long Ju and Yen Zimu seemed quite familiar with each other. Perhaps he knew where Yen Zimu was, but how could she ask him? That's Long Ju, commander of the 5th Legion, from the Long family. Last year, a cloud poison monster inexplicably appeared on the capital star, and it was Long Ju who dealt with it. Lu Jinyu spoke calmly, as if chatting casually. It's considered the Long family's good fortune. While they were stationed in the capital star system, a cloud poison monster sneaked into the capital star. This was a serious crime. However, because the cloud poison monster was dealt with promptly, it didn't cause much harm. And because it was Long Ju from the Long family who dealt with it, they were able to escape with a minor punishment. I don't know what's so lucky about Long Ju, but his mental power has actually risen from S level to SSS in just a few years. You're wrong. His mental power is already 4S. Lu Qingyang suddenly corrected Lu Jinyu, looking into the distance with a deep gaze. 13th brother, you said he's 4S? Lu Jinyu was slightly surprised. I've seen him a few times. Although his mental power feels SSS level, I can tell it's a facade, Lu Qingyang said seriously. If you meet him, you can verify it. 4S mental power is so common now. Lu Jinyu frowned in surprise. Su Tang was also surprised after hearing what the two said. When she met Long Ju in the Tianyun galaxy, He only had an S-level mental power. Now he's already 4S. What kind of person is he? By the way, should we stop at their designated planet for security check? Long Ju's 4S mental power naturally had little to do with Su Tang. After secretly rejoicing that she wouldn't be discovered as a 5S, Su Tang turned her attention to the main topic of security check. In the outer star fields of the capital galaxy, there are 241 artificially modified planets, all of which are stationed with military forces. All ships entering the capital galaxy must dock at the planetary space station for security check. Only after passing the security check can they enter the capital galaxy. Only those with certain qualifications can pilot starships into the capital galaxy, but warships are not allowed. Lu Qingyang began to explain in detail. Hey, here are these for you. Give them to Momo later. Lu Jinyu handed Su Tang's 3 space buttons to Lu Qingyang. 13th brother, you must accompany her during the practical training for the admissions exam and provide covert protection. Momo is my sweetheart, and she can't be put in any danger. Lu Jinyu's words gave Su Tang goosebumps. I understand. Lu Qingyang carefully accepted the space buttons and nodded. Within an hour, the starship entered a space station and docked. Soon, a group of several hundred soldiers disembarked in an orderly fashion. After saluting Lu Jinyu, they each went their separate ways, bustling about the starship with various specialized instruments. The soldiers without instruments began checking their space buttons one by one. Of course, royals like Lu Jinyu and Lu Qingyang were registered officers, so as long as they presented their military IDs and unforgeable insignia, no one would question them. As a first-class citizen without military status, Su Tang was naturally among those being checked. Soon, a soldier approached her and saluted, "Please cooperate." Su Tang obediently raised her hand, opened her citizenship information, and, in passing, broke off her space button and handed it over. Su Tang noticed that the security guard's eyes flashed with enthusiasm and surprise after seeing her information, but then dimmed for a moment. He then stole a glance at Lu Qingyang inside. Soon, the security guard, with a calm demeanor, handed the space button back to her and saluted again, "Thank you for your cooperation." This was over, and Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Because Lu Jinyu was returning in a small starship, its size compared to a large one was like a ping-pong ball to a basketball. And since there were only a few dozen people on board, the inspection was completed quickly. After saluting Lu Jinyu again, all the security personnel withdrew. With a wave of his hand, Lu Jinyu ordered the starship to depart. After passing security, Su Tang decided to return to her room to continue fusing energy stones. While Lu Jinyu was escorting her back to her room, she couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" "Of course, we're going back to our Lu family's headquarters, Shuhan Star." Lu Jinyu stated his destination without hiding anything. "Going to your Lu family's main residence?" Su Tang hesitated. The Lu family was so chaotic, was it appropriate for her to go? "No, going to my private residence," Lu Jinyu corrected her directly. "The book says that cultivating relationships requires solitude." While the main residence wasn't crowded, there were still a few distracting light bulbs. "Oh!" Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief. But after thinking about it, she realized something was wrong. "What do you mean by we?" "Lu Qingyang is going back to Shoujuan Star. He's the chief instructor at the 3rd Military Academy, so naturally he has to go back. Of course, it's okay for Lu Qingyang not to go back, but he's a very responsible person. Then I go to Shoujuan Star too." Although she wasn't familiar with Lu Qingyang, Su Tang felt it would be safer to follow him. "Why are you going?" "Shoujuan Star is home to the Federation's 10 major military academies, and you're not a student there yet, nor do you have permanent residency permits on Shoujuan Star," Lu Jinyu said casually. Lu Qingyang's plan was to take Su Tang to the academy for a preview, but he naturally been fooled, dismissing his plans on the spot. To reinforce his words, Lu Jinyu added, "After mid-June, the admissions exams for Shoujuan Star will open, and you'll be able to go then." "Oh, I see." Su Tang checked the star network. Residents not registered in the capital system who wish to stay on a planet in the system for an extended period must apply for a permit in advance, much like applying for a visa. What if I don't have that permit? Su Tang couldn't help but worry. Although the capital system doesn't have private planets, Shuhan Star, where our Lu family lives, is similar. Getting a permit there wouldn't be much more than a simple matter of me saying something. Lu Jinyu said Su Tang was worrying for nothing. "I understand." Su Tang understood. This was a classic example of how having connections in the court made things easier. "By the way, do you know where your brother star beasts are?" During this security check, Su Tang belatedly remembered that Lu Qingyang's two-star beasts had disappeared when they first met. Could he have given up on them? He hid them. Su Tang. Hidden them. Where did those piggy-looking beasts and hippogriff hide? Don't tell her they were hidden in his clothes. And don't tell her that space travel is standard equipment for Lu family members. Chapter 375. Inside a large warship, Long Ju lowered his head, his face pensive, as he stared at the screen. With a swipe of his finger, the image zoomed in. A glint flashed in Long Ju's eyes, as he stared at the ring on Su Tang's hand. How could such a coincidence happen? Not only did they look alike, but they also had the same ring. However, Long Ju felt a slight uncertainty. A closer look revealed that the person on the screen looked slightly different from Su Tang. Furthermore, the ring's design was so common that he couldn't be sure it was the spacecraft he had crafted. He naturally didn't believe the news of Su Tang's death that had spread from the Hongi galaxy. Even if he had no confidence in Su Tang's abilities, he had faith in those with destiny. Unless faced with a situation where they were certain to die, those with destiny could turn danger into safety wherever they went. But for those already blessed with destiny, the probability of encountering a situation where they were certain to die was naturally extremely small, practically zero. While Long Ju was still pondering whether this was Su Tang, the communication buzzed. Captain, it's confirmed. No problem. The information you requested has been sent to your computer. Please check. Understood. After hanging up, Long Ju directly clicked on the newly received information on his computer. Lu Mo? Lu Qingyang's daughter? His eyes darkened, and Long Ju ordered his trusted aides to conduct a thorough investigation of Lu Mo. Su Tang, who was in the room at the time, naturally had no idea that she had been noticed upon entering the capital. After passing security, Su Tang, still combining energy stones, studied the papers on Skynet. A day passed like this, and Lu Qingyang left in his mecha. 2 more days passed, and the starship arrived at Shuhan Star. Taking the ferry, Su Tang and Lu Jinyu set foot on Shuhan Star's mainland. It must be said that the planets in the capital are indeed very rich. Su Tang looked out from Shuhan Space Station and saw that the surrounding planets were all natural stars, aqua and blue, shrouded in a veil. Of course, Shuhan is also a natural planet. Su Tang couldn't help but admire it after researching its information. The climate is perfect, spring-like all year round, with bright sunshine and abundant rainfall. Wow, it's even better than Earth. When Lu Jinyu returned, she was naturally picked up by a special person. After a 2-hour ride in a luxurious Lincoln-like stretch limousine, the two arrived at Lu Jinyu's private residence. After returning to Shuhan, Lu Jinyu naturally had to go back to the main residence first, but Su Tang strongly protested and refused to go with her. Lu Jinyu didn't force her. After making arrangements for Su Tang and telling her not to wander around, she left. Once left alone, Su Tang immediately pulled out the ice crystal from her space pocket and placed it on the balcony to bask in the moonlight. It was past 9 p.m., and the night sky on Shuhan Star was almost as bright as Earth's. Su Xiaobai said, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, and a plant without sun exposure under the moon wouldn't be a good plant. After settling Su Xiaobai down and combining the energy stones for a while, Su Tang climbed into the nutrient tank at 11 a.m. on time. After 6 nights of memorizing the test paper, she finally managed to memorize the entire paper from memory. With the theoretical exam finished, she naturally wanted to go to the Mecha battlefield. Since Su Tang had studied for the test paper in her private residence, she naturally appeared there upon logging onto Skynet. Just as she was about to teleport to the Mecha battlefield, a friend request popped up. Citizen, like a god descending, I request to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Yes, no. Who is this? Su Tang was stunned. If she didn't know him, she might as well not add him. Su Tang hesitated for 3 seconds before clicking no. Just 3 seconds later, the friend request popped up again. Seeing it was still the same godlike person, Su Tang felt a little unsure. Could it be someone she knew? Thinking so, Su Tang chose yes this time. After all, if she didn't know him, she could always delete him as a friend. After adding him as a friend, Su Tang directly inquired about his identity. Pow pow, who are you? The other person quickly replied. Godlike, I'm Fan Han. Su Tang was stunned, as if struck by lightning. Fan Han? She only knew one Fan Han, but wasn't Xue Tianyu dead? Wait! Su Tang's eyes widened instantly. A clone talisman. Xue Tianyu had used the clone talisman to escape death and become Fan Han. Suddenly, Su Tang sent a direct invitation to the same location. In a flash, a figure appeared before her. On Skynet, no one with a foolish mind would use their real face. Naturally, the man who appeared before Su Tang was a strikingly handsome yet unfamiliar figure. For a moment, Su Tang couldn't be sure if it was Zhuo Tianyu. What is a person of destiny? Although Su Tang felt a 90% certainty that the man before her was Zhuo Tianyu, to avoid any false hope, she still requested confirmation. After all, there were probably millions of people named Fang Han in the entire Federation. It means stepping in dog shit every day when you go out. Hearing Su Tang's question, Long Ju was speechless for a moment, then, surprisingly, he had a hidden message for him. You? Su Tang's heart surged with excitement at Long Ju's answer, and she pointed at him with a trembling finger. It really was Zhuo Tianyu. He wasn't dead. That had deceived her. He had caused her so much grief. Every time she thought of him, she felt a pang of guilt, and yet, he wasn't dead. Su Tang punched Long Ju in the chest. You bastard. In real life, Su Tang's strength wouldn't have hurt him, but on Skynet, it was more like a tickle. Long Ju smiled, grasped Su Tang's arm with his right hand, and pulled her into a hug. I'm back. Holding Su Tang, Long Ju was filled with joy. So good, it really was her. Asshole, I really thought you were dead. Somehow, Su Tang felt a pang of pain in her eyes, and her vision blurred. It's my fault. It happened so suddenly, and I didn't have time to tell you. Long Ju explained. The cloud poison demon had appeared so suddenly, and taking over this body was a spur-of-the-moment decision. By the time everything settled and he wanted to explain, he had lost contact. He hadn't expected Su Tang to have faked her own death and changed her identity to Tang Xiaomi. He had been searching for her, but to no avail. After a moment of silence, when Su Tang calmed down, he gave him a standard electric shock. Ouch! Long Ju cried out, letting go of Su Tang and rubbing his hands. How heartless. You're so harsh after such a long separation. How harsh is that? If I really hit you, you'd be in a dark room right now. Su Tang, hands on her hips, glared at Long Ju, gnashing her teeth as she began to settle the score. You deserve it. Who told you to fake your death? You did too. You're a typical example of a dictatorship that only allows officials to set fires, but not ordinary people to light lamps, Long Ju retorted. You? Long Ju's words immediately shut Su Tang down. She had indeed faked her own death. They were practically the same. That was the clone talisman you gave me. You must have known I faked my death. But I didn't know you did, so it's your fault. Su Tang began to whine and make specious arguments. Okay, it's my fault. Long Ju admitted his mistake with a helpless expression, but a smile lingered in his eyes. He had finally found her, and this time, he wouldn't let her go. He has already obtained the qualification of the heir of the Long family. The position of the Long family's marshal belongs to him, and soon, he will no longer have to be inferior to Qin Qinyuan. Chapter 376. After recovering from the surprise that Zhuo Tianyu wasn't dead, Su Tang felt something strange about Long Ju, who was sitting nonchalantly on her sofa. She was currently using the pseudonym Lu Mo. How had he found her? Didn't Lu Jinyu say this identity was perfect? And yet, it was revealed so quickly. Su Tang suddenly began to doubt Lu Jinyu's ability to handle matters. By the way, how did you find me? Su Tang asked curiously, stepping forward and sitting across from Long Ju. I saw you today, and I'm still not sure. Wait, when did you see me? Today? Where? Su Tang looked incredulous. When had she even seen Fang Han? She'd been on Lu Jinyu's starship all day. It's on the screen. Long Ju smiled at Su Tang, then dropped a bombshell on her with a casual air, as if he were saying the weather was beautiful. I'm Long Ju now. We met this morning. Su Tang was stunned. Long Ju? Long Ju. Zhuo Tianyu said he was Long Ju. What the hell? Su Tang pointed at him in shock, her lips moving softly. You mean, I took over his body? Yes, I took over his body, Long Ju admitted with a smile, not hiding anything. While there are surveillance systems on Skynet, private homes are absolutely private. This is the Federation's respect for citizens' privacy. Inside Su Tang's private residence, Long Ju naturally didn't worry about anyone knowing how shocking his words were. Why would you take over someone else's body for no reason? Su Tang felt a little depressed. Zhuo Tianyu had just discarded her handsome face, as if she were changing clothes. He has good aptitude, and this body suits me. Besides, as you know, when the cloud poison demon appeared in the capital, if I hadn't taken over his body, the person in this body would have died in the cloud poison demon's clouds. What a waste of talent. Long Ju explained. He spoke the truth. With the strength of the original owner of this body, he would have definitely died in the cloud-poisoned demon's clouds. He had finally found a body that matched his destiny perfectly, so how could he let it go to waste? He was now afraid that in 3 years, he would be able to return to the 5th level, and perhaps by then, he would have mastered the mysteries of space again. Okay. Su Tang curled her lips. Since she was doomed, she could be considered a good use of her waste. Thinking about it this way, she and he were indeed the same kind, both possessing the bodies of the dead. Then tell me, how did you recognize me? I just had a suspicion, so I looked up Lu Mo's information. Seeing your SS mental power, I followed that clue and investigated the Black 75 Skynet mecha battlefield. I ended up finding the mecha master Pow Pow, who had appeared a few days ago. I came to you with the intention of giving it a try. That's why I said I was Fang Han. If it was you, it would be obvious immediately. Doesn't that mean it's you? Long Ju told the truth. After checking Lu Mo's information, he still couldn't be sure that Lu Mo was Su Tang, so he had no choice but to test the waters on Skynet. So you're just suspicious. Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief, meaning her cover hadn't fallen off. Then if I deny it, you won't be sure, will you? If you deny it, I really can't be sure. Your profile is too convincing. Long Ju suddenly frowned and asked his own question. Why are you with Lu Jinyu, and Lu Qingyang's daughter? Lu Jinyu is a friend of my parents. I'm planning to attend the 3rd Military Academy this time. Meeting Zhuo Tianyu, Su Tang was like meeting an old friend. While she wouldn't confess everything, she also didn't hide much. The 3rd Military Academy? Long Ju's brows furrowed even deeper. You found your father and your mother? I met my mother, but things are more difficult with my father. I'm going to learn some skills before I go save him. Su Tang sighed, a look of helplessness on her face. Her mother's situation shouldn't be a big problem as long as she gathered more energy stones, but Su Yuan's father's situation was a real problem. It might take 10 years to gather energy stones before blasting him over. Is it a big deal? I go with you. If Qin Yuan hadn't intervened, he would have accompanied her to find Su Yuan long ago. Now that he met her, Long Ju naturally made it clear that his feelings remained unchanged. Thank you, but I can't go now. Su Tang shook her head sullenly. Even if Long Ju was willing to accompany her to the Robot Empire, Lu Jinyu would definitely not agree. Forget it, let's not talk about that. If I have any trouble, I definitely come to you. You promised to be my bodyguard. Bodyguard? Long Ju's eyes darkened. Sure enough, she still considered him a bodyguard. After a brief moment of disappointment, Long Ju regained his composure. The closer you are to the water, the easier it is to attract the moon. As for bodyguards, after spending time together, feelings naturally develop. Wouldn't it be a permanent position in due course? I'm in the capital system right now. When the 5th Legion's garrison in the capital is up, I transfer to the Royal Guards. I still be able to stay in the capital and stay with you. No, there's no need to go to all that trouble. Su Tang felt a little apologetic after hearing Long Ju's words. It's not a problem. I told you I'd be with you. Long Ju looked at Su Tang seriously, not a hint of joking. Looking at Long Ju's serious expression, Su Tang felt a surge of emotions. She recalled what he had said before he left last time. He had said he liked her. With Long Ju saying this, Su Tang couldn't deceive herself into thinking he was just a friend. But what about her? Did she like him? Her feelings for him were definitely not romantic, so she couldn't be so ambiguous and give him the wrong impression. Su Tang twirled her fingers nervously, gathering her thoughts. We're just friends, right? I'm so sorry to bother you so much. Long Ju's eyes darkened, a bitter feeling welling up inside. Was he denying him the chance to develop feelings for her and rejecting him outright? Do you think there's such a thing as pure friendship between a man and a woman? You? Su Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. Long Ju was saying, it's either be a couple or just cut ties and become strangers? So that's what he meant. Su Tang suddenly felt sad, but she understood. Since she didn't like him, she couldn't waste his time by getting tangled up in this way. Sighing, Su Tang suppressed her inner disappointment and made her final decision. I understand. Thank you for your care before. We have no contact from now on. What do you mean by that? Long Ju frowned. No contact? Why did he say that so suddenly? Even if he was rejecting him, he didn't have to do it so cleanly. Su Tang took a deep breath and decided to cut the Gordian knot. Previously, Long Ju had been after the energy stone, so naturally, she had taken his proposal to marry her as a joke. But now that he was serious, she needed to make her stance clear. You know, we're the same kind of people, different in this world. Of course, I consider you a companion, and I'm naturally touched that you're willing to accompany me to find my father. But I don't have any romantic feelings for you. In my mind, you're a trustworthy companion I can rely on. If anything I done has caused you to misunderstand, then I apologize. Chapter 377. As you said, we're the same kind of people. Don't you think we should be together? We're the same kind. Like a traveler in the desert longing for rain, Long Ju, having lived for thousands of years from the world of cultivation to this world, deep down, longed to meet someone like him. Deeply ingrained, Long Ju looked down on mortals. Even a powerful being who could spend centuries in seclusion, he was still a human, not yet an immortal, and humans are always social animals. After thousands of years of loneliness, his feelings inevitably erupted upon meeting Su Tang. He could openly admit to her that he was a cultivator, he could tell her that he possessed another's body. In front of Su Tang, he was his true self, sharing all his secrets with her without hesitation. But being of the same kind is being of the same kind, and feelings are feelings. They're two completely different things. Su Tang suddenly understood. Long Ju had a special affection for her because they were of the same kind, and he mistook this special affection for love between a man and a woman. I think our relationship is like that of revolutionary comrades. Yes, revolutionary friendship, a bit like two fellow aliens in a group. There's definitely a mutual admiration, but you might have confused that feeling and mistakenly thought you liked me. Su Tang began to counsel Long Ju seriously. As the saying goes, when fellow villagers meet, tears well up in their eyes. But it doesn't say that fellow villagers must be together. Feelings can be cultivated, and you also come here through possession, right? Long Ju had always mistakenly believed that Su Tang came from the world of cultivation, and that cultivators couldn't survive there, so they had to choose possession. After hearing Long Ju's words, Su Tang hesitated for 3 seconds before nodding. She was indeed an alien soul from Earth. This secret, like a heavy stone, had been accumulating in the corner of her heart, hidden away, and she dared not tell anyone. Now that she nodded in acknowledgement, she felt a sense of relief. Seeing Su Tang's admission, Long Ju's expression suddenly hardened, his eyes growing serious. Anyone not of my kind will be killed. What do you mean? Su Tang's heart sank, and she seemed a little uneasy. Before Shui Tian Yu, I had another life. In that life, I was Shui Kaifeng. Hearing Long Ju's words, Su Tang's eyes were filled with shock. Shui Kaifeng, the 5S that Su Xiaobai mentioned, the Shui Kaifeng who was eventually captured and dissected by the military? And then what? Su Tang's face paled. Long Ju had been exposed, and it was discovered that he was possessing another body, leading to his capture and dissection. In that life, I didn't join the military, but I was too prominent. After I became a 5S and mastered the mysteries of space, I caught their attention. They must have suspected my identity. If it weren't for the clone talisman, I would have been doomed. Long Ju's eyes were complicated. The technology in this world was truly formidable. Even in his prime, he couldn't defeat a battleship with sufficient energy. I understand what you mean. Su Tang's eyes grew heavy. Those who possessed a body were always alien to this world. She would have to keep this secret even tighter. Just like Su Yuan, if he knew she was a possessed person, he would definitely not accept her. So I think it's better for us to be together, Long Ju said, changing the subject and concluding. Su Tang suddenly felt a bit overwhelmed. Once the heavy topic of possession was over, things returned to normal. But I really don't have any romantic feelings for you. Do you hate me? No. Su Tang shook her head. Although their first meeting had been unpleasant, she now felt an inexplicable trust and dependence on Long Ju. Then, Long Ju said, suddenly standing up. Because the two sofas were very close together, he leaned forward and easily kissed Su Tang on the lips. Does that disgust you? Because Long Ju's movements were so quick, Su Tang was caught off guard. After hearing his question, and coming back to her senses, Su Tang thought carefully. She didn't seem disgusted. After staring at Long Ju's profile on Skynet for 3 seconds, she concluded that she was obsessed with looks. If you keep looking like a sleazy old man, I definitely slap you in the face. After hearing Su Tang's words, Long Ju smiled brightly. I'm incredibly handsome right now. I guarantee you like me. Su Tang curled her lips in disdain. TSK, that's not your real self. My real self is definitely better looking than his. Long Ju smiled broadly. You know, my mother is known as the #1 fairy in the cultivation world. You could imagine how handsome my real self is. No matter how handsome I am, I have rotted away long ago. Su Tang rolled her eyes. That's true. Long Ju's smile faded, a sense of loss welling up in his heart. His Mahayana cultivation was gone just like that. What does your good looks prove? Su Tang suddenly felt a bit foolish. Why was she even discussing his handsomeness with him? You don't find it annoying, Long Ju said matter-of-factly. Then I still have a chance. But I already have a boyfriend. Although she and Lu Jinyu were currently somewhat entangled, Su Tang still considered Yin Zimu her true boyfriend. If she met Yin Zimu, she would tell him the truth about her and Lu Jinyu. If Yin Zimu disliked her because of this, or if Yin Zimu couldn't solve Lu Jinyu's problem and ended up getting himself into trouble, then they would part ways amicably. Boyfriend? Yin Zimu? Qin Qinyuan? Or that Lu Jinyu? Hearing Long Ju's blurt out words, Su Tang felt a flicker of annoyance. Was she really that promiscuous? Was she the type to have 3 boyfriends at once? I think I'm already in enough of a mess. Can you please just stop adding to it? Su Tang said with a look of annoyance. She really didn't know how to handle her current situation. Rubbing her chest, Su Tang began to ponder. Yin Zimu was her first love since coming here, and he had given so much for her. Naturally, she had liked him back then, but it was undeniable that they had been apart for over 2 years. Time truly changes everything. That initial affection seemed to have faded, and now she was more moved by his dedication to her. As for Qin Qinyuan, she did have feelings for him. She had indeed been moved when he proposed, but it was a matter of time. After being apart for over a year, she didn't seem to care for him as much anymore. When she occasionally thought of him, she only felt a slight sense of melancholy. As for Lu Jinyu, she had always felt she disliked him, but now she wasn't repulsed by him. It was all a matter of time. It had to be said that feelings developed over time, and she couldn't quite figure out what she felt for him. Furthermore, Lu Jinyu had said she would kill her husband if she married someone else, and she had no idea how to handle that. Relationships, indeed, were inextricable and difficult to untangle. Chapter 378. Su Tang leaned her head on the sofa, her thoughts growing increasingly confused. It was so complicated. Relationships between men and women were indeed complicated. Look, you're already in such a mess anyway. Adding me as a suitor isn't too much, right? Long Ju pleaded for a chance. Clearly, he sensed that Su Tang had no idea who she liked. This clearly meant she wasn't in love with anyone. Only those without deep love would be so undecided. Can you please stop making trouble? Su Tang raised her head weakly, her tone helpless. She had already let go of Qin Qinyuan, but if she chose Yin Zimu, Lu Jinyu would kill him. Choosing Lu Jinyu would make her feel sorry for Yin Zimu. She had originally decided to put this issue aside and wait for her father to return, but now that Long Ju had intervened, she had to face it head-on. I'm serious. How can this be considered adding to the confusion? You can't treat me differently and not give me a chance. What if I still don't like you in the end? Su Tang was a bit perplexed by this situation. Just let it go. What else can I do? Do you think I turn my love into hate and retaliate against you? Long Ju thought Su Tang was overthinking it. It was just about finding a partner. Love is normal. I like you, I tried hard, but in the end, you still don't like me. I can only say I'm unlucky, and you don't have to feel any burden. But if you don't even give me a chance, then you're going too far. But I feel I can't let Yin Zimu down. After hearing Long Ju's words, Su Tang thought seriously for a moment, then shook her head. She didn't want to add to the confusion before she had dealt with the issues between Yin Zimu and Lu Jinyu. After hearing Su Tang's words, Long Ju's eyes grew complicated. Didn't you know he was getting engaged? Just as before, Long Ju added, of course not to you. Uh-huh. Su Tang pursed her lips. That joke isn't funny. I already knew he left the Yin family. Su Tang naturally wouldn't forget the time she met Long Ju, still Tianyu. On the morning sun, he already told her about Yin Zimu's engagement. No, I'm serious. Yin Zimu has returned to the capital system. Did you know? Long Ju's face suddenly grew serious, his eyes stern. Sure enough, Su Tang didn't know, but then again, the Long family only found out about it this afternoon. You said he's in the capital system? Su Tang suddenly became excited. Yin Zimu is back. Yeah, Long Ju nodded seriously. Do you know about the Yin family in Tianyin? Did you see that news about Dawn? I know. What do you mean? Su Tang clutched her skirt, suddenly nervous. If Long Ju knew everything, what did he mean by engagement? SS Psychic Moni, the daughter of President Mo Liang and creator of Dawn, is getting engaged. Tomorrow, the Ministry of Government will officially grant her royal status and announce their engagement. Long Ju looked at Su Tang seriously. And that person, according to the information just relayed by our Long family's undercover agents, is Yin Zimu. Su Tang's mind went blank, and she felt completely lost. What was Longju saying? Yin Zimu? Was it him? Engaged to someone else? After a long pause, Su Tang finally found her voice. Are you sure? Almost certain. Longju glanced down at his laptop. It's 2 a.m. now. By 8 a.m., there'll probably be a live stream on Starnet. How could it be? Su Tang clutched her clothes tightly, feeling a mixture of emotions. Yin Zimu was about to get engaged to someone else again. Wait, Su Tang's body suddenly stiffened. She was dead. Did Yin Zimu think she was dead? I told you, he's a scumbag. See? Looking at the silent, dejected Su Tang, Longju felt a pang of resentment for her lack of fighting spirit. He was just a man, so what? Look, there was such a brilliant man before her. All she had to do was wave. He thought I was dead, Su Tang sighed, finally offering a reasonable explanation for Yin Zimu's behavior. She didn't blame him, and she had no right to blame him. How about a bet? Longju suddenly said to Su Tang in a deep voice, glancing at his friend profile. What? Su Tang was stunned, confused. I bet he's a scumbag. Longju said firmly. No, actually, it's all my fault. Su Tang shook her head grimly. Yin Zimu had given so much for her, how could he be such a scumbag? It was her fault. She faked her own death and didn't contact him in time. He must have been heartbroken. Su Tang believed in her heart that Yin Zimu truly loved her. It was only because he thought she was dead that he was so disheartened that he wanted to marry someone else. Then let's make a bet. If you made a mistake and fallen for a scumbag, then you accept me, okay? Yin Zimu isn't a scumbag. He must have thought I was dead. Su Tang grew indignant. It was all her fault. How could Longju slander Yin Zimu like this? If you have so much faith in him, why don't you dare bet with me? Longju raised an eyebrow. I can contact him now. If he hasn't changed his mind, I help you connect and clear up the misunderstanding. Can you contact him? Su Tang's eyes lit up with anticipation. Yes, but if he doesn't have you in his heart at all, then forget him and give me a chance, okay? Okay. Su Tang gritted her teeth and nodded in agreement. She firmly believed Yin Zimu thought she was dead. If Longju could contact him, she could explain the situation to him. If Yin Zimu ultimately decided to break up with her, she could accept that. But if Yin Zimu got engaged to someone else because of her death, both he and she would regret it in the future. You said it, you can't go back on your word. With that, Longju pulled open the screen and showed Su Tang his friend list. Longju and Yin Zimu knew each other, of course. Although Yin Zimu in this life only felt dislike for Longju, they were still friends. Su Tang stared blankly at Liuhua in Longju's friend list. His name was lit, which meant Yin Zimu was online. Longju sent a direct message. Long time no see. When did you get back? You didn't even meet up for a drink, brother? How rude. Having possessed Longju, he naturally possessed all of his memories. He recalled that the two had spent 5 or 6 years in the 14th Legion. While their relationship wasn't close, there was still some camaraderie. Soon, Su Tang saw a reply. Liuhua, just got back. What's up? Russianly, it's very important. Find a secluded place. It's very important. After sending the message, Longju looked up at Su Tang and said, I go talk to him. You see. After that, he sent Su Tang a message sharing his feelings. Without hesitation, Su Tang accepted. As soon as she made the choice, Su Tang's vision shifted, and she herself came into view. Chapter 379. The vision went dark, and the scene changed again. Su Tang knew that Longju had teleported to another location. Su Tang took a few deep breaths, feeling nervous. After more than 2 years, she was finally going to see Yin Zimu again. Soon, Longju received an invitation from Yin Zimu to the same location. The scene shifted again, and Su Tang couldn't help but cover her mouth, her vision blurring. That place, now somewhat unfamiliar yet familiar, that strange yet familiar face. Yin Zimu, with his ordinary, sullen face, sat on the sofa in his private residence. Seeing Longju suddenly appear, his expression remained unchanged. Sit down. Long time no see. I didn't expect you, brother, to be so capable. You even created dawn. Longju casually sat on the sofa across from Yin Zimu, his smile a playful and cynical one. You're talking about something important? Yin Zimu's face remained expressionless. Originally, he wouldn't go online, but the news would be released tomorrow. The military families would probably have already heard about it, so he naturally didn't need to hide his whereabouts. I heard you were getting engaged, So I came to congratulate you. Long Ju's smile widened. That MONI is said to be a great beauty, and a SS psychic. TSK, brother, you're so lucky. Is that what you're talking about? Yin Zima remained calm, but a sense of disgust welled up inside. He knew Long Ju only had eyes for beautiful women. Thinking of his past life, Yin Zima's disgust deepened. His sister had been indirectly killed by him. If you're fine, please do as you please. I have things to attend to. Of course, I have things to attend to. Seeing Yin Zima was about to send him away, Long Ju got back to the point. Do you still remember Su Tang from Hongwang Star? Her? Yin Zima frowned slightly, his expression unchanged and his tone calm. Isn't she dead? Su Tang, watching from the side, felt a pang of disbelief. Why did Yin Zima have such a calm expression upon hearing the news of her death? Scumbag! Seeing Yin Zima's nonchalant attitude, Long Ju internally spat and continued, It's nothing. Actually, she's not dead. I quite like her. You hit her? Yin Zima raised his eyelids, his face expressionless. What does that have to do with me? Su Tang felt as if the world was spinning, and she was almost unsteady. What had Yin Zima said? He said, none of his business. He actually said, none of his business. Was she, Su Tang, nothing to him? Scumbag. Long Ju felt deep contempt, yet his tone was casual. Back on Tianchu Star, didn't I think you liked her? If you did, I give her to you. Do you think I like that kind of woman? Yin Zima suddenly sneered. If you like her, keep her. Fuck. Scumbag. Long Ju felt deeply indignant for Su Tang. Okay, remember what you said today. I take good care of her from now on. The scene shifted, and it became clear the conversation was over. Su Tang immediately shut up her classmate, tears streaming down her face. Yin Zima called her that kind of woman. Haha, that kind of woman. Although Su Tang had a vague feeling that she and Yin Zima couldn't go on, she still felt they were truly together, even back when they were on Hongwang Star. But today, Yin Zima's words made her realize that it was all wishful thinking. Su Tang suddenly remembered what Su Yuan had said. Yin Zima had ulterior motives. After crying for a while on the bed, Su Tang calmed down. After all, he was just a man. How could he possibly be so heartbroken? After calming down, Su Tang sat alone on the sofa, sipping bitter tea and thinking. After pondering for half an hour, Su Tang finally understood. Yin Zima had come with ulterior motives, just as Su Yuan's father had said. His words were unbelievable, and saving her was just a self-inflicted ploy to gain sympathy. Yin Zima came for the energy stone, so after Su Yuan's father disappeared, he had deemed her useless, but Su Tang suddenly frowned. Why did he leave the Yin family? When Yinya had first told her that Yin Zimu had left the Yin family for her, she had been so moved that she had always felt sorry for him. But today, something seemed amiss. After pondering for a while, Su Tang thought of Long Ju. After locking up her roommate, she was so emotionally agitated that she had forgotten about him. With this thought, Su Tang finally noticed the flashing message notifications. Opening them, she saw a glimpse of divine intervention. After reading all his messages, Su Tang belatedly remembered that she was at her private residence, and Long Ju was outside, unable to enter. She sent an invitation, and the next second, Long Ju appeared before her. What took you so long? Long Ju said, his face filled with anxiety and concern. I thought. He stopped mid-sentence. You thought I committed suicide, didn't you? Su Tang added, then gave him a disdainful look. I just met a scumbag. Could I really kill myself over a man? Of course I know you wouldn't. Long Ju suddenly felt embarrassed, then said rather unkindly, if you really wanted to commit suicide, you have done it the first time. Su Tang glared at him fiercely. Can't you say something nice? You have to expose her scars. But why do you think Yin Zima left the Yin family? Yin Zimu didn't love her, yet he left the Yin family after being engaged. Su Tang was completely baffled by this. Just get out of sight, and prepare in secret. Long Ju also sat down and began to explain in detail. I think it should be like this. Yin Zimu's father died to save the Yin family's head, that is, his grandfather, and his mother remarried. But after that, the people in the family not only did not comfort them, but instead added insult to injury. Having tasted the warmth and coldness of human nature, Yin Zima probably hated the Yin family and secretly planned to seize power. Originally, his plan was to use your Su family, but after your father disappeared, this path naturally did not work. He could only turn to find another way out, and as for Dawn, I suspect he had already developed the formula. I am afraid that he withdrew from the Yin family just to confuse people and create dawn in secret. You know, Yin Zimu withdrew from the Yin family just to confuse people and create dawn in secret. Our family currently lacks the resources to determine where Yin Jiaho went. Furthermore, the Yin family of Tianyun is his nexus. Most importantly, the Ministry of Government impeached Yin Chongshan this time. He and Mo Liang's daughter are about to get engaged again, a clear accomplice to the ministry's president. He likely began planning this long ago, and is now closing in. After hearing Long Ju's words, Su Tang took a deep breath, secretly alarmed. If the Ministry of Government impeached Yin Chongshan, then his 5 regiments must have been infiltrated. To have so quietly sidelined a marshal and orchestrated so many schemes showed just how cunning Yin Zimu was. And yet, she naively believed him to be a bit foolish. In reality, she was the foolish one. She had completely believed everything he said, believing he truly loved her. Alas, it seems I was blind, Su Tang sighed softly. Such scheming men were truly terrifying. He who knows his mistakes and can correct them is a teachable child. Don't worry, I'm definitely not a scumbag. Long Ju offered himself to her. Chapter 380. After learning the depth of Yin Zimu's scheming, Su Tang suddenly felt a sense of relief. She had always felt sorry for Yin Zimu, but now that she knew he was just using her, she felt a sense of relief. It wasn't that she was sorry for him, but that he was sorry for her. Thinking of this, Su Tang felt she'd been shortchanged. Her level 9 and level 10 energy stones had just been given away to such an ungrateful person. Forget it, just consider it tuition, paying the price for her poor judgment. I'd be more vigilant in the future, and don't judge a person by their appearance. By the way, what are you doing? Su Tang felt a little helpless, looking at Long Ju who was still staying at her house. Yes, I'm spending time with my girlfriend. That's my most important job, Long Ju said seriously. Su Tang felt hurt again. I'm telling you, pursuing me is dangerous, seriously. Su Tang spoke with sincerity. Lu Jinyu said, I kill anyone I like, so for your safety, it's best for us to keep our distance. Did he threaten you? Long Ju's eyes darkened. He knew Lu Jinyu well. If he truly had a crush on Su Tang, he'd probably do it. I think he's capable of such a thing. Su Tang again looked a little helpless. Naturally, she resented Lu Jinyu's forced entanglement. Do you think I'm so weak that he can just say it's resolved? Long Ju looked at Su Tang with accusation. She actually looked down on him. While Lu Jinyu was certainly capable, he wasn't made of paper. He is very powerful. He has a Joyo, and he also has advanced star beasts that can take people to the starry sky. He even has a space that can hold living things. Su Tang felt that Lu Jinyu's cheats were fully activated. Although she also felt that Long Ju was very powerful, he was no longer a cultivator after all. Compared with Lu Jinyu, he was in trouble. Damn, are you sure he's not a cultivator? Long Ju was a bit incredulous. With a 9 netherworld and a high-level mustard seed space capable of housing living things, could he be a ghost cultivator? Not a cultivator, Su Tang shook her head with certainty. Su Xiaobai had said Lu Jinyu wasn't a cultivator, so he definitely wasn't. I find a chance to meet him and confirm. Long Ju's eyes grew heavy. Even though they were in the same military, he and Lu Jinyu had never met, so naturally, he had only heard about his deeds. So, we should keep our distance, Su Tang repeated seriously. She was naturally happy that Long Ju was alive, but if he ended up dying because of her, she would definitely feel guilty. Look at you, such a loser. Long Ju looked at Su Tang disapprovingly. It wouldn't be that easy for him to deal with me, and besides, the most he could do is kill me. Why are you so worried? I'm a loser. Su Tang fumed. I'm just worried he'd kill you. She herself wasn't afraid of Lu Jinyu at all. Oh, so you're worried about me. Long Ju smirked. Don't worry, your man is very strong and won't die young. Shameless. Su Tang scoffed. Give her man back. This guy is being shameless again. Why, you just agreed to it yourself? I won, so we're dating, Long Ju said with a smile. I regret it. Su Tang rolled her eyes, realizing once again how foolish she was. She had so firmly trusted that scheming man Yin Zimu. Anyway, I'm clinging to you. Long Ju, leaning back on the sofa like a lord, crossed his legs, began to act like a scoundrel. Okay, if you want to get yourself killed, go ahead. I'm going to get down to business. Su Tang glanced at him speechlessly. Seeing it was only a little after 4 o'clock, Su Tang decided to play a few mech matches to stretch her muscles. She was in a bad mood today, so she decided to go and beat up the rookies. Having made up her mind, Su Tang ignored Long Ju and teleported directly to Black 75's mech battlefield. She hacked away at a blank mech rookie, feeling a great sense of satisfaction. As expected, beating up rookies was a great way to let off steam. Back in the hall, Long Ju had already come looking for her. Su Tang ignored him and signed up again, quickly entering the battlefield. It was still a blank mech, and Su Tang hacked and hacked again. Having defeated her opponent, Su Tang returned to the hall triumphantly. As soon as she stood firm, a basin of cold water was poured down on her. TSK, I can only describe it as a fight between 3-year-olds. Long Ju said with disdain. He hadn't seen a mecha competition of this level in years. It was simply moronic. What the hell do you care? Su Tang glared at him, and signed up again. But this time, it seemed like she was unlucky. The opponent was a well-equipped, purchased mecha, and the operator was also very skilled. In less than 3 minutes, Su Tang was eliminated. Back in the hall, Su Tang was about to sign up again, but Long Ju grabbed her and stopped her. Come on, stop wasting your time. You're not going to learn anything here, Long Ju said disapprovingly. He really couldn't bear to watch this competition anymore. What do you do? I teach you some advanced techniques. Learn a few of them before you go to the fight. Long Ju was speechless. If you don't even know advanced techniques, you'd be defeated if you meet an expert. What's the point of playing? Okay. Su Tang was naturally happy to have someone to teach her. The mecha battlefield system only taught the basics, which was completely useless. She had no idea about the advanced operations. Lu Qingyan was too busy, and she felt embarrassed to bother him. Lu Jinyu had also been very busy since her first day on Skynet. She hadn't seen him around, so naturally, no one was teaching her. She had been left to figure things out on her own in the mecha battlefield. Long Ju was willing to teach her, and she was more than happy to oblige. But I might not be able to today. Long Ju checked the time and frowned slightly. It was almost 5 o'clock. The royal family member at 8 o'clock authorized me to go and maintain order, so I have to leave now. What time will you log on to Skynet tomorrow? And what's your current contact number? If nothing goes wrong, I log on to Skynet every day at 11 o'clock. After adding each other as friends, Long Ju said, "See you tomorrow," and logged off. Thinking about Long Ju's talk about advanced mecha operations, Su Tang lost interest in this mecha competition. Aside from a few experts, this battlefield was entirely filled with rookies, and she wouldn't learn anything by navigating blindly. After some thought, Su Tang decided to review her exam papers. At 6 o'clock, Su Tang logged out of Skynet on time. After drinking a day's worth of nutrient solution, Su Tang belatedly realized that Lu Jinyu hadn't returned all night and hadn't logged into Skynet at night. Only after checking the communication did she find a message from him. The gist of it was that there was something important, and that she should stay home and not wander around. After some thought, Su Tang assumed that the important matter Lu Jinyu was referring to was today's royal authorization, and he probably knew about it too. After lamenting how things had changed, Su Tang began her daily routine. Combining energy stones. Chapter 381. After successfully angering Lu Jinyu away, Su Tang, feeling elated, spent another 2 hours fusing energy stones. Then she called it a day and logged onto Skynet. Su Tang had barely gotten a breath when she received an invitation from Long Ju to the same location. Upon accepting, Su Tang was instantly transported to the mecha arena. Another invitation popped up immediately after. Su Tang accepted again and was transported to a place similar to the mecha arena, but with a twist, there were no spectators. The entire venue and channel were just the two of them. This is a personal mecha training ground. Like a private residence, it's a private area. I teach you mecha techniques here, Long Ju explained. Su Tang was surprised to see that Long Ju's figure had transformed into an instructional video and appeared in the upper right corner of her mecha cockpit. So let's start learning now. Any questions? No, Su Tang nodded seriously. This was the first step toward becoming a master. She must study hard and improve every day. Okay, let's begin now. Long Ju changed his usual expression and began teaching with a serious expression. I'm going to teach you how to operate the intelligent mecha. The mecha's movements are completely controlled by the actuators in various parts. To pilot a mecha, you must first achieve an ideal state of possession. It's not that your mental power drives the mecha, but rather that you radiate your mental power, allowing the mecha to attach to your mental power, fully understand your mental power, and then act in accordance with your mental power. Simply put, you and the mecha are one whole. Your body is like the brain, your mental power is like the nerve center, and the actuators are the joints between the various parts. Su Tang nodded, half comprehending. Was this supposed to mean achieving harmony between man and nature? Anyway, this is something you can only understand intuitively. You understand it as you gain experience, Long Ju continued. So-called advanced mecha operations are generally based on speed. The thrusters have 2 gears. In space, a mecha must use the high gear to reach its maximum speed. On the surface of a planet, due to gravity, air friction, and other factors, a mecha can't reach its maximum speed. So, you just need to master the low gear of the thrusters. Su Tang was stunned by Long Ju's words. The thrusters had a high gear. She hadn't even known about it. Qin Qinyuan hadn't mentioned it before, practically looking down on her. Because mechas have different capabilities, the number of thrusters also varies. More thrusters, while more difficult to operate, make the mecha more agile. You systematically learn these theoretical aspects once you enter the mecha department. Now, I teach you something practical. Su Tang hadn't gotten to the practical part yet. Watch carefully with your mental power. I teach you a move that turns you into a master in an instant. As soon as Long Ju finished speaking, Su Tang focused her mental power on him. But as soon as he finished speaking, the mecha in her mental field of view was reduced to a mere afterimage, and his mecha had appeared behind her. Its metallic energy cannon pointed directly at her cockpit. Su Tang swallowed. Was this simply teleportation? Did you see it clearly? No, Su Tang confessed with a sad face. She could only say that everything happened too quickly. I knew you didn't see it clearly. My skills are such that unless you have a 4S mental power, you can never track my movements. Long Ju said smugly. Master, could you explain this in slow motion? Su Tang humbly asked. If she knew this move, wouldn't she be able to defeat a newbie in a split second? No wonder Long Ju said he could become a master in a split second. Let me show you in slow motion. This maneuver is called an arc move. Simply put, it involves moving in an arc to instantly circle behind the opponent and attack. Long Ju explained as he did the slow motion. Su Tang thought the slow motion was just that simple. Long Ju's mech adjusted its position and arced towards her from behind. She was perfectly capable of this move, but due to its slow speed, it was completely ineffective. How did you get so fast? Su Tang asked curiously. Because I used 72 thrusters in that split second. Su Tang suddenly realized how difficult it was. She had only used a few thrusters to rush towards the opponent. If she had used 72, she would have crashed into the edge of the field. I teach you which propellers are used for this move, and in what order. Now let me ask you, what would you do if you encountered an expert who could arc shift? Turn around to block? Or simply leave the spot? Su Tang thought carefully, and came to a conclusion. Yes, now I show you my countermeasures. One is to activate the energy shield to block, and the other is to leave the spot to counterattack. Both of these moves require turning around, which requires you to be able to turn horizontally. Watch out. In an instant, Long Ju's mech, which had been facing her, suddenly turned its back to her. Su Tang could only secretly give a thumbs up. She swore she hadn't blinked, but the mech had strangely turned in an instant. Next, we show you the basic flash movements for advanced mech operations. As Long Ju finished his words, his mech disappeared, and the various instruments within Su Tang's mech were completely unable to detect his whereabouts. Within the range of his mental power, only a shadow remained, and Su Tang was once again dazzled. If the opponent uses flash, you can only rely on your intuition to block it, or use flash to prevent them from catching it. Of course, flash consumes a lot of energy and mental power, so it can't be used for a long time. Furthermore, the higher the mental power, the clearer the opponent's figure can be captured. With a 4S mental power, unless you're facing a top-tier expert, you can basically see the movement of the flash and attack accordingly. I'm currently at SS, Su Tang reminded weakly. SS mental power is vastly different from 4S. Perhaps with her 5S mental power, she could clearly see Long Ju's movements. SS isn't bad. On a normal mecha battlefield like this, most are S-class psychic or mechanical mechas. As if thinking of something, Long Ju suddenly changed the subject. Where's the mecha I gave you? Scan it quickly. Each mecha is different, so fighting with your own mecha will be more effective. It was destroyed. Su Tang sounded insecure when she heard Long Ju mention her angel. You? Long Ju was stunned, then gritted his teeth, a bit disappointed. You got such a high-level wing shield, and you already destroyed it. You're such a loser. The enemy is too strong, Su Tang said weakly, defending herself. It's okay. I have a better one now. What do you mean it's okay? That's a token of love. Long Ju was furious. Who did it? I destroy him. Lu Jinyu, go ahead. If you fail to destroy him and end up getting killed, I remember to come see you, Su Tang said bluntly. In her opinion, Long Ju wasn't stupid. He wouldn't be so foolish as to rush into a fight with Lu Jinyu before he had a good understanding of his opponent's strength. Don't encourage others and destroy your own prestige. I find a chance to meet him at the military's mecha battlefield. After hearing what Su Tang had said earlier, Long Ju naturally had some concerns about Lu Jinyu. Frowning slightly, Long Ju's expression was solemn. I saw him today, and it's true, just as you said, he's not a cultivator. However, I sensed a certain aura of pressure from him, though it wasn't his own. I can't quite put my finger on it. Su Tang wasn't disappointed by Long Ju's words. If even Su Xiaobai couldn't discern any clues, then Long Ju, with his lesser experience, would certainly be even less so. Chapter 382. Because Su Tang's dream angel wasn't with her, she messaged Lu Qingyang directly. Lu Qingyang said he had something to do today, and if she wasn't in a hurry, he could scan it for her tomorrow. With Lu Qingyang's words, Su Tang naturally felt embarrassed to bother him with a scan immediately. Her mech would have to wait until tomorrow. For the rest of the time, Long Ju continued to explain various theoretical points to her, focusing on the general location of the cockpits of various mech models, and some key critical points. In mech competitions, hitting general areas only causes a certain amount of wear and tear, so a single strike to kill the mech pilot in the cockpit is naturally the most efficient. After explaining how to deliver a fatal blow, Long Ju demonstrated several difficult moves. Su Tang discovered that with energy, using flash shadow in conjunction with a laser sword created a scene of swords and sabers. Using flash shadow in conjunction with the energy cannon could literally turn the enemy into a sieve. Su Tang once again realized that advanced mech operation relies on speed to achieve uncanny, swift, and silent control. Of course, the solution to these difficult maneuvers is actually quite simple. With her all-around shield activated, the opponent would be completely helpless against her. But unfortunately, mecha competitions are all about energy. After watching a night of spectacular maneuvers, Su Tang woke up on time and once again began merging energy stones. When she finished merging the energy stones and returned to Skynet, she found a Dream Angel mecha in her personal bag. In real life, equipping a Dream Angel with an energy cannon is a daunting task, but on Skynet, it's like building blocks. While it might affect speed a bit, Su Tang didn't see the big deal. After buying a level 3 energy cannon for Dream Angel, Su Tang went to find Long Ju. It was still the private mecha training ground, the only difference being that this time Long Ju sat in her co-pilot seat. SS Mecha, 144 thrusters. This mecha has high performance, but it's clearly a lightweight and fast mecha. Why would you install an energy cannon? Glancing at Su Tang's Dream Angel, Long Ju couldn't help but praise its performance. A typical military mecha only had 72 thrusters, but why would such an obviously agile mecha have an energy cannon? And what was this? A stun gun? Without an energy cannon, you have no power, Su Tang retorted. With only a laser sword, she'd be at a disadvantage in a fight. What about the stun gun? Long Ju looked puzzled. That's for electric fish, not scaled horned horses. Anyway, I have a use for it, Su Tang argued. After learning the stun gun's usefulness, Su Tang asked Lu Qingyang to help her install one. Something like a stun gun. Small and light, it won't affect anything if equipped. The Dream Angel scan uploaded to Skynet has it, which means Lu Qingyang has already installed it for her in real life. Forget it, come out first, I give you the new configuration. After carefully examining Dream Angel's complete configuration, Long Ju helplessly held his forehead. A single-player mech match uses 4 units of energy, a multiplayer match uses 5 units, and a large-scale match uses only 6 units. Of course, you can have unlimited energy in single-player, but even the longest Star Wars matches won't exceed 7 units. I know a level 5 energy wing shield is a burden in mech battles. I forgot for a moment. Su Tang was almost inconsolable. She had actually forgotten the energy limit. Even 7 units of energy wouldn't be enough to withstand 4 level 5 wing shields. After leaving the cockpit and handing the Dream Angel to Long Ju, Su Tang watched him tinkering with it like a toy. In less than a minute, Long Ju's modifications were complete. A level 3 circular energy shield on his left arm, a laser sword in his right, and then nothing more. No, I want an energy cannon. Su Tang protested bluntly. Why an energy cannon? It increased the weight and affects speed. A laser sword is enough. Long Ju ignored Su Tang's protest. This mech of yours is definitely designed for ghostly agility. Trust me. Back in the cockpit, Long Ju set his tone and began to teach Su Tang advanced mech operations. The first thing they learned was, of course, arc movement. Once they mastered it, learning flash would be much easier. Su Tang began to study diligently. To her, it felt a bit like an instructor teaching a student how to drive. She followed Long Ju's instructions step by step. Long Ju marked virtual markers on the field. All Su Tang had to do was use the thrusters to steer the mech around behind the virtual enemies. It sounds simple, but it's actually quite difficult to operate. Using so many thrusters at once, and not all at once, requires careful planning, and choosing which thrusters to activate and which to deactivate requires careful planning. A single mistake can lead to deviation from the intended route. Controlling these thrusters was incredibly difficult for Su Tang. If she wasn't careful, she'd lose track of where she wandered, and it was all too common for her to crash into the edge of the field. The following days, Su Tang lived a routine, waking up at 6 to gather energy stones, finishing work at 11, cleaning up the skydiving network, and diligently practicing her mecha skills. Admittedly, these days were quite dull. After Long Ju handed her the essentials, he hadn't been available to instruct her every day. Lu Jinyu was, as he said, incredibly busy. He hadn't seen her since she left that day, only occasionally chatting with her on Skynet. A month passed uneventfully. In mid-June of the Xingyi year 20314, several major events occurred in the Federation. Even Su Tang, a near-isolated person, noticed. The federal government, led by President Mo Liang and accompanied by 4 ministers, impeached Marshal Yin Chongshan, citing major errors. Yin Chongshan stepped down. 3 days later, the results of the marshal election were announced. Yin Zimu, a 31-year-old imperial major, was elected with an overwhelming majority, successfully breaking Qin Qinyuan's record of achieving the rank of marshal at the age of 34. Yin Zimu's reputation reached unprecedented heights. The Yin family in the capital was torn apart, with most of its branches defecting to the Tian Union family. The Yin family, to which Yin Chongshan belonged, was forced to leave the capital, and the Tian Union family officially moved in, becoming the de facto ruling family of the capital's premier star. Su Tang sighed after reviewing the newly released list of diamond bachelors. Yin Zimu had successfully replaced Qin Qinyuan as the man women most desired to marry. On June 20th, Yin Zimu and MONI held a grand engagement ceremony at the Royal Hotel in the capital. This grand event was once again broadcast live on the entire Star Network and Skynet. Although she said she didn't care, Su Tang couldn't help but feel a pang of pain when she saw the video of Yin Zimu proposing to the stranger with the heart of heaven. She shook her head, reviewed the recent national events, and continued to synthesize energy stones. Perhaps inspired by Yin Zimu's power, her silk-separating technique had achieved another breakthrough. Su Tang was so excited that she was almost in tears. She now synthesized an 8th-level energy stone every hour. Su Tang's days remained uneventful. She fused energy stones during the day and diligently practiced her mecha skills at night. Long Ju had said that becoming a mecha master required long hours of training. After more than a month of diligent training, Su Tang felt she had made significant progress. Her mastery of the thrusters had reached a level similar to her own body. She mastered arc shifts, flashes, and horizontal turns. Even without following a designated route, she had figured out which thrusters to use. Of course, her current speed was far inferior to Long Ju's, but she was satisfied. Under Long Ju's guidance, Su Tang could also roughly guess the location of the enemy mecha's cockpit and key components. Giving herself a boost, Su Tang continued to strive towards her goal of becoming an ace mecha pilot and energy master. Chapter 383. Despite the earth-shaking changes in the outside world, Su Tang continued to lead a peaceful, ordinary life, fusing energy stones during the day and diligently practicing her mecha skills at night. On the evening of the 25th, Su Tang, still practicing her flash technique on the Skynet, unexpectedly received a message from Lu Jinyu. "King, get ready tomorrow. Lu Qingyan will pick you up at 8 o'clock. Pow pow, what's up, King, stupid? You can leave for Shoju and Star to take the exam. I haven't finished my work here yet, so I can't go with you. Pow pow, it's okay, you're busy. I get it." After Lu Jinyu explained a few more things, Su Tang said he was annoying. After that, perhaps angry or perhaps busy, there was no more news from Lu Jinyu. Su Tang simply exited the mecha battlefield and teleported back to her private residence. She had been so busy every day for the past month that she had forgotten about the exam. Pulling out the densely written theory exam paper again, Su Tang was dismayed to discover that she had forgotten most of it. Seeing it was only a little after 1 a.m., Su Tang rushed to memorize the paper. Leveraging her previous memorization foundation, after reviewing it several times, Su Tang finally recalled everything. At 6 a.m., Su Tang logged off Skynet and spent an hour fusing energy stones. After showering and getting ready, she sent a message to Long Ju to let him know she was taking the exam. Then, slightly nervously, Su Tang waited for Lu Qingyang's arrival with her review papers. At 7:30 a.m., Su Tang received a message that Lu Qingyang had arrived. Exiting Lu Jinyu's private residence, Su Tang took a deep breath, sighing as she gazed at the long-awaited sunlight. She had been such a homebody. She had barely left her room for over a month. It was true that energy masters were all homebodies. In the courtyard's small parking lot, a majestic speeding car sat half a meter off the ground. Lu Qingyang stood beside it, his hands behind his back. Because of the sun's back, Su Tang couldn't clearly see his expression, but she imagined it was a formal one. "Xiaoma, it's time to go." Seeing Su Tang leave, Lu Qingyang waved at her, and then got into the speeding car first. Su Tang trotted over and got in. Of course, the speeding car had a dedicated driver. "Don't worry, you only need 60 points to pass." Sensing Su Tang's slight nervousness, Lu Qingyang offered soothing words, but then changed the subject. "Of course, as my daughter, I hope you get full marks." Su Tang instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Well, she was even more nervous. Sitting straight and back straight, Su Tang said seriously, "Father, I do my best." "Yes," Lu Qingyang nodded, his expression unchanged. "Today is the 26th. We're expected to arrive at the exam center at Shizhengsing at dawn on the 29th. I take you to familiarize yourself with the exam room on the 30th. You enter at 7 o'clock on the 1st. The official exam runs from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Is there anything you don't understand?" "Father, I understand everything." Su Tang nodded seriously. Why did she feel like a parent sending their child off to take the college entrance exam, and she was the anxious student? She had clearly memorized the answers, but seeing Lu Qingyang's serious demeanor made her even more nervous. For the rest of the journey, Lu Qingyang would just say, "Ask him if you don't understand anything." Then he began to demonstrate his golden principle of silence. Lu Qingyang didn't speak, and Su Tang didn't know what to say. Alone with him, she felt a sense of restraint. Lu Qingyang was definitely a strict father, unlike Su Yuan. Because there were outsiders, drivers, along the way, Su Tang didn't dare take out her fully answered theory exam paper for fear of embarrassing Lu Qingyang. She figured she memorized most of it, and a review on Skynet on the evening of the 30th should be fine. Su Tang, like an old monk in meditation, produced another energy stone. Because of the bright light, Su Tang kept the quality of the energy stone below level 5, an 8th grade, so Lu Qingyang couldn't see any problems. Su Tang once again returned to her routine of fusing energy stones during the day and sleeping at night. After arriving at Lu Qingyang's residence at the exam center, Su Tang couldn't help but admire his meticulous approach. Their flying car arrived at the exam site exactly at dawn on the 29th. After settling down in the room Lu Qingyang had arranged for her, Su Xiaobai immediately became restless. This was, of course, because this first army star had a red moon. Su Tang diligently served Su Xiaobai, retrieving the ice crystal from her space ring and moving it to the balcony where the moonlight could reach. Mission accomplished, Su Tang clapped her hands, humming a tune as she prepared to shower, change clothes, and go online. "Oh my! There's a 5S here." Halfway through her shower, Su Tang was startled by Su Xiaobai. It looks like that Qin Qinyuan from Starnet." Su Xiaobai compared the photos online and concluded. Su Tang felt like vomiting blood. What a coincidence! Why is Qin Qinyuan here? Are you sure you're not seeing things? Su Tang quickly showered and changed clothes. How could I be seeing things? Su Xiaobai expressed displeasure at Su Tang's skepticism of his abilities. My mental power can encompass the entire planet. Su Tang could only exclaim, Su Xiaobai, you're amazing. So what should I do? Su Tang was a bit bewildered. Going to Skynet at night was fine, since the nutrient tanks naturally blocked out mental fluctuations, but she needed to combine energy stones during the day. It's okay. He's thousands of miles away, at the school with the first military academy written on it. Then keep an eye on him. I'm going to Skynet. Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief. The detection range of 5S mental power is 100 kilometers, and the corresponding perception range is also 100 kilometers. Qin Qinyuan would only detect her abnormality if he used his mental power within 100 kilometers. After reading Qin Qinyuan's profile, Su Tang knew he was from the first military academy. He probably was visiting his alma mater, and wouldn't be visiting the third military academy. This thought reassured Su Tang. Because Lu Qingyang's attitude had made Su Tang nervous, she chose to memorize the exam paper after going to Skynet. The next morning, Lu Qingyang took Su Tang to visit the exam hall. After touring the entire hall, Su Tang could only describe it as immense. It was somewhat similar to a modern classroom, with each student having their own metal desk. However, each exam room held 500 seats, and the entire testing center had over 2,000 such rooms. This year, the 3rd Military Academy had 830,000 applicants. Based on the previous 40% dropout rate, this year's freshman intake was expected to be around 300,000. After learning that the 3rd Military Academy currently had over 4 million students, Su Tang chuckled. That's the population of a bustling city. After wandering around the exam hall with Lu Qingyang for the entire morning, they found Su Tang's room, room 1087, and returned. Because Qin Qinyuan was thousands of miles away, Su Tang continued to synthesize energy stones. Although she felt she had memorized the theoretical exam thoroughly, Su Tang still spent her last night studying it. Chapter 384. Su Tang got up promptly at 6 o'clock, got off the Skynet, and spent another night studying for the exam. She was now brimming with confidence for today's exam. After drinking a bottle of nutrient solution that would keep her full for the day, Su Tang followed Lu Qingyang to the exam room with high spirits. As they approached the perimeter of the exam room, Su Tang saw a vast swarm of flying cars that obscured the sky. From a distance, it looked like a dense swarm of black ants. Su Tang couldn't help but blush. Wow, there were so many people. This exam site was just the 3rd Military Academy. Among the swarm of flying cars, a number of special cars bearing the 3rd Military Academy logo were directing traffic. As the head of the 3rd Military Academy, Lu Qingyang naturally received special treatment. Soon, Lu Qingyang drove Su Tang to the outside of exam room 1087. Don't be nervous, it's easy. I'd pick you up after the test. After giving Lu Qingyang these concise instructions, Lu Qingyang turned and left. After watching Lu Qingyang leave, Su Tang took a deep breath and walked towards the examination room with her head held high. At the gate, 5 students, clearly seniors, and wearing the uniforms of the 3rd Military Academy, were sitting there chatting and laughing. After catching sight of Su Tang, they looked at her with eyes that shone brightly, as if they had seen a panda, a national treasure. A drop of sweat instantly fell on Su Tang's forehead. Where did the look of looking at a rare animal come from? I take the exam, Su Tang stated with a serious expression, stating her identity as a candidate. Information. One of them, recovering from his shock, spoke with obvious excitement. Su Tang directly opened her own file on her computer. Wow, girl, you're amazing. After reviewing Su Tang's information, the 5 students became even more excited. Finally, as they handed Su Tang her exam documents and tools, one of them said sincerely and hopefully, "Good luck, Junior. You definitely pass." As Su Tang turned and walked towards the exam room, the 5-member team erupted in excitement. Oh my god, finally a girl, and a highly qualified and beautiful SS girl at that. God bless this girl, and she definitely pass. Hey, did you take note of this girl's information? I did, but it's a tough call. She's the daughter of that stern-faced chief instructor. Even after Su Tang entered the exam room, she could still hear their excited discussions. Su Tang was embarrassed, thinking she was hard of hearing. After taking in the situation inside, Su Tang chuckled, understanding why the 5 seniors at the entrance were so excited. The entire exam room was almost full, but she was the only woman. What a terrifying gender ratio. No wonder the military academy is so full of gays. Because the entire exam area was covered with SS mine blockers, Su Tang could only pretend to look around for her seat. Hey girl, a boy said, waving excitedly at the seat in front of him. Su Tang secretly scanned the table with her mental power, and saw that it was indeed her seat. On the upper right corner of the table was a sign, LVMO 20 female. Su Tang was upset. This was discriminatory treatment. The other people's information clearly didn't mention their gender. Could it be that girls were so rare? Amidst the stares of amazement and awe, Su Tang calmly walked to her seat and said, "Thank you," to the boy behind her who had just called her. At 7:50, the small group of 5 people at the entrance began to enter. Please place your ID in the upper right corner and turn off the computer. Thank you for your cooperation. During the exam, anyone found using the computer or using mental power will be subject to disciplinary action and disqualified. Su Tang suddenly felt like a university professor was saying, "Exam, turn off your phone." After carefully shutting down the computer and putting her exam ID away, Su Tang took her only exam tool, a fountain pen, and took a deep breath. It had been years since she'd written with a fountain pen. Thankfully, Miss Sue hadn't written much, so she didn't have to worry about the font. Soon, the exam was handed out. A thin sheet of paper contained 100 questions. More frustratingly, there were 20 answer sheets. The exam began promptly at 8 o'clock. Looking at the identical exam papers, Su Tang gave Lu Qingyang and Lu Jinyu another thumbs up and began writing furiously. Because Lu Jinyu had written his own answers, rather than just copying from the textbook, Su Tang was completely unconcerned and continued to write down the answers she had memorized. After writing for half an hour, Su Tang noticed someone peeking. They were actually peeking at her. Though Su Tang wanted to raise her hand and tell on someone, she obviously couldn't. She couldn't explain how she, with her SS psychic powers, could detect the SSS psychics peeking. Su Tang looked gloomily at the 5 invigilators milling around the exam room. Why were they always hanging around her? Go catch the cheater. But it was clear that none of those 5 were SSS psychics. Damn it, save yourself. Su Tang simply covered up her answers with the exam paper without leaving a trace. The fruits of her labor weren't so easy to steal. Sensing the shift in mental energy focused around her, Su Tang also used it to search, and spotted a handsome boy behind her to the right. Yin Sheng 20. Yin? Su Tang frowned slightly. Someone from the Yin family. Never mind, it was none of her business. Su Tang withdrew her mental energy and continued answering the questions diligently. After 3 hours of writing, Su Tang began to internally complain about the inhumanity of the federal exam. She was definitely clumsy after finishing it. Looking at the remaining 57 questions, Su Tang continued to write resignedly. Ah, Qin Xinyuan's here. When Su Tang reached question 59, Su Xiaobai suddenly called out. What you fear will come true. Su Tang was on the verge of tears. Why was Qin Xinyuan here instead of staying at the 1st Military Academy? His Mecca is getting closer. He just visited the 4th and 8th Military Academy. I think it's a leadership inspection. And it's not just him. I studied the Star Network photos yesterday. Including your predecessor, there are 5 marshals on this planet, hanging around various military academies. Su Xiaobai concluded based on his observations. What do you mean by predecessor? That's a scumbag. Su Tang complained inwardly. She was too young to judge people well. But a marshal from the military even has to oversee admissions to a military academy like this? Thinking it was just a formality, a routine inspection, Su Tang calmed herself down and continued to answer the questions with a composed expression. Oh, here he is! He's getting off his mecha in the exam room, Su Xiaobai warned. Su Tang suppressed her inner nervousness and continued to answer the questions calmly. A few minutes later, Su Tang felt a surge of 5S mental energy sweeping over her. Su Tang answered the questions with a calm demeanor. Su Tang then internally wanted to curse. Qin Xinyuan's mental power had only briefly swept past her, but because of Yin Sheng, who was still blatantly peeking, his mental power was refocused. Damn it! Drag him out and disqualify him. Oh, Qin Xinyuan frowned, then stopped. He saw you. Su Xiaobai began live streaming. He's coming over. Estimated time to be in 10 minutes. Su Tang's eyes were filled with tears. She could only sense Qin Xinyuan's mental power lingering on her. At this moment, she could only answer the questions with a blank expression, silently comforting herself that Qin Xinyuan wouldn't recognize her. That cheating SSS Yin Sheng. Someone get him out and expelled. Chapter 385. Calm down, calm down. He's right at the door. Don't use your mental power if you don't want to be discovered. Su Xiaobai shouted a warning in Su Tang's mind. Su Tang suddenly felt an urge to swat it away. She hadn't been that nervous before, but now Su Xiaobai had made her incredibly nervous. Su Tang frowned, staring at the test paper, displaying the normal embarrassment, nervousness, and anxiety of a student facing a question they didn't know. Su Xiaobai kept yelling about Qin Xinyuan's whereabouts. She couldn't feign composure at all, so she could only disguise it by claiming she didn't know the answer. As Qin Xinyuan drew closer in her peripheral vision, Su Tang's nervousness intensified, her heart pounding almost in her throat. Unfortunately, Qin Xinyuan stopped beside her. After 3 seconds of thought, Su Tang gritted her teeth and put her acting skills to good use. She looked up in confusion, then a flicker of surprise crossed her face upon seeing Qin Xinyuan's handsome face. After 3 seconds of staring, she gave an expression as if she had thought of something, then lowered her head and continued to worry over her paper. Su Tang thought this was perfectly suited to the behavior of a female examinee meeting Qin Xinyuan for the first time. Beside her, Qin Xinyuan frowned slightly. This woman looked a lot like Su Tang, but a closer look revealed differences. She didn't have the butterfly energy devouring beast on her ear. Qin Qinyuan narrowed his eyes. Lu Mo. Leaving the exam room, Qin Qinyuan immediately issued an order to review Lu Mo's complete profile. After Qin Qinyuan left, Su Tang felt his mental energy withdraw. She breathed a sigh of relief. This meant she passed. He didn't leave. He went to the rest area. Su Xiaobai reported promptly. Keep an eye on him. After instructing Su Xiaobai, Su Tang continued answering the questions. What infuriated her was that Qin Qinyuan had clearly seen Yin Sheng cheating, but he hadn't caught him. During the exam, Su Xiaobai reported that at least 3 SSS psychics had spotted Yin Sheng cheating, but surprisingly, no one had ever exposed him. After a moment's thought, Su Tang realized that the theoretical exam was probably just a formality. The academy would naturally turn a blind eye to SSS talent. At 4 o'clock, the exam ended on time. Su Tang noticed Qin Qinyuan's psychic power sweeping over her again. Watching the candidates activate their laptops one after another, Su Tang suddenly realized that Qin Qinyuan wanted to check her psychic power level. This was when Su Xiaobai stepped in. Su Xiaobai disguised himself as an SS psychic to activate Su Tang's laptop, pretending to look up some information. In the lounge, Qin Qinyuan noticed Lu Mo's SS psychic power, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his mind. It truly wasn't Su Tang. He had already reviewed all of Lu Mo's information. While he felt it had flaws, it clearly didn't connect with Su Tang. After confirming that she was indeed an SS psychic, Qin Qinyuan lowered his eyes, his expression darkening. He had been searching for her for almost a year, but there was still no news of Su Tang. Exiting the examination room, Su Tang ignored the fervent gazes of the crowd around her, and walked towards the parked flying car. Lu Qingyang stood by the flying car and glanced around. The students from the 3rd Military Academy, and those who would become students there, who had once looked eager to try, were now as pale as eggplants hit by frost. Naturally, everyone at the 3rd Military Academy knew Lu Qingyang. How did you do on the test? Lu Qingyang asked formally as they boarded the flying car. 90 points should be no problem, Su Tang answered confidently, having copied down Lu Jinyu's answers verbatim. Well then, just focus on the practical test. Stay here for the time being and ask me any questions. Okay, father. Su Tang nodded obediently. The test centers on Shouju and Star can accommodate 5 million test takers for rest and lodging. Most candidates choose to wait for their results at the test centers. Those who fail will leave Shouju and Star on the 15th and return home. Those who passed will have 3 days to prepare, and then head to Yuhai Star on the 18th. Su Tang naturally had no objection to staying on Shouju and Star, but the thought of Qin Qinyuan still there put her in a dilemma. It would be a waste not to use energy stones during the day. He's gone. Su Xiaobai promptly reported Qin Qinyuan's whereabouts. Gone? Su Tang felt a mix of emotions. She should have been thankful he didn't recognize her, but why did she feel a little disappointed? Yeah, he left. It looked like he was heading back to the 1st Military Academy. Never mind. You keep an eye on it for me. I need to merge the energy stones. After pushing away her complex emotions, Su Tang decided to focus on merging the energy stones. That was the real business. Back in her room, Lu Qingyang gave her a few instructions, basically telling her to prepare well for the practical test and to contact him if she had any questions. Then he left. Looking at the cache of chocolate and honey she bought online at Lu Jinyu's private residence, Su Tang decided that this amount should be enough to catch a scaly-horned horse. Same as before, merging energy stones until 11 o'clock. As usual, Su Tang showered, changed clothes, and logged onto Skynet. Because of the military academy entrance exams, the number of ships entering the capital system had skyrocketed, so Longju was busy and nowhere to be seen. After buying a ton of sweets at Skynet's virtual mall, Su Tang immediately chose the Jade Sea Star Advanced map. Entering the map, Su Tang carefully observed the situation and found a safe spot free of star beasts to exit the mech. Naturally, she used the elevator, but with her current abilities, she couldn't easily fly onto the mech or jump out. The elevator was designed specifically for rookies like her, but it took about 5 seconds to get in and out of the mech one way. If she was unlucky and encountered a star beast attack during that time, she'd be doomed. Su Tang decided to wake Su Xiaobao as soon as she arrived at Jade Sea Star, which would greatly ensure her safety. She took the pile of sweets from her personal bag, boarded the mech, and carried them in her arms. Frowning, Su Tang felt this was too inconvenient. She diligently carried the sweets to the deep sea area, then tossed them into the water and began loading rocks. Soon, a scaly-horned horse appeared within her mental range. Su Tang dove directly down, stunning the beast. It had to be said that after over a month, Her mecha skills had improved considerably, and catching up with the scaly-horned horse was easy. Su Tang was also pleasantly surprised to discover that the stun gun Lu Qingyang had equipped her mecha with came with a steel cable. This meant she didn't even need to enter the sea surface. With a single shot, if she hit, she would not only stun the scaly-horned horse but also pull it to the surface like a fish. It was incredibly convenient. Su Tang hung excitedly on the surface, waiting for her prey to take the bait. In the first hour, Su Tang stunned a total of 6 scaly-horned horses. An hour later, as the sweet smell faded, the intervals between scaly-horned horses' appearances grew longer and longer. Finally, Su Tang stunned 9 scaly-horned horses before exiting the advanced map. Of course, inevitably, Su Tang encountered the golden fish from before. This time, Su Tang learned her lesson. As soon as she saw the golden fish with her mental power, she directly raised the altitude of the mecha and made it hover 10 meters above the sea surface. Naturally, the group of golden fish could only stare at her. Chapter 386. After leaving the map, Su Tang teleported back to her private residence and began researching. Taking items from the space lock and having the mech carry them was incredibly inconvenient. After researching, Su Tang discovered the existence of portable devices. Portable devices, as the name suggests, are meant for easy portability. There are many types. Some attach directly to the mech like a pocket, some carry like plastic bags, and some are like backpacks. Some are open, some are closed. In short, there's a wide variety. Su Tang chose a small, enclosed portable device attached to the mech. This way, after hunting down a scaly-horned horse, she could place the horn directly into the device. She could also carry the honey chocolate in a pocket-sized portable device, allowing her to stay inside the mech the entire time. She sent a message to Lu Qingyang, asking him to help configure 3 portable devices. After Lu Qingyang readily agreed, Su Tang felt a little embarrassed. They weren't even related, so it seemed a bit excessive for her to spend so much of his money. After checking the price of the portable device, and then the price of the stun gun, the actual price, of course. After understanding the market, Su Tang transferred 3 million yuan to Lu Qingyang. It had to be said that mech-related items were ridiculously expensive. 3 seconds later, the 3 million yuan was transferred back, along with the words, "No need to be so polite." Su Tang felt uncomfortable if she didn't give something back to those who helped her or treated her well. Simply put, she couldn't owe anyone a favor. Lu Qingyang wouldn't take her money, and Su Tang couldn't force it on him. Resolving to find something practical to thank him later, Su Tang dropped the idea. As usual, she spent her days fusing energy stones, and her nights diligently practicing mecha techniques. 3 more days passed like this, and Lu Qingyang announced that the portable device had been installed on her mecha. That same day, Su Tang followed Lu Qingyang to the 3rd Military Academy's physical mecha training ground. With Lu Qingyang's help, Su Tang filled the portable device with her honey and chocolate. Afterward, Lu Qingyang naturally put the mecha away again. Since she was there, Lu Qingyang took her on a tour of the campus. Su Tang could only describe the imposing 3rd Military Academy with the words big. Very big. Very big. Feeling her Yu Haixing's test a sure thing, Su Tang returned to her usual routine. 10 days later, on the morning of July 14th, Su Tang climbed out of the nutrient tank and was shocked. There was someone else in her room. Dressed in a sophisticated black legionary uniform, the man sat casually on the sofa, legs crossed. Su Tang looked closely, and saw it was Lu Jinyu, who had disappeared for a long time. "Why are you here?" Su Tang was stunned. Lu Jinyu had been incredibly busy lately. She'd barely seen him online. How could he possibly be free to come visit her today? "It's something very important," Lu Jinyu said, his eyes serious and his face stern. He pursed his lips and switched to telepathy. "I received a message from Su Yuan last night." "What did you say?" Su Tang blurted out in shock. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized what was happening and covered her mouth in frustration, switching back to telepathy. "What did my father say? How did you get a message from him?" "Su Yuan and I have a custom-made telepathic communication device. After Su Yuan disappeared, I initially tried to contact him, but there was no response. Yesterday, for some reason, he sent a telepathic message, but then the connection was lost again." "What did my father say?" Su Tang asked anxiously through her psychic power. "He asked me to take care of you, and said he'd definitely be back within 3 years. Although Lu Jinyu felt that Su Yuan wouldn't be able to return if he fell into the robot empire, the psychic communication couldn't be faked, and Su Yuan wouldn't say anything like that without certainty. So if he said he'd be back within 3 years, it definitely wouldn't be more than 3 years." "Really?" Su Tang was in disbelief. Was this a blessing from heaven? She'd been prepared for a 10-year war, and now Su Yuan's father said he'd be back? Really? I swear, I'm not lying. Lu Jinyu's eyes were serious. I wouldn't joke with you about this. Su Yuan's father was coming back. Su Tang felt that her current state could only be described as tears of joy. Happiness had come so quickly. I'm relieved now, aren't you? Unbeknownst to her, Lu Jinyu had already reached Su Tang's side. Seeing the agitated Su Tang, he reached out and embraced her without a second thought, pulling her into his arms and gently patting her back. After shedding a few excited tears in Lu Jinyu's arms and calming down her inner ecstasy, Su Tang calmed down and quietly lit a few candles for herself. She had spent the past 2 years running all over the Federation just to find Su Yuan, but in the end, Su Yuan's father didn't need her to save him. He was able to come back on his own. Her efforts were completely in vain. Coming to her senses, Su Tang pushed Lu Jinyu, but found it frustrating that she couldn't move him. Okay, you can let go. I haven't showered yet. Su Tang rolled her eyes speechlessly. She was still wearing her special suit for the Skynet, and although it was dry at the moment, Su Tang still felt a little uncomfortable. Hold me a little longer, I'm leaving right away. Lu Jinyu leaned over and rested his head on Su Tang's shoulder, his voice tinged with reluctance. Well, good riddance, Su Tang said cheerfully. I said, I'm leaving the capital. Lu Jinyu was quite unhappy. He was leaving, and this woman's attitude was so strong she couldn't wait for him to leave. What? You're going back there? Are you coming back? Su Tang's voice rose a decibel, startled. Why so suddenly? It's almost time. We have to act according to the plan. Lu Jinyu sighed softly. The book says that love lasts long, but heroes are short-tempered. If he wanted to accomplish great things, he had to put his love aside. When are you leaving? Su Tang grimaced, beginning to feel frustrated. She hadn't yet gathered enough energy stones. Today? I'm afraid it'd take 2 or 3 years for me to come back. Lu Jinyu suppressed the reluctance in his heart, looked out the window, and spoke in a complicated tone. The senior generals of the Lu family had already held a secret meeting. 3 days ago, the guards of the Lu, Yi, and Xiaohou families had already begun their movement, secretly heading to the Black Crow Galaxy in separate batches. Naturally, he had to return to arrange for the troops to infiltrate the Black Triangle Galaxy. So soon? Didn't you say you wouldn't leave until I entered the military academy? Su Tang looked up at Lu Jinyu, her face filled with reluctance. Of course, Su Tang wasn't reluctant to see Lu Jinyu leave, but rather the month or so before she entered the academy, a period that had already earned her over 200 level 9 energy stones. Looking at the face of reluctance and a hint of grievance on the person in his arms, Lu Jinyu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. As if struck by a fatal temptation, he lowered his head and pressed his lips against Su Tang's. Unlike before, Lu Jinyu's movements were gentle this time. Perhaps Su Tang's 2 previous attempts had opened his eyes. Lu Jinyu's kiss was intense and focused, and Su Tang felt a little dazed under his gentle yet domineering attack. Half an hour later, Lu Jinyu pulled away from them, looked at Su Tang, whose eyes were hazy and her face flushed, and smiled softly. Be good, wait for me to come back. Lu Jinyu took a deep breath, suppressed the romantic thoughts in his heart, turned around, and walked away with a firm step. Chapter 387. Su Tang only came to her senses after hearing the sound of the door opening. Wait! Su Tang shouted anxiously, fearing that Lu Jinyu had left. She trotted a few steps to catch up and grabbed Lu Jinyu's arm. Damn! She was so caught up in Lu Jinyu's kiss that she almost forgot about the important matter. She had a large amount of energy stones to hand over to her mother. You really have to leave. I can't bear to leave you, but there's nothing I can do. Lu Jinyu turned around, his voice mixed with joy and helplessness. Who can't bear to leave you? Su Tang glared at him, pulled him back into the room, and closed the door with her mental power. After scanning the surroundings with her mental power to see if there was anything unusual, Su Tang pulled out 2 large boxes and a small box from her space pocket. Naturally, they contained the energy stones she had collected. Only I know where my father hid his energy stones. I took them from the Su family after he disappeared. I was careless and forgot to give them to my mother when we were in the Black Crow Galaxy. Su Tang pointed to 2 large boxes and unloaded her pre-prepared explanation. A hint of annoyance flashed across her face, as if she was blaming herself for her forgetfulness. And this is something I recently combined. I'm going to give it to my mother. Then, pointing to a smaller box, Su Tang spoke seriously. The 2 large boxes contained 200 grade 8 energy stones, quality 4 to 6, that Su Tang had combined recently. The smaller box contained 5 grade 5 energy stones, quality 4 to 5. Naturally, this was Su Tang's plan to conceal her secrets. This person, of course, was Lu Jinyu. Su Yuan's private stash? Lu Jinyu's gaze narrowed. Could it be that Su Yuan, fearing the risks of coming to the capital, had hidden most of his wealth? Telling only Su Tang clearly suited Su Yuan's style. When he searched Su Tang's space lock, he naturally seen a vast array of energy stones. But seeing the level 1, 2, and 3 markings on the stones, he assumed they were just low-level energy stones and rough pieces. Upon learning they were Su Yuan's personal stash, Lu Jinyu's eyes flashed with ecstasy. He scanned the surroundings with his mental power, finding nothing unusual, no surveillance cameras, and only one SSS within 50 kilometers, Lu Qingyang, who was immune to the jammer. Lu Jinyu then pulled out a tester, impatiently opened the box, and randomly picked up a stone to test. After testing 3 stones, all of which were high-level level 8 energy stones, Lu Jinyu's eyes glowed with a wolfish green light, his face filled with ecstasy. Seeing Lu Jinyu's expression, Su Tang's heart skipped a beat. If she said these were for her mother, would Lu Jinyu just turn hostile and pocket them all? As the saying goes, whoever sees them gets a share. Thinking of this, Su Tang could only compromise. You and my mother split these 2 large boxes in half. The small box contains my gift to my mother. After saying this, Su Tang's face darkened, and she repeated 3 times with a stern expression, for my mother. For my mother. For Su Saran. You said you'd give me half? Lu Jinyu beamed with joy, looking up at the large box, looking at Su Tang in disbelief. Yes, half, no more. Su Tang curled her lips in a bitter pout, then threatened fiercely, if you keep it all, my dad will definitely make you suffer when he gets back. Su Tang naturally thought it would be better to give it all to her mother, but for now, she could only pass the energy stones on to her mother through LV Jinyu. With such a large amount of energy stones, LV Jinyu would definitely be tempted. It would be better to generously give him half than to let him secretly take it all. Furthermore, LV Jinyu said he would be at the front, so the firepower would be stronger, and the chances of her mother being in danger would naturally be smaller. Furthermore, this was a matter of national importance. Her actions were a contribution to the nation. Su Tang once again comforted herself with her profound patriotism. After confirming that Su Tang was truly willing to give him half, Lu Jinyu suppressed his inner ecstasy, his eyes becoming complex. After a long pause, he solemnly extended his right hand in a swearing gesture, saying, "Don't worry. Although my methods may be ruthless, I'm definitely not ungrateful or heartless. You treated me this way, and I never let you down again, or I'd be struck by lightning." Watching Lu Jinyu's incredibly cautious words, Su Tang froze. Was this a misunderstanding? Why was he suddenly dragging her down? Glancing at the box of energy stones, Su Tang suddenly realized that it was said that every mecha pilot would be moved to commit suicide after receiving high-level energy stones from a member of the opposite sex. Could it be that Lu Jinyu couldn't fall into this trap? Don't get me wrong, I'm contributing to my country and serving my motherland. If my father were here, he'd support my patriotic act. Su Tang hurriedly explained her actions, then repeated anxiously, the rest will definitely be given to my mother. I know. Lu Jinyu nodded with a gloomy look in his eyes. He reached out and touched the large box. He immediately stored the 2 large boxes and 1 small box of energy stones into his space lock. Putting away the energy stone, Lu Jinyu stepped forward and embraced Su Tang. I will never let you down. Su Tang was speechless. Her previous explanation had indeed been dismissed as nonsense. Su Tang felt that Lu Jinyu had truly misunderstood. She'd given him half simply because she was afraid he shamelessly pocketed it. But I gave you half because I was afraid you pocketed it. That was clearly not something she could say. Forget it. Lu Jinyu can think whatever he wants. As long as he gives the energy stone to her mother, that's all. After holding Su Tang in silence for several minutes, Lu Jinyu suddenly let go, turned around, and strode away. Su Tang felt a mixture of emotions as she watched Lu Jinyu leave in a speeding car outside the door. Although she had always felt that she hated Lu Jinyu, when he was actually about to go to the battlefield and his life was in jeopardy, Su Tang suddenly felt a little sad. Swords and knives are blind, let alone those level 7, 8, and 9 energy cannons. No matter how strong one is, they can't withstand them. Thinking that Lu Jinyu might die on the battlefield, Su Tang frowned slightly. Was she worried about him? About that Lu Jinyu? Why was she worried about him? Now that her father could return on his own, she didn't even have to go to the robot empire. Even if Lu Jinyu died in battle, it wouldn't affect her at all. But would it really have no effect? Su Tang touched her chest, seeming a little sad, as if she couldn't bear to see him die. Humans are not without feelings. After a few months of being together, feelings grow stronger. Even pets can develop deep bonds. Su Tang found a rational explanation for her complex feelings. Forget it. With so many energy stones, if LV Jinyu could still be killed so ruthlessly, then he really wouldn't have to live and waste food. If LV Jinyu didn't die, then his mother back home would naturally be safe. Thinking of this, Su Tang gradually felt at ease. Now she just had to stay at the 3rd Military Academy and study hard while waiting for her parents to return. Chapter 388. That morning, due to Lu Jinyu's departure, Su Tang couldn't get her mother any more energy stones she could combine. Also, having received news that her father would be returning, Su Tang was in high spirits and decided to take a day off. Shojuan Star is naturally a beautiful sunny planet. Looking out the window at the beautiful scenery, Su Tang took a shower, changed into casual clothes, and decided to go for a walk. Unfortunately, as soon as she stepped outside, she encountered a pack of wolves. All around her were astonished stares as if she were looking at a rare animal. Su Tang hadn't walked a few steps when a bunch of smiling boys tried to chat her up. Well, she better combine the energy stones in her room. She retreated awkwardly to her room and scanned her surroundings with her mental power again. Su Tang lamented that women were a dire strait within her mental range. After checking the relevant information online, Su Tang felt incredibly frustrated. The average male-to-female ratio of the top 10 military academies in the Federation reached a terrifying 985-1. Suddenly, Su Tang could only laugh. Currently, the male-to-female ratio at the 3rd Military Academy is 1,021-1, meaning there are fewer than 4,000 female students among its over 4 million students. Sighing once again at the Academy's vibrant gay culture, Su Tang resigned herself to her room, channeling her energy manager spirit. The results were announced on the morning of the 15th, and as expected, Su Tang received a high score of 96. On the evening of the 17th, Su Tang spent 8 hours on the advanced map of Yuhai Star. Early in the morning of the 18th, Su Tang followed Lu Qingyang to the space station on Shojuan Star and boarded the 3rd Military Academy's large starship bound for Yuhai Star. Once they were outside the capital system, Lu Qingyang confiscated her 2 mechas and the space on the starship, giving her plenty of instructions to stay calm and to contact him directly if she encountered any danger. During the 10-day voyage to Yuhai Star, Su Tang continued to combine energy stones when she had time, accessing the Skynet at night, and sleeping when she didn't. The days passed peacefully. A little after 11 a.m. on the 28th, the 3rd Military Academy's starship arrived in the Yuhai Star region and, led by the 15th Legion starship, docked at the berth near Blue Sea City. All candidates entered Blue Sea City to rest, with the exams officially beginning on August 1st. "Oh, that scumbag is here too," Su Xiaobai grumbled as Su Tang arrived at Blue Sea City in Lu Qingyang's flying car. "What a rotten luck. He's already in the 4th grade. Yan Zimu? What's he doing here?" Su Tang frowned inwardly. Influenced by her, Su Xiaobai now categorized Yan Zimu as a scumbag. "He's the one. I help you monitor him and see what his intentions are." Su Xiaobai volunteered to serve as the monitoring satellite. "Forget it, just someone unimportant," Su Tang said calmly. Over a month had passed, and although she still felt a pang of melancholy every time she heard his name, she managed to keep her composure. "Oh, all right then. Oh, that Pinky from the Yuhin Galaxy is here too." "Huh? Qin Mufeng?" Su Tang immediately realized that the commander of the Yuhin Galaxy's garrison was Qin Mufeng. This time, the examinations for the 10 military academies of the Federation were all held on Yuhai Star. With such a major event, it was only natural that Qin Mufeng, the commander, would be there to oversee it. Although Yuhai Star only had 3 main cities, thinking that Blue Ocean City had 4 military academies and 3 million students. With so many people, Qin Mufeng wouldn't notice her if she kept a low profile. This thought reassured Su Tang. After settling into Blue Ocean City and discovering that there were no 5S personnel on the planet, meaning Qin Qinyuan was no longer around, Su Tang calmly closed the energy stone. Her dream angel had already been replaced with 3 recently synthesized level 9 high-quality 6 energy stones. Just in case, Su Tang decided to synthesize a few more energy stones. Looking at the 3 level 7 energy stones removed from the dream angel, Su Tang sighed softly. She owed Lu Qingyang another favor. She had only installed 3 level 4 energy stones before, and Lu Qingyang had silently helped her upgrade them to level 7. After some thought, Su Tang decided to wait for Su Yuan's father to return and ask him to give her a few high-quality energy stones as a reward. Time flew by, and August 1st arrived, much anticipated. In Blue Ocean City, 3 million students began to depart. Su Tang discovered that not many students had mechas. Most students were using mobile munitions and formed teams of several people. A small number were beast trainers with star beasts. Riding her dream angel, Su Tang headed towards the ocean, under the astonished and envious gazes of the students. Because she set off late, Su Tang discovered numerous mechas hovering above the surface when she entered the sea, each occupying a separate area. Su Tang couldn't help but sigh at the wealth of the Federation. Surprisingly, the majority of students applying for the mecha program possess physical mechas. To avoid trouble, Su Tang chose to avoid the densely populated area of applicants. After flying for another half an hour, she finally found an empty area. After ensuring no one else was within her mental range, Su Tang unloaded the 2 portable devices filled with honey and chocolate from her mecha and tossed them into the sea. She then loaded rocks about 10 meters above the surface. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a scaly-horned horse entered her mental range. Su Tang concentrated, focusing all her mental energy on it. As the horse drew closer, she swiftly struck with her stun gun, instantly stunning it. Like fishing, after reeling in the steel line, Dream Angel caught the scaly-horned horse in one hand. With a gentle tug from her other hand, Su Tang stowed the horn into the small portable device in her mech. Throwing the scaly-horned horse back into the sea, Su Tang clapped her hands in triumph. Done! It wasn't difficult at all. For the rest of her days, she just needed to find a place to gather energy stones and wait for the assessment to end. After raising the mech's altitude, Su Tang prepared to leave. Stop! Suddenly, a coquettish female voice emanated from the sea, emanating from the mech's loudspeaker. Su Tang was stunned. Was she referring to her? Su Tang then realized that 3 more mechs were within her psychic range. The leading one was pink, very feminine, and had an SS psychic power. The 2 black mechs trailing behind also had an SSS psychic, and another also had an SS psychic power. What's wrong? Su Tang frowned and asked impatiently through the mech's loudspeaker. I got my eye on your mech. Just name your price and I buy it, the other party stated directly. Seriously, she was a jerk. Su Tang rolled her eyes speechlessly. Talking about money in front of her? Besides, did they think she was a moron? Who would sell a mech during the probation period? This time, Su Tang ignored him and prepared to leave, but just as she turned around, she saw the SSS mech operator behind her charging towards her, laser sword in hand. Shit, she'd been mugged. Su Tang quickly realized they were trying to steal her loot under the guise of buying a mech. All fighting was permitted during the probation period, though malicious intent to kill was forbidden. Did they think she was a vegetarian? Su Tang immediately deployed her 4-winged shield and charged head-on into the SSS man's black mech. Mechs collided, of course, causing wear and tear, but with her shield active, Su Tang emerged unscathed. The SSS man was caught off guard and sent flying several hundred meters before he finally managed to stabilize his mech. 10 billion, I take it. The goddess in the pink mech exclaimed excitedly after seeing the dreamy, angelic form of the Dream Angel with its wings activated. Not for sale. Su Tang replied coldly, then turned and left. Of course, she wasn't afraid of them, but this was the sea. If they engaged in a fight and their wear rate was depleted, their mechs would become inoperable. These 3 highly talented students would likely fall to their deaths, and she might even be charged with malicious intent, which would be very troublesome. With this in mind, Su Tang decided to be magnanimous and not argue with them. Chapter 389. Back on land, Su Tang put the matter behind her. After all, robbery wasn't prohibited during the assessment, which meant the academy encouraged fighting among students. Since the academy condoned this behavior, Su Tang wouldn't rush to kill anyone who tried to rob her. After finding a secluded rocky area and instructing Su Xiaobai to keep watch, Su Tang shut down her mech and began fusing energy stones. Fortnight passed like this. Aside from the time she eliminated 2 flocks of golden-winged rocks with Dream Angel's magnificent feathers, Su Tang's life was uneventful. Master Tang Tang, hurry, hurry, that psychopath is here. One day, while Su Tang was dozing off at the driver's seat, Su Xiaobai shouted, his voice tinged with excitement. Which psychopath? Su Tang's mind was still a little sluggish, but her mental power immediately activated her mech and put it into combat readiness. We see it in a few minutes. Su Xiaobai couldn't contain her excitement. Something good was about to happen. A few minutes later, Su Tang's mental field of vision revealed a familiar pink mecha. Feminine mechas weren't common, and Su Tang had only seen one on Yu Haixing. Naturally, she recognized the person who came. the psychopathic woman who wanted to buy her mecha. Could they be seeking revenge against her? Within minutes, Su Tang realized she was wrong. The enemy's 18 mechas had been completely forced to flee in disarray by the Golden Wing Pung. No one knew what they had done, but a dense swarm of Golden Wing Pungs was following them. Because the pink mecha was too slow, they couldn't shake off the Golden Wing Pung. Su Tang watched the 18 mechas fleeing in panic with a certain schadenfreude and began to comment on the show. That woman's skills were truly awful, even worse than when she'd been learning mechas for a month. Perhaps due to mental exhaustion, or perhaps the sassy woman panicked. After about 10 minutes, the mecha group was surrounded by the Golden Winged Rock. Remarkably, 3 mechas sped off on their own, while the remaining 14 tightly surrounded the pink mecha in a protective formation, their artillery fire soaring into the sky. After watching for a while, Su Tang's eyes suddenly grew serious. Beneath the mechas, a large group of blood-spotted snakes lay on the ground. Blood-spotted snakes are moderately ferocious star beasts, carnivorous beasts. They have high defense and are fast. Encountering blood-spotted snakes isn't a big deal when you're in a mecha. But with blood-spotted snakes and the Golden Winged Rock, the situation becomes far more dangerous. Seeing the fleet of mechas, already suffering varying degrees of damage, one even riddled with holes from the Golden Winged Rock's pecs, yet still refusing to send a distress signal, Su Tang's inner angel triumphed over her inner demon once again. Why should women embarrass women? Ultimately, Su Tang decided to generously lend a helping hand. Activating her all-around wing energy shield, she sped towards the Golden Winged Rock's flock at top speed. The Dream Angel soared above the flock, making a magnificent appearance like an angel descending, its 4 attack wing shields instantly deploying. A 15-meter-tall mecha, equipped with 8 10-meter-long, radiant wings, the Dream Angel truly resembled a holy angel. With a few turns from its propellers, its snow-white feathers fluttered down, seemingly gentle and powerless, but upon encountering the Golden Winged Rock, they exploded into red blossoms. Soon, the densely packed Golden Winged Rock scattered after a large number of them died. Your mech, 20 billion, I buy it. The mech was absolutely stunning. The woman in the pink mech, after the crisis was resolved, spoke in a tone of arrogance and determination. Not for sale. Su Tang instantly regretted it. It was indeed hard to be a good person. She better not try any good things anymore, especially when faced with such an idiot who still coveted her mech. You have to sell it even if you don't want to. Come on, grab it! The woman in the mech yelled fiercely. Fuck, this is ungrateful. They really think she's just a clay figurine without temper. Su Tang instantly arced and appeared behind the pink mech. Her laser sword struck fiercely, severing the opponent's right arm, which was equipped with a level 4 energy cannon. Ah, bitch, you're shameless. Kill her. A high-pitched scream echoed through the mech's speakers. Humph, a curse slipped out of her mouth. It looked like she wasn't a good person either. Su Tang continued to slash with her laser sword without hesitation. Because Su Tang's attack was so sudden, the surrounding 14 mechs were momentarily unable to react. Although Su Tang's skill wasn't high, it was clear that this woman was quite inexperienced. She was powerless under Su Tang's fierce attack. Within a minute, the mech's wear rate had risen by 80%, and it lost its mobility, crashing to the ground. Are you all dead? Why don't you avenge me and destroy this bitch? Because of the rule against malicious killing, Su Tang didn't stab the cockpit even after figuring it out. Naturally, the other mech was destroyed, but she herself remained unscathed. You dared to scold her? Su Tang inside the Dream Angel narrowed her eyes. Previously, the Dream Angel and the pink mech were too close, and the others were afraid of accidental injury, so they dared not act rashly. But now, with Su Tang alone, all sorts of energy cannons followed. A fierce glint flashed in Su Tang's eyes. She shielded herself with her winged shield and unleashed a flash. While her flash wasn't quite as impressive, it was quite similar. Because her opponents were all of similar skill level, or even weaker, there were 14 of them, all battered and exhausted. With ample energy, the winged shields combined with her laser swords, Su Tang had them all destroyed in less than half an hour. Su Tang couldn't help but feel smug as she looked at the disabled mechs on the ground. She finally felt like a master. You bitch, tell me your name, and I won't let you go. My father is the president, you wait for death. The woman inside the mech couldn't help but curse after seeing how useless her own men were. President? M-O-N-I. Su Tang was slightly surprised. Damn, when I watched the video, I thought she was a graceful lady, but she's actually a shrew. Hearing the other person scolding, Su Tang snorted coldly, don't take my tolerance as a sign of shamelessness. As she spoke, Su Tang controlled the mech to finish off the mechs on the ground one by one, destroying their power cells. Generally speaking, mech operators' individual combat effectiveness is inferior to that of other classes. Without mechs, let's see how they survive the remaining 2 weeks on Yuhai Star. Hee, this can't be considered malicious murder. If they die, they can only blame their own incompetence. Bitch, don't leave. My men are coming soon. Don't run if you dare. Moni shouted angrily, as she watched Su Tang leave the ground. Reinforcements? Su Tang tilted her head, thought for 3 seconds, and then stopped. If reinforcements arrived, even if she destroyed their mechas, it would be useless. Although Su Tang felt she had let Yin Zima go, the thought of this woman being Moni still made her feel uncomfortable. Seeing Moni's behavior today, Su Tang felt Yin Zima was blind to actually fall for someone like this. He's probably just attracted to the president behind her. No, these scumbags and bitches, I'd be doing myself a disservice if I didn't vent my anger. Looking at herself, motionless, with over 10 units of remaining energy, Su Tang decided to wait and destroy the so-called reinforcements Moni had mentioned. Chapter 390. After waiting for a few minutes, a familiar mecha entered Su Tang's mental range. Smooth, sharp lines, a brilliant red like the rising sun, reflected off the white snow of Yuhaixing, giving off a cold metallic sheen. That was Yin Zima's flowing fire. Su Tang was stunned for a moment, a complex feeling flashing through her mind, but she quickly recovered. That's right, with Moni here, it's no surprise Yin Zima was here. Yin Zima's flowing fire disappeared as soon as it entered her 50 kilometers range, leaving only after images. Su Tang instantly activated her 4-winged shields again, shielding herself tightly. She knew he was using flash. Although her mecha skills had improved significantly under Long Ju's guidance, she clearly had no chance of success against Yin Zima with a mecha alone. Su Tang's eyes narrowed, and she immediately woke Su Xiaobao. She was no longer an orphan, who only cared about energy stones. Even if Su Yuan's father hadn't returned, even if Su Saran's mother was still in the Black Triangle Galaxy, with Su Xiaobao and Su Xiaobai, she had no fear of anyone in the capital galaxy without Lu Jinyu. What's going on? Within 2 minutes, red flames appeared beside Moni's mecha. Brother Yin, wow, that woman wants to steal our loot and energy. She attacked us the moment we met. Moni's voice was filled with grievance, as if she had suffered a great injustice. I hadn't expected this Moni to be such a white lotus. She was so good at pretending. Su Tang felt disdainful. Yes, brother, this woman is simply too much. She must have stolen her energy. A male voice rang out indignantly from another mecha. Su Tang frowned slightly. SSS's mental power called Yin Zima brother. Could it be that Yin Sheng? Damn, like birds of a feather flock together. The Yin family is full of scheming men. Her tone was indignant, as if she had been the first to strike. This bitch is so vicious. As soon as Yin Sheng spoke, everyone in the abandoned mecha on the ground began to accuse Su Tang. Please explain the situation, or I be rude. Yin Zima's voice emanated coldly and emotionlessly from the mecha. What? Robbery is illegal? I remember the school really encouraged me to do this. Su Tang didn't explain Moni and the others' slander. Instead, her tone was defiant and sarcastic. Oh, you can't win, so you cry and ask your parents to come. Is this a federal military academy or a kindergarten? Brother, don't listen to her nonsense. If you hadn't come, she would have murdered us. She was murdering us with malicious intent. Yin Sheng said seriously, but a hint of fear lingered in his tone. Haha, you only know how to bark when your backers come. I learned something new. Su Tang sneered. If she had really murdered us, this scumbag would still be alive today. Scheming man. Su Tang sneered inwardly. Their feud had become serious. If she had the chance, she would really kill this scheming man. No matter what, since you touched someone from our Yin family, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Although, judging by the situation, the other party had no murderous intentions. Moni was his fiancée, and Mo Liang had to give her face. And Yin Sheng was a talented young member of the Yin family. If the other party hit Yin Sheng, it would be a slap in his face. Yin Zima thought the other party was too arrogant, thinking that a level 5 wing shield made him invincible. He didn't know his own limitations until he was taught a lesson. But why did that voice sound familiar? Why is Marshal Yin planning to fight? You're the marshal, and if you want to fight, how dare a commoner like me fight back? Su Tang sarcastically mocked Yin Zima's use of power to bully others. Although she was confident of victory with Su Xiaobao, attacking the marshal, who was a member of the royal family, would likely cause trouble for Lu Qingyang, and her future would be turbulent. Out in the wild, status doesn't matter, only strength. Yen Zimu's voice was calm. He was already in the wrong for attacking a student, especially a female SS student. If he were to use his status to bully others, his prestige would be completely shattered. Martial Yin means a fair fight, regardless of status? Su Tang was a little excited. She was just worried she wouldn't have the chance to fight him. Only strength matters. Even if I'm inferior and die at your hands, our Yin family will never pursue the matter. Yen Zimu declared. Brother Yin, show her some color. Brother, avenge me. The group lying on the ground began to shout and clamor. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Martial Yin, you said it, and I recorded it. Even if I accidentally kill you, your Yin family will not retaliate. Su Tang rubbed her hands in anticipation. After dealing with the bitch, she had another chance to beat up the scumbag. I keep my word, Yen Zimu said coldly, sneering inwardly, a man so ignorant of his own limitations. Begin. Yen Zimu had stood up for Moni, and Su Tang suppressed her slight discomfort and began to prepare herself. As soon as she finished speaking, Yen Zimu's mecha vanished from her mental field of vision. Su Tang sneered. What good was the Flash's mastery? Without energy, a mecha was nothing but scrap metal. Su Tang slightly spread her wing shields and displayed her laser sword, pretending to attack. As expected, Yen Zimu was mesmerized, and the red mecha charged towards her like a ghost, ready to attack. In an instant, a blanket of stone-patterned butterflies suddenly appeared, darkening the sky within a 50 kilometers radius. Even though Yen Zimu reacted quickly, Liuhua still lost its power and plummeted to the ground after retreating a distance. Su Tang seized the opportunity, sprinting forward and plunging her laser sword into the red mecha. Yen Zimu had shared his experience with Liuhua on Skynet, so Su Tang naturally knew the cockpit and key locations of his Liuhua. Avoiding the cockpit, Su Tang continuously destroyed the disabled Liuhua's key points. As she hacked away, she sneered, her tone full of contempt, if you don't have the strength, don't come out and embarrass yourself. A royal marshal is nothing more than that. In less than 2 minutes, Liuhua was shattered to pieces by her. Perhaps too shocked, Yen Zimu remained silent throughout the entire process. Although Yen Zimu had said that even if he died at her hands, it would only be because he was inferior in skill, Su Tang wouldn't be so foolish as to actually stab Yen Zimu to death. Killing a marshal of the imperial family would definitely bring her to justice unless she revealed her true strength as a level 10 energy grandmaster. Su Tang simply wanted to stay quietly at the 3rd Military Academy and learn her skills. As for that scumbag, she'd just teach him a lesson. Looking at the completely battered Liuhua, Su Tang let out a long sigh of relief. With one final, powerful kick, Liuhua was sent flying hundreds of meters away like a broken doll, and Su Tang felt a profound sense of relief. Lifting off the ground with a flap of her 8 large wings, Su Tang said rather unkindly, I'm in a good mood today, so I let you go. Remember, boasting too much will eventually lead to a rip. And by the way, a piece of advice. Don't think your mecha prowess makes you invincible and free to walk around like a fool. Even an ace mecha master has to lie low before a top beast master. At that moment, Su Tang felt that Lu Jinyu had spoken the truth. Beast masters are king, and a top beast master with a superb star beast is absolutely invincible. Chapter 391. Leaving the cockpit, Yen Zimu's face was gloomy. He had unexpectedly suffered a setback. He hadn't expected the opponent to be a top-tier beast tamer, with a stone-patterned butterfly. Luckily, he had only used 3 level 6 energy stones, so he didn't suffer much damage. The Liuhua itself was an SS performance mecha, no longer suitable for him, a 4S. He could build a new SSS performance Liuhua in less than 2 months, but it was truly pathetic to have it destroyed like this. How could this year's candidates have such a powerful top-tier beast tamer, and a female SS performance mecha tamer? How had his intelligence department never noticed? Could it be? Yen Zimu's eyes darkened, his expression growing even darker. The Lu family. Could it be that the Lu family's children primarily train animal trainers? Brother Yen, while Yen Zimu was still lost in thought, Moni had already emerged from the cockpit. With a look of grievance on her face, she clung to Yen Zimu's arm and began to sob. My mecha is completely useless, woo-woo. Yen Zimu pushed her hand away imperceptibly. I have things to do. If you're afraid of danger, just give up. How can that be? Moni retorted, pouting in grievance. You be laughed at if you can't even pass this simple test. If you don't want to give up, follow Yin Sheng. He has a spare mecha. With that, Yen Zimu glared at the people around him, his 4S mental force field pressing down forcefully. Brother Yen, Moni's face paled. This suffocating pressure, he hadn't bothered to use his mental force field, regardless of her presence. I handle this matter, but I don't want to hear anyone gossiping, Yen Zimu said coldly. He was in the wrong to begin with, attacking a female candidate with SS psychic power, and yet he was crippled and severely humiliated. If word got out, his reputation would be ruined, and even his prestige within the military would decline. The military has always valued strength above all else. Got it. The 15 people around him, including Moni and Yin Sheng, lowered their heads, deciding to keep the matter to themselves. After intimidating everyone with his aura, Yen Zimu immediately took out a spare mecha and left. He was going to check the candidate's information. Stone-patterned butterflies, and there were so many of them. This person must be guarded against. If she doesn't have a family, then she must be won over. If she's truly a member of the Lu family, then she must be nipped in the bud. Speaking of another, Su Tang flapped her 8 impressive wings, feeling completely refreshed. Beating up a scumbag and a bitch was indeed a very satisfying experience. After flying a distance and finding a secluded place to hide again, Su Tang felt a slight sense of worry. How could she explain her momentary exasperation in exposing Su Xiaobao? No one who wasn't a royal or a registered soldier could possibly be carrying an energy-devouring beast like Su Xiaobao. Even the beast-taming students at the 3rd Military Academy probably weren't qualified to carry such a high-risk star beast. Forget it, things would work out in the end. She could just revert to her Su Tang identity and get certified as a level 9 energy master, becoming a royal. She had nothing to fear right now. Level 9 energy masters were pardoned for anything they did. Even if she killed Yen Zimu, the military wouldn't have done anything to her. After all, high-level energy masters were national treasures. And with Su Xiaobao feigning death, he looked like stone, undetectable by the instruments. With this thought, Su Tang again instructed Su Xiaobai to keep watch while she calmly closed the energy stone. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, and Su Tang encountered no fools who tried to force her to buy a mecha. On August 31st, she received a notice that the 3rd Military Academy exams were over, and that all candidates should return to their starships promptly. Su Tang finished work and looked at the culmination of her month's hard work. A grade 4, level 10 energy stone. She smiled with satisfaction. With just a month more of hard work, she would be certified as a level 11 energy grandmaster. Su Tang piloted the Dream Angel back to Blue Sea City, where the 3rd Military Academy's starship was located. As soon as Blue Sea City entered Su Tang's mental detection range, she sensed a surge of SSS mental energy constantly patrolling the 4 Military Academy starships. That scheming man Yin Sheng. Su Tang spotted him after a careful search. Besides a dozen or so unfamiliar faces, Yin Sheng was surrounded by Mo Ni, whom she had seen on the Star Network video. Ha, Su Tang sneered inwardly. He was trying to determine her identity and seek revenge. She was always kind, but if some idiots kept causing her trouble, she wouldn't be easily harassed. Especially since they were just a few powerless little shrimps, who thought they were Lu Jinyu. Would she be afraid of them? Su Tang, unabashedly, carelessly piloted the Dream Angel back to the deck of the 3rd Military Academy's starship, retrieved the scaly-horned horse horn from its portable device, and exited the Dream Angel via the elevator. After collecting the mecha, Su Tang went directly to the mission instructor to hand in her assignment. She successfully completed the certification process. All she had to do now was wait for the acceptance letter and the start of school. After Yin Sheng took a closer look at her, the small group began to whisper and discuss. That woman won't give up. They're planning to steal your mecha. Su Xiaobai acted as a timely commentator. Keep an eye on them, and see what they're planning. Su Tang's eyes darkened. She still hadn't given up. If they dared to attack her in secret, then don't blame her for being ruthless. But considering the identities of those two, Su Tang frowned slightly. If she was going to kill someone, she would definitely do it without leaving any trace. After finding Lu Qingyang and reporting that she had successfully completed the mission, and after a few more formal conversations, Su Tang returned to her room. She felt like she was stinking after not showering for a month. Being out in the wild with only a mecha and no survival fortress was quite inconvenient. After a comfortable bath, Su Tang decided to buy a mobile munitions store when she had time. They finished their discussion and disbanded. Moni originally applied to the 4th Military Academy, and everyone except Yin Sheng is from the 4th Military Academy. Su Xiaobai detailed his information on the enemy. Yin Sheng is also from the 3rd Military Academy's mecha department. Their plan is for Yin Sheng to challenge you to a mecha competition. Just a mecha competition? Su Tang was slightly surprised. Could she really be a dark figure? She thought they were planning to use underhanded tactics to secretly target her. Yeah, I've been watching for a while. It seems like there's some kind of tradition at the military academy where you can ask for more money during a competition. Their plan is for Yin Sheng to find an opportunity to goad you into betting on Dream Angel for the mecha competition, and then defeat you. That's basically it. Su Xiaobai watched their entire discussion carefully, only to find that the final outcome was such a childish tactic. Su Xiaobai was very disappointed. That's it. Su Tang was a little upset. Could it be that she was being too shady, and had assumed too much badness from them? They were just trying to win her mecha in a mecha competition, but since they weren't playing dirty, and weren't planning on stealing her life, she could be magnanimous and not take their lives. After all, she wasn't a ruthless person. But the mecha competition, Su Tang frowned slightly. If it was a virtual Skynet mecha competition, it would be very disadvantageous for her. After all, she had only been learning mecha for less than 3 months, so her skills couldn't be that high. Forget it, we just fight back. Chapter 392. After finding all of Lu Mo's information, Yin Zima's eyes darkened. It truly was a Lu family. The Lu family, possessing the energy-devouring beast, and with such a top-tier beast tamer, was poised to rise even higher in the capital system. This threat had to be eliminated. Yin Zima's eyes darkened as he began to reflect. Due to the joint political department incident and his royal status, he was now subtly excluded from the other 9 families within the military. He had clearly sensed their suppression. If it were discovered that he was responsible, the Lu family would not accept this, and they would likely face retaliation from the 3 Lu clans. The Yin family currently lacked the capital to compete with the 3 great families. Yin Zima's gaze narrowed. Moni, that woman is a crucial chess piece. If used effectively, she could achieve a surprising victory. After Yin Zima hinted at his interest in Lu Moni became jealous. Entering the first federal military court, Yin Zima lowered his head, a slight smile curling his lips. As expected, that foolish woman, Moni, attacked during this actual combat training. As he predicted, she ultimately lost her life. What surprised him was that the murderer was Jiang Yunchuan. However, that didn't matter. Although he originally intended to target the Lu clique, it wouldn't have mattered if it had been the Qin clique. He's simply been using Mo Liang to target the military. Having caught the big fish, Jiang Yunchuan, Moni's death was a fitting end. Moni was Mo Liang's beloved daughter. Because of her death, he'd likely be hounded by the Jiang family like a mad dog. Hu Yun's mental impairment had been exposed years earlier, and the Qin family had long since lost its former dominance. Jiang Yi only had one legitimate son, Jiang Yunchuan. If anything happened to him, the Jiang family would undoubtedly be in turmoil. The Qin clan, the Qin, Jiang, and Han families, are likely to fall apart soon. Yin Zima sat with a deep gaze beside the victim's family. Mo Liang, in his peripheral vision, scowled, his gaze etched with hatred as he gazed directly at the on-trial Jiang Yunchuan. If looks could kill, Jiang Yunchuan would have been hacked to pieces. Yin Zima listened to the court's verdict with a blank expression, yet inwardly delighted. Although Jiang Yunchuan's status meant only expulsion from the military, and a 100-year sentence in federal prison, the Ministry of Political Affairs and the Jiang clan were in a fierce battle. Because he had chosen to join forces with the Ministry of Political Affairs to eliminate Yin Chongshan, this had violated the taboos of the other 9 military families. Now, the military consisted of only the Qin, Long, and Lu clan, leaving the Yin clan isolated. And before he married Moni, this old fox, Mo Liang, had never given him his all. If Mo Liang focused all his efforts on dealing with the Qin clique, he would have ample time to infiltrate the Qin clan and secretly devour their power. Does the defendant have any objections to the verdict in this case? Because of Jiang Yunchuan's special status, even after the verdict had been pronounced, the chief judge of the First Federal Military Tribunal had to give the Jiang family a break and grant Jiang Yunchuan a final opportunity to appeal. I have no objection, Jiang Yunchuan said calmly. Wait, I have an objection. Just as the judge was about to bang the gavel and adjourn the courtroom, a clear female voice suddenly rang out. As soon as the words fell, a group of people slowly and orderly entered. The atmosphere in the courtroom suddenly became solemn. The intruders were all draped in black cloaks, the distinctive emblem on their left chests clearly revealing their identities. Yin Zima was slightly startled. Was that Lu Mo's voice? Was he confessing his guilt, unable to bear the pain of his lover's suffering? However, if they offend Mo Liang, given the Jiang family's current situation, these two might be destined for a bittersweet marriage. Yin Zimu, expressionless, prepared to wait, and see how the situation unfolded. This is a federal military court. The judge, observing the visitor's blatant disruption of court order, frowned slightly, but his voice held a hint of uncertainty. The other party was from the Energy Engineer Guild. If anyone offended the guild would issue a ban, preventing any energy family from openly selling energy stones to them. Why, I can't come to your federal military court? A slightly aged yet resonant voice boomed. After saying this, the visitor removed his hood, revealing a sharp, weathered face. Because of this person's high profile, everyone in the courtroom immediately recognized him. This was Xia Rui, the president of the Energy Engineers Guild, and the only 9th-level energy engineer in the Mulian Federation. Master Xia, if you need anything, please wait until this court session is over. Mo Liang frowned. He had a bad feeling about this sudden appearance of Cheng Yaojin. If Xia Rui chose to help the Jiang family, then he would definitely not be able to touch Jiang Yinchuan. I killed him, Oni. Xia Rui remained silent in response to Mo Liang's words. Instead, a woman beside him, also cloaked in a black cloak, spoke up. The voice was clearly that of the person from the beginning. What did you say? Mo Liang was shocked, his face gradually becoming grim. He had always found it strange that Jiang Yinchuan had killed his precious daughter. He had never imagined that he was shielding this bitch. He would make this adulterous couple pay with blood. Don't talk nonsense. I killed her. Jiang Yinchuan remained calm, but his eyes revealed anxiety and worry. I'm telling you, I killed him, Oni. The man's voice was calm, as if he were saying the weather was beautiful. Nonsense, go back now. Jiang Yinchuan turned to the judge with a sullen expression. Your Honor, this case is closed. You may adjourn. Don't even think about it. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Mo Liang's face was fierce, and he clenched his fists. If he couldn't see the problem at this point, his life would be in vain. His daughter's death was definitely related to this woman. Bitch, I want you buried with me. Ha ha, buried with me? Su Tang chuckled softly, as if she had heard something funny. Do I need to be buried with Mo Ni after I killed her? Your Excellency, you're joking. Killing her was her honor. The Mo family should be grateful for your tolerance. Xia Rui, standing by, replied respectfully, then looked at Mo Liang as if he were an ant. Xia Rui, you? Mo Liang was furious after hearing Xia Rui's words. According to our federal constitution, Articles 128, Paragraph 1, 266, 69, and 64, anyone who disrespects a level 9 energy master and intends to persecute him shall be executed along with his entire clan. Xia Rui said with a condescending look, looking at Mo Liang with disdain. The status of an energy master in every country is undoubtedly superior to that of ordinary people. Xia Rui, you're talking nonsense. How could my daughter intend to harm you? Mo Liang's face turned pale. This old man, Xia Rui, was slandering me. Humph, of course your daughter didn't harm me. Xia Rui snorted coldly, looking at Mo Liang with a look of derision. Your daughter is so audacious that she even wanted to kill you, sir. Sir, you're talking about her, a level 9 energy master? Xia Rui, you're getting old, ha ha. Mo Liang laughed wildly, as if he had just heard a ridiculous joke. Of course I'm not a level 9 energy master. After Mo Liang had finished laughing, Su Tang spoke calmly, slowly extending her right hand from under her cloak. Instantly, the courtroom erupted in gasps of varying intensity. Everyone stood up in disbelief, craning their necks to gaze at the object in Su Tang's hands. Even Yen Zimu, who had remained silent until then, couldn't help but express a change of expression. What level do you think this energy stone is? Su Tang asked slyly in the dead silence. Even in broad daylight, even with the hundreds of glass chandeliers lit in the courtroom, the energy stone in Su Tang's hand shone like a blazing star, emitting a dazzling light that was too dazzling to look at directly. Ahem. Amidst the shock of the crowd, Xia Rui clenched his right fist, cleared his throat, and his expression became extremely serious. This is our new president of the Energy Master Guild, Su Tang, the 12th level Energy Grandmaster. With the sudden appearance of a 12th level Energy Grandmaster, Mo Ni's death naturally went unsolved. For the Federation, even if Su Tang now killed the entire Mo family, no one would dare to accuse her of anything. The Jiang family rose to prominence and became the most powerful family in the military. Chapter 393. Yen Zima rested his hand on his forehead, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Of course, there was no Skynet in Yu Haixing's Blue Sea City, but he was just sleeping, so why would he have such a strange dream? Wasn't Su Tang with Long Ju in her previous life? Yen Zima's eyes were confused, a flicker of confusion flashing across them. How could Su Tang be with Jiang Yunchuan? Jiang Yunchuan took the blame for her, and she exposed her own strength to save him. Of course, that wasn't the main concern. The main concern was that Su Tang was a level 12 energy grandmaster. Xiao Rui had to kowtow to her? That old man Xiao Rui had always been arrogant. After being promoted to level 9 energy grandmaster a year ago, becoming the Federation's only level 9 grandmaster, he even looked down on the military. If Su Tang hadn't been a level 12 grandmaster, how could he have been so respectful? No, Yen Zima's eyes narrowed. He had never even met Xiao Rui. He simply knew him. Yen Zima leaped to his feet and sat up straight, his mental power connected directly to his computer. A screen displaying Xiao Rui's face popped up. A flicker of shock flashed across his eyes. Yen Zima was utterly amazed. It was exactly the arrogant old man from his dream. He dreamed of someone he never met. What could this mean? His eyes narrowed, and Yen Zima took a deep breath. Could this be the future? Wait, if he dreamed of the future, then what he thought of as his past life was just a dream? But was it really the future? Yen Zima's eyes were filled with hesitation. Su Tang in the future would be a level 12 energy grandmaster? Was his imagination too wild? Even in the entire human alliance, there were only level 9 energy masters. Level 12? How could that be? In her previous life, until her death, wasn't she only a level 5 energy master with S-class psychic power? That's not right. The woman in the dream was clearly Lu Imo, but Xiao Rui said it was Su Tang, an SS psychic, a top-tier beast tamer. The current Lu Imo was completely different from Su Tang. Yen Zima suddenly realized that he had only looked up Lu Mo's information and hadn't seen her photo. The Lu Imo in his dream bore a striking resemblance to Su Tang. The screen shifted, revealing a beautiful, bright woman. It was indeed so. Yen Zima was a little incredulous. Lu Imo really did look so much like Su Tang. Yen Zima suddenly felt confused. What was going on? Could it be that his memories of his previous life were all wrong? No, if they were wrong, how could he have discovered that star beast? How could his psychic power have advanced to level 4S? How could Dawn have even appeared? But Su Tang in this life, and even Long Ju, were different from the previous one. Long Ju was now a level 4S psychic, and he held the real power of the Long family. In his previous life, the Long family came into his hands after he married Su Tang, and even his psychic power wasn't upgraded from SS until several years after their marriage. Not only Su Tang and Long Ju, but even that evil Su Yuan had disappeared in this life. Could it be that his transformation had triggered a butterfly effect? Or was this just a parallel world? Yen Zima was feeling uncertain, his belief in his rebirth beginning to waver. He checked the time. It was already August 28th, meaning the assessment would end in 3 days. Evasion had never been his style. Once he had a suspicion, he had to verify it. If he could confirm whether Lu Imo was Su Tang, he would know for sure whether it was all a dream or the future. If this truly was the future, then the level 12 energy grandmaster must not be spared. On the 3rd Military Academy starship, with no access to Skynet, Su Tang finished fusing energy stones and went to bed on time. Considering that most candidates lack mechas, the starship would remain stationary for 10 days after the assessment. Those who did not return after that time would be considered failed. The next day, September 1st, Su Tang lazily lay on her large bed in her room, doing nothing. She was feeling incredibly lazy today, and didn't want to fusing energy stones. After nearly 6 months of intense fusing, she was about to vomit. Using her mental power to survey the entire starship, Su Tang abandoned her plans to leave her room for a stroll. They were all men. She wouldn't be comfortable anywhere. After rolling around in bed for a few turns, Su Tang decided to find a movie to entertain herself. She found a bunch of snacks from her space locker and turned on the cinema-sized screen TV. She decided to spend the day in depravity. Su Tang found a highly rated light-hearted comedy movie and munched on it with gusto, laughing foolishly. Halfway through, the doorbell rang, rather disconcertingly. Su Tang frowned. Normally, Lu Qingyang wouldn't contact her. If he really needed to contact her, he would contact her first through his computer. So it couldn't be Lu Qingyang. So who could it be? Su Tang froze with her mental power. Scumbag. Shit, could he be here to settle a score? He said he only cares about strength and doesn't care about losing, and yet he's so shameless as to come after her? What a scumbag. Su Tang's thoughts raced, a little anxious. What if he recognized her as Su Tang? The next second, Su Tang straightened her back. Why should I be afraid of him? It's not like she's wronging him. She turned off the TV, put away her snacks, and pulled out a physical textbook from the 3rd Military Academy. Su Tang, acting like a cool goddess, sat upright on the sofa. She used her psychic power to open the door, but without even looking at him, she continued to stare at the book and coldly spat out 2 words. What's up? Su Tang? Yin Zimu stood at the doorway and called out her identity with his psychic power, his eyes fixed on Su Tang's expression. Su Tang's heart skipped a beat. Damn, she'd been recognized so quickly. But she maintained a cool demeanor, saying wrong person. Seeing Su Tang's cold attitude, Yin Zimu suddenly felt a flicker of discomfort. You're Su Tang. Entering the room, Yin Zimu strode over to the sofa across from her, sitting down. He stared at her intently and spoke in a low, yet resolute voice. Snap. Su Tang slammed the book shut and opened the screen on her right computer. Lu Mo's information popped up. Do you need to check? The information can be falsified, Yin Zimu said firmly. Besides, don't you think you should explain the origins of your group of stone-patterned butterflies? Stone-patterned butterflies? Su Tang raised an eyebrow. Do you have any evidence? Her xiaobao was playing dead. Even Lu Qingyang couldn't find it. How could anyone prove that the small butterfly-shaped stone was a stone-patterned butterfly? What was your purpose in entering the 3rd Federal Military Academy? Yin Zimu's face was expressionless, his eyes fixed on Su Tang's expression. Unexpectedly, he recalled memories of his past life, and harsh words slipped out. Why are you hooking up with the Lu family now? Long Ju alone isn't enough for you anymore? After hooking up with Lu Qingyang, Jiang Yunchuan is your next target? A flicker of murderous intent flashed through Yin Zimu's mind. In his previous life, this woman had used her beauty and family background to seduce him, tricking him into submission. Chapter 394. After hearing Yin Zimu's words, Su Tang's pupil shrank, and her face began to pale slightly. Suddenly, Su Tang understood. Yin Zimu had misunderstood her because of the complicated relationship she had with Qin Qinyuan, Long Ju, Jiang Yunchuan, and Lu Jinyu while he was away? Haha, a misunderstanding? Not entirely a misunderstanding, right? After a self-deprecating laugh, Su Tang felt that it was understandable. She could understand Yin Zimu's intolerance of her ambiguous relationship with others. Did he choose Moni because he felt betrayed by her? Su Tang lowered her head in silence, thinking about Yin Zimu's words on the internet about that kind of woman, and felt a slight pang of sadness. She hadn't provoked those men. After knowing how much Yin Zimu had sacrificed for her, she had secretly slipped away. As for Lu Jinyu, she really didn't know how to deal with her. She had been so worried that Lu Jinyu would actually attack Yin Zimu, but it turned out that she had been too sentimental. Su Tang clenched her fists. How could he say that to her? After Su Yuan's father disappeared, she not only faced assassination attempts by the Su family, but she also feared the exposure of her psychic powers and energy mastery, leading to military control. What would happen to a woman with no one to rely on, yet possessing immense value? Had he ever considered her? Where was he when she needed him most? When she felt most helpless? Uncontrollably, Su Tang felt Yin Zimu was also at fault. His fault was not being there for her when she needed him most. Could she be blamed entirely for their situation? Forget it. Su Tang closed her eyes and took a deep breath. There was no point dwelling on the past. One must always move forward. After understanding the reason for Yin Zimu's change, Su Tang no longer blamed him. For some reason, a thought flashed through Su Tang's mind. First love, met too early, aborted. I wish you and Moni happiness. Opening her eyes, Su Tang spoke to Yin Zimu with sincerity. Looking at Su Tang's slightly pale face, Yin Zimu felt a prick of pain in his heart. Though it was quick, he felt it clearly. It was heartache. How could he feel that way? And why did those words of blessing sound so harsh? You? Yin Zimu was about to say something when Su Tang interrupted. Since you see me that way, I have nothing to say. Let's just consider the past a mistake from our youth, Su Tang said calmly. Since Yin Zimu thought she was fickle and chose Moni, she had nothing to say. She, Su Tang, was not someone who could easily let go. But I don't think I owe you anything. Su Tang's face turned fierce, and she used her mental power to open the door. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Yin Zimu's eyes darkened, and he was silent for a long moment before leaving without a word. Closing the door, Su Tang sighed. She had truly liked him once, but Yin Zimu had taken her level 9 and level 10 energy stones, and now he was accusing her of flirting? If she, Su Tang, really wanted to flirt with men, with her energy grandmaster status so prominent, which man in the military wouldn't come after her? If she had joined the military as an energy grandmaster, she would have been empress long ago, and a harem of 3,000 handsome men would have been a dream. Never mind, She couldn't let a man ruin her mood. Putting aside the snacks she had put away and turning on the TV again, Su Tang continued to entertain herself. Yin Zima left Su Tang's room with a look of deep thought on his face. As expected, Lu Imo was Su Tang. But didn't Long Ju say that Su Tang was with him? How was she connected to the Lu family again? And why did he feel like he couldn't understand what Su Tang was saying? His eyes darkened, and Yin Zima felt very strange. What did past events mean? Wasn't his only connection with Su Tang in this life that incident at the 15th star of the sky when he saved her? Yin Zima's face darkened. Could it be that he had forgotten something? Returning to his room in Blue Sea City, Yin Zima searched for news about Su Tang on his laptop. After a few minutes, Yin Zima's eyes gradually turned incredulous. How could this be? Star Online reported that they had been dating. The Yin and Su families were almost getting married. Under the ambiguous crimson moonlight, a man and a woman quietly embraced each other and kissed passionately. Yin Zima stared at the photo on the screen in shock. That was him and Su Tang? That was Hongwang Star. He'd been to Hongwang Star? How could he have been there? He had no memory of it at all. My movements between 20312 and 20313, star year. Immediately investigate. After issuing orders to the relevant departments, Yin Zima continued to check the relevant information on the star network. Less than 10 minutes later, a report came back. Yin Zima took a deep breath and, with a hint of trepidation, opened the report. He had indeed been to Hongwang Star. He had also been involved in the pirate infiltration of the Black Triangle Galaxy on Hongwang Star. Directly entering the military archives, Yin Zima began to research the Hongwang pirate incident. He had truly been involved. Yin Zima's face changed drastically. His movements and the military archives couldn't possibly be faked, but he didn't remember the incident, which meant there was a gap in his memory. After carefully reviewing the military records, Yin Zima recounted his past 2 years. In 20312, he rescued Su Tang in the Tianyan Galaxy. Soon after, he traveled to Hongwang Star. News of a marriage between the Yin and Su families spread, but he was soon transferred to the Wenyin Galaxy. In February 20313, due to Yin Chongshan's unauthorized engagement, he resigned from the Yin family and traveled to the borderlands, searching for the star beast that had helped him enhance his spiritual power in his previous life. Yin Zima couldn't help but frown. He had no recollection of ever visiting Hongwang Star. All he remembered was receiving the transfer order to the Wenyin Galaxy directly from the Tianyan Galaxy. He had left the Yin family simply out of dissatisfaction with Yin Chongshan's unauthorized decision. What had happened between him and Su Tang? How could he not remember it at all? Concentrating his thoughts, Yin Zima dialed a number. Soon, a sunny, handsome man appeared on the screen. Why, Amu, you got time to think of me, even though you're so busy? Qingqi, I got a memory gap. Yin Zima's face was solemn. What did you say? Li Qingqi's smile froze for a moment, his expression stern. Memory gap? Are you sure? I'm sure. Yin Zima nodded cautiously. So, are you choosing memory restoration? Li Qingqi immediately understood Yin Zima's intention. Yes, but I'm worried about others. Yin Zima's eyes darkened. While memory restoration is a simple matter, if others are present, someone with ulterior motives could peek into his memories. Then I make preparations, but here in the capital? Li Qingqi looked a little embarrassed. The capital is full of spies. If you're not in the capital, find an excuse to return to Tianyan first. I find an opportunity to sneak over to Tianyan later. Yin Zima stated his plan. His memories must not be seen by anyone. I understand. Don't worry. Li Qingqi nodded cautiously in agreement. After hanging up the phone, Yin Zima looked a little bewildered. He dated Su Tang? But that woman had played such a trick on him in his previous life. How could he be so willing to go back to her? Forget it. His previous plan to use MONI to stir up conflict between the political and military departments would be put on hold. Yin Zima let out a sigh of relief, deciding to regain his memory before making any plans. Chapter 395. Ever since meeting Yin Zima that day, Su Tang had expected him to cause her more trouble, but she discovered she was being too naive. Through reflection, Su Tang felt that after she'd spoken out that time, Yin Zima had also decided that their relationship was over. After putting an end to her first love, Su Tang decided to study hard and improve every day. Back on Shoujuan Star, it was already September 21st. With the Federation's military academy about to begin, Long Ju was naturally busy. Su Tang followed the training plan he given her, gradually improving her mecha skills. On the 25th, Su Tang officially received her acceptance letter from the 3rd Federation Military Academy. On the 29th, Lu Qingyang took Su Tang through the formal enrollment procedures. Due to Lu Qingyang's status as the boss of the 3rd Military Academy, Su Tang completed all the formalities every half hour. Lu Qingyang drove Su Tang through a series of magnificent yet diverse buildings. Soon, Su Tang came into view of a complex of exquisite 2-story villas. She was thrilled. Finally, she saw girls. She found her organization. The 3rd Federal Military Academy was so vast that even her mental focus couldn't fully capture it. Previously, her mental focus had been dominated by men and boys, and she almost felt like she arrived at a boys' school. Lu Qingyang drove to a stop in front of a villa number 368. At an open-air stone table in the villa's small courtyard, a girl in her school uniform, delicate yet fierce-looking, was seated. Upon noticing the two, she stood upright, walked toward them with a standard gait, and respectfully addressed them, Uncle 13. After greeting Lu Qingyang, She turned his gaze to Su Tang. "This is my cousin Momo, right?" Extending her right hand, She gave a formal smile. "I'm your cousin, She. Please take care of me." Su Tang also extended her right hand and politely shook it, smiling. "Hello, I'm Lu Mo. Please take care of me." "Xiao Shi, I be troubling you with Xiao Mo from now on." Lu Qingyang's face was serious, as if he were giving her a crucial assignment. "Don't worry, Uncle 13. Shi dropped his smile, his posture becoming more upright. He saluted Lu Qingyang with a serious expression. "I promise to complete the task assigned by my superiors." "Yes, that puts my mind at ease." Lu Qingyang nodded solemnly, then turned to Su Tang. "I be leaving now. Contact me if you need anything." "Okay, goodbye, father." Su Tang nodded obediently. Lu Qingyang waved his sleeves without a word, turned around, and got into the car and drove away. After watching Lu Qingyang leave, Lu Shi's tense body suddenly seemed languid. "Oh, every time I see Uncle 13, I have to pretend to be so tired." Lu Shi tugged at his cheek. "My face is frozen." Su Tang. "Oh, cousin Momo." After rubbing his face, Lu Shi suddenly turned to Su Tang with an extremely sinister smile. "Yes." In Su Tang's eyes, it was a sinister smile, a smile that held a deep conspiracy. "Cousin, you're so pretty." Lu Shi put one hand on Su Tang's shoulder, acting like a good friend, and with the other hand lifted her chin, looking her around. Cousin?" Su Tang was so shocked by this that she stuttered and was speechless. "Oh my god, you can't judge a person by appearances." Lu Shi, who seemed so heroic and queenly at first glance, could she be a female pervert? "Cousin, do you have a boyfriend?" Lu Shi smiled a lewd smile. "Yes." In Su Tang's eyes, that was a lewd smile. No." Su Tang hesitated, then finally said no. Otherwise, if her cousin asked her who her boyfriend was, how would she answer? Her 19th uncle? Or Long Ju? "Oh, that's great." Lu Shi patted Su Tang's shoulder excitedly, then hurriedly pulled her into the villa. "Cousin, you're also in the mecha department, right?" Lu Shi found a couch upon entering. Her fingers flitted rapidly through her laptop, writing something down while she spoke to Su Tang. "Cousin, you're new to school, so you probably don't have a team, right? It just so happens that your cousin has formed a mecha team. Of course, your cousin's team is very high level. I wouldn't normally accept a junior student, but we're family, so I'd be your core member." Cousin, that's not a good idea. My mecha skills are terrible." Su Tang finally understood after hearing Lu Shi's rambling. She was just asking her to join her mecha team. But with her level, she's not qualified to be a core member, right? Won't the other team members have any objections? It's okay. Lu Shi waved her hand nonchalantly. "Skill isn't the problem, it's gender, hee." With a sly laugh, as if finished, Lu Shi put away her laptop and looked up at Su Tang with a burning gaze. "I believe you be a master in less than a year." Su Tang doesn't even have the confidence to make such a boast. "Cousin, why are you so confident in her?" Okay, enough nonsense." Lu Shi jumped up from the sofa, grabbed Su Tang's arm again, and hurried upstairs. "Cousin, I show you a room, and then we go to Skynet." Upstairs, Lu Shi showed Su Tang 3 rooms, and then said proudly, "I'm the only one here. Take your pick of these 3. She pointed to the room at the end. "That's where I live. If you like it, I trade with you." "No thanks," Su Tang said quickly. This cousin was so welcoming. "I take that room." Su Tang pointed to the second room from the stairs. It had the largest balcony, where Su Xiaobai could enjoy the moonlight. They went in, and did a quick tidying up, specifically installing the nutrient tank together. "Cousin Momo, I'm waiting for you on Skynet. Hurry up." After adding her as a communication friend, Lu Shi left with a beaming smile. As she stepped out the door, she glanced back and repeated, "Come up quickly." Since she had nothing else to do, Su Tang changed her clothes and went online. As soon as she was online, she received a friend request. It was from Lu Shi, naturally. Naturally, Su Tang had a new friend on her friend list, Iron-Blooded War God. Su Tang blushed. "Cousin, you're a girl, right? What a name! Iron-Blooded War God. Cousin, come to our school Skynet area." Su Tang was stunned. The school Skynet area. Upon checking, she discovered that there were indeed several special Skynet areas inaccessible to ordinary people. She selected the 3rd Federal Military Academy and entered her student ID number. Suddenly, Su Tang's vision went dark, and she had changed locations. The next second, Su Tang received an invitation from Lu Shi's classmate. The scene shifted again, and before she could fully grasp the situation, a wolf howled. "Ah, boss, you aren't kidding us. Oh my god, boss, your cousin is so beautiful. Boss, is your cousin really single? Long live boss. Long live the girls." Chapter 396. After seeing the men in front of her with lustful eyes, Su Tang felt 3 beads of sweat drip down her forehead. What was going on? "Hey boys, I wasn't kidding you. We have a new girl on our team." Lu Shi proudly placed her arm around Su Tang's shoulder and began to introduce her. "This is my cousin Lu Mo. She be a key member of our team from now on." With that, whistles and cheers erupted from the audience. The next second, Su Tang received a battle invitation. "Imo, accept it quickly," Lu Shi urged before Su Tang could even see clearly. Thinking this was the team Lu Shi had mentioned, Su Tang accepted. In an instant, a list of her teammate appeared in addition to her friends list. Looking at the total number of 29,235 members, Su Tang felt like her eyes were about to pop out. A team of 10,000 people. This cousin is amazing. I'm going to make her my idol someday. But the name of this team is so ridiculous. Seeking only one defeat? Is that really a good name for a team? Momo, from now on, you be our core member. Lu Shi patted Su Tang's shoulder and pointed at the group of boys in front of them. These brats are the core members. You can go to them if you have any questions. Core members. Seeing only 100 core members listed in the classification, Su Tang felt a little uneasy. Was she supposed to be parachuted in through nepotism? Cousin, isn't this inappropriate? Do you think it's okay? Lu Shi gave them a reassuring look, then asked them in a loud voice. Of course. The crowd responded in unison. Su Tang suddenly felt that this team was so sloppy. They didn't even have to take a mecha proficiency test to become core members? Why did it feel so unreliable? Lu Shi then enthusiastically introduced her teammates one by one, including the core members of the team. Su Tang learned that they were all students from the 3rd Military Academy's mecha department, but except for her, they were all from the intermediate and advanced divisions. Lu Shi's team was arguably the strongest at the 3rd Military Academy, but among the 30 military academies in the Federation, it ranked 8th. The top 3 mecha teams all hailed from the 1st Military Academy. After reading her team's information, Su Tang finally grasped the profound meaning of the saying, "Skill isn't the problem, gender is." In a team of nearly 30,000, there were only 2 women. Su Tang almost roared. What kind of gender ratio is this? There were only 2 women here, her and Lu Shi. No wonder the boys were so excited when she arrived. The boys in the mecha department were truly miserable. After learning about the team, Su Tang said goodbye to Lu Shi and her overly enthusiastic teammates under the pretext of checking out the school curriculum. Of course, Su Tang didn't give them a chance to stay and immediately teleported away. Because she mentioned not having a boyfriend, her cousin enthusiastically introduced her to so-called good men, a scene that terrified her to death. The military academy's Skynet area was very user-friendly, assigning each student a private room where they could rest while on Skynet. After spending a whole day in the private room on campus, Su Tang gained a general understanding of the situation. The top 30 military academies in the Federation have a special, self-contained, large Skynet area. Only students, instructors, and certain high-ranking military and political officials are allowed access, and they must enter with their true identities, meaning their original appearances are displayed. As a student in the mecha department, you naturally need to hone your skills in the mecha battlefield. However, this isn't just any mecha battlefield. It's the military academy's Skynet battlefield. The academy's management of students is somewhat like herding sheep. There are no mandatory courses, and students can choose freely. If they are capable, they can skip classes and directly apply for the advancement exam. Once they reach the advanced level, They can even apply directly for the practical assessment required for graduation. There are specific requirements for students to advance from beginner to intermediate, advanced, and even graduation. For beginner mecha students, the only requirements for advancement to the intermediate level are physical strength level 2, surviving 20 attacks from the instructor, and passing the beginner assessment map. However, for intermediate to high-level students, the requirements are physical strength level 3, for girls, surviving 50 attacks from the instructor, and having a mecha battlefield score of over 10,000. The graduation requirement is to complete the corresponding practical training and have a mecha battlefield score of over 100,000. Su Tang felt ashamed after seeing this. If she could only rely on individual competitions to get 100,000 points, haha. This is when the role of the team comes into play. Team match points are calculated based on the number of kills, and members of the winning team receive additional points. Relatively speaking, it's easier to earn points in a team. Since school started on October 1st, Su Tang decided to check out her classes. After finding the mecha department, Su Tang discovered that the actual courses were all about physical training to improve strength, using potions to strengthen the body, and teaching relevant physical combat techniques. Most of the mecha department's courses were taught online, using a virtual 3D screen. If you want to learn anything, just click on the course and attend the lecture. The requirements for the junior high school entrance exam may seem simple, but the difficulty lies in the assessment map. The assessment map is a single-player monster-killing mode, but the monsters on the map are various real-world star beasts. Only after you correctly enter the star beast's name can you begin killing it. In other words, to pass the map, you must be familiar with all the star beasts in the Federation. This setting of the military academy is actually very user-friendly. Mechs, relatively speaking, encounter more battles with star beasts. If a mech pilot rushes into an energy-devouring beast without hesitation, they will naturally be doomed. Therefore, as a mech pilot, the first thing you need to do is to recognize all the star beasts. Su Tang felt a chill in her heart. Knowing the star beasts of 30-star systems, haha. To facilitate students' memorization, the military academy provides 1,000 virtual training maps. These maps are similar to the simple version of the Jade Sea Star map. With careful study, you can recognize all the monsters, star beasts, on the maps. It's said that the primary level-up assessment map is a fusion of the content from these 1,000 maps. Seeing this, Su Tang felt even more thrilled. 1,000 maps. Su Tang suddenly felt like she was playing a game, 1,000 dungeons beckoning her. Seeing the information that it would take about 5 years to raise physical strength from level 2 to level 3 through training and potion refinement, Su Tang gave up immediately. Improving physical strength was a waste of time. Wasting 5 years of daytime on physical strength alone clearly didn't pay off with the energy stone accumulator. Besides, once she had Ming Jin, even if she was only level 2, she could easily defeat level 5. After a brief thought, Su Tang decided to spend half her daytime studying relevant combat techniques, and the rest of her time accumulating energy stones. At night, she would practice mecha skills and familiarize herself with the maps. Occasionally, when she got tired of mecha training, she would study some theoretical knowledge. Chapter 397. After a day of fusing energy stones, Su Tang successfully began her academy life. She left Skynet at 6 a.m. and left with Lu Shi promptly at 6:30 a.m. The two of them arrived at the fighting arena at 7 a.m., where they were teaching female students combat techniques. The instructor was a female teacher, and there were less than 100 female students in the entire fighting arena. Su Tang once again deeply realized the scarcity of women in the military academy. At noon, Su Tang returned to the villa with Lu Shi again. Lu Shi would go to Skynet for some mecha training or competition. Currently, Lu Shi was desperately trying to earn points, and would not be able to climb out of the nutrient tank until 6 a.m. the next day. Su Tang naturally fusing energy stones. Upon learning that Su Tang was a level 4 energy master, Lu Shi praised her promising future with admiration and cheekily joked that he would give her a few high-level energy stones when she became a high-level energy master. After 2 days of observation, Su Tang felt that Lu Shi was a straightforward, unpretentious girl, and she had a favorable impression of her. Furthermore, she was an SSS psychic, and Su Tang was very pleased to have such a fake cousin. After 3 days at the school, Longju, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, reappeared in her sight. Since the Federal Military Academy's enrollment had concluded, those who passed had gone on to attend, while those who failed had returned home to see their mothers. Longju naturally had some free time again, and whenever he had some free time, he naturally sought out Su Tang to cultivate a relationship. Su Tang had secured a one-on-one tutor, and whenever she entered a map, Long Ju would accompany her. Having dedicated guidance helped prevent Su Tang from straying from the right path. Life passed peacefully, and Su Tang's mecha skills advanced by leaps and bounds. No, there was a small incident during the peaceful days. One day, Su Tang was puzzled when she saw Lu Shi crawl out of the nutrition chamber at 8 p.m. Lu Shi said she was going on a date. Su Tang finished her work and checked the Skynet, but she still hadn't returned. Strangely, she hadn't checked the Skynet all night. The next day, Su Xiaobai, with a sly tone, vividly recounted how the cousin had brought a man home to have sex. Not long after, Lu Shi again crawled out of the nutrition chamber at 8 p.m., but this time, she didn't leave the house and waited in the first-floor living room. Seeing this, Su Tang, fearing she might see anything inappropriate, immediately called it a day and crawled back into the nutrition chamber. Sure enough, the next day, Su Xiaobai shared his observations. Lu Shi had once again brought another man back to have sex. Hearing the word another, Su Tang was completely flustered. It had only been a week. She had changed boyfriends so quickly. Not long after, Lu Shi once again crawled out of the nutrition chamber in the evening, this time again to go out on a date. Su Tang, practically speaking, finished work early that day and headed back to the nutrition chamber. As expected, Su Xiaobai gossiped with her again, revealing another man had come back to sleep with her. 3 men. Su Tang was petrified. 3 months later, Su Tang completely understood and became accustomed to the fact that her cousin had 6 boyfriends. More than half a month passed peacefully. On the evening of January 16th, Miss Lu Shi once again climbed out of the nutrition chamber at 6 o'clock. This time, her expression was clearly unfriendly, and Su Tang felt a flicker of doubt. This didn't look like a date. Momo, cousin, I remember you have a physical mecha, right? Seeing Su Tang, Lu Shi was startled, then his expression relaxed before he asked directly. Yes, what's wrong, cousin? Hearing this question, Su Tang was certain that this wasn't a date. Great. Lu Shi's mood suddenly brightened. Momo, your cousin is in trouble. You must help me. Cousin, tell me. I do my best. Su Tang nodded seriously. Although she thought her cousin had a few boyfriends, she was still a nice person. It's nothing. You can just make up the number when the time comes. After saying this, Lu Shi's face became angry again, as if she thought of something. It's all because of that bitch Jiang Han. Cousin, you know Jiang Han, right? I don't know. Su Tang shook her head blankly. Is this a student from their school? She went to and from school almost exclusively. Not to mention her classmates, she had never even encountered Yin Sheng, who was trying to cause trouble for her. Jiang Han? She had never even heard of him. Jiang Han is a bitch, a scumbag, bah. Lu Shi spat bitterly. That bitch is such a bitch. Back then, I chased him because he had SSS psychic power and was handsome. Now I think I was blind. That bitch is just trash. Gossip. Su Tang's eyes lit up, instantly interested. Cousin, what's wrong with him? What else can I do? Not only is he a bitch, but he's also despicable. Lu Shi's eyes were filled with disgust and contempt. Back then, I only had S-level psychic power, and he looked down on me, acting like I had to cling to him. Humph, 3-legged frogs are hard to find, but 2-legged men are everywhere. After he rejected me, I naturally gave up and found another boyfriend. Guess what happened next? What happened? Lu Shi suddenly sneered. Haha, I also reached SSS mental power, and that bitch regretted it. She actually came over here, acting like she was condescending, and told me to dump my current boyfriends and date him. Boyfriends? Su Tang immediately grasped the key point. And then what? Then of course I ignore him. Who does he think he is? It doesn't matter if I don't like him. As a result, that bitch, so petty, actually started retaliating. Their endless victory team is always picking on ours. Damn, he's from the top military academy, so our mecha department can't compete with them. I ran into that bitch again on the mecha battlefield today. He provoked me a few times, and I was so excited that I agreed to the actual combat mecha competition. Sigh. At this point, Lu Shi sighed. Now that I think about it, I was a little impulsive. It's the 16th, and we have vacation on the 20th. Not many of us have physical mechas on our team, and many of us have to go home. Plus, the physical mecha competition is very damaging to the mechas. It's expensive to repair, and some disloyal people refuse to participate. After all the hard work, there are only 99 members competing. We agreed not to hire outside help this time. My boyfriends are all from the top military academy. As expected, men can't be relied upon in crucial moments. Cousin, I'm completely relying on you. After saying this, Lu Shi took Su Tang's hand with a pitiful look, her eyes full of hope. Cousin Momo, you must help me. That bitch will definitely laugh at me if I can't even get enough people to compete. We just made a bet. If I lose, I have to warm his bed. Woo. Warm his bed? Su Tang felt that this cousin was completely reckless. Is such a bet worth making? What if he loses? Then his mech will be mine. Lu Shi's eyes lit up, her face filled with longing. That bitch Jiang Yihan's mech is SSS performance. SSS. Cousin Momo, I know you're the best. Please help me. Lu Shi shook Su Tang's arm and began to act coquettishly. As long as my skills aren't too low, that's all I need. Su Tang smiled sheepishly. Although Long Ju had been coaching her on mecha technology, she had no idea what the actual level of the students in the 1st Military Academy's mecha department was like. But if she was just filling in the numbers, it shouldn't be a problem. I knew you were the best, Cousin Momo. Lu Shi excitedly gave Su Tang a bear hug. Chapter 398. February 2nd is the Federation Spring Festival. With the arrival of this holiday, the entire capital system is filled with joy. The Military Academy's annual holiday generally runs from January 20th to March 5th. Of course, the school remains open during this period, but the instructors will take turns taking breaks, and no physical classes will be offered. Diligent students can remain on campus and take virtual courses online. On the 20th, the day of the holiday, Su Tang sent a message to Lu Qingyang, informing him that she planned to spend the holiday with Lu Shi. In Lu Qingyang's opinion, Lu Shi was a very outstanding and steady niece, and that Su Tang could learn a lot from her. He instructed Su Tang to be careful and to contact him immediately if anything happened. After Lu Shi repeatedly assured him that she would ensure her cousin's safety, Lu Qingyang agreed. With Lu Qingyang's approval, Lu Shi overjoyed and headed directly to the first battle planet with her team members and dozens of logistics personnel. Naturally, mecha combat is prohibited within the capital system. However, considering the needs of students and those who find online competitions unsatisfying, the military has mercifully designated several planets as mecha battlefields. First Battle, First Struggle, First Decision, and First Martial Star are 4 large mecha battlefield planets. Although First Army also has a physical mecha battlefield, due to the large number of students on the planet, and to prevent accidents, these battlefields are largely unused or used for small-scale battles without energy cannons. This inevitably puts mecha pilots at a disadvantage. Although these 4 planets are natural, they are relatively barren, with land mostly consisting of mountains, hills, and deserts, resulting in a harsh climate. The country wouldn't mind bombing these planets, so they were designated as mecha battlefields. Since Shoujuan Star is closest to Shoujuan Star, only a day's flight away, Lu Shi and Jiang Yihan naturally chose that location for the competition. On the spaceship, Lu Shi explained the rules of the competition to Su Tang, a newbie. On Shoujuan Star, there are Lianzhan City and Wuzhan City, which serve as 2 safe zones. Within a 100 kilometers radius of the cities, there will be a boundary line, and mechas are not allowed to cross it and enter the city area. Attacking a city is a serious crime, Lu Shi emphasized, reminding Su Tang. I made a note of that. Su Tang nodded earnestly. For the safety of the planet, competing mechas may not be equipped with energy cannons higher than level 5, and mecha pilots may not maliciously kill their opponents. Lu Shi scratched his head. That seems to be all. What about energy? Su Tang was a little surprised. There's no set energy quantity? There's no set energy quantity. If you have the money, you can use level 7 energy stones. At this point, Lu Shi frowned deeply. That bitch Jiang Yihan is very favored. The energy stones he uses might be level 7. That would put us at a disadvantage. Cousin, what level are you using? Su Tang was a little curious. She used level 10. Does using high-level energy stones count as exploiting a bug? My 3 are medium-quality level 6, saved by years of frugality. Lu Shi's face drooped, a grimace on his face. How unfair. The Jiang family has more high-level energy stones than our Lu family. Wait, cousin, don't our Lu family have more beast tamers? Can star beasts be used in mecha competitions like this? Yes, if a team has a mecha pilot and a star beast tamer, then this star beast can be considered part of the team's combat power and can be used, Lu Shi explained seriously. After hearing Lu Shi's words, Su Tang suddenly felt invincible, capable of single-handedly taking on a team of 100. But Lu Shi, who naturally didn't know Su Tang possessed a supernatural beast like Su Xiaobao, sighed with a worried look on his face and said softly, on our team, only Uncle Shuqi is a tamer. He has a jade horn snake, which is completely useless against mechas. Uncle Shuchi was naturally referring to Liu Jinyi's younger brother, Liu Jinchi. As a student of the Liu family at the 3rd Military Academy, Liu Jinchi naturally sought to defeat the team. After spending over 3 months at the academy, Su Tang and Liu Jinchi had become quite familiar with each other. "Cousin, what do you think our chances of winning are?" Seeing Liu Shi's expression, Su Tang felt that this mecha competition seemed quite difficult. About 30%, no, more like 40%. Liu Shi's face began to falter, and he was very uncertain. At the time, she was so impulsive that she didn't consider anything else. The victory without N-Team is ranked 2nd. Besides Jiang Yihan, they have 2 mecha pilots, Situ Ling and Jiang Ye, with SSS psychic powers. They have probably hundreds of SS psychic powers. I wonder who will be participating this time. What about us? Su Tang had a bad feeling. Among our participating team members, I have 1 SSS psychic power and 25 SS psychic powers. The rest are all S-class. Liu Shi felt a little embarrassed at this. "Cousin, you know, the 1st Military Academy is where the elite mecha pilots gather. While psychic power doesn't determine everything, the disparity in strength is enormous. Could the 8th ranked one defeat the 2nd ranked one? Probably not. Should she then call out Su Xiaobao? Would that be too high profile?" Su Tang couldn't help but hesitate. After some thought, Su Tang decided to do her best and leave the rest to fate. If the gap in strength between Team 1 Defeat and Team Unstoppable was too great, then she'd just give it a go. Most areas of 1st Battle Star were monitored, and if Su Xiaobao were spotted, she'd be in serious trouble. On the 21st, Liu Shi's spaceship arrived at the 1st Battle Star space station, and the group took a ferry directly to Lianzhan City. According to the agreement, Team 1 Defeat would be based in Lianzhan City, while Team Unstoppable would be in Wuzhan City. Upon arrival in Lianzhan City, Liu Shi, as team captain, generously booked a luxurious hotel for his team. Of course, the mecha competition on 1st Battle Star required registration and scheduling, otherwise, if several teams competed simultaneously, chaos would ensue. After everyone settled in, Liu Shi and Liu Jinchi prepared to go to the registration office. Su Tang, who had been staying at home for a while, said she wanted to go out for some fresh air. In the end, Liu Jinchi drove the 3 of them to the competition registration office in the city. After paying the relevant fees and registering the relevant information, the receptionist explained that the Sheng Wuxi Jin team had already registered with Wuzhan City. Since they had already made an advance reservation, the mecha competition was scheduled for the 23rd in the 9th zone of the planet. Liu Shi downloaded the competition map and distributed it to each participant. The map is crucial in the competition. If a mecha accidentally leaves the 9th zone, they will automatically forfeit their qualification. The entire 9th zone is monitored. If anyone is eliminated, the referee will promptly notify both teams. If anyone is injured, rescue personnel will be dispatched promptly. If someone dies, on-site monitoring will be used to determine whether the murder was committed maliciously. This determination will, of course, be made in court. During the competition, both mechs will connect to the referee's network, but the referee can only see the selected mech's remaining energy and wear rate. A mech with less than 30% remaining energy, or a wear rate above 60% will be eliminated. The entire mech competition lasts 3 days. If all members of one team are eliminated during this period, the competition ends early. Otherwise, the number of remaining members will be compared at the end. After further detailed information on the competition's key points, Su Tang returned to the hotel, lying on her bed, eager to try. This was her first time participating in such a mech competition, and she felt incredibly excited. Just in case, Su Tang checked her Dream Angel's configuration. Her level 5 wing shield made her defense absolutely invincible in a competition involving the highest level 5 energy cannons. To increase her lethality, Su Tang sacrificed her Dream Angel speed. Back at school, she had Lu Qingyang equip her Dream Angel with a level 3 energy cannon. Well, now she can fire at will. Looking at the 3 quality 3, level 10 energy stones in the Dream Angel energy room, Su Tang thought it was ridiculous. If there were still 99% remaining energy after a match, it would absolutely terrify the referee. After some thought, Su Tang spent 3 hours combining 3 standard level 8 energy stones, and swapped them for the mecha. Looking at the 10 level 10 energy stones of quality 2 to 4, and 1 level 11 energy stone starting with 1 in the space ring, Su Tang looked up, a look of artistic melancholy on her face. How could she have so impulsively combined all the energy stones into something so high grade? It was such a pain in the ass that she could only look at it, but not use it. Chapter 399. On the 22nd, the team members followed the referees from Lianjian City's 10 mobile munitions and arrived at the edge of District 9 that afternoon. The logistics personnel of Team Donchio Ibai would follow the referee's fortress to watch the entire match. District 9 covers over 100,000 square kilometers, mostly desert and dotted with towering stone pillars. Even Su Tang, with her 5S mental strength, couldn't see the entire field clearly. District 9 is divided into 20 zones. Each referee fortress will monitor a zone at the edge of District 9. Naturally, Wujian City will also deploy 10 fortresses. Any fighting in these zones will be captured by surveillance equipment and displayed on the fortress's massive monitor screens. The match officially began at 8 a.m. on the 23rd. Players from both teams could enter the arena on the 22nd, but District 9 was divided into two. Before the official start, both teams could only remain in their respective zones. Crossing the line would result in disqualification. Su Tang entered the Dream Angel and followed the rest of her team into Area 9. To prevent accidental injuries, the mechas of teams seeking a defeat were temporarily painted red, while Team Endless Victory chose black, allowing for easy identification of the two teams. What left Su Tang speechless was that her cousin's mecha was a bizarre, heavy-duty intelligent mecha. Su Tang counted carefully. 1, 2, 3. The entire mecha was jammed with 28 energy cannons. It looked like a hedgehog. Su Tang muttered to herself, "Cousin, do you have enough energy? Can you even move this load?" Opening the relevant channel, Su Tang heard Lu Shi's heroic and confident speech for the competition. After this impassioned speech, Lu Shi's battle plan came out. Su Tang felt it resembled a certain chairman's guerrilla warfare. Essentially, they would split up into small teams and launch surprise attacks, completely improvisational. Under the pretext of protecting her own people, Su Tang naturally teamed up with Lu Shi and Lu Jinqi. Sector 9 was vast, and the scattered boulders created significant obstacles for the mecha's flight. Lu Shi led the two on their journey, searching for a hiding spot. Su Tang was speechless to discover that Lu Shi's mecha resembled a bloated, obese patient, its movement speed extremely slow. "Cousin, don't we have radar scanners and mental detection?" Su Tang was confused by Lu Shi's suggestion of hiding. "Hey Momo, you don't know this, do you?" Lu Shi chuckled sinisterly. "That's my strength." "Xiaomo, you just arrived, so you don't know." Lu Jinqi interrupted from the side. "Xiao Shi's mech has a stealth system that protects against all radar scans. As for psychic power, we have SS blockers here. Unless we encounter an SSS psychic, they won't be able to detect us." SS blockers. Su Tang was stunned. She had actually forgotten about this. Was she pretending to only see the screen and the scanner? Finding a large, mushroom-like rock, Lu Shi tucked her bulky figure inside. Su Tang realized she couldn't be found just by looking at the screen, and the scanner showed nothing at all. Both she and Lu Jinqi were hidden. "You become invisible within a 1-kilometer radius of me," Lu Shi said triumphantly in the channel. After resting for the night in their hiding spot, the next day, at 8 a.m., the match began, and Lu Jinqi set out to provoke the enemy. "Here we go! Get ready." 5 in total. Half an hour later, Lu Jinqi's voice came through the mecha channel. "Got it." Lu Shi's voice was excited. Su Tang hid beneath a mushroom rock as she watched the 6 mechas that had appeared on the scanner raise their energy cannons. It must be said, sneak attacks seemed pretty satisfying. Soon, the 5 mechas, unnoticed, followed closely behind Lu Jinqi. "Closer, closer," Su Tang muttered to herself, feeling a surge of nervousness. She aimed her energy cannon at one of them, calculating the optimal time and angle to fire. But before she could act, a burst of white light shot up into the sky. Team Victory Without End, number 33, number 46, number 29, number 96, number 56 eliminated. The referee's voice echoed throughout the channel. "What?" Su Tang was stunned. It was over so quickly, but why was there a next one? Team Seeking 1 loss, number 47 eliminated. Number 47, Lu Jinqi? Mistake. Miss Lu Shi's voice was apologetic. Unfortunately, fallen team members weren't allowed to speak. Lu Jinqi stared up at the sky in silence from the cockpit. This was definitely an indiscriminate attack. Su Tang also looked up, speechless. The decoy had been killed. Was she the next one to lure the enemy? Su Tang suddenly felt that her cousin was unreliable. "Cousin, what are you doing?" Before Su Tang could finish lamenting her fate as decoy, she spotted Lu Shi, piloting the bulky mech, rushing directly to the 3 mechs that had lost their mobility due to excessive wear. Although a mech with a wear rate exceeding 60% was deemed eliminated, A mech with a wear rate exceeding 80% would lose its mobility. 3 of the 5 mechs eliminated by Sheng Wuji Jin were disabled. Seeing the hedgehog-like mech unsheath its laser sword, Su Tang explained, "Cousin, malicious murder is illegal. Momo, don't be nervous. Is your cousin that kind of person?" But he. Su Tang was stunned once again as Lu Shi, with her laser sword, stabbed the enemy's energy chamber and stole their energy stone. "Momo, let's go somewhere else." After the robbery, Lu Shi strode away with Su Tang. At the crime scene, the 5 members of the Victory Without End team were filled with anger. Lu Jinchi, who had been innocently eliminated and was weak and alone, silently prayed for the rescuers to get him out. Finding another rock shelter, Lu Shi hid her mech, loaded with energy cannons, once again. Su Tang resignedly went out to serve as bait. After flying a distance, Su Tang spotted a dozen mechs engaged in a brawl. Their team was clearly at a disadvantage, so without a second thought, she charged forward. The Victory Without End team, worthy of being from the top military academy, each mech operator was highly skilled, but compared to Su Tang's 5S mental power, they were no match. Su Tang could see their attacks clearly. With her 4 impressive wing shields fully deployed, Su Tang unleashed her energy cannons relentlessly, ultimately dispatching 4 enemies and sending 6 fleeing. However, embarrassingly, Su Tang, like Lu Shi, had accidentally killed one of her own teammates. Having resolved her teammate's crisis, Su Tang continued searching for her target. Even on the other side, a sharp black mech decisively dispatched 5 red mechs. With a smile on his lips, Jiang Han continued his search for prey. "Brother Han, there's a woman on their team. We can't defeat her." A complex tone of excitement, yet a hint of dejection echoed through the mech chat. "You're useless. You can't even defeat a woman." Jiang Han glared disdainfully. "That woman has a level 5 wing shield. Her defense won't break. Brother Han, that woman is very skilled. And she looks like she has a lot of energy." In the mecha chat, the 6 people who had previously fled began to speak one after another. "Report your position. Everyone nearby, gather and beat her up. Brother Han, it's not a good idea for so many of us to bully a girl." A weak voice sounded hesitantly. "There's no gender distinction on the battlefield, only enemies." Jiang Han's tone cooled. 4 of our teammates were killed by a woman. It's a disgrace to our team." The person who had spoken earlier remained silent, but inwardly, they were speechless. After all, it was said that there was no gender distinction. So what was so shameful about having 4 teammates killed by a woman? Chapter 400. Su Tang wandered around 50 kilometers from Lu Shi's hiding spot, searching for targets. After a while, Su Tang noticed a surge of black mechas within her psychic range, and they seemed to be heading straight for her. After a minute of observation, Su Tang realized they were indeed coming for her. Counting carefully, Su Tang swallowed. Had she done something infuriating? "Cousin, I lured 37 of them over here. Is that okay?" Su Tang said, a little uncertain. 37. Lu Shi jumped up excitedly. "Come on, the more the better." "Then I come." She fired a provocative energy cannon at the black mechas that appeared within her range. Relying on the defense of her wing shield, Su Tang fought and retreated. Finally, Su Tang had lured 42 enemy mechas ever closer to Lu Shi's hiding spot. Fortunately, these 42 enemies were all SS psychic forces, and were completely unaware of Lu Shi's presence. "Cousin, defend." As soon as Lu Shi finished speaking, a sky-high white energy cannon lit up. Instantly, the surrounding area was engulfed in a hail of fire. Team Victory, number 6, number 9, number 12. A succession of Team Victory members were eliminated. Su Tang shook her energy shield wings with great relief. Without it, she would have been killed by mistake. In just those 5 seconds, that cousin had fired at least 5,000 rounds of level 3 energy cannon. That intensity was completely impossible for her to avoid with her current skill level. Level 3 energy cannons don't cause much damage to mechs, generally not harming the mech pilot in the cockpit. However, a mech struck by a dozen or so level 3 energy cannons would undoubtedly have a wear rate exceeding 60%. As soon as the enemy mech is gathered, Lu Shi's sneak attack would be extremely effective. Watching her cousin, whose opponent, having been eliminated, go on a rampage, Su Tang silently lit a candle for the members of Team Victory. "All members, gather in Area 13. After robbing all the fallen, Lu Shi boldly gave the next instructions. The mecha competition would last 3 days, and with their current level, they couldn't use their mental power continuously for 3 days and nights. Nighttime was crucial. Su Tang eagerly followed Lu Shi to the gathering place. After a day, there were only 63 members left. A careful look at the referee's notice revealed that Team Victory still had 49 members, maintaining a comfortable distance from each other, all members who were determined to defeat the enemy gathered in Area 13. After arranging their shifts, the other members turned off their mechas and began to recuperate. After the day's matches, Su Tang discovered that Team Sheng Wu Jijin only had one SSS mecha pilot competing, presumably Jiang Yihan. While Lu Shi's sneak attack strategy was impressive, the disparity in strength between the two teams was significant. 37 members of their team had already died during the day, making the outcome of this match uncertain. After some thought, Su Tang decided to reconsider tomorrow. Using her mental power to pilot a mecha for such an extended period was indeed a bit too much for her. After instructing Su Xiaobai to monitor the enemy, Su Tang settled into bed peacefully. Presumably, the enemy wasn't a master capable of operating a mecha for a full day and night, so the night passed peacefully. Early the next morning, Lu Shi made her plans. Once again, she would hide in the shadows for the sneak attack, while the rest of the team went out as bait. Sadly, Su Tang was sent out to entangle that SSS. Perhaps captivated by their beauty, Team Sheng Wu Jijin actually had a spy. In just one night, Lu Shi secured all of their participating members. Knowing they only had one SSS, Jiang Yihan, Lu Shi naturally brimmed with confidence. Su Tang looked back wistfully, but her flirtatious glances were a blinding sight. Lu Shi completely ignored her, and Su Tang ultimately resigned herself to distracting Jiang Yihan. With Su Xiaobai's help, Su Tang located the enemy mech Soul SSS. She provocatively unleashed energy blasts at the enemy, but Jiang Yihan's energy blasts were all deflected by her wing shield. Su Tang couldn't help but feel a little smug. With her 5S mental power, seeing through Jiang Yihan's attacks was a piece of cake. After studying with Long Ju for so long, Su Tang's advanced maneuvers were now quite competent. Her impeccable blocking skills had her mistaken for a master. Masters aren't to be feared. What's more frightening is a master with a level 5 wing shield. Naturally, no one wanted to play with her anytime soon. Su Tang was dismayed to discover that the first thing all the Sheng Wu Jijin team members did upon seeing her was turn and run. Even Jiang Yihan wouldn't fight her. To prevent Jiang Yihan's mental detection from detecting Lu Shi, Su Tang chased him like a dogskin plaster. If he came within 15 kilometers of Lu Shi, Su Tang would promptly unleash her level 3 energy cannon, unleashing a relentless barrage. Relying on shameless sneak attacks and a mutually assured destruction strategy, Lu Shi's barrage was indiscriminate. After sacrificing numerous teammates, Su Tang was shocked to discover that only she, Lu Shi, and Jiang Yihan were left on the field. The night was once again a customary truce. The next morning, Jiang Yihan's mech appeared within Su Tang's mental range. Because Jiang Yihan was immune to the shielding device, Lu Shi's cloaking system was completely useless. Enemies meeting each other were particularly jealous, and Su Tang was simply ignored. Jiang Yihan's mech flew up and down beside Lu Shi. Because the two mechs were so close, Su Tang didn't dare use the energy cannon to attack. On the other hand, Lu Shi, fearless of accidental damage, fired at full force. As the vice-captain of the second-ranked team, Jiang Yihan was naturally skilled. Under Lu Shi's intense fire, he managed to occasionally counterattack with his agility. Seeing Lu Shi's mechs were rate increasing, Su Tang, who had installed a transparent wing-wrap shield to protect herself from accidental kills by her cousin, seized the opportunity and rushed forward. The other 4 attacking wings enveloped Jiang Yihan's mech, entangled within their own wings. Although he could only hold his opponent back for a second, in that second, a torrent of artillery fire descended upon him. Jiang Yihan's frustrated were rate soared to over 60%, forcing him to be eliminated. "Ah, I win!" Miss Lu Shi's high-pitched voice echoed throughout the mecha channel. "You cheated?" Since the match was over, Jiang Yihan naturally had the right to speak again. "Bullshit! How did I cheat?" Lu Shi cursed. "Your team members used level 5 wing shields." Jiang Yihan gritted his teeth. Using level 5 wing shields in a match, where only level 5 energy cannons could be used, was simply blatant invincibility. "My team has the money, so if you have the guts, use it too. If you don't have the money, stop complaining." Su Tang shook her wing shield without a word. Sure enough, the energy was the advantage. As expected, energy masters who knew mecha were invincible. Although the two teams quarreled over Su Tang's level 5 wing shield, the referee ultimately decided that the one-loss team won, because there was no rule against using high-level energy shields in the competition. Chapter 401. In the exquisitely decorated hotel ballroom, with its dim lights and throbbing music, men and women danced to the passionate music. Having defeated the Victory without End team, Despite Jiang Yihan's reluctant and grim expression, Lu Shi beamed and snatched the opponent's mecha space buckle. Then, with a triumphant wave of his hand, the members, desperate for victory, returned to the hotel for a celebration party. Su Tang sat on the sofa, stunned by the men and women dancing wildly on the dance floor. Jiang Yihan's mecha was worth around 7 billion yuan. Captain Lu Shi, having gotten such a bargain, generously hired 100 girls to add to the festive atmosphere. The teammates, who usually appeared gentlemanly despite her enthusiasm, revealed their true colors one by one. They danced so hard that they were practically touching the girls, and some, more eager than others, even touched them. "Cousin, why are you here?" After the dance, Lu Shi, a bit tipsy, squeezed in next to Su Tang. "Cousin, this time, it's all thanks to you." It's my pleasure." Su Tang sat uncomfortably on the sofa, responding to Lu Shi's question with a perfunctory air. This was truly testing her limits. After the song, several of her usually respectable teammates dragged women back to their rooms, their destinations obvious. "Cousin, this isn't your first time attending a celebration like this, is it?" Seeing Su Tang's embarrassed expression, Lu Shi suddenly understood. "Oh, Uncle 13 has turned you into a little antique. Come on, I'm telling you." Lu Shi pulled Su Tang closer, as if ready to teach her by example. "Shao Shi, if 13th brother finds out, we be beaten." Lu Jinchi, standing nearby, looked a bit worried. "Stop bothering me, and go have fun by yourself." Lu Shi waved her hand impatiently. "If you don't find a partner, there won't be a place for you." Hearing this, Lu Jinchi stole a glance toward the dance floor, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally left. It's customary. As soon as Lu Jinchi left, Lu Shi explained to Su Tang with an ambiguous smile, "Cousin Momo, let me tell you something. This is a tradition that all legions have. Once a legion achieves merit, the art troupe will hold a celebration. Winning a mecha competition is a natural thing to do, so we invite everyone back to celebrate." At this point, Lu Shi leaned close to Su Tang's ear and lowered her voice. "You know, there are basically no women in the mecha department. These people are so pent up all day long." "But cousin, you're a woman." Su Tang swallowed. Was it really appropriate for her and Lu Shi to attend such a celebration? What's wrong with being a woman? Life is about enjoying life, so why can't women celebrate with men? Lu Shi shook a finger in disapproval. "You know, if every woman was as pedantic as you, my dear cousin, men would be crying." Well, Su Tang had to admit that compared to Lu Shi's boldness, she was pedantic. "Cousin, you're not still single, are you?" Lu Shi chuckled slyly under her breath. Su Tang blushed in embarrassment. "Cousin, if anyone knew about this, you'd be ridiculed as an old maid." Su Tang. "She's only 20. 20! Come on, don't say I don't take care of you." Lu Shi hooked her arm around Su Tang's shoulder and whispered, "It doesn't matter if the ones on our team don't like you. Tomorrow, I take you to the 1st Military Academy. There are quite a few good men with SSS psychic powers there. Of course, that scumbag Jiang Yihan doesn't count. Actually, Jiang Yi from the Jiang family is pretty good, but it's a pity he doesn't like my type. Well, I know all 5 SSS psychics on that peak team. Of course, 2 of them are currently my boyfriends. If you really like one Momo, well." At this point, Lu Shi gave a troubled expression, then slapped her thigh and made a decision. "If you really like him, I give him to you." "Cousin, I don't like it. No need to be so polite." Su Tang immediately declined her offer. She and Miss Lu Shi were definitely from different worlds. This girl even treated men as gifts. "Then what kind of guy do you like? I introduce you." Lu Shi stared at Su Tang carefully. "Cousin, you're so beautiful, it's no wonder you can't find a man. I think we're still young and should focus on our studies." Su Tang shrank back. Why did she feel like her cousin was pimping? "I'm not asking you to stop studying, but..." Lu Shi's expression suddenly darkened. "Cousin, no matter how outstanding your grades are, it won't be of much use. Even if you join the army, you'd just be a decoration in the rear. Women, after all, can't fight on the front lines." At this point, Lu Shi sighed softly. "So, as long as you have a certain level of self-preservation, that's all. Don't take it too seriously. As a woman, it's impossible to establish yourself in the military based on your military achievements. The military won't give you that opportunity." "Why?" Su Tang was slightly puzzled. "You're stupid. There aren't many women, especially those with high-level psychic powers like us. If you want to achieve merit, you're risking your life. How could the military allow women to do something so dangerous? It's men who go to their deaths." Actually, Lu Shi paused mid-sentence, lowered her eyes, and finally shook her head. Forget about this disappointing news. Come on, stop drinking. I get you something delicious. Turning around, she snapped her fingers. Waiter, 5 glasses of Dream Rainbow. A waiter quickly arrived with 5 drinks. Su Tang blinked at the rainbow-colored liquid. What a beautiful drink. Cousin, this is delicious. You never tried it, have you? She grabbed a cup and guzzled it down generously. Afterward, she wiped her mouth, a look of enjoyment on her face. These are my treat, cousin. Momo, if you're tired, go back to your room. Patting Su Tang's shoulder, she returned to the dance floor. Hearing Lu's words, Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had been granted a pardon. She stood up and prepared to return to her room. After taking 2 steps, Su Tang suddenly turned around and looked at the 4 dreamy, rainbow-colored drinks on the coffee table, radiating a soft halo. After a 3-second hesitation, Su Tang turned around and hugged the 4 drinks to take away. Since she already ordered, she had to try them. The color was truly enticing. Back in her room, Su Tang took a tentative sip. For a moment, Su Tang narrowed her eyes in delight. The drink was sour, sweet, and refreshing, with a silky texture like nectar. Dream Rainbow lived up to its name. After 1 drink, Su Tang felt light and airy, as if she were immersed in a rainbow of vibrant colors. Su Tang, who had never tasted such a delicious drink before, immediately finished all 4. Su Tang realized belatedly that it wasn't a drink, but rather wine. However, she was already intoxicated, and it was too late to regret. Relying solely on her willpower, Su Tang stumbled onto the bed. In the dim light, it seemed as if the doorbell rang. Su Tang, somewhat bewildered, used her mental power to scan the area and discovered a handsome man standing at her door. She sat up and pinched her face hard. It didn't hurt. She was dreaming. Was she dreaming about a handsome man? Could it be because spring was coming? Spring had arrived. Opening the door and looking at the beauty approaching, Su Tang patted her face again. It really didn't hurt. She was really dreaming. Hey, beautiful woman. Su Tang stared at the approaching woman with a naive smile. Since it was just a dream then. What she did in her dream didn't matter. No one would know anyway, it was just her dream. Thinking this, Su Tang reached out and lunged at the approaching man. Unfortunately, she forgot she was in bed, and gravity pulled her downwards. Most powerful arms scooped her up in time, preventing her from landing face first on the ground and becoming disfigured. Beauty, you're not only beautiful, but also kind-hearted. Su Tang looked at the newcomer with amazement and smiled foolishly. Her hands were busy touching her, and she squinted her eyes in satisfaction. She had a firm figure, and it felt so good to touch. Chapter 402. On the first battle star, somewhere in a remote area amidst a forest of giant rocks, a water-blue mecha lay in disarray on the ground. Inside the mecha, Long Ju's face was grave, as he observed the display showing a wear rate exceeding 90%. He had made a mistake this time. He hadn't expected Jiang Yunchuan to be a beast tamer. He actually had such a powerful lion flame beast beside him. Was this a sign of fate? Defiantly unlocking the mounting mechanism, Long Ju opened the cockpit, and leaped out the moment the lion flame beast approached again. He dove midair, and fired a hypnotic spell at the lion flame beast, but it was consumed by the flame surrounding it before it could reach him. His eyes darkened, and without hesitation, Long Ju used a stone pillar to leverage his momentum, and launched a spin towards the stone forest. The mecha was broken, leaving him completely powerless. Unfortunately, even the most powerful human body was no match for the star beasts, and even their speed was incomparable. Seeing the enemy flee, Su Yanlai shrank into size, and followed into the stone forest, easily catching up with him and striking him with a single claw. Even though Long Ju quickly jerked sideways, he still couldn't completely avoid the attack. Long Ju felt a sharp pain in his chest accompanied by a tremendous force. He was thrown uncontrollably and collided with a stone pillar. Blood gushed out instantly, and the pain felt like his internal organs were shifting. In his sight, the lion flame beast, ablaze with flames, approached him with graceful steps. He tried to draw his laser sword to strike back, but felt a sharp pain in his right arm, as if it were broken. Long Ju gave a wry, self-deprecating smile. Even with a weapon, he couldn't defeat a lion flame beast. He brought this upon himself. Watching the lion flame beast lunge at him, its fangs bared, Long Ju closed his eyes, with a flicker of despair. The expected pain didn't come, and instead, Long Ju keenly sensed a spatial fluctuation in the air. Opening his eyes in shock, Long Ju saw Su Tang suddenly appear. Su Tang glanced around anxiously, then spotted Long Ju, bloodied and leaning against a stone pillar, and Su Yanlai, paw raised before him. "What are you trying to do?" Su Tang scurried towards Su Yanlai. "Little one." Long Ju uttered a single word before swallowing the next, "heart." Within sight, Su Tang shoved the lion flame beast away and gave it 2 vicious kicks. The lion flame beast, however, held its head in its hands, a very human expression of grievance on its face. "I deal with you later," Su Tang said, unsatisfied, tugging on Su Yanlia's ear and twisting it, then letting it go. The most important thing now was how serious Long Ju's injuries were. Su Tang trotted a few steps and crouched beside Long Ju. Her face paled, her eyes filled with fear. As she approached, she noticed the blood on the ground. Long Ju's chest was a horrific sight. Deep, bleeding claw marks and burns covered the ground. It was obvious that Su Yanlai had inflicted these injuries. "Are you okay?" Su Tang's face paled even further. With such serious injuries, what should she do? Was it too late to get her to the hospital? "It's okay. You won't die." Ahem. Long Ju tried to comfort her, but the very words jarred his internal organs, sending a wave of excruciating pain through him. A mouthful of blood instantly surged up. "Don't die. Hold on. I save you." Su Tang's face tinged with fear, tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing Long Ju coughing and spitting blood, she became even more flustered and at a loss. Fumbling with her spatial ring to see if she had any potions to stop the bleeding, Su Tang's eyes suddenly lit up with a flicker of joy. She had the snow crystal lotus in her spatial ring, the healing elixir. It could save Long Ju with even 1 breath left. Long Ju clearly had plenty left in his condition. Thinking of this, Su Tang immediately took a snow crystal lotus and carefully placed it near Long Ju's mouth. "Eat it quickly, you're saved." Long Ju's eyes glared in disbelief. This was the snow demon's healing relic. After seeing that it was a snow crystal lotus and the silver mecha, Long Ju looked up, his gaze fixed on Su Tang. "Feed me." "I'm feeding you," Su Tang said anxiously, moving her hands and urging, "Hurry up and eat. Don't use your hands, use your mouth." Su Tang was stunned, her anger rising. It was already this late, and he was still acting like a scoundrel even when he was about to die, although Su Tang had the urge to throw the snow crystal lotus in his face and snarl at him, "Eat it or not. If you don't want to, forget it." The following appears unrelated, and likely comes from a different source. The following also appears unrelated, and likely comes from a different source. The following also appears unrelated, and likely comes from a different source. The following also appears unrelated, and likely comes from a different source. The following also appears unrelated, and likely comes from a different source. The following also appears unrelated. 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 Under Long Ju's attack, Su Tang instinctively tried to push him away, but the moment she touched his chest, she felt a warm, sticky, wet sensation and a muffled groan of pain. Thinking of Long Ju's injuries, Su Tang was so frightened that she dared not move. After about 10 minutes, Long Ju finally let her go. Su Tang regained consciousness and noticed the defiant look on Long Ju's face. Following his gaze, she spotted the silver mecha several dozen meters away. Having seen it before, Su Tang naturally knew it was Jiang Yinchuan's mecha. Looking at the intact silver mecha, then at the shattered aquamarine mecha not far away, she thought of Long Ju's miserable state, and the fact that if she hadn't spotted him in time, Long Ju would have truly perished. Su Tang's fury suddenly flared, and she couldn't help but roar at Jiang Yinchuan, "How can you be so cruel? Go away! I never want to see you again." In Su Tang's opinion, Su Yanlia's killing of Long Ju was definitely Jiang Yinchuan's fault. In the Yinchuan cockpit, Jiang Yinchuan's already dejected expression darkened even more after hearing Su Tang's words. Just a moment ago, they had been so close. But since this man appeared, Su Tang hadn't even glanced at him. She hadn't even noticed his presence. She was so intimate with another man, and she let him go without asking any questions. never wanting to see him again. Uh-huh. Is he being cruel? Was he just going to stand there and be killed without resistance? Jiang Yunchuan touched the wound on her chest, her heart filled with bitterness. She only knew that the man was injured, but what about him? Did she know that it was just a hair's breadth away? If it hadn't been for his quick reaction, she would be looking at his corpse now. Chapter 403. Boss, you can't blame us. It was this man who suddenly appeared and attacked first. Su Yunlai rushed forward, hugging Su Tang's legs, and defending himself with a look of grievance. He wasn't that idiot Jiang Yunchuan, who had been misunderstood and stood there silently. He had winked at him so many times, but he didn't understand. He must be blind. It wasn't their fault. Self-defense is not illegal. Shut up. Su Tang scolded, trying to kick him away with a kick, but Su Yunlai was too big for her to move. She could only glare at him fiercely. If she hadn't arrived in time, Long Ju would have been killed by him. Boss, you can't wrongly accuse a good man. I swear, this man really was the one who struck first. Jiang Yunchuan was shot. If I hadn't arrived in time, he would have been dead. Seriously, I swear on chocolate, if I lie, I never have chocolate again. Su Yunlai spoke sincerely, wiping away 2 crocodile tears in grievance. Really? Su Tang couldn't help but feel suspicious. This foodie swore on chocolate, so it couldn't be nonsense. Really? Su Yunlai nodded uncontrollably. You were the one who started it. Su Tang turned to look at Long Ju, who was still on the ground. Long Ju remained silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. No man could accept his woman being taken by another man. After seeing what happened last night, he naturally wanted to cut Jiang Yunchuan into pieces. He had successfully lured him to this place, and was about to kill him, but the lion flame beast appeared, and he failed, and nearly lost his life. Seeing Long Ju nodding in acknowledgement, his complexion beginning to improve, Su Tang was furious. Damn it, it was this who started it all. Jiang Yunchuan wanted to kill Long Ju, and Su Tang naturally thought he was cruel, but Long Ju had been injured instead of trying. After confirming that he was now alright, Su Tang felt the deserved it. Right. Su Tang felt she had gone too far, having misunderstood Jiang Yunchuan. She was about to apologize, but before she could finish her words, the silver mech spun around and instantly disappeared from Su Tang's sight. Su Tang was stunned. Was he angry? Boss. Su Yunlai tugged at Su Tang's thigh. Jiang Yunchuan is really injured. He's seriously injured, definitely no less seriously than this kid. What? Su Tang lost her composure. He was so badly injured, and still driving around in a mech. Su Tang began to worry about Jiang Yunchuan. Just as she was about to chase after him with Su Yunlai to check, she heard a muffled groan from behind. Well, there's another injured person here. Su Yunlai, come over quickly and supervise him eating the snow crystal lotus. He has his own. Don't forget, each person can only take one. If he's eaten too much, make him drink the potion. After carefully instructing Su Yunlai and watching him chase Jiang Yunchuan in the direction he had left, Su Tang turned and walked towards Long Ju. Damn, why are they both so troublesome? After carefully examining Long Ju's wound and finding it healing at a noticeable speed, Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Resignedly, she removed the empty mecha-specific space button from Long Ju's computer and ran to the blue mecha to put it away. When she returned to Long Ju, she found him unconscious. Su Xiaobai, isn't anything wrong? Su Tang's concern returned. How could that be? It's just that his body was severely injured. After consuming the snow crystal lotus, he's self-regulating and falling into a dormant state. He'd be fine when he wakes up tomorrow, Su Xiaobai said calmly. After making sure no one else was around, Su Tang once again had Su Xiaobai tear open the space. After painstakingly dragging Long Ju back to his bed in his room, using teleportation, she breathed a sigh of relief. She diligently ran warm water over him and, seeing the wounds, which had begun to scab over, and his complexion returned to normal, she felt completely relieved. Wiping her sweat off her forehead, Su Tang sat on the sofa, staring blankly at Long Ju. The forest psychic last night was Long Ju. In other words, he saw everything, which is why he attacked Jiang Yunchuan. He didn't realize Su Yunlai was with Jiang Yunchuan, and that's how he ended up like this. Su Tang twirled her hair with a troubled expression. Women's jealousy leads to bloodless domestic strife, while men actually engage in real-life brawls. Long Ju had previously said he wouldn't retaliate if she didn't like him, but then he turned around and killed her man. He was exactly like Lu Jinyu. No, even worse than Lu Jinyu. He only threatened her verbally, but Long Ju had actually done it. Su Tang frowned deeply. Before, she thought her mother was exaggerating, but now she completely believed it. She hadn't even revealed her strength yet, and these two were already fighting. If her energy master strength was exposed, it would be even more serious. Sighing helplessly, Su Tang felt she couldn't handle the situation again. Although she felt a little resentful of Long Ju's murderous behavior, she couldn't bring herself to blame him when Jiang Yunchuan was fine while she suffered. Boss, boss, boss! Su Tang was still racking her brains over how to handle the situation when Su Yinlai's call rang out in a flurry. What's up? I'm already annoyed, Su Tang said angrily. The fact that Su Yinlai had contacted her meant that Jiang Yunchuan hadn't escaped the first battle planet in his mecha, and was most likely still in this city. Su Tang felt a little relieved at this thought. Boss, let me report the situation. Jiang Yunchuan refused to go to the hospital, and hasn't had his wounds treated. Why don't we just leave him alone and let him die? On the other side, Su Yinlai finished his telepathic communication with Su Tang, then turned toward Jiang Yunchuan and performed a difficult OK sign with his front paws. What? Su Tang's heart, which had just settled, began to lift again. Is he really that badly injured? That man attacked, and Jiang Yunchuan was shot in the chest. Do you think it's serious? But he should be fine after eating the snow crystal lotus. If he doesn't want to eat, we can just leave him alone. After hearing Su Yinlai's words, Su Tang felt a little embarrassed, her face darkening with worry. A bullet in the chest? Anxiously pacing the room twice, Su Tang grew increasingly concerned. Glancing at the soundly sleeping Long Ju, she finally decided to check on Jiang Yunchuan's condition. Giving it a try, she used her mental power to scan the room, and was surprised to find Jiang Yunchuan and Su Yinlai in the hotel next door. Jiang Yunchuan sat on the sofa, his face pale, his eyes fixed on the window, his thoughts unsettled. Instantly, Su Tang's face paled, her heart clenched. Jiang Yunchuan's clothes bore obvious signs of scorch damage, leaving his exposed chest charred black. Bone was faintly visible at the deepest part of the wound, clearly the result of an energy bullet. Su Tang's composure flared after discovering that Jiang Yunchuan had been hit by an energy bullet. After months of military school life, she knew that if an atomic bomb wound wasn't treated properly, the wound would spread like a virus, ultimately leading to death from the heat, though this process was a very slow one. No wonder Su Yinlai said he was dying. Untreated wounds could be fatal. Remembering that she had already used teleportation, Su Tang didn't bother hiding it, and allowed Su Xiaobai to tear open the space again. Chapter 404. Sensing the sudden presence of another person in the room, Jiang Yunchuan's eyes flashed with joy, but it was quickly concealed, and he continued to gaze out the window with a dejected expression. Su Yinlai, now transformed into a kitten, enthusiastically pounced on Su Tang, nuzzling her calf and beginning to fawn over her. Seeing Jiang Yunchuan's nonchalant expression, Su Tang felt herself bursting with rage again. He's wasting his body like this. Does he really want to die? Ignoring Su Yinlai, Su Tang retrieved the appropriate potion from her space ring and stepped forward to treat Jiang Yunchuan's wound. Wounds caused by energy bullets that weren't in vital areas were actually quite simple to treat. 2 specific potions were enough to heal them. Only those who couldn't afford them would require surgery to remove the charred flesh. As a wealthy person with the hoarding qualities of a hamster, Su Tang naturally had dozens of these potions in her ring. Seeing Su Tang's actions, Jiang Yunchuan's joy grew even greater, but his expression remained unchanged. Su Tang walked over to Jiang Yunchuan, placed the potion beside him, and leaned forward slightly, reaching out to unbutton his shirt. Just as her fingers touched the button, her wrist was grabbed. Su Tang frowned unhappily. I tend to your wounds. Didn't you say I was cruel? Didn't you say you never wanted to see me again? If someone as cruel as me were dead, wouldn't that be exactly what you wished for? Jiang Yunchuan held Su Tang's wrist tightly, staring at her with hurt eyes. Su Tang lowered her head slightly, avoiding Jiang Yunchuan's gaze. I'm sorry, I went too far. It's natural to sympathize with the weak. Seeing Long Ju so badly injured, and believing Jiang Yunchuan to be unharmed, her heart naturally skewed towards Long Ju. Now that she thought about it, she had indeed been arbitrary. Let go first. Treat your wound immediately. After apologizing, Su Tang grew anxious when she saw Jiang Yunchuan still showed no sign of letting go. Do you hate me? Why did you fake your own death in the Timber Wolf Galaxy? Jiang Yunchuan still refused to let go. He had been brooding over Su Tang's deception for over a year, and now, injured and ready to play pitiful, he naturally asked. Treat your wound first. We talk later. Hearing Jiang Yunchuan mention her fake death, Su Tang felt a little guilty and chose to avoid it. Back then, it wasn't entirely a lie, it also served to deceive Qin Qinyuan. Now, having experienced the sadness and grief Long Ju's fake death had brought her, Su Tang felt she had gone too far. I know you hate me. Jiang Yinchuan suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh, his voice tinged with sadness. There's no need to treat this wound. Let it rot. Are you crazy? Su Tang thought Jiang Yinchuan must have lost his mind. Just because she hated him, he wouldn't treat his wound? What kind of logic was that? Su Tang struggled slightly, determined to force the medicine on him. Unfortunately, even with the severely injured Jiang Yinchuan, she was no match for him. Su Tang's face grew somewhat helpless. Stop messing around, take care of the wound first. I'm not messing around. Jiang Yinchuan's pale face was filled with seriousness. I like you, so I always cling to you, but you hate me. Rather than letting you hate me forever, it's better not to save me now, and put an end to it all. Are you threatening me? Su Tang's eyes narrowed, her tone sharpening. Was he saying that if I didn't save him, I'd die? That if I saved him, I had to like him and be with him, threatening her with his own life? Could you be more childish? I'm not threatening you. I'm simply stating a fact. As long as I'm alive, I keep pestering you. Jiang Yinchuan's eyes were firm, no hint of joking in them. You? Su Tang trembled slightly with anger, feeling a surge of humiliation. What kind of person is this? It's one thing for him not to value his own life, but she was so worried about his injury, and yet he threatened her with this. It was sheer nonsense. If you want to die, die far away. Su Tang uttered this harshly, then ordered Su Xiaobai to tear open the space and return. Returning to her room, Su Tang sat on the sofa with an angry expression, her temper growing worse with each thought. Everyone acted as if she owed them something. Why? After sulking for a while, until her anger subsided, Su Tang began to feel uneasy again. Could Jiang Yinchuan really not care for his injuries? A secret mental scan revealed that Jiang Yinchuan was still sitting on the sofa in his original position, motionless, like a fine statue. Looking at Su Yanlai happily licking chocolate in a corner, Su Tang was furious. Su Yanlai, are you dead? Can't you persuade him to take medicine? I can't persuade him. Jiang Yinchuan is stubborn. Su Yanlai said calmly. Well, boss, you don't know? If it weren't for the new year, he would still be looking for you in the Timber Wolf Galaxy. What did you say? Su Tang was stunned, feeling complicated. Jiang Yinchuan had been looking for her all along? I said, we were always in the Timber Wolf Galaxy. Oh, he took me from planet to planet looking for you. It was so annoying. I told him you might not be here, but he didn't believe me and insisted on looking. After hearing Su Yanlia's words, Su Tang's eyes were filled with complex emotions, and she didn't know what to say. After a half hour of hesitation on the sofa, Su Tang sighed softly as she saw Jiang Yinchuan still sitting there motionless, the 2 bottles of potion she had left lying untouched beside him. She finally relented. Relying on Su Xiaobai's spatial technology once again, Su Tang returned to Jiang Yinchuan's side. Just as she was about to help him undress and treat his wound, her wrist was grabbed again. Stop it! If you don't treat it, it get worse. Su Tang looked helpless. Jiang Yinchuan looked up at her, his gaze fixed, silent, but his grip showed no sign of loosening. Su Tang reluctantly compromised. All right, you win. I like you, and I can't bear to see you die. That's fine, right? If you're just giving me a half-hearted plea, I take it seriously. Jiang Yinchuan's eyes burned. If I truly didn't like you at all, I would have killed you that day. You know, I have the ability to do it. Su Tang's tone was a bit complicated. She was speaking the truth, not just to give him a cold shoulder. Naturally, she had a slight dislike for Jiang Yinchuan when they first met, because he nearly discovered the true nature of his 4S spiritual power. After spending time with Yu Xuexing and learning that he was the best in the world, she considered him a friend. But Jiang Yinchuan's looks were definitely her favorite, and now, they ended up in bed together, and she wasn't sure what to make of him. Jiang Yinchuan was the first man in her 2 lives. Perhaps subconsciously, she had already considered him her man, or perhaps it was possessiveness, but now, the mere thought of him doing something like this with another woman made her feel a pang of discomfort. Thinking about it, Su Tang felt that she might actually like Jiang Yinchuan. At the very least, she didn't want to see him with another woman. Hearing Su Tang's words, Jiang Yinchuan's lips spread across a brilliant smile. He knew that if Su Tang truly hated him, he wouldn't be able to survive after she sobered up. Facing the demonic light butterfly, he had absolutely no power to fight back. Furthermore, his bet had been right. Su Tang was ultimately too kind and soft-hearted. After this incident, he had every reason to cling to her, to cling to her forever. As long as she held him in her heart, even a little, he had the patience to slowly capture her heart like a raging fire. He let go of his hand, letting Su Tang tend to his wounds. Without her seeing, a murderous intent flashed in Jiang Yunchuan's eyes. As long as he dealt with Long Ju, she would be his. Chapter 405. The bandage was tied in a beautiful bow across her chest, and Su Tang clapped her hands in triumph, finally treating the wound. After carefully examining the wound to confirm it was not a vital injury, Su Tang did not force Jiang Yunchuan to take the Snow Crystal Lotus. Snow Crystal Lotus is a life-saving medicine, so it should naturally be reserved for critical moments. Alright, get some rest. Having treated Jiang Yunchuan's wound, Su Tang finally felt completely at ease. Yes, it's time to rest. Jiang Yunchuan nodded in agreement. With a firm hand, he pulled Su Tang into his arms, then rolled over and pressed her directly onto the sofa, his intentions clear. Damn! Su Tang was both embarrassed and annoyed. You're a wounded person, can't you get some rest? Su Yanlai, hurry, pulled him away. Thinking her own fighting power was completely disproportionate to Jiang Yunchuan's, Su Tang immediately called for reinforcements. Ah, hello, what? Boss, what did you say? My signal's bad? Hey, I can't hear you. Yeah, I really can't hear you. Su Yanlai covered his eyes with his paws, shifted his body, pointed his butt at the two of them, and continued calmly licking the chocolate. Fuck. Su Tang cursed inwardly. Su Yanlai thought he was calling. He was pretending there was no signal, as if she was just showing off her pen. This foodie must have betrayed me for a piece of chocolate. I'm going to make him pay tomorrow. Su Tang was furious, but her mind quickly blurred under Jiang Yunchuan's onslaught. Bang! The next day, Su Tang was awakened by the loud thud of something heavy falling to the ground. In an instant, sleepiness vanished. She opened her eyes, slightly raised her head, and took in the situation inside the room, only to be startled. Su Tang threw back the covers, doused herself in them, and quickly got dressed. Inside the room, Long Ju leaned against the wall in an odd position, while Jiang Yunchuan had apparently bumped into the source of the noise, and was now slowly climbing up, holding onto the wall. What happened? Su Tang didn't care to wonder why Long Ju was there. One look at their movements told her that they were injured again, perhaps seriously. After hearing Su Tang's words, before either of them could reply, Su Yanlai spoke first. I broke both of their legs. Su Yanlai wagged his tail, appearing elated. Taking on two humans with level 5 physical strength was effortless for him. Broken legs. Broken. Su Tang was completely flustered. As soon as she realized what was happening, she kicked Su Yanlai hard. Fuck. She had finally healed him yesterday, and now he's broken again. What the hell are you doing? Are you looking for death? No more energy stones. Su Tang grabbed Su Yanlai's ears again. This was a bummer. Boss, this is unfair. Su Yanlai began to complain. This man came this morning. He pointed at Long Ju and continued to complain. Without a word, he attacked Jiang Yunchuan. The two of them started fighting. Based on my experience, both of them were determined to kill. They were desperate. To prevent loss of life, I crippled them so they wouldn't have the energy to fight anymore. Killed. Su Tang's eyes flashed with shock. Yes, absolutely, I was definitely going to kill him. I'm not mistaken. Su Yanlai assured, raising his right paw. Long Ju had come looking for trouble again, so Su Yanlai naturally crippled him. But once Long Ju was injured, Jiang Yunchuan didn't stop and went for his life. After yesterday, Su Yanlai, already shrewder than a monkey, naturally knew that Su Tang and Long Ju were closely connected. If Jiang Yunchuan killed Long Ju under his nose, his boss would definitely punish him, and he might even lose his precious stone salary. But no matter how he tried to persuade Jiang Yunchuan, he was stubborn and determined to kill him. Although Su Yanlai had a deep revolutionary friendship with Jiang Yunchuan, his ultimate boss was still Su Tang, and he had some awareness of this. He had stood by and watched yesterday without disrupting his business, because he knew Su Tang wouldn't be angry with him. However, if he ignored Jiang Yunchuan's killing of Long Ju, he would definitely stir up a hornet's nest, with serious consequences. In Su Yanlai's view, a broken bone was a minor matter. A potion would heal quickly. After comparing the consequences, Su Yanlai naturally gave Jiang Yunchuan a claw. Let's see how they fight with a broken leg. After hearing Su Yanlai's words, Su Tang's fury boiled over. All they did was kill each other. Yesterday's fight had already left both sides wounded, and now they're back again today. Could they please just calm down? Can one of you two explain? Su Tang took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. He wants to kill me, Jiang Yunchuan said, pointing at Long Ju. Humph, Long Ju sneered. Don't you want to kill me? Jiang Yunchuan suddenly lowered his head, neither admitting nor denying. He knew that at this moment, only silence and a pitiful act would increase his influence in Su Tang's heart. You were the first to start it again? Jiang Yunchuan didn't respond. Su Tang turned to Long Ju, her eyes a little complicated. Jiang Yunchuan was already her man. It was a done deal. Long Ju's repeated attempts to kill him had, admittedly, annoyed Su Tang. Yes, you should know why I wanted to kill him. Long Ju stared blankly at Su Tang. This lion flame beast is actually yours, right? He saw it all. Have you forgotten what I told you about Shui Kaifeng? Su Tang was stunned by Long Ju's words. The secrets of space were a big secret, but in her heart, Jiang Yunchuan was her man, naturally one of her own. He wouldn't betray her, would he? Su Tang looked at Jiang Yunchuan with a hint of uneasiness. She couldn't bring herself to kill him, but she had teleported yesterday in a moment of desperation. She hadn't given it much thought, but hearing Long Ju mention Shui Kaifeng in his previous life again today, she felt a little worried. Hearing Long Ju's words, Jiang Yunchuan's thoughts raced. Long Ju and Su Tang's relationship was likely extraordinary. Seeing Su Tang teleport like Shui Kaifeng, as recorded in the military's secret archives, Jiang Yunchuan was naturally shocked. While his desire to kill Long Ju was primarily to eliminate a romantic rival, it also included silencing him. What Jiang Yunchuan hadn't anticipated was that Long Ju already knew about it, proving their relationship was undoubtedly deeper than he imagined. You should know my feelings for you. I won't reveal anything about you to the military. Jiang Yunchuan looked up at Su Tang, making his position clear. Although he didn't believe she would actually kill him, he understood the principle that 3 people can make a tiger. If Long Ju continued to sow discord, trouble would surely arise. Take care of the wound first. We talk later. Su Tang's eyes flickered between Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan before she sighed. She didn't know what to do again. Naturally, she trusted Long Ju more. After all, they were both from the same world, possessing other bodies. However, she couldn't bring herself to kill Jiang Yunchuan. If she didn't kill him and stayed with him, she was afraid that Long Ju might do something extreme. Based on Long Ju's behavior over the past 2 days, Su Tang felt that his previous statement that she wouldn't retaliate even if she didn't like him was pure bullshit. Chapter 406. Resigned to her fate, Su Tang treated the two's wounds again. With a stern face, she forced them into the recuperation chamber. In this age of advanced medical technology, fractures are no problem at all. With advanced medicine and a recuperation chamber, they can heal in just 1 day. Instructing Su Yanlai to supervise the two for a full day in the recuperation chamber, and leaving a harsh warning, anyone who causes trouble again will be beaten to death, Su Tang returned to her room. Walking aimlessly back and forth in the room, Su Tang's head pounded. What should she do in this situation? Explain her current situation to Jiang Yunchuan and then stay with him? Whether Jiang Yunchuan could defeat Lu Jinyu or not. What about Long Ju? Will Long Ju really let go? Su Tang felt a strong possibility that he would secretly attack Jiang Yunchuan. A fight between the two of them, both injured, was definitely not what she wanted to see. After pondering for an hour, Su Tang still had no idea. Ultimately, Su Tang decided it would be better to talk to someone rather than dwell on her thoughts. Naturally, the only woman she could currently talk to was Lu Shi. Thinking of Lu Shi, Su Tang thought of her half-dozen, 6, boyfriends. How could they get along so peacefully? Confused, Su Tang scanned with her mental power and discovered Lu Shi and her 3 boyfriends harmoniously enjoying a meal together in the hotel's luxurious restaurant. Su Tang, unconcerned about being an eyesore, simply sent a message, "Cousin, are you free? In your room? I have something I want to talk to you about." Within 2 minutes, Lu Shi replied, "Momo, wait for me in your room. I'd be upstairs after dinner." Su Tang continued pacing the room, trying to come up with a good excuse for her situation. 5 minutes later, the door rang. As soon as she opened it, it was indeed Lu Shi. What the hell? Could it be that Uncle 13 knew we were here? Lu Shi felt a little nervous upon entering. This combat competition had been kept secret from Lu Qingyang. Although the mecha combat competition stipulated that no malicious killings were allowed, swords were merciless, and accidental killings were inevitable. Therefore, the school stipulated that lower-grade students were not allowed to participate in the combat competition. Of course, participation in such spontaneously organized off-campus competitions was entirely up to students. But if Lu Qingyang, a stern old-fashioned man, found out, she would be in grave danger. No, it's not about father. Hearing Su Tang's words, Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. After making 2 cups of tea and settling down on the sofa, Su Tang launched into her prepared excuse. Well, I have a friend. Su Tang's eyes flickered with embarrassment as she spoke. She had very few female friends in this world, hardly any close friends she could talk to. Although she'd been with Lucy for over 3 months, and was quite fond of her personality, she still felt a little embarrassed when it came to men. She could only resort to the common saying, I have a friend. I have a friend. Maybe she's just lucky with women, and she's incredibly popular with men. Well then, by some strange coincidence, she got drunk and ended up having sex with a guy. Su Tang was interrupted before she could finish. Cousin, you had sex with someone yesterday? Hey, where's that guy? Lucy began to look around. Su Tang burst into tears. How could she be so clever? She figured out she was talking about her so quickly. It wasn't me, it was a friend. Su Tang, looking embarrassed, refused to admit it. Okay, it wasn't you, it was a friend. Lucy chuckled slyly. Cousin, do you want to hear it? Su Tang said, a little annoyed. Listen. Then what? Lucy straightened her tone, but her eyes couldn't stop smiling. Then she... Okay, I admit it was me. Su Tang gave in to Lucy's playful gaze. Never mind, she'd been discovered anyway. It was me. That dreamy rainbow you ordered for me, cousin, it was all my fault. Cousin, who told you to drink so much? And I didn't know you had such a low alcohol tolerance. Lucy's eyes tinged with a hint of apology. But where's that man? Did he get away? Damn, Momo, tell me who it was. I beat him up for you. Thinking that her cousin had been taken advantage of, and the man had gotten away, Lucy grew indignant. No. Su Tang quickly waved her hand. Cousin, listen to me first. Okay, go ahead. Here's the thing. There was a man pursuing me, and he saw us yesterday, and we got into a fight. Cousin, what should we do? Su Tang finished, looking expectantly at Lucy, hoping for some constructive advice. What's there to worry about? Men fighting over women is common. Well, I thought it was a big deal. Lucy showed a hint of disappointment. 2 men fighting over a woman out of jealousy wasn't a big deal. It was as common as eating. Cousin, it's a murder. A murder? Not a fight. Su Tang's composure frayed. If it were just a normal fight, she wouldn't have cared, but Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju were truly determined to kill each other. That's normal. Lucy's expression remained as it should be. Looking at Su Tang's nervous, worried face, Lucy felt that his cousin was quite unworldly. Momo, do you know what the male-to-female ratio is in the Federation? 100:1. Su Tang was puzzled. Why did Lucy suddenly bring this up? Having read relevant information online, she knew that men outnumbered women, but weren't large families all monogamous? Yes, 100:1. You say 100 men compete for one woman. The competition is fierce. It's completely normal for a few to die in the process. But don't large families, like ours, always have a shortage of women? Su Tang was puzzled. Her grandfather had so many girlfriends, it didn't seem like women were scarce at all. Children born into prominent families naturally never lack women. At this point, Lucy's expression grew serious. What they lack is wives worthy of their status. The percentage of men in prominent families who can marry is actually quite low. I know that. Cousin, I'm talking about my own problem. What do you think I should do now? Su Tang brought the conversation back on track. Let them fight. In nature, only the strongest males are worthy of a mate. This also applies to us humans. Only the strongest among those who like you are worthy of the throne. At this point, Lucy sighed slightly, as if lost in some memory. Actually, when I was 18, I had a first love. I really liked him. He was humorous, and always made me laugh. But later, a more assertive guy pursued me. Although I rejected him, my first love still died. Although I have no evidence that he was responsible, they were on the same team during the combat training. If he died, he would live. Hearing Lucy's complex account of her past, Su Tang grew even more worried. Could someone really go so far as to kill a rival for a woman? Momo, you know my grandmother was an SSS psychic, right? My grandfather, in order to marry her, even though she was still an SS psychic, he overtly and covertly eliminated countless rivals. So, it's perfectly normal for a man to kill for a woman. Don't make such a fuss. The Federation encourages such behavior. As long as both parties agree, they can sign a life-or-death agreement and fight to the death. The loser will die, while the winner can stay with the woman. Chapter 407. Life and Death Arena. Hearing this, Su Tang became even more uneasy. What kind of rotten law is this? What idiot made it to have such a clause? But cousin, how can we stop this? Su Tang grew even more anxious. What if Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan took advantage of her absence to engage in a life and death arena? How can we stop this? If men want to fight, let them. How can that be? Seeing Lu Shi's indifferent expression, Su Tang's voice rose. No matter who died, Long Ju or Jiang Yunchuan, she didn't want to see it. Oh, I see. Lu Shi was stunned, then gave an ambiguous smile. Cousin, so you like both of them? Cousin! Su Tang's voice became even sharper. She simply didn't want to see anything happen to either of them. It's okay. If you like them, just date them. Cousin, I don't know either. I'm so confused right now. I really don't want them to kill each other because of me, but I don't know what to do. Su Tang sighed softly. Admittedly, she had a crush on both Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan. Because they're both so nice to me, I don't know who I should really love. Hearing Su Tang's words, Lu Shi's expression grew serious, and his tone grew cautious. Momo, listen to my cousin. Don't fall in love with just any man. He might die someday somewhere you don't know. Lu Shi lowered her eyes, her expression somewhat gloomy. My second boyfriend was in the Legion. We only dated for a year before he died on some unfinished planet, and never came back. Cousin. After hearing Lu Shi's words, Su Tang didn't know how to comfort her. Momo, you're only 20, and you're already an SS psychic. Uncle 13 is an SSS psychic, which means you have a good chance of reaching SSS psychic power. You know, there are only 3 women with SSS psychic power in our federation, me, my grandmother Yuan, and Xia Holin. But Xia Holin, as an SSS psychic, is just a first-class citizen, and she's a joke among the upper-class families. Do you know why? What? Su Tang was puzzled. Why did the topic turn to SSS women again? Because Xia Holin is infertile, and she did it herself. What? Su Tang was a little shocked. It takes a lot of courage for a woman to give up her right to be a mother. Xia Holin was talented, but she fell in love with a man who wasn't very capable, and had no way of dealing with her suitors. So, for his safety, Xia Holin secretly went to the hospital to have her uterus removed, and she made the whole world know about it. As a result, the Xia Ho family removed her from the family tree. Naturally, being unable to have children meant no other men would pursue her, and the man she loved was safe. However, Lu Shi suddenly sneered, because he couldn't leave an heir, he eventually married someone else. But cousin, you can't generalize. Not all men are human. Trash. Momo, that's not the point I'm making. Lu Shi was slightly frustrated by Su Tang's slowness. What I'm trying to say is that women with high-level psychic powers are sought after by many men, and when men fight each other, it's a real fight. Unless you ruin yourself like Xia Holin, your man must be able to handle other suitors, otherwise he'd be easily cut down. At this point, Lu Shi made a gesture of wiping her neck and continued, Your cousin, I'm definitely not trying to scare you. This is true. I currently have 8 boyfriends, 2 in the military and 6 at school. But 5 of the men I dated are dead. Su Tang took a deep breath upon hearing this. While she listened to Su Saran's words, she hadn't truly taken them to heart. But after Lu Shi's words, Su Tang was truly frightened. The competition among men was probably more brutal than she imagined. So Lu Shi concluded, patting Su Tang's shoulder. I said this before, enjoy life while you can, but don't fall too deeply in love with one man. Seriously, he might die one day. Also, if you meet a man you're somewhat attracted to, just let him go. He might also die one day. This frustrating interstellar age. Su Tang felt even more worried after Lu Shi's analysis. Wouldn't it be safer if I didn't even look for a man? Su Tang, in her panic, was a little naive. Lu Shi glanced at her speechlessly. Do you think that's possible? And even if you don't make your stance clear, they still see your other suitors as imaginary enemies. The situation would be the same. Cousin, how do your 6 boyfriends at school get along so well? Su Tang was suddenly puzzled. Because I said I would find 8 husbands. If one dies, I will find another. If one dies, I will find another. Anyway, I will make 8. My 8 current boyfriends are all from our Lu family. Even if they really can't stand each other, they will just fight in the training ground, and they won't really kill each other. And since I have made up my mind to have multiple husbands, we will naturally stick together to face the outside world. Lu Shi sighed again at this point. Although the 6 of them seem to be strong enough in school now, I don't know what dangers they will encounter after joining the Legion. The 2 in the Legion are even more worrying. So when my great-grandfather asked me to have multiple husbands, I agreed. If I only find one man, and that man dies on a planet, I will have nowhere to cry. With more people, there will always be a few who can survive safely. Moreover, having multiple husbands is conducive to maintaining the relationship between the three Liu families. Also, cousin, you should not be too picky about having multiple husbands. Rejection. Ordinary people practice polyandry, with many women having dozens or even dozens of husbands. Imagine a 100-to-1 male-to-female ratio. If every woman only finds one husband, will the remaining 99 men become gay or spend their lives with the five fingers girl? So, be open-minded. At this point, Lu Shi couldn't help but offer a warning, his voice growing more emphatic. Cousin, although you haven't yet acknowledged your ancestral roots, great-grandfather has mentioned it before, but Uncle 13 said to wait until you graduate. With your spiritual power, it's only a matter of time before you're included in the family tree. Perhaps great-grandfather will even allow you to have multiple husbands. Although our 10 great families appear harmonious on the surface, there are still minor frictions within. So, if the man you like isn't from one of our 3 families, Lu Yi or Xiaoho, then you can just play around, but don't take it seriously. Great-grandfather won't approve. I understand, cousin. Thank you. Su Tang felt her headache grow even bigger. This conversation with Lu Shi made Su Tang realize the seriousness of the problem. If she didn't make a decision early, Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan might really have to go to the life and death arena. Chapter 408. After seeing Lu Shi off, Su Tang was still troubled, her brows furrowed in knots. Lu Shi's words made Su Tang realize once again the balance issue within the military's 10 major families. With her energy grandmaster identity exposed, and her finding a man from one of the 10, she was afraid the balance would be unbalanced. Unbalanced relationships would lead to open and covert fighting, which would simply lead to chaos. No, Su Tang slapped her head, thinking she was overthinking things. She should think more realistically. What if Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan were to engage in a life-or-death battle? At this thought, Su Tang suddenly touched her heart. She would be heartbroken if either one died. Is this true, as Lu Shi said, that she likes both of them? And it seems more than just them. Besides them, she's probably also fond of Qin Chunyuan, and even Lu Jinyu. Is she fickle? Although she was reluctant to admit it, she couldn't deceive herself. She truly liked them all, even Yan Zimu. In reality, her expectations of men weren't high. If they treated her well, had the ability, and were a bit more attractive, she'd naturally fall in love with them over time. Her affection came easily and faded easily. Once they were apart for a long time, it would fade. Just like Yan Zimu, once he chose someone else, she could just write him off. Su Tang suddenly thought of a saying, someone she couldn't quite recall, that those who loved others were the most ruthless. She was, it seemed, such a ruthless person. She always loved herself the most, and while she liked both Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju, if they were to keep fighting each other like this every day, she wouldn't want either of them. After figuring out her own thoughts and pondering them thoroughly on Skynet all night, Su Tang and Lu Shi said goodbye to the other team members the next day. Because it had already been 3 days, Lu Shi's team members had originally planned to leave this morning, so Su Tang naturally couldn't leave at this moment. Since Su Tang wasn't leaving, Lu Shi wasn't leaving either. She wasn't planning on returning to the main residence for the Lunar New Year anyway. Su Tang felt it was a bit awkward for Lu Shi to see Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan. After much persuasion and a host of excuses, and after Su Tang repeatedly assured her that she would definitely be back within 3 days, Lu Shi, somewhat worried, returned to school with her boyfriends. After seeing Lu Shi off, Su Tang drove back to her previous hotel room and, once again, tore through space. As soon as Su Tang returned to the room Jiang Yunchuan had booked, she sensed a strange atmosphere within. Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju sat opposite each other on the sofa, competing with each other's eyes. Seeing the two men engaging in such a spirited exchange of glances, it seemed the fracture had healed, but perhaps for some reason, they couldn't stir. Of course, that reason was Su Yanlai, who was squatting on the coffee table in the middle, wagging his tail like a large stuffed dog. Su Tang entered, and the two men and the lion simultaneously looked at her. Boss, boss! Su Yanlai happily pounced on her, and hugged her thigh again. See how powerful I am? They didn't dare move once I threatened them, and they all just stayed on the sofa. Oh, well done, keep it up. By the way, how did you threaten them? Su Tang was very impressed with Su Yanlai for successfully stopping the fight between the two men. If they fight again, I bite off their penises, and make them lose their manhood forever, Su Yanlai said triumphantly. Su Tang's face darkened instantly. Such a vicious and hurtful threat, but it was undeniably effective. After patting Su Yinlia's head in praise, Su Tang straightened her back, met their gazes, and walked over to sit on the empty sofa in the center. I have something to say. Clearing her throat, Su Tang decided to change the subject. I, Su Tang, will not marry, I'm only seeking a husband. Hearing Su Tang's words, they were both stunned. Seeking a husband meant marrying into the Su family tree, which meant being incorporated into the Su family tree. While they could choose to retain their original family tree, their future descendants would be recorded with the surname Su unless Su Tang wished otherwise. Long Ju was stunned for a second, then snapped back to his senses. Before Jiang Yunchuan could react, he dodged and shoved himself next to Su Tang. He grabbed her waist and whispered his feelings, you know, let alone marrying into my family's family, I even give up my status for you. He then raised his head and glared at Jiang Yunchuan provocatively, I remember I'm an only child. If I marry into my family, your Jiang family will have no descendants. Jiang Yunchuan looked slightly troubled. Although his old queen had been urging him to find a woman to raise a grandson, she would be furious if she knew he was marrying into her family. She absolutely wanted a grandson with the surname Jiang. But seeing Su Tang's serious expression, Jiang Yunchuan knew she wasn't joking. With Su Tang's skills as a top-tier animal trainer, taking back the Su family was no problem. If she was determined to find a husband, what was he supposed to do? Wife, Jiang Yunchuan said, looking at Su Tang pitifully, trying to gain sympathy. Bah, shameless. Long Ju cursed. Don't interrupt. Su Tang shot him a look and turned to look at Jiang Yunchuan. I'm serious. I will definitely take back the Su family in the future, so I can't marry you. I understand. Jiang Yunchuan's face was helpless, tinged with pain. Can one of our offspring be passed on to the Jiang family? Just one. The Jiang family's legacy cannot be cut off in my hands, please. Shameless. An offspring. Long Ju was about to taunt Jiang Yunchuan with a few sardonic remarks about his wishful thinking, but Su Tang interrupted him before he could finish. I told you to stop talking. Su Tang twisted his waist harshly, then looked at Jiang Yunchuan. What if I don't agree? If you really don't agree? Jiang Yunchuan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and seemed to have made a major decision. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were filled with determination. I will still cling to you, but I will leave a few eggs for the Jiang family to bear children. But I don't like my man having children with other women. Thinking of Jiang Yunchuan's excessive demands these past few days, regardless of her wishes, Su Tang decided to give him a hard time. Children born from an egg aren't considered another woman's children. They only have a father, not a mother. Jiang Yunchuan remained steadfast. I'm the only legitimate heir to our Jiang family, so I can't be unfilial and leave offspring. But I won't let you go. Even if you don't like it, I leave offspring and cling to you forever. Su Tang wasn't angry at Jiang Yunchuan's response. Instead, she smiled happily. As Su Yinli had said, Jiang Yunchuan was stubborn, but she liked it. Okay then. Your child and mine can be given to your Jiang family, both with the surname Jiang. But you can't have other children. I don't like that. Jiang Yunchuan's eyes lit up at Su Tang's words. Was she really agreeing to be with him? Was she really going to be his wife? He thought he'd have to coax her for years. He finally seen the light so quickly. Once Su Tang agreed, Jiang Yunchuan stood up. He was going to get rid of that annoying man. Since Su Tang had chosen him, Jiang Yunchuan, then Long Ju should get out. Chapter 409. Hearing Su Tang's words, Long Ju felt something was wrong. Pulling Su Tang's shoulders with both hands, so she faced him, Long Ju's face was hurt. You want to be with him? What about me? Do you really not like me at all? I like you too. Su Tang blinked, appearing innocent. Hearing Su Tang admit that she liked him, Long Ju felt a flash of ecstasy, then a hint of confusion. Hearing this, Jiang Yunchuan, who had been planning to attack Long Ju, was also taken aback, somewhat confused. So will you choose him or me? Long Ju was somewhat confused by Su Tang's attitude. Hearing Long Ju's question, Jiang Yunchuan also stopped and sat down next to Su Tang, holding his breath to listen to Su Tang's final answer. Why should I choose? Su Tang asked, turning to look at Jiang Yunchuan and saying, You're my first man, so naturally I like you. Otherwise, I would have killed you long ago. Su Tang then looked at Long Ju, You done so much for me, and I understand it all. That's why I like you too. After expressing her feelings for the two, Su Tang changed the subject. I can't deny that I like you, but I don't love you. I'm a very selfish woman. What I love most is myself. I don't want to put myself in a difficult position, so I won't make a choice. Now I'm giving you the choice. You can choose to be my husband, or you can leave. Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan were naturally surprised by Su Tang's words. They each lowered their heads in thought for a few seconds before ultimately reaching the same conclusion. If they withdrew now, it would be like giving Su Tang away, giving the other party an advantage. With this thought, the two of them simultaneously considered killing each other again. Using her mental power to detect the flicker in their eyes, Su Tang knew these two troublemakers were definitely up to something shameful. I'm solemnly saying this now. You can think I'm unfaithful, you can think I'm selfish, you can think I'm not a good woman, and you can choose not to accept and leave. But if you choose to leave, then please don't interfere with my life in the future, and don't attempt to kill my man, otherwise don't blame me for disregarding our old friendship. Of course, if you both choose to stay and become my husbands, then you can't kill each other. If you kill him, or he kills you, I will personally deal with the surviving one. Su Tang spoke loudly and sharply. Despite her fierce expression, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Even so, if something like this really happened, she might resent the surviving one for the rest of her life, but she probably wouldn't be able to bring herself to kill him. But if the two of them continued to fight and kill each other every day, their lives would be unbearable, so she had to be decisive. Thinking of this, Su Tang emphasized her resolve and repeated, I say it, and I do it. After hearing Su Tang's words, Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju fell silent. As proud as they were naturally reluctant to share their wife with another man, but they were also unwilling to hand Su Tang over to him. Killing him without her knowing would require meticulous planning, given their respective statuses. After a long silence, still receiving no response, Su Tang sighed inwardly. She was afraid he wouldn't agree. She should have known that with their status and position, how could they marry her and accept sharing a wife? Well, if she doesn't accept him, I won't force her. As long as these two don't start a fight the moment they meet, that's all that matters. Adjusting her clothes, Su Tang spoke again, if you don't want to, forget it. Please keep your distance from me from now on. Standing up, Su Tang decided to leave, but before she could take a step, someone grabbed her hands, one on each side. I didn't say I didn't want to. Jiang Yunchuan's voice was a little muffled. At that moment, he desperately hoped that jerk Long Ju would say he didn't want to, but unfortunately, that didn't happen. I didn't say I didn't want to either. Su Tang finally agreed to accept him, so Long Ju naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to give up. So do you all agree with what I said? Su Tang repeated. No fighting, and certainly no killing. Agree. Their voices rang with a hint of gritted teeth. In Jiang Yunchuan's mind, the wife was his, but then Long Ju showed up out of nowhere. If he had acted in time, he could have just blasted that jerk to death with a reckless blast of energy. But it was too late to regret now. Long Ju felt like Jiang Yunchuan had appeared out of nowhere. He and Su Tang were getting along just fine, but he'd been the one to get ahead. Long Ju was now filled with regret. If he'd known Su Tang was on vacation, he should have rushed over immediately. If he'd known Jiang Yunchuan got shot the day before yesterday, he shouldn't have taunted him with nonsense and taunted him, but instead shot him again. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited for the lion flame beast to rescue him. Since Jiang Yunchuan had returned in a mecha, Long Ju hadn't even considered he had a lion flame beast. A profound lesson: talking too much when killing someone can backfire. Since you all agree, then it's happily decided. Having resolved the emotional issues that had been bothering her for so long, Su Tang felt relieved. Looking at the two men, still looking glum and a bit depressed, Su Tang kissed them both on the cheek. The problem was solved for now. She had gained two handsome men, and the two would no longer fight each other. Although she felt a little sorry for them, she really had no choice. Really? If you think I'm unfaithful, then we can just be ordinary friends, but you absolutely cannot make a move on my man. Su Tang repeated sincerely. I don't blame you. Jiang Yunchuan shook his head. I'm angry at myself. In this world, with so many men, competition for wives is naturally brutal. If a rival takes advantage, then the man's own incompetence is to blame. As a native of this world, Jiang Yunchuan naturally understood this principle deeply. His father had dealt with dozens of rivals, both openly and covertly, for the Empress Dowager. He only blamed himself for not being able to deal with Long Ju, allowing him to take advantage. What are you angry about? Su Tang was slightly puzzled. She assumed they were mad at her for being fickle, that they misjudged her. She was prepared for them to walk away. He was mad at me for not killing me sooner, Long Ju interrupted coldly, naturally frustrated that he hadn't been able to kill Jiang Yunchuan. I repeat, we can't kill each other anymore. Su Tang felt helpless. She gritted her teeth and decided to follow Lu Shi's example. If one of you dies, I find two more. If both of you die, I just find 4 men. You dare. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. If you try to harm each other again, I see if I dare. Su Tang stiffened her neck, determined to resolve this issue. Chapter 410. After a long silence, with Su Tang refusing to back down, Long Ju was the first to speak out. Okay, you win. I promise not to attack him, okay? Long Ju promised somewhat reluctantly. Although he was extremely reluctant to have Jiang Yunchuan interfere between him and Su Tang, judging by Su Tang's attitude, she clearly liked him. Furthermore, since they had already had sex, women tend to be partial to their men. If he were to make another move against her, Su Tang might just decide to eliminate him. So, he needed to quickly turn the tables and carefully consider how to quietly eliminate Jiang Yunchuan. So what about you? Su Tang, satisfied with Long Ju's assurance, turned to look at Jiang Yunchuan. Alright. Jiang Yunchuan gritted his teeth, somewhat unwillingly. If he doesn't initiate a move against me, then I won't take action against him either. His eyes darkened, and Jiang Yunchuan decided to pester Su Tang constantly, preventing her and Long Ju from being alone. Although he promised not to kill, he could find other ways to eliminate him. You all promised, you can't go back on your word. Having resolved her biggest worry, Su Tang smiled happily. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, boss. The dust settled, and Su Yanlai, who had been acting transparent for so long, swiftly jumped over to flatter him. Boss, it's such a joyous day, aren't we going to celebrate? Yes, celebrate. Su Tang nodded with a smile. Oh, celebrate, boss. To celebrate such a big occasion, we need to provide a full meal. Rubbing his stomach, Su Yanlai began to play the pitiful role. Boss, you don't even know that I digested the stone from last time. Can I get your salary now? Su Tang blushed instantly. She knew that foodies only cared about eating. But thinking carefully, she had been separated from Su Yanlai for over a year. He must be hungry, and not just him, but Su Xiaomao too. Touching her space ring and looking at the 11 high-level energy stones within, Su Tang decided it was time to confess something. You two go sit across from me. I have something very important to say. Her gaze settled, and Su Tang's expression grew serious. Since both of them had agreed to marry her, there were some things she couldn't hide. Seeing Su Tang's unquestionable expression, Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju also straightened their stances. Long Ju frowned slightly. He thought he knew Su Tang well. Was she going to reveal her origins to Jiang Yunchuan? Thinking of this, Long Ju gave her a disapproving look after sitting across from her. At Long Ju's look, Su Tang knew he had misunderstood. She wasn't planning on telling anyone else about her time travel. Shaking her head slightly, Su Tang gestured for him to relax. Observing their interaction, Jiang Yunchuan once again realized the gap between him and Long Ju. He feared that Long Ju knew more about Su Tang than he imagined. Jiang Yunchuan silently sat down across from Su Tang, maintaining a considerable distance from Long Ju. After Su Xiaobai confirmed that there were no other high-level psychics in the entire city above the shielding device besides the 3 of them, and that the room lacked surveillance equipment, Su Tang carefully used her psychic power to close all the doors and windows, lowered the curtains, and turned on the lights after the room darkened. Long Ju, standing nearby, was slightly surprised, while Jiang Yunchuan stood up in shock, as if struck by lightning. You? Jiang Yunchuan pointed at Su Tang, his beautiful peach blossom eyes widening to their fullest, a look of disbelief. When Su Tang used her mental power to control the electrical appliances, he couldn't detect her fluctuations at all. What did that mean? It meant her mental power level was higher than his. Higher, 5S mental power. Jiang Yunchuan suddenly felt like he was dreaming. Yes, I already reached 5S mental power, Su Tang admitted generously. Looking at Long Ju, who remained remarkably calm, Jiang Yunchuan suddenly realized something and felt a little disappointed. He feared the man had known all along. He hadn't understood before. Even though they were fighting over a woman, their status was still there. If Long Ju killed him without a life-or-death duel, he wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. But then he realized Su Tang was a 5S mental power user. Then he understood. So, how did we first meet on Hongwang Star? Jiang Yunchuan's face changed, recalling the first time he met Su Tang on Hongwang Star. Back then, he suspected she was a 4S psychic. Could she have already reached 5S psychic power that early on? I was 4S psychic back then. Hearing Su Tang's words, Long Ju couldn't help but wonder. When he met her, she clearly been 4S psychic. How could she be 4S psychic? Facing the puzzled looks from Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan, Su Tang explained again, I have a star beast within me. It's a special psychic. It can disguise itself as any psychic power level. Even 5S psychics can't see through it. Su Tang didn't want anyone else to know her otherworldly origins except Long Ju. However, many things couldn't be explained without Su Xiaobai, so naturally, Su Xiaobai could only be defined as a star beast. That time, I sneaked off to the Tianyan galaxy alone and encountered an energy-devouring beast. While in the lifeboat, I encountered this star beast. By some strange coincidence, it became my star beast. I named it Su Xiaobai. Because of it, my mental power was able to rise to level 4S. That piece of chalcedony was eaten by my star beast, so my mental power remained at level 4S after that. The level 4S mental power you saw was just my star beast camouflaging it. After explaining this to Jiang Yinchuan, Su Tang secretly used her mental power to explain to Long Ju. Hearing Su Tang's words, Jiang Yinchuan was even more shocked. A star beast that raises mental power? You went from level C to level 4S? Jiang Yinchuan's voice trembled, but he lowered his voice. Such an incredible thing, if made public, would definitely cause an uproar. Yes, but it's incorporeal, so you can't see it. However, I also like to point out that it's not only powerful in spirit, it can also tear space apart. Su Tang said, rising and swiping his hand. A dark, spatial crack appeared again. Tear space. Although he had seen Su Tang use it before, he was severely injured at the time, and his mind was a little fuzzy. Seeing it with his own eyes this time, Long Ju's eyes became extremely enthusiastic, his fists clenched, and his body trembled slightly with excitement. The highest level of tear space could be equivalent to tearing the interface. How could he not be excited when he saw the hope of returning to the world of cultivation? You mean? Long Ju stopped mid-sentence. There was an outsider here. Although Long Ju didn't finish his words, Su Tang understood his meaning. Looking at Long Ju, Su Tang nodded seriously. Jiang Yinchuan naturally couldn't figure out the riddle between Long Ju and Su Tang. Thinking of this ability, similar to space travel, and the sudden increase in his mental power, he couldn't help but think of Shui Kaifeng. This situation completely matched the record of Shui Kaifeng in the military's secret files. Could it be that he also possessed this star beast? Thinking of Shui Kaifeng's 5S mental power, Jiang Yinchuan began to understand. He might have been due to this star beast. However, recalling the secret records that Shui Kaifeng's descendants had low mental power levels, Jiang Yinchuan felt a little troubled, and his expression changed. Their Jiang family was already small, and if his offspring didn't excel, they might be squeezed out of the top 10 military families. Chapter 411. What's wrong? Su Tang couldn't help but ask, noticing Jiang Yinchuan's slightly changed expression. I know. Long Ju never missed an opportunity to tease Jiang Yinchuan. He's worried about his offspring. Their family values highly qualified offspring. Your spiritual power was upgraded by the star beast, and he's worried his future offspring won't be good enough. After all, Shui Kaifeng's offspring had very low spiritual power. Long Ju felt pleased. Shui Kaifeng, who had been controlled by the military, was merely his clone. Naturally, the offspring born from a clone couldn't be very talented. Su Tang's situation was exactly the same as his. One look at Jiang Yinchuan's face told him he was worried about his offspring. If he could use this to drive Jiang Yinchuan away, that would be perfect. I told you, people like them should prioritize their family. If their offspring aren't good enough, they might regret it and find another woman. That's very likely, so forget about him. Long Ju maliciously tried to sow discord. Nonsense! Jiang Yinchuan clenched his fists, resisting the urge to hit him. While he was considering offspring, he hadn't considered giving up on Su Tang. What did he mean by that? Could he dislike Su Tang because of her mental power issues? Turning to look at Su Tang, Jiang Yinchuan's face was sincere. You know, I always thought you had S-level mental power. I know. Su Tang nodded. Jiang Yinchuan certainly wasn't attracted to her mental power. She knew that very well. After all, Jiang Yinchuan had made his feelings known back on Yushua's star, when Tang Xiaomi was only an S-level mentalist. Receiving Su Tang's affirmation, Jiang Yinchuan sneered and began to counterattack, judging others by one's own standards. I'm afraid someone is just crying wolf, while I'm the one going after the higher-level spiritual power. Jiang Yinchuan couldn't help but sneer internally. If Long Ju had known about Su Tang's spiritual power, his intentions were truly questionable. With just one word from her, I can quit the family. Can you? Long Ju retorted sarcastically. That's a nice thing to say, haha. Jiang Yinchuan was full of disdain. Naturally, he didn't believe Long Ju's words. Who wouldn't say nice things? But if he really left the family, how could he protect his woman without sufficient influence? Okay, stop arguing. Su Tang felt a headache again. She waved her hand helplessly and continued, I understand everything you've done to me. As for offspring, don't worry. My aptitude has improved. Our child will definitely not be below 4S spiritual power. Hearing Su Tang's words, Jiang Yunchuan's face lit up with joy. He wouldn't have despised Su Tang for only having an S-level spiritual power, but if his offspring could reach 4S or even 5S, that would be even better. Su Tang's 5S spiritual power was a huge surprise to him. Long Ju, a cultivator, didn't care much about offspring. Naturally, he was more concerned about the star beast that could lead them back to the cultivation world. But with Jiang Yunchuan present, he couldn't ask too much. He figured Su Tang would tell him that Long Ju was concerned about something else. Then isn't your mental power level 4S? How come? Since Su Tang didn't eat chalcedony, Long Ju was a little curious about how her mental power was upgraded. Of course, it's because my star beast has evolved. Su Tang winked at Long Ju. Long Ju suddenly understood. Eating the chalcedony led to its evolution. Naturally, as its master, Su Tang's mental power also increased. Okay, do you have any more questions about this mental power issue? After discussing Su Xiaobai and her own mental power, Su Tang decided to change the subject. Yes, Jiang Yunchuan looked at Su Tang with a serious expression. This matter cannot be told to anyone. It must be kept absolutely confidential. You know, a star beast with enhanced mental power can cause a huge uproar in the Federation. Until it's strong enough, no one else can know. After saying this, Jiang Yunchuan glared at Long Ju. Mind your own business. I knew it all along. Long Ju snorted coldly. He and Su Tang were the same kind of people. How could he possibly betray her? After seeing Long Ju's indirect statement, Jiang Yunchuan looked at Su Tang again. Well, I naturally wouldn't tell anyone. Of course, she wasn't stupid. How could she casually reveal such a thing? She confessed to them simply because they would both be her men from now on. In Su Tang's mind, they were already family. Okay, I understand the seriousness of this matter. Now, let me tell you the second thing. Su Tang waved at Su Yanlai. Su Yanlai, now transformed into a kitten, happily jumped onto the coffee table between the three of them, his face full of anticipation. Was this the end of the discussion, and time for him to be fed? He'd been hungry for ages. This is my pet. It's Su Yanlai, a lion flame beast. Su Tang patted Su Yanlai's head and introduced him to Long Ju. Of course, Jiang Yunchuan knew Su Yanlai. After the introductions, Su Tang woke Su Xiaobao. Instantly, the adorable little baby Su Xiaobao appeared in the air, flapping its wings. Upon noticing Su Tang's location, Su Xiaobao dove directly into her arms. This is my other star beast, Su Xiaobao, Su Tang continued calmly, caressing Su Xiaobao's soft hair. Then, she raised her right hand slightly. As Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju stared in bewilderment, a stone butterfly and a demonic light butterfly suddenly appeared on the back of Su Tang's hand, wings erect. Demonic light butterfly. Stone butterfly. They both gasped in unison, each only knowing one side of the story. Long Ju only knew that Su Tang had recaptured the stone butterfly, while Jiang Yunchuan knew Su Tang had the demonic light butterfly, not the stone butterfly. Whether it's the stone butterfly or the demonic light butterfly, they're just Su Xiaobao's scales. Su Tang asked Su Xiaobao to put away the two scales and explain. Long Ju took a deep breath. Su Tang was indeed a person of destiny. With such luck, she could find treasures wherever she went. Jiang Yunchuan was also shocked by Su Xiaobao's abnormality. Stone-patterned butterfly. The energy-eating beast stone-patterned butterfly. With this, Su Tang would be invincible in the city. Besides these, I have two other star beasts. Without giving the two men time to recover from the shock Su Xiaobao had caused, Su Tang continued to confess. One is Mingjin, but it's still dormant. You see it later. Mingjin is truly powerful. When it awakens, my safety will be absolutely guaranteed. Mingjin's origins are related to my mother. Well, I can't tell you now. Seeing the two men's curious faces, Su Tang shook her head slightly. This is a big secret about my mother's family. You know it later. I really can't tell you now. I can't tell you about my mother either. Although she had accepted Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan's offer, Su Saran was implicated in Lu Jinyu's plan to recapture the Black Triangle. This was a secret among the three major Lu clans, and Lu Jinyu was the one who should have announced it publicly. She couldn't make the decision to share it with anyone else without permission. After saying that, Su Tang glanced at Jiang Yunchuan. The only thing left is, of course, my six-tailed snow moon fox. I call it Su Moi. Well, where's your Su Moi? Jiang Yunchuan came back to his senses. No wonder he felt like something was missing. Seeing Su Tang and experiencing another moment of affection had made him so excited that he actually forgotten about the six-tailed fox. Chapter 412. Su Tang's face flushed slightly at the mention of Su Moya, a hint of embarrassment visible. The mention of Su Moya naturally brought to mind Lu Jinyu. She now understood Lu Jinyu. She had a soft spot for him. If Lu Jinyu was willing, she would naturally accept him. But if he wasn't willing, or even plotted to kill her man, then there was really nothing she could do. That. Su Tang took a deep breath and decided to make it clear. Because it's inconvenient to enter the capital system, my Su Moya is now with Lu Jinyu. Their eyes darkened at the mention of Lu Jinyu. Long Ju thought of what Su Tang had said earlier about Lu Jinyu pestering her. Judging from Su Tang's attitude, it seemed she didn't dislike him at all. So, if Lu Jinyu was willing, Su Tang would likely have another husband. Thinking of this, Long Ju felt the situation was becoming increasingly thorny. Although Jiang Yunchuan wasn't entirely clear on Su Tang and Lu Jinyu's relationship, he figured that since she entrusted him with such a powerful star beast like the six-tailed snow moon fox, they must have a close relationship. Seeing Long Ju's gloomy expression, Jiang Yunchuan naturally thought about it for a moment. Since neither Long Ju nor Jiang Yunchuan spoke, Su Tang, with a hint of embarrassment, decided to speak clearly all at once. I met Lu Jinyu. He's my mother's friend. For some reason, my mother wants me to marry him. Hearing this, Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan inevitably grew nervous. Clearly, Lu Jinyu posed a greater threat. He even had his mother-in-law's support. And they had never even met her. Lu Jinyu also wants me to marry him. Of course, I won't marry him, but after spending so much time together, I think I still have some feelings for him. If he's willing, I accept him. But given his personality, I'm afraid he won't agree. He's always said that if I end up marrying someone else, he'd kill my husband. This bothers me, but if he really dies, I'd still be sad. At this point, Su Tang was once again in a dilemma. Long Ju, the seemingly kind man, had tried to kill him after learning that she and Jiang Yunchuan had slept together. Lu Jinyu, with her ruthless personality, was probably even more ruthless. Thinking of Lu Jinyu's life as a male protagonist with all the golden fingers, Su Tang became even more worried. If the three of them really started fighting, she wouldn't be happy if any of them died. Lu Jinyu's star beast is truly formidable. You're not beast tamers, so there's no way you can defeat him. And he also has a stone-patterned butterfly like Su Xiaobao. Su Tang was even more perplexed. If Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan faced Lu Jinyu, they might not be able to defeat him alone. In terms of mecha, Lu Jinyu's skills were impressive, and he also had a stone-patterned butterfly. But in terms of individual strength, even though both were at level 5, no human, no matter how strong, could defeat a star beast. Su Yinlai alone could cripple both of them, demonstrating the disparity between humans and star beasts. I know. I figured it out now. He probably has a powerful star beast within him. Long Ju's tone was heavy, his eyes intense. After pondering for so long, he finally understood the source of Lu Jinyu's aura of power. It was definitely a star beast of at least the demon immortal level. After reading the military's secret archives, Long Ju knew that this world also contained many star beasts, whose power had reached the immortal level. Even his Mahayana stage power couldn't handle them. You said he is a stone-patterned butterfly? Jiang Yunchuan knew, of course, that Lu Jinyu was a beast tamer, but he had no idea what kind of star beast Lu Jinyu possessed. He only knew that Lu Jinyu was incredibly powerful, and could not be confronted head-on. In terms of mecha alone, if their energy resources were equal, he could still defeat him. But with a stone-patterned butterfly, that was truly a problem. Jiang Yunchuan realized that compared to Long Ju, this Lu Jinyu was probably a real challenge. He might actually die at his hands. His beast only has stone-patterned butterfly scales, not demonic light butterfly scales. Su Tang added after a moment's thought. However, considering Lu Jinyu's strength, Su Tang felt that possessing a demonic light butterfly was irrelevant. If he attacks me, and I kill him, will you blame me? Although there was no guarantee he could kill Lu Jinyu, and there was a real possibility he'd be killed, Long Ju still asked hypothetically. If he truly wants to kill you, then I naturally side with you. Su Tang gritted her teeth. Once her Ming gene matured, perhaps she'd be able to defeat Lu Jinyu. If Lu Jinyu really intended to attack, she used the energy stone to trick his stone butterfly back. After all, that glutton would definitely betray him for a level 10 energy stone. Without the stone butterfly, Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan would naturally be safer while the mecha was operational. If he truly doesn't want to kill you, then I trick his stone butterfly back. Su Tang gritted her teeth and made a decision. When Lu Jinyu returned, she'd have a calm and peaceful talk with him. If things fell apart, Su Tang sighed softly. She didn't want to think about the worst-case scenario. She'd be heartbroken if either of them died. There's a very hidden record in the military archives, and I came across it by chance. Jiang Yunchuan, after a moment's silence, suddenly spoke in a heavy voice. An ancestor of their Lu family possessed a star beast named Tongue Snake, as powerful as a battleship. After the Lu family's beast trainer passed away, the Tongue Snake's whereabouts are unknown. Could it be in Lu Jinyu's possession? I don't know. I never seen Tongue Snake, but I don't think you can defeat his Jiuyo. Su Tang became even more discouraged after hearing Jiang Yunchuan's words. What is Jiuyo? Jiang Yunchuan asked, puzzled. Jiuyo is a ball of fire. In the world of cultivation, Long Ju had naturally seen Jiuyo. For mortals, without the ultimate yang, Jiuyo is invincible. Strategizing his words, Long Ju succinctly highlighted Jiuyo's power. As long as he gets within a certain distance of you, he can burn you to death in an instant. Of course, this distance depends on the power of his Jiuyo. Long Ju's words were absolutely true. For any mortal without a special constitution, Jiuyo's Yin fire could instantly scorch a human soul. He then spoke with a touch of pride, but I'm not afraid of his Jiuyo. Hey, I have a special constitution. Long Ju was very satisfied with his current body. It perfectly suited him, and it was a supremely yang body. In the realm of cultivation, his cultivation speed would be swift. Hearing Long Ju's words, Jiang Yunchuan's eyes darkened even more. Given the situation, if Lu Jinyu really tried to kill him, he seemed completely defenseless. That's why I told you not to kill each other. Stick together, understand? Strength in numbers. Seeing the two still at odds, Su Tang envied Lu Shi. If only they could be as harmonious as Lu Shi's boyfriends, she would feel much more at ease. Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju exchanged a silent glance, then reluctantly turned their heads away. Although Su Tang's words about them being weak were unpleasant to hear, they both had to admit that their strength was indeed lacking compared to Lu Jinyu, the beast tamer with the stone-patterned butterfly and an unknown, powerful star beast. Even if Long Ju wasn't afraid of Jiuyo, facing another star beast with such intimidating power, he was completely powerless to fight back. Thinking of this, the two of them felt heavy-hearted, and each considered taking a break. Chapter 413. Forget it, let's not talk about it. We think about it when he gets back. Su Tang, with a rather acute-like attitude, thought that maybe Lu Jinyu had agreed to marry her, or maybe Lu Jinyu had simply decided she was fickle and had found someone new, so she wouldn't have to worry. Boss, where's my lunch? Su Yanlai, having waited a long time for food, grew anxious. He weakly tugged at Su Tang's clothes and began to look for something for himself. Mom, I want some too. Su Xiaobao, still in Su Tang's arms, immediately became excited at the mention of food. Su Tang blushed again. Forget it, things would work out in the end. Lu Jinyu's issue would be put aside for now. Composing herself, Su Tang spoke again. I have something else to say. You can take a deep breath. Wife, I've been really surprised today. Can you take it easy? Jiang Yunchuan felt that he had taken in too much information today. Wife, if you want to say something, just tell me if he doesn't want to hear it. Hearing Jiang Yunchuan call her wife, Long Ju naturally changed his tone. After all, Su Tang had already accepted him, and was his wife. This matter is also very important. We must make it clear today. Su Tang spoke as she fished out the small box where she kept her energy stones from her space ring. As soon as the box was placed on the coffee table, Su Yanlai immediately pounced. Su Tang quickly grasped the restless Su Xiaobao in her arms with one hand, and waved Su Yanlai away with the other. What's the rush? You can only eat one piece. You won't die if you eat too much. If Su Yanlai ate all her energy stones, she would have nowhere to cry. Oh, okay, one piece. Su Yanlai obediently squatted on a corner of the coffee table, waiting for dinner. After instructing Su Xiaobao to eat only one piece, Su Tang released it, letting it fly into the air. Seeing Su Yanlai's eagerness, Jiang Yunchuan was puzzled. In over a year of their relationship, he had never seen Su Yanlai this eager. Could it be that chocolate wasn't his favorite thing? Then what was in this box? Why did it look like a box for energy stones? Long Ju knew from the standard design of the box that it was Su Tang's for energy stones. Thinking of the high-grade energy stone Su Tang had given him before, and considering Su Tang's serious expression, Long Ju suddenly realized he had overlooked something. After using his mental power to confirm that there were no unusual signs in the surroundings, Su Tang reached out and slowly opened the lid of the box. 11 energy stones lay scattered about the box, emitting a soft white glow even under the light. Jiang Yunchuan thought the glare of one in the middle was blinding him. Could it be an energy stone? It was a light bulb. After seeing the contents of the box clearly, Long Ju took a deep breath. He seemed to understand. No wonder Su Tang had previously dismissed the level 8 energy stone. Perhaps her implication, "I have plenty of them, they're worthless," was that she didn't care about level 8 energy stones. She had tons of level 10 ones at home. If Long Ju still didn't understand, even in such bright light, that these energy stones were level 10, then his life would be in vain. As the two stared in astonishment, Su Tang swiftly reached out, handing one to Su Yinlai and one to Su Xiaobao. "Wife, what are you doing?" The two men exclaimed simultaneously in shock. Two dark figures, one on each side, Long Ju lunged at Su Xiaobao, and Jiang Yunchuan at Su Yinlai. Feeding the pet. Su Tang looked very innocent. Couldn't she understand such an obvious behavior? Moreover, what were they doing? Fighting with her pet for food? This was too outrageous. After a brief tussle, Long Ju easily snatched the energy stone from Su Xiaobao's hand, or rather, the broken stone. Instantly, Long Ju's face darkened, and he seemed to be shattered by a profound blow. After a few seconds of chasing with Su Yinlai, Jiang Yunchuan, with a pale face, pointed at Su Yinlai, a look of deep sorrow and regret. "Wife, this is level 10. Level 10. Long Ju stared at the stone in his hand, his vision blurring. He slumped weakly onto the sofa, muttering again, "Level 10. I know, Su Xiaobao loves level 10. Su Xiaobao, now fully fed and drunk, naturally threw himself back into Su Tang's arms. After stroking Su Xiaobao's soft head again, Su Tang told him to play dead. Feeling the petrified Su Xiaobao return to the sachet around her neck, Su Tang looked up at Long Ju and said nonchalantly, "It's just a level 10 stone." Long Ju took a deep breath. He finally learned what a truly wealthy person looked like today. A truly wealthy person would feed their pets a level 10 energy stone worth over 1 trillion yuan without blinking an eye, 2 at a time. Elsewhere, Jiang Yunchuan returned with a grim expression, watching the energy stone completely devoured by Su Yinlai. Glancing at the remaining 9 stones in the box, Jiang Yunchuan consoled himself. With 9 more, I'm not heartbroken. Damn! He was heartbroken. A level 10 energy stone. This was the first time he ever seen one. If anyone else had done something so unscrupulous as feeding a pet a level 10 energy stone, he absolutely killed him. Stingy. After eating the energy stone, Su Yinlai walked back slowly with a cat-like step, looking at Jiang Yunchuan with contempt, complaining in his heart, it's not his energy stone, but it was so excited that it couldn't even savor the taste of the precious stone. It turned out that its boss was the best. Only by following the boss could there be a future. Following Jiang Yunchuan would only mean eating snacks. Seeing Su Yinlai's attitude, Jiang Yunchuan was so angry that his veins popped out. He couldn't help but strangle it to death. It turned out to be a bottomless pit that consumed high-level energy stones. He should have abandoned it on some remote planet earlier. Okay, don't be so reluctant. We still have plenty, Su Tang said nonchalantly. What do you mean by plenty? No matter how much your father left for you, it wouldn't be enough to withstand your defeat. Long Ju gritted his teeth, his eyes accusing. Wife, I have to say too. You really can't waste it like this. Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju were, for once, on the same page. It's okay. I have plenty. Su Tang remained unrepentant. Even a lot isn't allowed. Long Ju retorted again. Unfortunately, Su Tang showed no remorse. After a long silence, Jiang Yunchuan, once he had calmed down, stared at the single, incredibly bright piece in a daze. What level is it? Level 11, but only quality 1. Su Tang's wicked decision frightened them to death. 11. They both gasped again. Was our dad already an 11th level energy master before he disappeared? Long Ju shamelessly lumped Su Yuan in with our dad. Naturally, Long Ju was shocked to learn that Su Yuan was an 11th level energy master. No, it's not like my dad put these together. Su Tang smirked. Who's that? Long Ju blurted out. Jiang Yunchuan also stared at Su Tang in shock, waiting for an answer. Look! Su Tang stood up and spun around. Distant in the horizon, yet so close, thump thump, it's me. Smiling smugly, Su Tang thought Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan's jaws were about to drop. 2 idiots. Su Yinlai licked his paw and gave them a disdainful look. Chapter 414. Looking at the two men, completely stunned by her shock, Su Tang felt a surge of pride. She was indeed quite formidable. Jiang Yunchuan lowered his head, his heart restless for a long time. Whether it was out of selfish motives, or for the sake of his family, he could no longer let go of Su Tang. An 11th level energy master, still only 20 years old, how astonishing! With the support of Hui Yun, a 9th level energy master, the Qin family had become the leading family in the military. However, 2 years earlier, Hui Yun's mental breakdown had been exposed, and the Qin family's status had begun to decline. The Qin clan no longer had an advantage in the military. And the only 9th level energy master in the Federation, Xia Rui from the Energy Master Guild, was too arrogant and money-hungry. He refused to give anyone in the military any respect. He sold his energy stones solely for money, not relationships, but to the highest bidder. As a result, many high-quality 7th and 8th level energy stones fell into the hands of peripheral families, a serious disadvantage for the 10 major families. In this situation, if the Jiang family had Su Tang's support, Jiang Yunchuan's eyes trembled, and he suddenly came to his senses. There was also Long Ju from the Long family. He suddenly tilted his head, staring fiercely at Long Ju. Jiang Yunchuan's gaze was so intense that Long Ju noticed it immediately. "What are you looking at? Don't think I don't know what you're up to, huh?" Snorting at Jiang Yunchuan, Long Ju turned his gaze to Su Tang and continued to provoke. "Wife, I'm telling you, this guy is definitely after profit. Look how his eyes widened when he found out you're an 11th level energy grandmaster." "Long Ju," Jiang Yunchuan roared, a vein throbbing in his forehead. "Don't act like a saint. How dare you say you have no ulterior motives? If you're truly so pure, can you swear not to take a single energy stone from my wife?" For Jiang Yunchuan, Su Tang being an 11th level energy grandmaster and his liking for her were two separate things. The fact that the woman he loved was also a powerful 11th level energy grandmaster was a double blessing. His wife was capable, so naturally, he wanted the Jiang family to be even more prominent. There was no contradiction. On the contrary, Jiang Yunchuan found Long Ju's initial shock and subsequent indifference quite strange. He absolutely didn't believe the claim that he didn't want the Long family to gain power. "Why should I swear? Of course, I can use my wife's things. Besides, I already have them." Long Ju showed off the 9th level energy stone Su Tang had given him. Su Tang had given him the 9th level energy stone a while ago, but at the time, he hadn't grasped the situation and thought it was something Su Yuan had left for her. Now, thinking about it, it was probably Su Tang's own doing. Thinking of this, Long Ju felt a little annoyed. Su Tang hadn't believed him back then, and had even hidden the truth from him. Although the energy stone in Long Ju's hand wasn't as bright as the one in Su Tang's box, judging by the soft glow, it must have been level 9. Judging from previous events, Long Ju had been unaware of Su Tang's status as a level 11 energy grandmaster. But Su Tang had previously gifted him a level 9 energy stone, suggesting they had a close relationship. And the National Treasury only had 2 level 9 energy stones. Jiang Yunchuan felt a flicker of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't been so cavalier that night, avoiding taking advantage of someone's misfortune, and had instead acted decisively. Otherwise, with Long Ju's arrival, he might have been eliminated again. Looking at Long Ju's boastful demeanor, Jiang Yunchuan felt a pang of regret. He cast a look of grievance at Su Tang, his voice pitiful. "Wife, this isn't fair." When Jiang Yunchuan's charming, rosy face revealed a pitiful, aggrieved expression, like that of an abandoned kitten or puppy, Su Tang's obsession with looks erupted uncontrollably. Seeing him like that, she felt so distressed she wanted to do whatever he wanted. Seeing Jiang Yunchuan's expression, Long Ju felt like kicking him to death. A grown man pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy. How shameless. But don't think he's the only one who can do it. He can do it too. Wife, he has that. Long Ju pointed at Su Yanlai, his face aggrieved. I think it's unfair too. The mention of Su Yanlai infuriated Long Ju. If it weren't for him, Jiang Yunchuan would have been killed long ago. How could he still be an eyesore? The thought that Jiang Yunchuan might remain an eyesore between him and Su Tang for the rest of his life infuriated Long Ju even more. Su Tang suddenly felt overwhelmed. Glancing at Su Yanlai, Su Tang explained to Long Ju, "Su Yanlai is mine. I let him stay with Jiang Yunchuan temporarily, because it was inconvenient." "Yes, I'm a good employee of the boss," Su Yanlai echoed, demonstrating his sincerity. He was in Chao's camp, but his heart was with Han. He thought about the boss every day. That stingy Jiang Yunchuan, who chewed on an energy stone like it was his life. Today, he finally saw his true colors. He will never help him again, huh? After explaining to Long Ju, Su Tang explained to Jiang Yunchuan, "Long Ju gave me so many things back then. I felt bad, so I gave him the energy stone. After explaining, Su Tang realized how foolish she had been. The two of them seemed to look even more grim. Su Tang felt like she was crying. She had indeed been foolish. Wasn't her words indirectly telling them that she didn't like them? How could she say such a blunt explanation in front of them all? After quietly lighting a candle for herself, Su Tang pulled 4 energy stones from the box, pushing 2 toward each of them. I'm keeping the rest just in case. I give them to you later when I have more. With that, Su Tang put the box back into her interspatial ring. Is this for me? Jiang Yunchuan no longer bothered to feign pity, his eyes filled with ecstasy. A level 10 energy stone. He actually possessed a level 10 energy stone. It felt like a dream. Wife, I knew you were good to me. Long Ju, standing nearby, casually and generously placed the energy stones into his interspatial ring. In Long Ju's view, he and Su Tang were family. He would give her whatever she wanted, and he would naturally keep whatever she gave him. I know this isn't fair to you, but I really don't have a choice. Su Tang's face was tinged with guilt. Even in modern times, she couldn't accept a man having a mistress, but now she was asking them to marry her together. She must have gone too far. I don't want you to kill each other, but I like both of you, so I'm being selfish. I say it again. If you're uncomfortable and unwilling to accept this, as long as you don't kill the man I choose, we can be ordinary friends or simply have no contact. No matter what you choose, I give you these 2 energy stones. I mean it. Wife, you already agreed to accept me. You can't go back on your word. Long Ju stated his stance directly. If he chose to leave this time, he might never have another chance. Although he was uncomfortable with Jiang Yunchuan, there was still time, and he could slowly find a way to get rid of him. I said I'd stick with you forever? That statement will always hold true. Jiang Yunchuan's eyes burned as he watched Long Ju collect the energy stones. He put them into his space buckle without pretense. Although he didn't want to share his wife, given Su Tang's strength, he couldn't keep her all to himself without her full support. And with the Jiang family's current strength, they probably couldn't handle the pressure from the other 7 military families. What's more, perhaps the other 2 Qin clans wouldn't want to see the Jiang family have an 11th level energy master. Chapter 415. You agreed to this, I didn't force you. Su Tang smiled cheerfully, her eyes shimmering. If they truly chose to leave, she would have seemed somewhat reluctant, but now she was content. Then this is considered a betrothal gift. Well, with my abilities, you don't have to expect me to hunt a Skylawn beast to propose to you. But I work hard in the future. I combine a level 12 energy stone and propose to you, okay? Proposals are naturally for men, Jiang Yunchuan smiled indulgently. He pulled out an exquisite box from his space pocket, stood up, walked over to Su Tang, knelt on one knee, held the box in his right hand, and opened it with his left. Inside were the 5 Skylawn hearts Jiang Yunchuan had hunted during his time in the Legion. Holding the box in front of her, Jiang Yunchuan's voice was tinged with nervousness. Miss Su Tang, will you marry me? Watching Jiang Yunchuan's formal proposal, Su Tang couldn't help but feel a touch of emotion. She took the box from him with both hands, her face serious. I do. Seeing this, Long Ju rubbed his nose, suddenly feeling a little awkward. When he was with Tian Yu, he had sold all his Tian hearts, and only the one he hunted on SY-132 was given to Su Tang. Before he arrived, Long Ju hadn't possessed a Tian heart at all. After becoming Long Ju, he had remained in the capital, so naturally, he didn't have one either. Without a Tian heart, the proposal seemed insincere. Not wanting to seem outdated, after Jiang Yunchuan finished his proposal and stood up, Long Ju looked at Su Tang with a smile. Honey, I already proposed, and you accepted, so we don't need to go through the formalities again. Naturally, he was referring to the heart of Tianlon he had sent on SY-132. I know. Su Tang smiled happily. After looking at her 2 men for a moment, Su Tang reflected on her current situation. I'm Luimo now. I remain at the 3rd Military Academy in this capacity until, well, in about a year or 2, my mother arrives. I then follow her, and we should return to the Hongwang Su family. Su Tang spoke of her plans. Su Saran had told her back in the Black Triangle Galaxy that, upon the successful recapture of the Black Triangle Galaxy, she would be considered a hero. With her SSS mental power, and the Su family's strength, the military would likely honor her. With her official status, Su Saran would lead the entire Su family force to relocate to the Hongi Galaxy. With her mother back, she would have nothing to fear from her military might. She could simply reveal her identity as an energy engineer, and the 2 of them would take over the Su family, waiting for Su Yuan's father to return. With her status as an energy engineer and her mother's strength, the two of them could dominate the Federation. Su Tang felt her future wasn't bright. "I'd probably go back to school tomorrow. You guys should all go home." Su Tang analyzed the situation. Although the three of them were already connected, she was still Lu Mo, and it wasn't appropriate for her to be with Long Ju and Jiang Yinchuan, who weren't affiliated with Lu. After the new year, the 5th Legion's garrison in the capital system will be over. How about I apply for leave and become an instructor at the 3rd Military Academy? Long Ju thought that sticking with Su Tang was the most important thing right now. No. Su Tang shook her head. Her daily routine consisted of practicing combat techniques in the morning to hone her skills, fusing energy stones in the afternoon, and logging onto Skynet in the evening. Even if Long Ju became an instructor, he wouldn't be able to see her. After listening to the two, Jiang Yinchuan glanced up at Long Ju, lost in thought. Forget it, think about it. I go combine the energy stones first and decide tomorrow. With that, Su Tang walked into the small lounge, found a seat, and began combining them like an old monk in meditation. Of course, before commencing work, Su Tang still had her guard down, so she asked Su Yanlai to watch over the two of them. Su Tang finally realized Su Yanlai's importance. Su Shuba's attack could absolutely kill anyone, so Su Yanlai, with his superior fighting power, was the right person to mediate between the two. As soon as Su Tang left, Long Ju and Jiang Yinchuan began to think about their own plans. Long Ju was thinking about how to get Jiang Yinchuan away, so he and Su Tang could have some time alone, and what to do next. He could certainly keep her company in the capital, but once she returned to Hongguang, she wouldn't have such freedom in the army. However, retiring wasn't a long-term solution. He couldn't resign himself forever. If he wanted to do as he pleased and still have sufficient power, he needed to ascend to the position of marshal. He had only been Long Ju for a little over a year, and although he had successfully defeated his family rivals and become the heir, the ultimate power still lay largely in the hands of the old man, Long Howren. Thinking about it, Long Ju realized with some dismay that he would ultimately rely on Su Tang's status as an energy grandmaster. If Long Howren knew Su Tang's identity, he would undoubtedly attack Jiang Yinchuan. If he then cleaned himself off completely, waited for Jiang Yinchuan to die, and then killed Long Howren, seizing the Long family's power and avenging Su Tang's wrath, Su Tang wouldn't be able to blame him. Long Ju narrowed his eyes, believing this wicked plan was feasible. The Long family had nothing to do with him, and he had no shame in plotting against them. However, looking at Su Tang fusing the energy stone, Long Ju grew slightly concerned. If he made even the slightest mistake and Su Tang noticed, he had no chance. After much deliberation, Long Ju finally decided to wait and see, waiting for the Jiang family to take action against him. Putting himself in her shoes, if that old fox Jiang Yi knew Su Tang's strength, he would definitely take action against him. He could simply gather some evidence in secret and then, through a painful trick, testify against them in front of Su Tang. Even if it wasn't Jiang Yinchuan who did it, he could still force him out. After all, Jiang Yinchuan's parents were his biological children. Jiang Yinchuan couldn't really do anything to them. If Su Tang took her anger out on him, she might even abandon him. Thinking this way, Long Ju still felt the latter option was the safest. Jiang Yinchuan, lost in thought, had different ideas from Long Ju. Jiang Yinchuan began to struggle. Su Tang was returning to the military academy, so should he go with her or not? If he didn't, it would give Su Tang and Long Ju a chance to be alone, and solitude was naturally the best way to foster a relationship. This was naturally disadvantageous to him. But if he went with Su Tang, then his old queen mother would naturally question him. Once she knew he was marrying Su Tang, the old man and the queen mother would be furious. At that point, he would have to reveal Su Tang's energy master power to them, otherwise they would definitely not agree. But then, if Marshal Jiang learned of Long Ju's existence, he might attack him. Killing him would be fine, but if he failed and was caught, Su Tang would definitely eliminate him. This was also a question worth considering. Furthermore, Jiang Yinchuan's eyes narrowed. There was also Qin Qinyuan. He knew Qin Qinyuan like Su Tang. Although he didn't know whether Qin Qinyuan was aware of Su Tang's strength, judging by his attitude, he didn't think he would let her go easily. If he stayed around Su Tang for too long, Qin Qinyuan would undoubtedly become suspicious, and an investigation would expose Su Tang's true identity. Although he didn't know what had happened between Su Tang and Qin Qinyuan, he was certain that, given Su Tang's soft-hearted nature, if Qin Qinyuan came to pester her, his wife would likely end up with another man. But if he left, Long Ju would benefit. Jiang Yinchuan pondered over the situation, feeling very hamstrung. Chapter 416. Because of Su Tang's energy stone, Long Ju couldn't disturb him. And because of Su Yelya's presence, he couldn't use any tactics against Jiang Yunchuan. Already thinking of a countermeasure, Long Ju, who had nothing else to do, was delighted to see the scowling Jiang Yunchuan. He was happy when he wasn't happy. Are you in a good mood? Jiang Yunchuan naturally noticed Long Ju's gaze, and the slight curl of his lips. Seeing Long Ju's cheerful expression, Jiang Yunchuan felt annoyed. I wasn't feeling very good to begin with, but seeing you're in a bad mood naturally makes me feel better too. Long Ju crossed his legs and leaned leisurely on the sofa, his heart filled with anticipation. Come on, Jiang Yi, come and kill me. Ha, I don't believe you can beat Lu Jinyu. Jiang Yunchuan sneered. What Su Tang had said about Lu Jinyu had naturally taken to heart. Jiang Yunchuan now felt uncertain about his love life. How could the wife he had chosen be so powerful? And his competitors were each more formidable than the last. This was even before his wife revealed her strength. Once she did, he'd have his hands full dealing with the competition. I can't beat him. Hearing Jiang Yunchuan mention Lu Jinyu, Long Ju's eyes flickered slightly, but he quickly concealed it and began to mock him. But at least, he won't kill me instantly. You're hard to say. Long Ju wasn't exaggerating. Jiu Yu definitely had the ability. You? Jiang Yunchuan clenched his fists, feeling a sense of powerlessness. If Jiu Yu was truly as powerful as Long Ju claimed, he would be completely powerless. Without mecha warships, humans could never contend with star beasts. Therefore, the truly powerful were often those trainers with incredible star beasts, like Su Tang. At this thought, Jiang Yunchuan's face darkened, feeling deeply disappointed. He always thought he was strong, a child of destiny, but in reality, he was a complete loser, unable to protect his wife, and causing her to worry about his safety. However, Jiang Yunchuan raised his head, glaring fiercely at Long Ju. He couldn't defeat Lu Jinyu either, and he could easily have killed her, so why was this guy so calm? What are you looking at? You're not even as handsome as me. Without a second thought, Long Ju launched into a provocative attack. Jiang Yunchuan. Damn it, he wanted to punch him in the face. Lowering his head, and taking a deep breath, Jiang Yunchuan suppressed his inner rage, and decided to talk to Long Ju calmly. Looking up again, Jiang Yunchuan's expression was serious. Are you really not worried about Lu Jinyu at all? Don't tell me you want to share your wife with another man. You and I are both men, so naturally I wouldn't. Long Ju softened his expression, and became more serious. Then let's team up, and take out the others first, then decide the outcome? Jiang Yunchuan believed that dealing with Long Ju at the moment was naturally impossible, but he wasn't enough to deal with Lu Jinyu alone. If he could convince Long Ju that they could join forces to deal with Lu Jinyu, and then he could clean up the mess, then even if Lu Jinyu died, Su Tang would only blame Long Ju. Wouldn't that kill two birds with one stone? Don't think I don't know what you're planning. Long Ju saw through Jiang Yunchuan's thoughts without even raising his eyelids. He thought he was stupid. Su Tang clearly had a crush on Lu Jinyu. If he really went to fight Lu Jinyu, the consequences would be either Lu Jinyu's death or Su Tang's resentment and his elimination. Playing tricks on him, no matter how long he lived. You don't agree? Jiang Yunchuan's expression remained unchanged, but a slight frown crossed his heart. Of course, if you want to go you go, but don't take me. Long Ju's face was filled with sarcasm. He had finally figured it out. He couldn't take the initiative. He had to defend himself, passively accept the blow, and then complain to Su Tang. Now he just had to pester Su Tang, increasing his importance in her heart. If Su Tang fell in love with him, maybe she would agree to return to the cultivation world with him. He would abduct Su Tang, and the others would be left in this world to cry. Long Ju's plan was clearly playing out in his mind. If Long Ju didn't agree to join forces with him, Jiang Yunchuan would naturally give up. He wasn't stupid, and he wouldn't be so foolish as to go looking for Lu Jinyu. Do you know Qin Qinyuan? Lu Jinyu's question was aside, and Jiang Yunchuan changed the subject, determined to resolve Qin Qinyuan's situation. Although he and Qin Qinyuan were close and brothers, even brothers had to settle accounts. They weren't close enough for him to give his wife to him. I know. At the mention of Qin Qinyuan's name, Long Ju's eyes grew serious. Qin Qinyuan was his old enemy. If he hadn't been interfering, he and Su Tang might have been together long ago. If I'm here, Qin Qinyuan will definitely find me. After much thought, Jiang Yunchuan finally came up with a solution that would satisfy both parties. Hearing Jiang Yunchuan's words, Long Ju began to worry. Back on SY-132, he already sensed Su Tang's interest in Qin Qinyuan. He was afraid their relationship would deepen if he left, and that Su Tang would absolutely be unable to let him go if Qin Qinyuan returned. Therefore, Qin Qinyuan must not find Su Tang. Therefore, Jiang Yinchuan must not stay with Su Tang. Then why don't you just get out of here? At this moment, the more Long Ju looked at Jiang Yinchuan, the more annoying he became. Hey, you want me to leave? Dream on. Jiang Yinchuan sneered. I won't accept you staying with Su Tang. So what do you want? Do you want Qin Qinyuan to get involved? Long Ju's anger flared up. If Qin Qinyuan were to come along, it would be really troublesome. Not much. Seeing Long Ju provoked, Jiang Yinchuan felt a sense of relief and slowly stated his purpose. I just want you to leave with me. I won't give you and my wife a chance to be alone. You? Long Ju's anger intensified, gnashing his teeth. That's my wife. Anyway, this is my attitude. If you don't leave, I won't leave either. If Qin Qinyuan comes along, it's a dead end. Jiang Yinchuan steeled his resolve and acted like a scoundrel, determined to fight Long Ju out. He simply didn't believe he wasn't afraid of Qin Qinyuan discovering Su Tang. He couldn't accept the thought of him leaving and Long Ju staying. He wouldn't leave, and if Qin Qinyuan came, he wouldn't have a good time either. Then, wouldn't it be a happy ending for both of them if they left together? You? Long Ju was completely enraged. Looking at Jiang Yinchuan's scoundrel look, Long Ju began to feel a dilemma. Given Jiang Yinchuan's temper, he was afraid he wouldn't agree and he really wouldn't leave. If Jiang Yinchuan didn't leave, he wouldn't have any time to be alone with Su Tang, and with Qin Qinyuan's arrival, he would be even less advantageous. After pondering it carefully for half an hour, Long Ju had to compromise. Okay, I leave. But you must come with me. He knew that Jiang Yinchuan's face would brighten at Long Ju's words, and the problem would be solved. Although he had to separate from his wife, he still had an advantage. He was already her man, but Long Ju was clearly not yet. So as long as he kept a close eye on her, she would still be his alone. Chapter 417. After spending most of the day fusing energy stones, Su Tang finished work early because there were two other people in the room. Wife. As Su Tang finished, two voices rang out simultaneously. Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju both made a move towards Su Tang, but upon noticing the other's movements, they stopped and began to compete with each other. Su Tang's head swelled slightly again, and she sat down on the empty sofa. What are your plans? Su Tang's current plan was to return to the villa at the 3rd Military Academy. Miss Lu Shi was there, so it wouldn't be convenient for the two of them to go together. I'm going home for the new year. Wife, where are your current contact number and Skynet account? Once they confirmed their departure, Jiang Yinchuan naturally asked for Su Tang's current contact information. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find her the moment he turned around, which would be a real shame. Yes. Su Tang extended her right hand, fiddled with it, and the two of them added each other as friends, sharing their Skynet accounts. What about you? After confirming Jiang Yinchuan's itinerary, Su Tang turned her attention to Long Ju. Long Ju's expression was slightly strained. He finally had some free time, but he couldn't be with his wife. How frustrating. Cough. Jiang Yinchuan coughed heavily, then stared at Long Ju with a menacing look. The implication was self-evident. If he didn't leave, he would stay too. I'm going home for the new year too. Long Ju gritted his teeth, wishing he could strike Jiang Yinchuan down. Qin Qinyuan had no chance of guessing he was Zhuo Tianyu, so his presence with Lu Imo wouldn't raise any suspicions. But Jiang Yinchuan was different. He probably knew he loved Su Tang. Jiang Yinchuan had clearly caused the trouble, so why should he suffer the consequences? The more Long Ju thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. His gaze fixed, Long Ju decided to wait for Jiang Yinchuan to leave, then change his identity, and sneak off to the 3rd Military Academy. Okay, then Su Yanlai will come with you. Su Tang pointed at Su Yanlai and looked back at Jiang Yinchuan. She still couldn't bring Su Yanlai with her in her current identity. Furthermore, Su Tang's eyes darkened. Since Su Yanlai was still Jiang Yinchuan's star beast, she used her mental power to instruct it. Su Yanlai, watch over Jiang Yinchuan. If he plots against Long Ju, or if anyone tries to kill him, take note and report to me. Although Long Ju and Jiang Yinchuan had promised her that they wouldn't kill each other, she still felt a little uneasy, so naturally, she entrusted Su Yanlai with another important task. Don't worry, boss. I get it done. Su Yanlai raised his right paw and saluted Su Tang formally, indicating that he would complete the task. Su Tang couldn't help but laugh at Su Yanlai's playful antics. Su Yanlai supposedly provided not only oversight but also a significant guarantee of Jiang Yinchuan's safety. But Long Ju? After a brief thought, Su Tang pulled out the water mirror that Long Ju had given her and handed it over. Here, keep it. Wife. Jiang Yunchuan exclaimed before Long Ju could even begin to speak, his voice filled with disapproval. On Yushua's star, he's seen Su Tang use it. It was a divine artifact. A divine artifact. How could you just give it away? Originally, Long Ju was thinking of saying no, but Jiang Yunchuan objected. Naturally, Long Ju was upset. His wife was giving him something for self-defense, so what? She only allowed him to keep the lion flame beast, but not the water mirror. Besides, it was originally given to Su Tang for self-defense. Jiang Yunchuan's expression made it seem like he was coveting Su Tang's treasure. Long Ju completely ignored the fact that he originally come with Su Tang to collect treasures. Taking Su Tang's water mirror, Long Ju raised an eyebrow at Jiang Yunchuan, full of defiance. Seeing Jiang Yunchuan angered by him again, he turned to Su Tang, a bit worried. What about you? What danger could I face at the 3rd Military Academy? And don't forget, I still have Su Xiaobao and Su Xiaobai. Su Tang smiled nonchalantly. While she wouldn't boast of being the best in the world, she certainly had considerable strength. Furthermore, over the past month, she clearly sensed a strange power stirring within her. Su Xiaobai said that Ming Jin was about to sprout. Calculating the timeline, it seemed like it was almost time. With Ming Jin's current strength, she'd be considered invincible. Don't worry about me, really. If you don't take it, I'd be furious. Su Tang deliberately scowled. Okay, then be careful. Since Su Tang had said so, Long Ju didn't hesitate. In Long Ju's opinion, the capital system wasn't dangerous at all, and with a powerful star beast like Su Xiaobao, Su Tang's safety was assured. Seeing Long Ju put away the water mirror, Jiang Yunchuan suppressed his discomfort and began to think calmly. The fact that he even gave her a divine artifact showed how much Long Ju held in Su Tang's heart. If his father had truly attacked Long Ju, Su Tang would likely not forgive him. Jiang Yunchuan felt torn. He would have to carefully consider this return trip. After each of them confirmed their itinerary, Su Tang went straight to the bathroom to change. When she emerged, she was already wearing her special clothing. Tonight, she would naturally be logging onto Skynet. Thanks to Jiang Yunchuan, she hadn't been online for 3 days. Leaving the 2 men alone and depressed, Su Tang climbed directly into the room's only nutrient tank. As soon as night fell, Jiang Yunchuan thought of the wonderful nights before. Seeing Long Ju, Jiang Yunchuan's face darkened. It was all because of that annoying bastard. Giving him a cold glare, Jiang Yunchuan reluctantly pulled out a nutrient tank from his space lock and installed it. Long Ju naturally sensed Jiang Yunchuan's murderous gaze, assuming he liked him. Humph, Long Ju snorted, unwilling to be outdone. He also took out a nutrient tank and began to install it with swift hands. As soon as Su Tang logged onto Skynet, she received several messages from Lu Qingyang, essentially asking why she hadn't been online for the past 3 days. Since Lu Shi had instructed her not to reveal anything about the mecha competition, Su Tang was naturally eager to do so. According to Lu Shi's pretext, Su Tang, somewhat guiltily, lied to Lu Qingyang. Miss Lu Shi's excuse was that she was sick, and he had been taking care of her. Su Tang had no faith in such a lame excuse, yet Lu Qingyang actually believed it. After a few words about taking care of himself, Lu Qingyang disappeared. Seeing Lu Shi online, Su Tang went straight to her to tip her off. It turned out Lu Shi had already tricked Lu Qingyang with her sweet talk, allowing Su Tang to easily get away with it. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, Su Tang received a friend request. Having met Jian Lu on Skynet, Su Tang naturally knew that Jian Lu was Jiang Yunchuan. After accepting the request, a Tianlan heart arrived, instantly boosting their friendship level. The next second, Jiang Yunchuan sent a comrade invitation. After a moment's thought, Su Tang declined and sent a message. Pow pow, I have something to discuss with Long Ju. Jiang Yunchuan on the other end was stunned. Was he asking him to avoid a private conversation? To keep him from knowing, Jiang Lu, I can't know. Finally, Jiang Yunchuan asked, unwillingly. Su Tang's reply arrived quickly. Pow pow, it's nothing important, just something between us. It be resolved soon. Don't overthink it. Su Tang had already said this, so Jiang Yunchuan naturally couldn't ask any more questions. Although Su Tang had told him not to overthink it, Jiang Yunchuan inevitably felt uncomfortable. Based on all the signs, Long Ju and Su Tang had a special relationship. If he hadn't had the advantage of being her man, he would have been squeezed out by Long Ju. Thinking of this, Jiang Yunchuan became even more determined to keep a close eye on Long Ju and prevent him from taking advantage of the situation. Chapter 418. After Jiang Yunchuan, within a minute, Su Tang received a notification that her friend Rush and Lai Lan had come online. Su Tang immediately sent a comrade invitation. The next second, Long Ju appeared in her private residence. I have something very important to tell you. Su Tang sat on the sofa, looking at Long Ju seriously. Looking around, he realized that Jiang Yunchuan was gone, and that only he and Su Tang were in the room. Long Ju's face was delighted. He took a few steps, and sat down beside Su Tang. One hand wrapped around her waist, and the other began to move unruly. It's really important. Seriously? Su Tang, a little annoyed, slapped his groping hand away. I'm serious now, seriously. Long Ju calmed down slightly, and took Su Tang's hand. You should have noticed that the water mirror can now be opened 4 times. Did your star beast do that? Long Ju noticed the moment he got the water mirror, but with Jiang Yunchuan present, he couldn't ask any more questions. That's not actually a star beast. It traveled here with me. Well, it's probably a plant that's cultivated to a certain level. Once its strength recovers, it can enter the world of cultivation. Before going up to the Skynet, Su Tang had already communicated with Su Xiaobai while showering and changing clothes. The spiritual energy within that chalcedony was far greater than Su Xiaobai had imagined. Although its combat effectiveness was still pitifully low due to its lack of physical form, with just another 200 years of exposure to the red moon, Su Xiaobai would be able to split the void again. Of course, on a planet with 2 or 3 red moons, the time would be even shorter. After splitting the void, bringing a living person with him wouldn't be possible, but bringing a ghost would be easy. Su Xiaobai promised that if Long Ju committed suicide after it slashed through the void, it would take him across with it. Can we really return to the world of cultivation? Long Ju couldn't help but feel excited. Well, maybe another 200 years or so. At this point, Su Tang suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But I plan to stay here for another 500 or 600 years before leaving. I quite like life here. And before I leave, I need to study the star map carefully. I got lost because of it, and ended up in this world by accident. Star map? That's an immortal level demon pet? Long Ju's eyes narrowed. Only those who have reached the immortal level can possess a star map, and the ability to slash through the void. Su Tang truly deserves to be blessed with such a powerful demon pet. Yes, but now I think it's quite weak. If we're unlucky enough to encounter a master in the cultivation world, we might be wiped out. She had been so longing for the cultivation world because she'd been fooled by Su Xiaobai before. Now, she thought that the interstellar world was so dangerous. Anyone who read novels knew that the cultivation world was a cruel, brutal place where strength was paramount. Someone as timid and soft-hearted as her wouldn't be able to survive. Furthermore, Su Tang had a vague feeling that Su Xiaobai was unreliable, perhaps not even understanding how humans practiced. So Su Tang thought it would be safer to bring Long Ju, someone with experience, along. Don't worry, we won't have any bad luck with you. Long Ju was in high spirits. Jiang Yunchuan wasn't there, which meant Su Tang didn't want him to know about this. This also meant that Su Tang would only be taking him back to the cultivation world with him. With just the 2 of them, wouldn't his wife be his from now on? Thinking of this, Long Ju didn't want to stay another day in this spiritually deprived world. Wife, I think it's best for us to go back as soon as possible. You know, cultivation should start early. Older bones are not conducive to cultivation. After hearing Long Ju's words, Su Tang gave him a look that said, "You're overthinking it." She patted his shoulder, like a brother in distress. Su Tang's face was heavy. Without bone age and a body, we can only return as souls to take over another body. Soul? Long Ju was stunned. Was his body, with its excellent yang constitution, going to waste again? After a few seconds of silence, Long Ju accepted it calmly. Returning to the world of cultivation was always a good thing. Once there, his consciousness would still be as powerful as that of a Mahayana cultivator. Restarting cultivation would simply be a process of gathering spiritual energy, with no obstacles in between. Wife, even without a body, let's leave soon. The sooner we return to the world of cultivation, the more peace of mind we have. Undeterred, Long Ju persevered, preparing to abduct Su Tang. It'd take at least another 200 years, so forget it. Just wait patiently. Su Tang disagreed with Long Ju's suggestion. While this world was a bit dangerous, she had finally made it. Now she had both the money and the strength. She was crazy to be heading off to the unknown world of cultivation so soon. Besides, her parents and Jiang Yunchuan were all here. Although she wasn't ready to tell Jiang Yunchuan the secret just yet, she might eventually be reluctant and take him with her. Anyway, I'm going to spend the rest of my life here. You should just stay put. I understand. Long Ju sighed softly. 200 years, and the daylily is gone. Su Tang could guess what Long Ju was thinking from his gloomy expression. He was probably still a little upset that they both accepted her. With a slight sigh, Su Tang reached out to hug Long Ju back, gently leaning against him. I'm sorry. Long Ju was stunned. He naturally knew what Su Tang meant by I'm sorry. Although he knew the answer, he couldn't help but ask, if I hadn't been so determined to kill him, would you have chosen to be with him? Su Tang remained silent after hearing Long Ju's question. She truly didn't know how to handle emotional issues, but she knew that if Long Ju chose to let go and fade out of her life, she could forget him without hesitation. He was truly heartless. Leaning in Long Ju's arms, Su Tang felt a little depressed. Even though you've been so good to me, I still love Jiang Yinchuan and even someone else. If you chose to let go, then I could forget you without hesitation. Am I being heartless? As expected, if he let go, he would never have another chance. Long Ju felt a little disappointed. Gently patting Su Tang's back, Long Ju spoke calmly, his voice inexplicably complex. You don't love me, so naturally I'm disappointed. But I don't think you're heartless. You're fine this way. In this world, you don't have to love me. As long as you don't love other men, as long as you like me, that's enough. Don't feel guilty. If you don't work for yourself, heaven and earth will punish you. You're actually best this way. Nothing is eternal. Just like I love you now, in this world, I can maintain this love for just a few hundred years. But in the world of cultivation, as my cultivation progresses, and the years wear on me, in that long river of time, thousands, tens of thousands of years, or even endless life, I can't guarantee that I won't change. So in the world of cultivation, don't have feelings for anyone, don't trust anyone. Even Taoist partners may fight each other for a magical weapon. The Tao is ruthless. Guard your true heart. Only by being ruthless and desireless can you see through the Tao and ascend to immortality soon. Chapter 419. Why do you like me when you're already heartless and desireless? Does this count as depravity? Listening to Long Ju's long and serious speech, Su Tang felt a sudden urge to laugh, a desire to tease him. It's not like, it's more like love. This is a depravity that's beyond redemption. Long Ju pondered. He hadn't walked away even when Su Tang was with another man, so that must be considered a deep love. But why? As a former cultivator, he should be heartless and desireless. It seemed he'd been bewitched by the mortal world, and after being immortal for so long, he developed emotions. Never mind, he always followed his heart. After all, his heart was to be with Su Tang forever. You still want to become an immortal? Su Tang chuckled softly. Thinking about it? It's no use. Who among the cultivators doesn't want to become an immortal? Long Ju laughed along. He was losing his mind. What was he thinking about returning to the world of cultivation in the long future? He might as well live in the present. Well, since we can't become immortals, let's just indulge in some ecstasy. Ecstasy? Before Su Tang could register the profound meaning of the phrase, a powerful force pushed her backwards, pushing her directly onto the sofa. Su Tang instinctively wanted to give him an electric shock. You can't favor one over the other, Long Ju said sourly in Su Tang's ear. Su Tang paused, and the next second, a pair of warm lips pressed against hers. Thinking that Long Ju had agreed to marry her, that he was already her man, Su Tang hesitated before responding. Feeling Su Tang's response, Long Ju's face lit up, and he immediately began to press forward. After a passionate lovemaking session, Su Tang, her face flushed, leaned against Long Ju's chest, panting. This Skynet was so realistic, it felt just like reality. Su Tang couldn't help but sigh. No wonder so many people loved to mess around on Skynet. It wasn't real, yet it felt real. Skynet truly was the ultimate sanctuary. After a few minutes' rest, Long Ju kissed Su Tang on the lips again. Don't, Su Tang nudged him slightly. This wouldn't be like Jiang Yinchuan's, it wouldn't last forever. She still wanted to go to the Mecca battlefield. Don't worry about overindulgence. Just eat some meatballs on Skynet. Long Ju smiled wickedly. In reality, with Jiang Yinchuan around, he naturally had no chance. He could only settle for weighing his appetite on Skynet. Su Tang glared at him speechlessly. Sure enough, men were wolves in bed. Fortunately, this was Skynet, so there wasn't any backache. Resigned to her fate, she closed her eyes, and decided to be a good wife and satisfy her man. After all, she felt more guilty towards Long Ju than Jiang Yinchuan. Suddenly, she felt a lightness against her body, and Su Tang opened her eyes in confusion. Huh? Someone's gone. Disconnected? Of course, Skynet can experience disconnections. Problems with the nutrient tank, or loss of nutrient solution, can cause a disconnection. Of course, a disconnection only causes a brief moment of dizziness and nausea. It poses no real threat. What are you doing? Inside the room, Long Ju was furious, his murderous glare directed at Jiang Yinchuan. This had forcibly shut down his nutrient tank, and he'd been disconnected at that moment. No man could tolerate being interrupted in that situation. Are you looking for death? Long Ju's face darkened, and he clenched his fists. Seeing Long Ju emerge from the nutrient chamber and march toward him, with a menacing look, Jiang Yinchuan felt a surge of relief. Look at that gloomy expression. It was truly comforting to him. His wife had said they had something to discuss, so he waited patiently for half an hour. Half an hour later, he sent her a message, but received no reply. Jiang Yinchuan suddenly realized something was amiss. After sending a few more messages with no response, Jiang Yinchuan simply exited the nutrient chamber. Although the body is in deep sleep within the nutrient chamber, the facial expression reflects the emotions in the mind. Seeing Long Ju's smirk in the nutrient chamber, Jiang Yinchuan sensed something serious was about to happen. Without a second thought, he immediately closed the nutrient chamber. Sensing that Long Ju had been angered to the point of murderous intent, Jiang Yinchuan dodged behind Su Yanlai, pointed at Long Ju, and said to Su Yanlai, "He's trying to kill me. You saw that." Su Yanlai looked up, speechless. It was Yu who had been the one to commit suicide by closing his nutrient chamber. Although it was in the middle, responsible for preventing the two from fighting, Su Yanlai naturally sided slightly with Jiang Yinchuan when Jiang Yinchuan wasn't planning to kill him. He also noticed Jiang Yinchuan locking Long Ju's nutrient tank, but he didn't bother to care. But if the two really wanted to fight, it would definitely stop him. Su Yanlai crouched between them, raising his claws at Long Ju, his threat clear. Seeing Su Yanlai's actions, Long Ju could only suppress his rage. If he were to be killed by Su Tang's pet, because he attacked Jiang Yinchuan first, it would be a truly unjust death. Humph, I remember that. With a cold snort, he glared at Jiang Yinchuan and turned back to the nutrient tank. Without Long Ju's initial attack, Jiang Yinchuan couldn't instigate Su Yanlai to attack him. Naturally, as soon as he turned, Jiang Yinchuan quickly entered the nutrient tank. On Skynet, because Long Ju had been offline, Su Tang immediately took a negative status pill and felt full of energy again. As soon as she cleared her mind, Su Tang discovered a flood of messages. Upon opening them, they were all from Jiang Yinchuan. The last one even asked if she had been in trouble. Su Tang felt silently embarrassed. Just after reading the messages, a request came from a colleague. Seeing it was from Jiang Lu, Su Tang accepted, thinking that they had finished their previous conversation quickly. "Wife, why did you two take so long?" Jiang Yinchuan complained with a look of grievance as Su Tang arrived. Jiang Yinchuan continued to play pitiful, but unfortunately, he had forgotten that he had designed himself as a rugged, bearded man. Su Tang was not only unmoved, but also looked strange. Jiang Yinchuan's image at this moment, coupled with his pitiful expression, was simply unbearable to her. So, appearance is still very important. That. Su Tang tilted her head slightly. She couldn't stand this image and this expression. Seeing Su Tang's strange expression, Jiang Yinchuan was stunned, then realized it belatedly. He had been so stupid as to make himself look so stupid. "Wife, wait." Upon realizing his mistake, Jiang Yinchuan drastically changed his image settings. While Jiang Yinchuan was still setting up his image, Long Ju's invitation to join the team arrived. After a moment's thought, Su Tang left a message to the still busy Jiang Yinchuan. "I go to the mech arena and open a map. I pick you up later." Because Skynet would reveal their true identity when they went to school, to avoid trouble, Su Tang opened a high-level map in the regular mech arena, and sent a team invitation to the two of them. Soon, a 3-person team was formed, and Su Tang entered the map directly. After entering the virtual scene, 2 mechs, one silver-white and one sky-blue, appeared beside her dream angel. Su Tang began to fight monsters and practice her skills seriously. The 2 men, each with their own thoughts, guided her while squeezing each other. Chapter 420. In the Tianyan Galaxy, inside a sealed underground laboratory, Yin Zimu, hands behind his back, gazed gravely at the busy Li Qingqi. He finally understood what had happened. All right. Half an hour later, Li Qingqi clapped his hands and breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your hard work." Yin Zimu's eyes shone with gratitude. "Once you're seated, simply activate the system, and you see everything that happened. Don't worry, I arranged for trusted personnel to keep watch during this time." Patting Yan Zima's shoulder reassuringly, Li Qingqi turned and retreated. After Li Qingqi left, Yan Zima took a deep breath. Taking advantage of the New Year holiday when everyone was relaxed, he cast aside all detectives and returned to the secret base in Tianyun, where he could safely recover his memories. But why, at this moment, when he could truly know what had happened, was he so terrified? Suppressing the overwhelming turmoil in his heart, Yan Zima sat expressionlessly on the treatment machine. Half an hour later, seeing no one within his mental range, Yan Zima activated the memory recovery device with mixed feelings. 3 hours later, his sharp eyes opened. As if still unaware of his memories, Yan Zima's eyes were still a bit dazed, and he unconsciously muttered, "Unforeseen disaster, unforeseen disaster." A few seconds later, Yan Zima's face contorted, anger, resentment, regret, and pain flashing through him. Unforeseen disaster. Unforeseen demon. Damn it. He actually encountered an unforeseen demon. There was actually an unforeseen demon hiding in the borderlands. While he was battling the special star beast that could enhance his mental power, he hadn't noticed the unforeseen demon stirring nearby. No, he noticed it, but he was so foolish as not to recognize it as a Wuwang demon. He was so foolish as to think it was just an ordinary, harmless white spirit fox. The Wuwang demon, a special star beast with the word demon in its name, possesses a weak attack, but those who encounter it are completely unaware of it. In the year 19812 of the Xingyi era, the military's energy department's annual supply of finished energy stones disappeared. All energy specialists insisted that the stones had been handed over to the Minister of Energy, Yao Xian, but Yao Xian stated with a firm expression that they had not received them. After reviewing the video footage, the investigation team immediately discovered that Yao Xian was lying. He had put the energy stones into his space buckle, but inside his space buckle, they found only a pile of raw energy stones. The energy department's annual energy stone production was naturally enormous. The person in charge of the investigation immediately decided to forcibly access Yao Xian's memory, despite his status as an 8th-level energy specialist. They quickly located their target, a simple, adorable, snow-white, fluffy white spirit fox. Investigation revealed that the pet was purchased by Yao Xian's daughter during a shopping trip. The white spirit fox was originally a cute, small, carnivorous star beast, popular as a pet, but for some reason, it turned out to be an energy-devouring beast. At this point, the truth was revealed. Due to Yao Xian's carelessness and the garrison's mistakes, all of the energy department's energy stones for the year were devoured by this white spirit fox. No, to be more precise, an unknown star beast resembling a white spirit fox. Yao Xian lied to evade responsibility, but such a flawed lie was naturally exposed. The energy stones had been lost, and after disposing of Yao Xian and the personnel responsible for planetary security, the military could only consider themselves unlucky. After the unknown star beast was handed over to the researchers at the Ministry of Political Affairs, the matter was over. Over a month later, a military official went to the Ministry of Political Affairs Research Institute to request information on the unknown star beast. He was strangely surprised to find that the researchers all looked confused and clueless. After an investigation, it was discovered that all the personnel involved in the research on the unknown star beast had inexplicably forgotten anything about it. The military then realized the unusual nature of the unknown star beast. After carefully reviewing the surveillance footage, they urgently assembled a special operations team composed entirely of animal trainers to hunt it down. Unfortunately, when the special team returned over a month later, none of the personnel on the mission had any recollection of the unknown star beast. Desperately, the military strengthened their pursuit, but ultimately achieved nothing. A few months later, the unknown star beast completely disappeared. The energy-devouring beast had a strange ability to tamper with human memories, and this unknown star beast was recorded in the Special Star Beast archives. Because the military had lost so many energy stones, the incident was called an unforeseen disaster, and this star beast was also designated the Wuwang demon. When Yan Zima first encountered the record of the Wuwang demon, he scoffed, fearing that a family within the military had tampered with the energy stones from the Ministry of Energy that year, and then found such a bizarre star beast as a cover-up. I hadn't expected the Wuwang demon to actually exist. And he even encountered one. What a beast! Yan Zima punched the treatment device hard, sending sparks flying. That damned Wuwang demon not only ate the 2 high-level energy stones Su Tang had given him, but unforgivably, it had altered his memories. Fearing his pursuit, it had actually forgotten Su Tang, trying to make him forget the 2 energy stones, and he was so foolish as to not notice a single suspicious thing. He had actually forgotten his own Su Tang, and he only remembered that woman from his previous life. Yan Zimu, his head in his hands, a look of pain on his face, sat dejectedly on the treatment device. He couldn't protect her when he had no power. Ironically, now that he had power, he had forgotten her and was engaged to another woman. Recovering from his flood of regret, Yin Zimu suddenly remembered Su Tang's words. Just treat it as a mistake from our youth. He was engaged to another woman, and had said such hurtful words. Was she disappointed in him? No. Clenching his fists, Yin Zimu quickly stood up. He wanted to go and explain things to her, to explain everything to her and beg for her forgiveness. After taking 2 steps, Yin Zimu suddenly froze, as if all his strength had been drained, and his whole body seemed dejected and powerless. That dream of the future. Both of his dreams of the future showed Su Tang and Jiang Yunchuan together. Is this what they call destiny? When he wanted to change the future, he tried so hard to do so, but his attempts to change it changed everything. The only thing that remained unchanged was that Su Tang and Jiang Yunchuan were together again. He could foresee the future, but he couldn't foresee the Wuwang demon. Was it destined that he couldn't be with Su Tang, so heaven allowed him to encounter this unforeseen disaster? Wuwang demon, what an ironic unforeseen disaster. Could it be that fate had already been determined? Fate cannot be defied. So even after that dream, when he tried so hard to save the relationship, Su Tang still ended up with Jiang Yunchuan. No! Heaven had given him another chance, and heaven was still on his side. Straightening his back, Yin Zimu's eyes gradually grew firmer. It was all his fault for not recognizing the Wuwang demon that he had suffered this unforeseen disaster. And now, hadn't heaven given him another chance? Hadn't he remembered everything again? Yin Zimu grew more resolute. Before everything became a foregone conclusion, he still had a chance. Is fate undefeatable? Ha, Yin Zimu chuckled. He knew only that when the future had already been foreseen, it was no longer the future. Chapter 421. At 6 o'clock, Su Tang promptly logged off Skynet. Under the reluctant gazes of the 2 men, she immediately beckoned Su Xiaobai back to her hotel room. The surveillance system in the capital galaxy was highly advanced. While no one would investigate her without reason, it was better to be safe than sorry. Furthermore, with her current status, being linked to Longju and Jiang Yunchuan wouldn't be a good idea. After returning to her hotel, she quickly washed up in the bathroom, changed into her special uniform, and filled a nutrient solution bottle. Su Tang then made a formality and checked out of the room. Leaving the hotel, she retrieved her speeding car and headed to the space station with familiarity. After buying her ticket, while she was still waiting for the ferry at the space station, Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju appeared in the waiting hall, one after the other, like strangers, each keeping a distance and concealing themselves tightly. Almost simultaneously, Su Tang received 2 telepathic messages inquiring about the ferry schedule. Su Tang was speechless. Could this be someone following her back to Shouju and Star? In the end, the 2 pretended not to know her and followed her at a distance all the way back to the surface of Capital Star. After driving out of the station, Su Tang realized that the 2 hadn't caught up with her again, but their spiritual energy was closely following her. Su Tang stared speechlessly at the 3rd Federal Military Academy, a few kilometers away, under her spiritual power. This had essentially set her right to her doorstep. She wasn't a child. What could possibly happen in this highly secure Capital Star system? However, touching her heart, Su Tang smiled slightly, feeling sweet inside. This felt quite good. After Su Tang left, Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju sat in a corner of the station, pretending not to know her. When their spiritual power revealed Su Tang entering the 3rd Military Academy, they felt relieved. Why aren't you leaving? After losing sight of Su Tang, Long Ju angrily urged Jiang Yunchuan with his telekinetic power. This bastard. Even if he tried to hide his obvious movements would be problematic if Qin Qinyuan found out. If he attracted Qin Qinyuan, he would definitely tear him into pieces. Go ahead. I wait for you to leave first. Jiang Yunchuan adhered completely to the policy of not moving until the enemy moves. Don't think he was blind to Long Ju's plan. He thought he'd sneak back after he left. No way. You go first. You go first. Why? You go first. You go first. Let's go together. Or I freak out. Although Su Yanlai couldn't hear what the 2 were communicating through telekinesis, judging by the frequent fluctuations in their telekinetic power and their immovable posture, he could tell with his paw that neither of them wanted to leave. The boss hired 2 troublesome men, and now he's the one to worry about. No, for the sake of pay and food, as a good employee, you have to help your boss solve problems. If you don't leave, I tell you 2 you're restless and fighting again, and then I tell my boss to dump you both and find another man. Humph. Su Yanlai threatened with a mental roar. then swung his tail proudly. Finally, under Su Yelya's supervision, the two boarded the ferry, leaving Shoju and Star together. Arriving at the space station, they were delayed again by a dispute over who should leave first. Su Yenlai clutched his head with his paws, looking helpless, wanting to bite the two of them to death. Looking at the two men sitting on their sides, secretly competing, Su Yenlai roared again with mental power, "Give each other location query permissions." It had been with its former owner for over 100 years, and it knew every function of the optical computer. With location enabled, it could see the other party's location at a glance. Finally, under Su Yelya's strong threat, both men granted each other location access. Location access. Jiang Yunchuan's eyes lit up. Why hadn't he thought of this brilliant idea? Finally, Long Ju, his face grim, summoned his backup mecha and flew towards Huisheng. With location access enabled, Jiang Yunchuan knew exactly where he was. Of course, he also knew exactly where Jiang Yunchuan was. This way, the two naturally had no chance to sneak around to find Su Teng. Su Yenlai was incredibly clever. As Long Ju left, Jiang Yunchuan gazed longingly at Shoju and Star for a long time. Finally, at Su Yelya's urging, he summoned his mecha and headed back to Shouming Star. Inside the mecha, watching the optical computer's display of Long Ju's position drifting away from Shoju and Star, Jiang Yunchuan's mood brightened. He had to keep an eye on him, haha. He wanted to see how Long Ju found opportunities to be alone with his wife. Even then, Su Teng returned to the villa, only to find Miss Lu Shi gone. And there was a farewell note taped to her door. The gist of it was that, due to her boyfriend's requests, she had little time for other things, so she was going to the Guangzhou Galaxy for her honeymoon. If Lu Qingyang came looking for her, she tried to fool him, and if that didn't work, she'd just say she was going on an adventure. Su Teng felt depressed looking at the farewell note. If Lu Shi never went online, how would she explain it to Lu Qingyang? Sighing, Su Teng decided to ignore it. Looking at the empty house now left alone, Su Teng suddenly felt a little sad. After a quick scan with her mental power revealed that the entire girls' dormitory was deserted, Su Teng felt even more desolate. She figured everyone had gone home for the Lunar New Year. Lunar New Year, Su Teng rubbed her chest, suddenly feeling a little sad. The whole family was together, celebrating the Lunar New Year joyfully. She'd been in this world for over 2 years, and she hadn't even celebrated Lunar New Year once. During this joyous, nationally celebrated holiday, why did she feel so out of place? Shaking her head, Su Teng pushed these sour thoughts out of her head. As a lifelong homebody, energy technicians shouldn't harbor such thoughts as loneliness. Senior energy technicians treat their energy stones like their wives/husbands. Energy technicians spend the most time with energy stones in their lives. Energy technicians with energy stones by their side are never lonely. She pulled out an energy stone and kissed it. Yes, this was her third man. Thinking about the sudden loss of 6 energy stones, Su Teng felt a surge of pressure. She decided to work hard at combining them. After closing the energy stone for a while, Su Teng was awakened by the crisp ring of her doorbell. Who is this? Lu Qingyang had already turned back to Hanxing. She didn't know many people at school. Could it be Lu Jinqi? Suddenly, Su Teng scanned the door with her mental power and spotted a figure wearing an invisibility cloak standing at the door. It looked like a man. Could it be Long Ju or Jiang Yunchuan who snuck in? No, they shouldn't be wearing invisibility cloaks when they come back, right? Su Xiaobai? Do you know who it is? I don't know. I was in your light brain just now, and didn't look outside. Su Xiaobai looked innocent. It wasn't like it was just idle all day, wasting its mental power everywhere. It needed entertainment too. However, from my observation, there's no murderous intent, so I don't think they're enemies. Su Teng looked up and thought carefully. She hadn't done anything outrageous, nor had she made any enemies, so it wasn't likely someone would come to kill her, was it? Just in case. Su Teng woke Su Xiaobao. Star beasts are very sensitive to danger. If someone tried to kill her while Su Xiaobao was awake, it would react instantly and kill them. After several months of training, Su Teng had developed some defensive awareness. She found a position in the hall that was ideal for both defense and attack, and used her mental power to open the door. The door opened, and the person at the door, upon seeing Su Teng, slowly reached out and removed his hood, a smile spreading across his stunning face. My dear wife. Chapter 422. First full star. With the new year approaching and the military on holiday, Qin Qinyuan basked in the sunshine in the courtyard, quietly reviewing the data sent by various secret agents, searching for clues. In his opinion, Since Su Tang had left a body in the Timber Wolf system, it was very likely that she had already left the system. But where had she gone? Wasn't Su Yuan only found in the Timber Wolf system? He had searched almost the entire outer reaches of the Timber Wolf system, but the interior? Qin Qinyuan shook his head, dismissing the idea. He believed that Su Tang's personality made it impossible for her to penetrate the Timber Wolf system alone, so she had more likely left. But in over a year, Tang Xiaomi hadn't appeared, not even Tang Su, the fake identity he had discovered. Sighing, Qin Qinyuan concluded that the most likely possibility was that his concubine had obtained another fake ID. The Federation was so large, and finding her among so many people was indeed a hassle. Qin Qinyuan continued to resignedly read the intelligence. Within minutes, he sensed something approaching. A quick mental scan revealed that it was Qin Mufeng, the boy. Once he had located Qin Qinyuan, Qin Mufeng raced over in his wind shadow. Instantly, all the precious flowers and plants in Qin Qinyuan's exquisite garden were in ruins. Brother! Qin Mufeng, exiting his mecha, strode towards Qin Qinyuan. Can't you just walk? Qin Qinyuan was speechless. There was a large parking lot a few hundred meters away, a mere minute or two's walk. Yet, he had to come and destroy his flowers and plants. Why was his brother so troublesome? Brother, I'm in a hurry. Qin Mufeng took a few deep breaths, his expression a panicked expression, as if something serious had happened. He regained consciousness a bit after leaving the first battle star. The kitten had only just flashed by, but he still felt familiar. A moment of reflection brought him back to reality. Damn, that was his sister-in-law's lion flame beast. Those who achieve great things remain calm and composed. How can you establish authority in the army if you're so impulsive? Qin Qinyuan glanced at him coldly, adopting the air of a patriarch. Tell me, what happened? Brother, I met Xiaomi. Before Qin Mufeng could finish his words, his collar was grabbed. You met Xiaomi? Where's she? Where's she? Where's she? Qin Qinyuan instantly transformed from the calm emperor into the roaring emperor. Brother, stay calm and composed. Qin Mufeng waved his hand helplessly. He hadn't even finished his words. Weren't you very calm before? Stop talking nonsense. Talk. Qin Qinyuan's face was filled with anxiety, unconsciously increasing the pressure of his grip. Brother, I'm strangling her. I'm strangling her. Qin Mufeng screamed. Throwing Qin Mufeng aside, Qin Qinyuan's expression grew even more anxious. Hurry up and tell me. I saw my sister-in-law's lion flame beast. A few days ago, Brother Yinchuan dragged me to the first battle star for a mecha competition. Qin Mufeng angrily described the agonizing abuse he endured, and how he cleverly discovered the lion flame beast. Qin Qinyuan swallowed the rage he internally lashed out at him, and listened to the entire rant, then grasped the key point. Lion flame beast, first battle star. I know. After checking Jiang Yinchuan's movements and the nearby personnel, Qin Qinyuan's eyes flashed. Lu Mo. He understood. Ha, she lied to him and pretended not to know him. Just wait and see how he deal with her. Having identified the target, the natural thing was to act immediately. Qin Qinyuan, wearing an ordinary mask, waited in wait at the ground station closest to the 3rd Military Academy. He had indeed caught them. 2-4SS and 1-5S. At this moment, Qin Qinyuan was thankful that he hadn't abused his mental power during his time on the defensive. 5S. His concubine had even upgraded to a 5S mental power? No wonder. She must have pretended to be so convincing after discovering him. As for the 2-4SS, they were so well protected, thinking he wouldn't recognize them, Jiang Yinchuan. He treated him like a brother, but he found his concubine and hid her from him. Don't blame him for playing dirty. As for the other Longju, Qin Qinyuan's brows furrowed slightly. Where did this guy come from? While he was away, his concubine had attracted another romantic interest. This was disheartening. After Su Tang left, Qin Qinyuan suppressed his anxiety and quietly observed Longju and Jiang Yinchuan. Although the two hadn't spoken, Qin Qinyuan knew without hesitation from the frequent mental fluctuations that they disliked each other. From the situation, Qin Qinyuan could roughly guess that Jiang Yinchuan was afraid he'd find out, so he didn't dare stay with Su Tang for long. But he was clearly unwilling to leave Su Tang with another man, and he would eventually drag Longju away with him. Ha ha, very good, he was very satisfied. Qin Qinyuan watched with joy as the two boarded the same ferry. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Now, he just had to hide himself as the fisherman, so he could enjoy his sweet time with his wife while watching the two fight like a spectacle. After estimating the time and confirming that the two had left the 1st Army Star, Qin Qinyuan happily drove his car to the 3rd Military Academy. Qin Qinyuan, armed with all the information on Lu Imo, easily located Su Tang even without relying on his mental powers. Entering the room, he looked at the dazed Su Tang, as if he had experienced countless ups and downs, only to realize he hadn't missed her after all. Qin Qinyuan felt an indescribable joy. So good. He had finally found her. He smiled a heartfelt, sincere smile, "My dear wife." Qin Qinyuan took a few steps forward, picked up Su Tang, and happily spun her around. Qin Qinyuan's actions brought Su Tang back from her radiant smile, and her inner turmoil began to fray. Marshal Qin, you got the wrong person," Su Tang refused to admit, clinging to a last glimmer of hope. She nudged him slightly, signaling him to stop. She was about to get dizzy from the spinning. "Huh, you admitted your mistake? Let me see." Qin Qinyuan stopped after hearing Su Tang's words. After putting Su Tang on the ground, he immediately cupped her face with both hands and began to massage it. "Wow, you're prettier than my wife." "I made up my mind. I'm going to change my mind." Fuck, he was kneading her face like it was a bun. This guy was definitely retaliating because she pretended not to know him. Su Tang used both hands to twist his wrists in an attempt to save her face, but unfortunately she couldn't move them at all. Helpless, she could only surrender. Alright, I was wrong, isn't that enough? Let go! You're ruining your face. What's wrong? Qin Qinyuan paused and then grasped her shoulders with both hands, staring directly at her, as he began to settle the score. Su Tang lowered her head in guilt at Qin Qinyuan's stare. "I take it your attitude suggests you believe you're in the right?" Qin Qinyuan's tone was sarcastic. He agreed to wait for him at Yurwin Star, but he turned and ran away. Not only had he run away, but he even faked his own death. And now, he was still so unrepentant, it was infuriating. I was wrong. Su Tang couldn't help but feel uneasy at the thought of Qin Qinyuan's tone. Why did she feel like he was about to unleash another powerful attack? Taking a deep breath, Su Tang decided not to run away anymore. Now that Qin Qinyuan had found her, she should have a clear conversation with him. Chapter 423. Su Tang lowered her eyes and gathered her thoughts. Since she had already chosen to accept Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju, she should make things clear with Qin Qinyuan. Thinking of the time they had spent together, she couldn't deny that she had been attracted to him. But, well, Qin Qinyuan would probably think she was fickle and dislike her. Although she felt a little sad, Su Tang decided to make things clear. She couldn't delay him. "I'm sorry, let's talk." Su Tang looked up, her eyes calm but determined. Qin Qinyuan's eyes froze, his heart agitated. This attitude? Was he too late? No, if Su Tang had already made her choice, then Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju shouldn't have left together. He still had a chance. "First, I apologize. If this apology refers to not waiting for me at Yurwin Star as promised, or to you faking your own death and deceiving me, then I accept." Su Tang had just begun to speak when Qin Qinyuan interrupted her. "But if this apology is for something else, then I won't accept it. I won't accept your apology for not accepting me. You're already my wife, you know? We just haven't gotten married yet. Just listen to me first." Su Tang was speechless. She hadn't said anything yet, but why did she feel like Qin Qinyuan had guessed everything? "I don't want to hear anything else. I just want to ask you, do you like me, even just a little bit?" Qin Qinyuan's eyes were filled with anticipation. He felt that Su Tang definitely liked him, but perhaps her love wasn't deep enough. "I like you, but I also like someone else." Since Qin Qinyuan had asked, Su Tang hesitated for a moment before expressing her feelings. She couldn't lie to herself and say she had no feelings for him, but she was afraid that this affection was only feint. If Qin Qinyuan still liked her, she would be delighted. If Qin Qinyuan couldn't accept her decision to have multiple husbands, then she would only be sad for a few days, and occasionally feel melancholy when she thought of him. After all, she was a selfish and cold-hearted woman. Qin Qinyuan was naturally delighted after hearing the first half of Su Tang's words, but the second half was like a bucket of cold water that doused him before he could even take a second. Like someone else. Who is this? Yin Zimu was already engaged, and this time, he was willing to do it. No one was forcing him, so he was definitely out. As for Jiang Yinchuan, he now knew that he was someone she had met on Yushua Star. That little BS Qin Mufeng had actually brought his wife to Yushua Star and attracted Jiang Yinchuan. Although he wanted to smite him, the matter was settled. Jiang Yinchuan had already appeared. According to his analysis, the two of them must have experienced something, and had developed a certain revolutionary friendship. It was very likely him. As for Long Ju, who had just appeared, he really didn't know. Based on this analysis, Qin Qinyuan believed that Jiang Yinchuan was the current formidable opponent. Honey, since you admitted your feelings for me, let's celebrate New Year's together. Qin Qinyuan hugged Su Teng, leaning forward and rubbing his cheek against hers affectionately. So, do you want to see the spectacular fireworks display in the maze, or the aurora borealis at midnight? Or maybe we can go see the Sea of Falling Night blooming Sirius, both of which are only available on February 2nd. I take you there, okay? Wait, I said. Su Teng felt like Qin Qinyuan only heard the first half of her sentence. Where was the second half? That was the point. Well, if you don't want to go out, then we can celebrate New Year's at home. What do you want to eat? I make it for you. Su Teng was still trying to finish her words, when Qin Qinyuan interrupted her again. Stop, listen first. Su Teng had originally decided to cut to the chase and get her point across, but this time, she only managed 4 words before her mouth was shut. Qin Qinyuan didn't give Su Teng a chance to speak. He raised his right hand, spread his fingers through her hair, and pulled the back of her head toward his mouth. For over a year, he had been searching for her, constantly thinking about her. Since she loved him, he would maximize that love, occupy her heart completely, and no one else would be allowed to enter. Qin Qinyuan kissed her fiercely, as if he wanted to vent all the emotions he had accumulated over the past year. Su Teng's body buckled uncontrollably under his pressure, her hands clutching tightly at his clothes. The words she had been about to say gradually became blurred under his onslaught. After a long moment, Qin Qinyuan rose slightly, their lips meeting each other, a thread of lust flowing between them. As the distance between them grew, the silver thread snapped. A thread in Qin Qinyuan's mind snapped at the same time. With a single forceful movement, he lifted Su Teng horizontally, holding her like a princess. Without stopping, Qin Qinyuan ascended the stairs and stalked towards the room. Wait. Coming back to her senses, Su Teng, already experienced, saw Qin Qinyuan's look and knew what he was about to do. She hadn't explained the situation clearly yet, so she stopped him. Wife, we can't wait at this moment, Qin Qinyuan interrupted her before kissing her lips again and sauntering into a room. Wait, I have a man. Seeing Qin Qinyuan's expression, Su Teng knew he was serious. Unable to speak, she desperately shouted with her mind. She had to explain clearly to him. She already had 2 men. Su Teng's words instantly froze Qin Qinyuan. In the next second, Su Teng was flung onto the bed after a brief moment of flight. Before she could react, a figure pressed forward. Then I wanted to. This time, Qin Qinyuan's kiss was even more forceful, clearly tinged with anger and punishment. Perhaps it was because she had experienced love before, her body was extra sensitive. Perhaps it was because she already liked Qin Qinyuan. Under Qin Qinyuan's fierce attack, Su Teng was powerless, and the last bit of resistance she had felt quickly vanished. After a passionate lovemaking session, Qin Qinyuan embraced Su Teng, who had fallen asleep exhausted from his tossing and turning, feeling a complex emotion. The joy was that she was finally his, and he was her man. But Qin Qinyuan's face darkened. If he wasn't her first man, then who was it? Could it be Jiang Yunchuan? Qin Qinyuan's eyes grew complex. What if it was Jiang Yunchuan? Kill him in secret. Putting aside the alliance between the Qin and Jiang families, just considering their decades-long friendship, would they kill each other over a woman? But this wasn't just any other woman. This was his wife. His wife. Qin Qinyuan's heart was filled with mixed emotions. After a long moment of contempt, he finally chuckled self-deprecatingly. His wife? He always been talking nonsense. She never admitted it. She even gave Jiang Yunchuan a high-level star beast like the Lion Flame Beast, which showed how much he held in her heart. If it weren't for his assertiveness just now, she'd probably confessed her love for Jiang Yunchuan, decided to be with him, and then told him to get lost. Touching Su Teng's hair, Qin Qinyuan suddenly smiled. Even if she didn't choose him in the end, they had already slept together, so it was impossible for her to get rid of him or dump him. Chapter 424. Su Teng frowned slightly as she drifted into a daze, feeling a bit stuffy and short of breath. Awake? A voice, laced with concern, guilt, and yet also hoarse, carried a certain emotion. Su Teng opened her eyes slightly, feeling a bit bewildered. Where was this? Why did it feel a bit like a fairyland? All shrouded in mist and fog. The next moment, Su Teng's mind snapped back to a clear, hot spring. The Villa Lu she had chosen had a large bathroom with a small, hot spring-like pool, a circular pool about 3 meters in diameter, with a stone platform in the center emitting streams of water like a fountain. The water in the pool was automatically replaced daily, always bubbling and warm. According to Su Xiaobai's gossip, this was the favorite place for her cousin and her boyfriends to take a bath and flirt. Perhaps due to the thick steam, Su Tang felt a little breathless. Thinking about the pool's purpose and sensing the man beside her, Su Tang's face flushed, whether from embarrassment or simply from holding back. I forgot to turn on the ventilation. It'd be fine in a minute. Seeing Su Tang's expression, Qin Qinyuan realized it too. It seemed the air here was a little thin. With the ventilation turned on, Su Tang's breathing instantly became easier, and the tightness in her chest disappeared. I do it myself. Su Tang, who wasn't exactly thick-skinned, was naturally a little embarrassed about having a man help her bathe. Are you sure you still have the strength to stand? Qin Qinyuan's voice was teasing, his smile ambivalent. As he spoke, Qin Qinyuan's malicious grip loosened slightly. Instantly, Su Tang felt like she was about to slip. The next second, the arm around her waist gave her support again. At that moment, Su Tang felt like a severely paralyzed patient, her entire weight supported by Qin Qinyuan. It's all your fault. Su Tang glared at Qin Qinyuan fiercely. Unfortunately, this look had no killing power in Qin Qinyuan's eyes. Instead, it seemed even more alluring with Su Tang's charming expression. In an instant, his anger surged again. Sensing Qin Qinyuan's change, Su Tang shoved him with a look of fear. Don't. Unfortunately, it was ineffective. In the end, Su Tang suffered again. A moment later, Su Tang regained consciousness, having been drawn in by a whiff of food. She sniffed suspiciously. The room was filled with the aroma of food, and Su Tang suddenly felt hungry. Just as she tried to get up, she found she had no strength left, as if she'd been run over by a car. Not caring about whether it was a waste, Su Tang, with some difficulty, pulled a bottle of vitality potion from her space ring and downed it. Only then did she feel alive again. As soon as her strength returned, Su Tang wanted to pull out her laser sword and stab Qin Qinyuan to death. That guy was like a man on a steroid, and he couldn't stop. Sensing Qin Qinyuan wasn't in the room, Su Tang used her mental power to scan and was stunned. Marshal Qin was actually cooking in the kitchen. 2 bowls of delicious food were already placed on a small table in the room. Sighing resignedly, Su Tang could only accept reality. Men were like wolves and tigers in bed. But if 1 or 2 of them were like this, how would she live in the future? Su Tang suddenly began to wonder if Tuofu's decision was self-destructive. After a moment of silent resentment, Su Tang finally decided to buy some more vitality supplements and store them in her interspatial ring for emergencies. When Su Tang finished washing up and emerged from the bathroom, Qin Qinyuan had already laid out a table full of delicious food. As soon as wife saw Su Tang, Qin Qinyuan smiled attentively. It's just the 2 of us, and you're wasting so much. Walking over to the table, Su Tang sat down in the seat Qin Qinyuan had opened for her. She took the rice he offered her and, looking at the table full of dishes, felt that it was a bit of a waste. Even elementary school students know that every grain of rice is the product of hard work. It was obvious that there was more than could be eaten. You can't say that. Qin Qinyuan shook his finger, then smiled. Tomorrow's Chinese New Year, so today's New Year's Eve. Of course, we need a good meal and... Here, Qin Qinyuan suddenly smiled like a fox stealing fish. Eat well, you have energy for the night. Su Tang's chopstick-holding hand froze, her face darkening. Damn, it's already February 1st, and they came back on the night of the 30th. They've been in bed together for 2 days. No, I want to sleep in the nutrition tank tonight. After a second's pause, Su Tang flatly refused. Honey, please don't, Qin Qinyuan said, his tone a bit coquettish. Newlyweds have at least a 3-day honeymoon. We only had 2. Just now, while cooking, he calculated everything he'd done. He already checked that Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju had both left the station in Mecca's around 7 p.m. on the 30th. It takes 3 days to travel from Shoujuan Star to the Long family Shouhui Star, and 4 days to reach the Jiang family Shouming Star, all while traveling overnight. So even if his wife didn't go online tonight, the 2 of them wouldn't know, and they wouldn't notice anything unusual. No honeymoon period. Su Tang was determined, her face stern and uncompromising. She absolutely had to sleep in the nutrient tank tonight, or tomorrow would be another day of trouble. Oh, okay. Qin Qinyuan's tone was a little disappointed, but within a second, he smiled again. Wife, you worked hard. Eat more. Qin Qinyuan smiled, as he kept serving food to Su Tang. It didn't matter to him if she didn't agree on the surface. He could just pretend to agree later that night. After eating and drinking, Su Tang contentedly rubbed her stomach and nestled comfortably on the sofa, looking content. After constantly drinking nutrient solution, it was rare to have such a delicious meal. It was truly a treat, but how could Qin Qinyuan's cooking be so good? Watching Qin Qinyuan expertly pack up the food and utensils, and throw them away, Su Tang asked curiously, "How are you such a good cook? Isn't it said that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen?" Hearing Su Tang's question, Qin Qinyuan, not missing any opportunity to gain sympathy, leaned over to Su Tang, clasped his arms around her, lowered his eyes, and a hint of regret crossed his face. "There were so many assassins trying to kill me back then. I didn't dare eat other people's food, and I didn't want to drink the nutrient solution, so I had to learn this skill myself." "Kill you? Why? Aren't you a marshal?" Su Tang was astonished. Someone would kill someone of Qin Qinyuan's rank. The Luho Galaxy incident brought heavy losses to our Qin family. My grandfather, my parents. At this point, Qin Qinyuan's face darkened. Although nearly 30 years had passed, the year he turned 34 was still unforgettable. "It's all over." Su Tang wrapped her arms around his waist, leaning against Qin Qinyuan's chest. She wanted to comfort him, but she was speechless and didn't know what to say. When she first read about Qin Qinyuan's story on Starnet, she had only thought him remarkable. Now, thinking back, that year must have been incredibly painful and difficult for him, with so many relatives dying all at once, and he had to support the Qin family alone. "Well, I don't care anymore." Qin Qinyuan stroked Su Tang's hair, his eyes gentle. Although he could never forget it, it had been 30 years, and now, when he mentioned it, it didn't stir a single ripple in his heart. Chapter 425. After a moment's silence, Qin Qinyuan's eyes calmed, and he continued his narration in a steady voice. "Back then, Hui Yun defected to our Qin family. We were weak at the time, and they believed that if they eliminated me, our Qin family would be insignificant and would fall apart. They couldn't bear to see a level 9 energy master in our family. Unfortunately, they didn't expect me to be able to stabilize the Qin family so quickly and regain control of the military." "Was it done by members of other military families?" Su Tang felt a heavy weight settle in her heart after hearing Qin Qinyuan's words. Although she had always known that the military was merely coordinating on the surface, she hadn't expected them to dare even assassinate Qin Qinyuan. "Well, besides the other families, even the Han family tried once." Qin Qinyuan's eyes darkened. They all believed the Qin family was doomed, and they even reached out to the Qin family's 5 legions. Back then, the Jiang family was the only one who didn't take advantage of his misfortune. He figured it was probably because of Jiang Yunchuan, so even after learning his wife was with Jiang Yunchuan, he couldn't bring himself to kill him. "Wife, is that man Jiang Yunchuan?" Qin Qinyuan tightened his grip around Su Tang, his eyes dimming. "Yes, I." Hearing Qin Qinyuan's words, Su Tang naturally knew what he meant by that man. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Su Tang decided to clarify everything she hadn't said that day. Unfortunately, she was interrupted before she could finish. "I understand. If you had to choose between me and Jiang Yunchuan, who would you choose?" Qin Qinyuan hugged Su Tang tightly, feeling a little uneasy. "I want both of you." This time, Su Tang chose to follow her heart. Long Ju was right. Who could predict what would happen in the future? For now, she just had to follow her heart. She had Qin Qinyuan in her heart. If she really had to let him go, and he chose someone else, she would be heartbroken. But if he couldn't accept it, she wouldn't force it. "Wife, why are you so greedy?" Qin Qinyuan was naturally happy to hear that Su Tang didn't choose Jiang Yunchuan. But wanting both, was this polyandry? Sharing his wife with others, Qin Qinyuan naturally disapproved. "Wife, didn't I satisfy you, huh?" Su Tang shuddered at Qin Qinyuan's profoundly meaningful huh? It wasn't just that she wasn't satisfied, it was simply overwhelming her. "Don't interrupt me, just listen to me." Su Tang gritted her teeth and decided to explain everything all at once. Qin Qinyuan sighed inwardly. He was indeed too late. He knew Su Tang's personality well. If she kept pestering him with an aggressive attitude, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Qin Qinyuan now regretted his decision to leave Su Tang on Yuruin Star. He should have taken her back to the Qin family headquarters without hesitation. Alas, there's no such thing as regret. "Then tell me." After calming himself, Qin Qinyuan decided to listen to Su Tang's plan before making any further considerations. "I like you, Jiang Yunchuan, Long Ju, and even Lu Jinyu, but I can't make up my mind. Besides, my father will be back in 3 years, so I decided to follow his wishes and marry into his family. I already explained this to Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju, and they both agreed to marry me. Su Tang's words were so full of information that they stunned Qin Qinyuan. He thought there was only one Jiang Yinchuan, but there were two. Su Tang had proposed to them? They both agreed to marry her? What was going on? How could those two actually agree? And Su Yuan was coming back? How had he never heard anything about him? Seeing Qin Qinyuan's shocked expression, Su Tang fished out her small box of energy stones, opened it, and took out 2 level 10 energy stones. She couldn't favor one over the other. She had to treat them equally. Even if Qin Qinyuan ultimately refused to accept her as she would still give him 2. The moment Su Tang opened the box, Qin Qinyuan's sharp eyes caught sight of the contents. His breath caught, his eyes filled with disbelief. Are these level 10? Qin Qinyuan's voice trembled as he looked at the 2 energy stones in Su Tang's hand. Although Su Tang had previously acknowledged her status as a level 10 energy grandmaster, he had never seen a level 10 energy stone before. But there were 5 in the box. Qin Qinyuan instinctively began to calculate and analyze. Back on SY-132, his little wife had said there were no level 10 energy stones, and he believed her. This meant these were newly combined. It had only been about 20 months since his little wife left Yuruin Star and disappeared. 5. 1 level 10 energy stone every 4 months. Hui Yun's peak speed was only 2 months for 1 level 7 energy stone. Even though Qin Qinyuan wasn't an energy master, he knew that higher level energy stones were more difficult to synthesize and took longer. So how long did it take Su Tang to combine a level 7 energy stone? Less than 2 hours. Upon reaching this conclusion, Qin Qinyuan's eyes deepened. Yes. I use this as a betrothal gift. Will you marry me? Su Tang's eyes lit up with anticipation as she placed 2 energy stones in Qin Qinyuan's hands. Of course, I give them to you if you don't want to. He stared at the energy stones in his hand for 3 seconds, pondering before storing them in his space buckle. Qin Qinyuan raised an eyebrow, looking deeply hurt. You want to marry me with just 2 level 10 energy stones? Are you trying to get rid of a beggar? What beggar has such a high profile? Just be happy in your heart. Hearing Qin Qinyuan's joking tone, Su Tang laughed heartily, implying that he was willing to marry her. That's true, Qin Qinyuan said with a complicated smile. No wonder the Taoist master said he would regret it forever if he missed her. He already regretted it deeply. Seeing Qin Qinyuan's somewhat disappointed smile, Su Tang's eyes darkened. She knew he must be unhappy. Thinking that Qin Qinyuan might have reluctantly accepted the offer for the sake of the energy stone, Su Tang felt uncomfortable. If I were just an ordinary person, would you still marry me? Qin Qinyuan was stunned by Su Tang's question. Was he suspecting he was attracted to her as an energy master? Sighing, Qin Qinyuan's eyes were sincere. Well, really, everything has its pros and cons. If you weren't a high-level energy master, given my current feelings for you, I would naturally agree. After all, I'm the eldest in my family, and I can do whatever I want. But Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju are out of the question. Their 2 marshals would never agree, unless they rebelled against the family. But if they left the family, they would lose their influence and naturally wouldn't be my rivals. So in the end, you're still mine. There's really no difference between you marrying me and me marrying you. Will you take action against them? Su Tang's heart tightened. For you I will. Qin Qinyuan's eyes sparkled, and then he gave a wry smile. Of course, this assumes you're an ordinary person, and they left the family and lost their influence. But the fact is, you're a level 10 energy master, not to mention a level 5 as psychic. Not only will the Jiang and Long families not object, they even do their utmost to facilitate this. Once your strength is exposed, the outstanding men from the other families will flock to you. To maintain balance, perhaps the other 7 families will unite and pressure you to marry one from each family. Chapter 426. Hearing Qin Qinyuan's words, Su Tang's eyes grew complicated. This would indeed ultimately affect the balance of the military. Wife, can you honestly tell me how fast you're fusing energy stones now? Speaking of the balance of the military, Qin Qinyuan naturally wanted to know Su Tang's true strength. Because of Su Tang's choice, the balance of the military was in danger of being disrupted. There were things Qin Qinyuan had to consider for the Qin family. As he spoke, Qin Qinyuan picked up the brightest energy stone in the box. Why did it look so bright? Could it be a high-grade 10th level stone? What is this? This is 11th level, Su Tang said calmly. 11th level. Qin Qinyuan lost his composure again. After saying this, he scanned the surroundings with his mental power, only to find nothing unusual and feel relieved. Fusing an 11th level stone would take at least 10 times as long as a 10th level stone. So how fast was my little wife using energy stones? Your speed? Qin Qinyuan asked again, lowering his voice. It's 1 level 8 stone per hour now. Su Teng had already confessed her strength to him on planet SY-132, so she naturally wouldn't hide it now. 1 level 8 stone per hour. Qin Qinyuan gasped. The Qin family only had a dozen or so level 8 energy stones, and they were all low quality. What did it mean for an energy master to synthesize a level 8 energy stone per hour? Qin Qinyuan lowered his head slightly, his eyes darkening. Do Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju know about this? Qin Qinyuan asked with a puzzled look and a cryptic tone. Yes, I do. I also proposed to them with this. Su Teng naturally confessed that they had each given Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju 2 level 10 energy stones. Hearing Su Teng's words, Qin Qinyuan tightened his arms around her. No wonder those two were willing. For an 11th level energy grandmaster, no family in the military wouldn't be envious. Jiang Yinchuan was fine, but Long Ju? Qin Qinyuan frowned slightly, leaning down to Su Teng's ear, whispering softly, Wife, Jiang Yinchuan's fine, but Long Ju? Can you let him go? No. Su Teng shook her head firmly, after hearing Qin Qinyuan's words. Long Ju has done so much for me, I can't let him down. I'm warning you, you can't bully him along with Jiang Yinchuan, and you can't do anything behind his back to harm him, or I'd be really angry. Su Teng knew that Jiang Yinchuan and Qin Qinyuan were close friends. Now that Qin Qinyuan had agreed to marry her, what if the two of them teamed up against Long Ju? The thought gave Su Teng another headache. Really, I don't want you to kill each other. I'd be heartbroken if anything happened to either of you. Seeing Su Teng disagree, and still so resolutely defending Long Ju, Qin Qinyuan felt uneasy. Wife, Qin Qinyuan sighed with resentment. You have another man, and I'm unhappy. What should I do? After saying that, Qin Qinyuan gently tapped Su Teng's earlobe with his teeth and began to rub it gently. Instantly, a tingling and itchy sensation came over her. So what do you want? Su Teng began to feel uneasy. She had just gotten out of bed less than 2 hours ago. Well? Qin Qinyuan slurred his words as he bit Su Teng's ear. I give it to you. I give it to you. I give it to you. Su Teng immediately understood that he wanted her level 11 energy stone. My dear, you're so kind. Qin Qinyuan put away the energy stone that shone like a light bulb, his heart brimming with joy. He actually had an 11th level energy stone. 11th. It would stun anyone if he showed it to them. Seeing Qin Qinyuan's cheerful smile, Su Teng felt a little annoyed. She put the box, which only contained 3 10th level energy stones, back into her space lock. With a powerful effort, she pushed him against the back of the sofa. She felt again that Qin Qinyuan's true love was the energy stone. Tell me, if it weren't me, and some other woman, a 10th level energy master, proposed to you with 2 10th level energy stones, would you marry her? Su Teng poked Qin Qinyuan's chest with a sullen look. There aren't so many of us in this world. Qin Qinyuan, looking angry, pinched Su Teng's face with amusement. But if you want to know, I tell you. Do you want the truth or a lie? Of course. After a moment's hesitation, Su Teng decided to listen to a lie first. Let's start with a lie. As for a lie, of course, other women are nothing. Even if she's a level 10 energy master, even if she proposed to me with a level 10 energy stone, I wouldn't even look at her. Hearing Qin Qinyuan's words, Su Teng felt even more uncomfortable. It was indeed a lie. It sounded so fake to her. How could someone who loved energy stones so much treat a level 10 energy stone like nothing? Tell me the truth. Taking a deep breath, Su Teng, somewhat self-deprecatingly, decided to listen to the truth. Truth be told? A level 10 energy master, of course I care about her. Of course, I want a level 10 energy stone. If she's interested in me, I marry her. Then go ahead and marry her. Su Teng turned her head away. Well, she was really asking for trouble. Why did she have to hear the truth? She must be feeling sick now. Angry? Qin Qinyuan smiled. Jealous? Why did he like his little wife's jealous expression more and more? But if she was truly angry, he would have cried. Pinching Su Teng's nose affectionately, Qin Qinyuan added with a smile, What I just said was when I didn't know you. Now that I know you, you're naturally my wife. If someone else wants to marry me, they have to ask my wife for permission, right? You really don't care about level 10 energy engineers? I mean, if I were just an ordinary person, and a level 10 energy engineer were pursuing you, what would I do? For some reason, Su Teng was stubborn and determined to get to the bottom of it. Of course, I care about level 10 energy masters, honey. There are some things I can't lie to you about. Seeing Su Tang's attitude, Qin Qinyuan knew she had some concerns. Given that, he made it clear to avoid any discomfort. I used to have few requirements for a wife. I thought that when I reached marriageable age, I would choose a suitable candidate from the Han family's direct line, the Jiang family's branch, or even our own Qin family. But the events of my 34th year made me realize that the Taoist priest I met in my youth was truly an otherworldly master. Well, do you remember what I told you? Is that the Taoist priest who said I was your soulmate? Now, hearing Qin Qinyuan's words again, Su Tang suddenly felt that the Taoist priest might actually be an immortal. Yes, 34. I believe what he said about my destiny, and I kept waiting for her to appear, and then you showed up. I can't deny that I had high hopes for this destiny. If it had been just an ordinary woman, I might have felt the huge disappointment and not chosen her. But she's you. I discovered your 4S spiritual power the first time we met, and naturally I became interested in you, and then things developed like this. If you were just an ordinary person, it's hard to say. Maybe I missed you the first time we met, or maybe I'd be equally curious about you and realize you're the one, and then develop feelings over time. Because you're not ordinary, I don't know what would have happened. But honey, there are no ifs. Just like if I were just an ordinary person, Zheng Zhe, and you dumped me that time on SY-132, would you still love me? Su Tang was speechless at Qin Qinyuan's question. Yes, if Qin Qinyuan were just Zheng Zhe, an ordinary person, what would have happened between them? I'm afraid they wouldn't have crossed paths. Thinking of this, Su Tang felt that she was being pretentious. Qin Qinyuan was right. There were not so many ifs in everything. When Qin Qinyuan first expressed his desire to marry her, he had no idea that she was an energy engineer. Doesn't this explain everything? Why was she still stuck on this? Chapter 427. Speaking of this, Qin Qinyuan suddenly grew glum. Alas, my dear, I actually hinted to my brother Io to seduce you. I regret it now. If I had known? What if I had known earlier? Su Tang, possessing the original owner's memories, naturally knew that Qin Qinyao had expressed interest in the original owner several times during their time stationed in the Hongyi Galaxy. It turned out, this was Qin Qinyuan's instruction. If I had known earlier, I would have come here myself to use my beauty trap. So much time wasted. Qin Qinyuan felt truly depressed at the thought. If he had known earlier, he would have personally taken action. What would have happened to other men now? Your presence would have been useless. Su Tang's lips suddenly twitched awkwardly. If Qin Qinyuan had really shown up so early, the original owner might have been seduced by him. Then, of course, there would have been no trip to the Tianyan Galaxy. She wouldn't have been able to retrieve the original owner's body. Now, who she was still unknown. So, there really aren't so many us in this world. Thinking of the original owner, Su Tang couldn't help but think of Yen Zimu. Yen Zimu had mentioned a past life with the original owner, Miss Su. Now, thinking about it, that meant the original owner shouldn't have died. So, was it Yen Zimu's change that made Miss Su cannon fodder? Previously, she'd been infuriated by Yen Zimu's engagement and his attitude. Now, seeing Qin Qinyuan's attitude, Su Tang suddenly felt puzzled. If Qin Qinyuan had known the future, he would have definitely shown up sooner. So, knowing that she might one day become a level 12 energy grandmaster, why would Yen Zimu choose MONI? Even if she became the president of the Federation, so what? With her support, the Yen family would definitely become the top military family. With Yen Zimu's skills and sufficient energy resources, even unifying the military wouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Su Tang couldn't help but feel a little confused. If Yen Zimu was truly a scheming man obsessed with power, then he shouldn't have given up on her no matter what. Was it really because he was too proud to accept her relationship with another man? It's useless even if I come? Are you sure? Qin Qinyuan's words interrupted Su Tang's thoughts. Feeling Qin Qinyuan's clumsy moves again, Su Tang secretly cursed and quickly surrendered. It's useful, it's useful. If you had come, I would have been seduced by you long ago. But to be honest, it's really useless. Your father was so cautious back then. He treated all of us in the military like a virus. Qin Qinyuan hugged Su Tang and continued to sigh. Su Yuan was naturally someone everyone wanted to win over, but that old fox was so cunning that he could only start with his daughter. It was a pity that Su Yuan was so cautious back then. By the way, are you sure he's coming back? Yeah, maybe within 3 years. Su Tang naturally had nothing to hide about her father's return. After concentrating, she hesitantly asked, what would happen if others knew I was a level 11 energy master? What else could we do? There are assassination attempts from abroad. At this point, Qin Qinyuan's eyes grew serious. Other nations would absolutely hate to see their Yin nation possess such a formidable energy master. What about within the Federation? Su Tang considered assassinations minor. Foreign warships couldn't so easily sail into the Federation, and there was no chance of a planet being destroyed in an instant. With Ming Jin, Su Xiaobao, and Su Xiaobai, Su Tang was confident in her current state-of-the-art equipment. Naturally, every family within the Federation wants to trick you into their clutches. At this point, Qin Qinyuan's voice darkened. Wife, if you promise not to be angry, I tell you the truth. Yes, I'm not angry. Go ahead. Su Tang nodded, mentally preparing herself. First, if you were just a woman with high-level psychic powers, you might be in danger. Our Qin family has declined significantly in recent years. Even if you married me, if your 5S psychic powers were exposed, other families would covet you. If all 9 of them were to come at me, I can't guarantee that our Qin family would be able to protect you. I understand all that. Su Tang's heart was heavy. She had always known that women with high-level psychic powers would be coveted, but she hadn't expected Qin Qinyuan, even at the rank of marshal, to be unable to protect her. Secondly, you're a woman with high-level psychic power and a grandmaster of energy. Once that's exposed, they only covet you even more. However, due to your status as an energy master, no one dares to force you. You know, the higher the level of an energy master, the more unrivaled he is in the Federation. With your strength, I'm practically wooing you. Qin Qinyuan wasn't exaggerating. Su Tang's strength was truly incredible. What's the matter? You're not willing to woo someone else? Su Tang's nervousness vanished after hearing Qin Qinyuan's interruption, and she instantly smiled. I'm willing, of course I am. I just don't want to share my power with others. Qin Qinyuan once again hugged Su Tang tightly, his tone a little melancholy. If you had your full support, we could have stayed in the dark for a year or two, and taking over the entire military would have been a piece of cake. It's a shame, you're so heartless, you're still thinking about others. Okay, let's get down to business. What would happen if my strength was exposed? Can I still stay at the 3rd Military Academy? Of course not. Honey, you should come back with me to our first man star. Even with your strength, the 3rd Military Academy will give you a direct graduation even if you don't take the assessment. The only level 11 energy master in the entire human alliance graduated from the 3rd Military Academy. TSK, if that gets out, the academy will be so happy. No, I want to stay quiet for a couple of years. This can't be exposed. Su Tang was a bit embarrassed. She was currently very content with her comfortable life at the 3rd Military Academy. That might be difficult. Qin Qinyuan's eyes were deep, thinking back to the recent news from his undercover agent in the Lu faction. Lu Mo equaled Su Tang, equal to level 11 energy master. So, he had completely figured it out. What's wrong? Su Tang suddenly felt uneasy. I'm afraid the military is going to be in chaos, and soon the blame will be directed at you. You can't hide your strength. Qin Qinyuan's eyes were solemn, his tone heavy. According to the information I received, I'm afraid a war is coming. A war? Su Tang's heart sank. The Lu clique has been very active recently, so naturally I heard about it. Although Lu Jinyu's military discipline is strict, it's almost impossible to plant spies within his legions. However, it's much easier to place spies within the Yi and Xiahou families. I naturally noticed their large-scale trip to the Black Crow Galaxy this time, and since the main force has disappeared from the Black Crow Galaxy, it's obvious where they went. It's common for major military families to distrust each other and employ spies. Whether or not these spies can uncover confidential information depends on their abilities. Although Qin Qinyuan didn't know their exact purpose, he could deduce a rough idea from the vast amount of intelligence available. Chapter 428. And my dear, you gave Lu Jinyu a large sum of energy stones. Qin Qinyuan used a declarative tone rather than a question. His informant had previously reported that Lu Jinyu's trusted forces, including warships and starships, were equipped with level 8 energy stones. He hadn't understood how Lu Dong could be so generous. And where did the Lu family get so many energy stones? Now that he knew Lu Mo was Su Tang, he naturally understood the energy stone's origins. Ah, you know it all. Su Tang felt like Qin Qinyuan was a know-it-all. Nothing escaped his gaze. Of course I know. The Lu family doesn't have that many energy stones. As soon as I saw you, I knew. Tell me, how much did you give him, huh? Once he understood this, Qin Qinyuan felt uncomfortable again. He hadn't known where Lu Jinyu had appeared from. If it had just been Jiang Yunchuan, he would have accepted it. The Qin family could join forces with the Jiang family to unify the military. After all, they were part of the same faction. but Long Ju and Lu Jinyu. Su Tang had crushes on someone in each of the 3 military departments, so in the end, it was still a balanced three-way tie, and with 4 men, he was truly unwilling and uncomfortable. Seeing Qin Qinyuan's gloomy expression, Su Tang suddenly realized what he was thinking. He must have always had some reservations about marrying her. She now felt like a scumbag, liking everyone and not wanting to let go of any of them. She was truly a bad woman. Thinking of someone as outstanding as Qin Qinyuan having to endure this injustice, Su Tang felt heartbroken again. Not much, not much. Definitely not as much as you. Seriously? Su Tang said sincerely, cupping Qin Qinyuan's face in her hands, and kissing him hard on the cheek to show her sincerity. Really, I love you the most. Look, I gave you my only level 11. Su Tang actually liked Qin Qinyuan the most. He pampered her and created romance. He was a grand marshal, and even cooked for her. The thought of this made Su Tang want to treat him well. Although she was fast at combining energy stones, she still valued the single level 11 stone that had taken over 1,000 hours to create. But when Qin Qinyuan asked for it, she gave it to him without hesitation. In fact, if Qin Qinyuan had asked, she would have given him the remaining 3 level 10 stones. What do you mean by wanting to fight and be exposed? Seeing Qin Qinyuan's expression ease after hearing her words, Su Tang changed the subject. Isn't the Lu clan planning to attack the Black Triangle Galaxy? Qin Qinyuan suppressed his discomfort, calming himself and continuing to explain the situation. A matter as serious as attacking the Black Triangle Galaxy won't be kept secret for long. I'm not sure if the other families know about it, but I think it'd be revealed in a few months. Then, naturally, Lu Jinyu's large amount of energy stones will be revealed too. So what will happen if we investigate further? Will they suspect me? Su Tang swallowed. So, she gave Lu Jinyu too many energy stones and exposed herself? Of course, while your current identity sounds perfect, it's not true. We all know how many high-level energy stones each family has in reserve. The Lu family suddenly has so many high-level energy stones, and with you, an energy technician, you'd definitely be the first to be suspected. And don't you think you had too much energy in that mecha competition? Qin Qinyuan's face was serious. I don't think so. I only used 3 level 8s. Su Tang shrank back. Why did she feel like she caused a disaster? Only 3 level 8s. Qin Qinyuan gritted his teeth upon hearing this. The military's mecha technicians usually use level 4s. Only those of high status, or those favored by my family occasionally use level 7s. Level 8s are saved for warships. Is that so? Su Tang said weakly. She already exchanged 3 level 10s for them. How could there be a problem? Qin Qinyuan sighed softly. He should have known about his wife's extravagant behavior. 3 level 8s. You were carrying those 4 impressive winged shields, and you activated them for at least 20 hours during the match, which means your total energy consumption was over 8 million. Yet, at the end of the match, you still had 91% energy remaining. Do you think the referee is blind? Su Tang was on the verge of tears. She had actually considered this issue before switching to a level 8 energy stone, but the level 8 one was surprisingly durable. After the match, seeing the 91% remaining energy level felt a bit off, but a level 7 would be about the same. Using a level 7 energy stone shouldn't be a problem, so she didn't take it too seriously. I already covered this up for you, but there are so many people involved. If they investigate thoroughly, I'm afraid the cover-up won't last long. What should I do then? Su Tang burst into tears. She had brought disaster upon herself again. What else can I do? Come back to the Qin family with me before you're exposed. Of course, it's also good for you to stay. A lot of handsome men will come to seduce you, and you can just wait to choose your harem. Qin Qinyuan's tone became a little sarcastic when he said this. How dare I? Seriously, what should I do? Su Tang's heart sank again at Qin Qinyuan's tone. Just these few men were giving her a headache. Any more romantic relationships would be a disaster, potentially life-threatening. Hooking her arm around Qin Qinyuan's neck, Su Tang began to act coquettishly. Whatever you say, I do whatever you say. Come back to Mangsing, then call Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju over so we can discuss this. Qin Qinyuan was quite pleased with Su Tang's coquettishness. After laying out his plan, Qin Qinyuan couldn't help but despise Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju. Do these two even use their brains? If their IQ balance is low, they need to recharge. After learning his wife was an 11th level energy grandmaster, they actually left to prevent him from finding out. They didn't even bother to check what Su Tang had been doing on the first battle star. They didn't even bother to check on the recent military situation. A well-informed person would have known about Lu Jinyu's energy stone issue long ago, yet they left so carelessly under these circumstances. An 11th level energy grandmaster, it's no exaggeration to say that every man in the military would covet her, and any unmarried person would try to seduce her. And yet, they left at such a critical moment. Was he planning to lead his wife to the Lu family? Or was he waiting for her to develop a relationship with Lu Qingyang? In Qin Qinyuan's opinion, a pseudo-father-daughter situation could easily lead to incest. Although Qin Qinyuan disliked these two, he felt he couldn't withstand the combined pressure of the other families without adequate preparation. In this situation, he had to find an alliance. Although he deeply disliked the thought of his wife having someone else, he had no choice since Su Tang was determined to marry those two. Therefore, his top priority was forming an alliance to jointly face external pressure and threats. However, the other families likely hadn't reacted so quickly yet, so he had to make good use of this alone time. Well, honey, we leave tomorrow. You can contact them tomorrow. As for today, Qin Qinyuan smiled meaningfully, licking his lips with a hint of nostalgia. Today, you have to make it up to your husband. Su Tang. Chapter 429. Shu Hangsing. In the grand, luxurious yet unusually solemn study of the Lu family's main residence, Lu Dong looked at Lu Qingyang solemnly, his eyes unfathomable. Didn't you notice anything unusual? Grandfather, no. Lu Qingyang said respectfully, standing upright before the heavy mahogany desk. But according to the news, Xiaoyu probably has a huge amount of high-level energy stones, all of them level 8. Lu Dong narrowed his eyes, his index finger tapping the table rhythmically. Qingyang, you really don't know where those energy stones came from. I think my 19th brother might have obtained them when he was in the Black Crow Galaxy, strangling those families connected to the Black Triangle Galaxy pirates. Lu Qingyang's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes were deep. He had been away from the Legion for several years, so it was inevitable that he was a little out of touch. Lu Jinyu hadn't told him anything before leaving, and he didn't even know about the large amount of energy stones he had until his grandfather mentioned it today. Impossible. No family in the Black Crow Galaxy possesses so many high-level energy stones. Lu Dong slowly shook his head. Even if all the families in the Black Crow Galaxy were combined, they wouldn't have this many. Xiaoyu said Su Yuan gave them to him a while ago, but given Su Yuan's personality, I don't think it's likely he would have given them to him. While Lu Jinyu possessing a large number of energy stones would be a boon for the Lu family, Lu Dong, having held the position of marshal for so long, was naturally accustomed to having everything under control. He felt uncomfortable with Lu Jinyu hiding something from him, and it was inevitable that he wanted to investigate. Grandpa, what do you mean? Lu Qingyang had no idea where Lu Jinyu's energy stones came from, but since his grandfather had called him over to ask, he probably already had a suspicion. Did you notice anything unusual during your trip to the Black Crow Galaxy? Lu Dong's eyes narrowed. Is that daughter of yours really your daughter? I want to hear the truth. No. Lu Dong asked so earnestly, and Lu Qingyang naturally couldn't hide it any longer. My 19th brother likes her, but he's afraid you wouldn't approve, Grandpa. He's also worried that some of his brothers might covet her SS spiritual power, so he placed it under my name for my care. Grandpa, I think my 19th brother is sincere this time, so I hope you won't make things difficult for him. Stupid. Lu Dong slammed the table in anger. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? I don't think it's a big deal. Lu Qingyang's expression remained unchanged, his brows furrowed slightly. In his view, it was just Lu Jinyu liking a woman, a small matter that didn't matter much to the Lu family. This is a serious problem. There's definitely something fishy about this woman's identity. Lu Dong's expression changed, his eyes flickering. Tell me everything you saw, everything you know, and everything Xiaoyu said, word for word. Yes, Grandpa. I received a call from my 19th brother. Lu Qingyang recounted everything he had seen and heard in the Black Crow Galaxy. You said she was a level 4 energy master? Lu Dong had a vague suspicion. Yes, Lu Qingyang said hesitantly. She is an energy master. I confirmed it with my own eyes. But it was my 19th brother who told me she was a level 4 energy master. Do you have the energy stones she matched? I go to the Energy Master Guild and see if there's any record of them. I suspect this woman is Su Tang. Lu Dong felt that although Lu Jinyu and Su Yuan had a good relationship, Su Yuan's cunning and stingy nature wouldn't allow him to be so generous as to give him such a large sum of energy stones. But if he had to pay for them, he doubted the entire military could come up with such a large sum of cash. The most likely possibility is that it was obtained through other channels. The appearance of Lu Mo was too coincidental, so I have to doubt it. A 20-year-old woman with SS mental strength and a 4th-level energy master, so he thought of someone. Su Tang from the Su family. If she was Su Tang, then it's very likely that Su Yuan left that many energy stones for her. And since she liked Xiao Yu, and they were in love, it made sense that Su Tang would give him such a large number of energy stones. Women, after all, become idiots when they fall in love. Thinking about it this way, Lu Dong felt that it made perfect sense. Grandpa, I don't. Lu Qingyang was slightly surprised, yet also felt an inexplicable complexity. His own brother actually didn't believe him. Although somewhat disappointed, Lu Qingyang couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, do you object to 19th brother's choice? What objection? What's there to object to? Lu Dong waved his hand, as if he was overthinking it. Given Xiao Yu's reputation, I'm worried he won't be able to find a wife in the future. He's really tempted. Regardless of the woman's status, since she already has SS mental power, I naturally wouldn't object. Besides, she's still young, maybe she can reach SSS in the future. Lu Dong had only some doubts about Lu Mo's identity, but even if she was just an ordinary woman, as long as her SS mental power wasn't fake, marrying into their Lu family wouldn't be considered marrying up. After all, he knew the ratio of women with SS mental power to men with SS mental power and above. It was probably 1 to 5,000. Hearing Lu Dong's non-objection, Lu Qingyang felt a slight sense of relief, but his next words made Lu Qingyang awkward. Qingyang, don't be offended by Grandpa's nagging. Xiao Yu has already found someone she's truly meant to be. It's time for you to focus on finding a woman to settle down with. After all, there are only a few women with high-level spiritual powers. If you keep going this way, you might not even be able to find a wife. Lu Dong spoke with deep emotion. As someone who had experienced this, he naturally understood how difficult it was to find a wife of equal status and qualifications. Grandpa, I understand. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Lu Qingyang's eyes. Then I set off immediately back to Shouju and Star. Well, go ahead. Bring back an energy stone and I confirm. Remember, don't let anything leak out. Lu Dong waved his hand. While Lu Dong didn't think it mattered whether Lu Mo was Su Tang, it would be even better if she was. With Su Yuan's abilities, as the saying goes, a tiger father has a tiger daughter. It's very likely that Su Tang will become a high-level energy technician in the future. Wouldn't that be a win for the Lu family? Only that old scoundrel Yan Chongshan would be so short-sighted. Thinking of Yan Chongshan, Lu Dong couldn't help but sneer. An old rival for years, only to be deposed by his own grandson. Leaving the study and preparing to leave the Lu family mansion, Lu Qingyang breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had been in the capital star system for the past few years, he still had some reluctance to return to the Lu family mansion for the Lu New Year. After all, his uncle and aunt would also be back on February 2nd. His father might be thick-skinned, but he found it too awkward. After getting an excuse from Lu Dong, Lu Qingyang drove his mech back to the capital star. Chapter 430. 3 days later, on February 1st, Lu Qingyang returned to Shouju and Star. He drove his mecha directly back to the parking lot of the 3rd Military Academy. As soon as he stepped out of the mecha, Lu Qingyang felt a palpitation in his heart. Landing with a deft movement, Lu Qingyang frowned slightly. What was that feeling? Is there a high-level star beast? I sensed it too. There's their presence, and there are a huge number of them. While Lu Qingyang was uncertain, a voice in his heart confirmed his thoughts. Hearing this, Lu Qingyang was horrified. They? How could it be? Aren't they only found within the Wood Wolf Galaxy? Could they have evolved into a higher level? Lu Qingyang's eyes darkened, and he immediately called Long Hani, the person in charge of Shouju and Star's security. Mobilize the emergency rescue force. A ghost demon has appeared on Shouju and Star. General Lu, this? Clearly, Long Hani was unable to react to Lu Qingyang's words. Immediately blockade Shouju and Star. Send someone to verify the number of students at the military academy and issue a red alert, quick. Lu Qingyang's face shone with anxiety, his voice tinged with a roar. News. Zizizi. Long Hani seemed about to say something, but it was clear he had no chance. Lu Qingyang's heart sank as he watched the screen transform into snowflakes. They spotted me and are preparing to attack. I sense a powerful aura from one of their kind. Xiaomo and Xiaoxi. Lu Qingyang's eyes froze as he quickly leaped onto his mech and headed for the villa area. Everyone, get off the ground immediately. Get off the ground. Lu Qingyang's voice echoed through the mech speakers as it flew. Inside the 3rd Military Academy, students who reacted quickly to the warning used various tools to get off the ground, while those who reacted slowly suffered the consequences. Inside the villa, after being carried to the bed by Qin Qinyuan, Su Tang had somewhat resigned herself to her fate. Men are truly fierce and ferocious. Holding her arms around Qin Qinyuan's neck, Su Tang decided not to resist and simply enjoy the moment. Qin Qinyuan kissed her passionately, but at the height of his passion, he suddenly froze, his entire body tensing. Hold tight. The next second, before Su Tang could react, she felt herself being carried away from where she was. Qin Qinyuan's right arm held her waist, leading her around the room, his left hand gripping an energy gun. Su Tang, terrified, clung to him tightly, her mind trembling with wonder. What was going on? Using her mental power, Su Tang's eyes widened with shock. Two dark shadows suddenly appeared on the floor of their room. They resembled the shadows of something, yet they seemed to be alive, chasing them relentlessly. Even stranger, as Qin Qinyuan's energy guns continued to attack, the shadows began to release puddles of black liquid, their speed gradually slowing until they transformed into two pools of thick black water and remained motionless. That. Su Tang's face paled slightly, and her fingers trembled as she pointed at the two puddles of black water. Could that be a ghost? A ghost! She wanted to scream. It's a ghost. Qin Qinyuan gripped his energy gun, his eyes grim. A ghost had appeared on Shojuan Star? Ghosts were considered dangerous and ferocious star beasts. Quick, get on the mecha with me and get out of here. Turning around, Qin Qinyuan pulled Su Tang with him, anxiously preparing to leave. But as he took a step, his expression darkened. Damn! How could there be so many? Expanding his mental detection range, Su Tang's eyes grew even more terrified. Within her mental field of vision, many people sank. As if trapped in a quagmire, many students struggled and sank into their own shadows. A layer of black shadows surrounded their villa, each one moving swiftly across the ground. Within seconds, Lu Qingyang's black mecha entered Su Tang's mental range, seemingly heading for her. Su Tang's first reaction wasn't what to do now that she was surrounded by ghost demons. But how would she explain Lu Qingyang's presence to Qin Qinyuan? Quick, get in the car! Qin Qinyuan quickly shot down the ghost demons attempting to climb up the stairs, while summoning a convertible flying car. While Su Tang was distracted, he embraced her and, using the railing for leverage, leaped into the flying car, which was now hovering above the living room. Opening the door, Qin Qinyuan controlled the car without stopping and rushed out. Su Tang's heart sank as she regained consciousness. In just less than a minute, a huge change had occurred outside. Within his mental field of vision, hundreds of flying cars filled the sky. The rest of the crew had likely been swallowed up by the shadows. The entire ground was deserted, filled with swiftly moving shadows. Leaving the ground will allow us to avoid the ghost blasters' attacks. We should be able to. Qin Qinyuan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could find a place to retrieve the mecha, they should be able to escape safely. However, he was interrupted before he could finish his words. Wait, what's that over there? Su Tang gazed up at the distant sky, her face pale. Is that a dumpling? Or a sack? A thick black mass rose from the sky above Shojuan Star in the distance, rapidly encroaching like a black curtain, seemingly threatening to engulf the entire planet. That's... Qin Qinyuan was horrified. He had never seen that before. Could it be a high-level ghost blaster? Could a high-level ghost blaster devour an entire planet? Inside the black mecha, Lu Qingyang's expression grew even more serious. A flicker of struggle flashed in his eyes, as he gazed at the inky blackness of the sky. Master, hurry, hurry! If you don't leave, you'll be eaten. It's very powerful. With a ghost demon, Lu Qingyang knew full well that he would be eaten by it. Unless he found its heart, he would be digested. But Xiaoxi and Xiaomo were still here, and there were so many students. If he killed it before the ghost demon was digested, they might still be saved. Otherwise, gritting his teeth, Lu Qingyang's gaze hardened. If he left, Shojuan Star would likely be blown up. Even off the other side, before Qin Qinyuan could find a spot to retrieve his mecha, the entire Shojuan Star sky was shrouded in darkness, with only sparse lights illuminating the ground. This process took less than a minute. Su Tang, watching the ground return to calm, felt uneasy. Those so-called ghost demons must have retreated into the shadows. What should we do? Su Tang tugged at Qin Qinyuan's clothes anxiously. Don't be afraid, I'm here. After suspending the flying car about 10 meters above the ground and switching it to automatic hover mode, Qin Qinyuan began trying to contact the outside world, but unfortunately, his computer had no signal. His eyes darkened, and he pulled out a special mental communication device from his space lock, but unfortunately, he still couldn't contact the outside world. Is he isolated? Qin Qinyuan's eyes darkened even more. Can't contact? Su Tang grew increasingly worried. She truly regretted staying on the first battle planet and not coming back. Yeah, can't contact. Wait for Lu Qingyang to come and discuss it. Let's hear his thoughts first. Qin Qinyuan also grew worried. He wasn't a beast trainer, and all he knew about star beasts, like the Ghost Blaster, was what was recorded in military documents. This was his first time seeing a Ghost Blaster. In Qin Qinyuan's opinion, Lu Qingyang was a top-tier beast trainer, so he probably knew more. Well, what if he asked you why you're here? Upon hearing Qin Qinyuan's words, Su Tang's embarrassment overwhelmed her fear. Just leave it alone. Qin Qinyuan was speechless. Why bother with such a question at this moment? You're going to meet me again soon anyway, so why not just admit you're Su Tang? Oh, okay. Su Tang lowered her head, still feeling guilty for having lied to Lu Qingyang. Chapter 431. Lu Qingyang's mecha wasn't far from Su Tang, but due to the hundreds of flying cars flying around without any proper rules, it was moving at a slower pace to avoid collisions. While waiting for Lu Qingyang to arrive, Su Tang suddenly felt puzzled. Such a powerful, high-level star beast had appeared on Shoujuan Star, yet why had Su Xiaobai shown no reaction at all? With his current mental power, how could he not have noticed anything? Su Xiaobai, you didn't notice anything? Su Tang felt skeptical. Actually, Su Xiaobai's tone seemed a bit hesitant. Honestly, Su Tang narrowed her eyes slightly at Su Xiaobai's tone. Something was wrong. Wu. Master Tang Tang, I didn't mean to. Wu. Hearing this, Su Tang knew something was seriously wrong. Could it be you who caused this? Wu. Actually, I wanted to eat it, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Wu. Su Xiaobai's tone was like a child who had made a mistake, completely bewildered. What's going on? Tell me clearly, where did it come from? Su Tang was frantic. It was Su Xiaobai's fault. It's that black 36 stars. I was just doing nothing over there, and then I accidentally found it beneath our city. It was dormant at the time, so I stored it in an ice crystal. I thought I could refine it in my immortal abode, but who knew it was too strong? It woke up after I ate part of it. When we just returned to the military star this time, it escaped from the ice crystal. I've been looking for it for the past 2 days, but I can't find it, and then... That's it. Su Xiaobai realized his mistake and spoke weakly. So you brought it? Su Tang was furious. Why would she bother provoking such a dangerous star beast, but the black 36 stars? Su Tang's pupils shrank slightly. That advanced carnivorous beast that ate an entire planet's inhabitants? No way. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? It must be it. Hearing Su Tang's thoughts, Su Xiaobai weakly confirmed. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Su Tang was furious. It ate an entire planet's worth of people. How could such a perverted star beast be provoked? Thinking of the current situation, Su Tang was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. If Su Xiaobai hadn't brought this star beast back, these students wouldn't have died. So was she the one who killed them? I didn't kill Bo Ren, but he died because of me. Her sin this time was enormous. It's the same thing. If it didn't eat the students of the 1st Army Star, then it would eat the soldiers of the 9th Legion on the Black 36 Stars. Su Xiaobai defended his actions. This ghost demon would awaken sooner or later, and when it did, it would naturally eat, either from this planet or that. Her eyes darkened. Su Tang agreed. It was already this late, and things had come to this. She should think realistically about how to escape. Su Xiaobai, tell me everything you know. Knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. Su Tang decided to listen to Su Xiaobai's information before considering a strategy. In the world of cultivation, this is a phantom. You call it a ghost killer here. This creature has no specific form, and primarily survives by devouring the vitality of living creatures. They are a form of energy, a powerful tonic. Eating them can restore my strength, and some powerful star beasts can also improve theirs. Let's get to the point. How do we deal with it? Are we surrounded now? Su Tang suddenly realized that Su Xiaobai was actually a foodie. He hadn't been able to digest the chalcedony before, yet he still ate it all. Now, he was doing the same with this ghost killer. He clearly couldn't handle it, yet he still insisted on eating it, causing her to suffer along with it. Your energy guns can kill them, and Shibao's demonic light butterfly can also counter them. Su Xiaobai unequivocally offered a method for killing the ghost killer. Wait, weren't you talking about it? How could there be so many? Su Tang was puzzled. Wasn't there just one? Like Xiaobao, it can split. When separated, it becomes a separate entity with its own life. When gathered together, it becomes it. This creature is quite complex. Its main body now encompasses the entire planet. We're in its belly, so to speak. If we find its heart, we can kill it. What about its heart? I don't know. It's in these shadows. One of them is the heart. The others are independent entities. Their death wouldn't have much impact. Su Tang was itching to kill Su Xiaobai, that naughty kid. He had to provoke such a nuisance. So many shadows, and finding the heart? With its calm appearance now, she couldn't even tell the difference between an ordinary ghost killer and a shadow. While Su Tang was still pondering what to do, Lu Qingyang's mental power swept over, clearly indicating he had entered their 25 kilometers range. Through her psychic vision, Su Tang could clearly see the black mecha pause, fearing that Lu Qingyang had spotted Qin Qinyuan. Although Lu Qingyang wasn't her biological father, Su Tang still felt the awkwardness of being caught secretly meeting her boyfriend by her parents. Furthermore, she and Lu Jinyu had conspired to deceive him, and in Lu Qingyang's mind, he undoubtedly believed she was Lu Jinyu's woman. This thought gave Su Tang another headache. Sighing, Su Tang decided to follow Qin Qinyuan's instructions and reveal her identity. After all, the fact that Lu Jinyu possessed so many level 8 energy stones would sooner or later be exposed, and her identity would become untraceable. Within 5 minutes, Lu Qingyang's mecha appeared within their sight. Marshal Qin? Inside the mecha, Lu Qingyang's eyes were solemn, deeply surprised at Qin Qinyuan's presence. Glancing at Su Tang beside Qin Qinyuan, Lu Qingyang's mind flashed with a flash of hope. Perhaps his grandfather's suspicions were correct. Xiaomo was Su Tang. But what was Qin Qinyuan's purpose here? Did he know Su Tang possessed a large amount of energy stones left behind by Su Yuan? Or was he impressed by her SS mental power and potential as an energy user? A series of questions flashed through Lu Qingyang's mind. Is this a high-level ghost blade? Qin Qinyuan, no longer concerned with Lu Qingyang's thoughts, pointed at the black object overhead and asked directly. It should be. Thinking of the current situation, Lu Qingyang's eyes grew serious. After failing to locate Lu Xi within his mental range, Lu Qingyang's heart tightened. Xiaomo, where's Xiaxi? She's not on this planet. She went to the Guangzhou galaxy. Now that her identity had been exposed, Su Tang felt embarrassed to call Lu Qingyang father. Suppressing her embarrassment, Su Tang decided to first figure out how to deal with this ghost beast. Su Xiaobai's method seemed a bit unreliable, so just to give it a try she asked, what do we do now? Find its heart and kill it. I find a place to launch a starship. Hearing that Lu Xi wasn't there, Lu Qingyang breathed a sigh of relief and then explained his plan. After all, the flying cars were too small, and floating in midair wouldn't be a long-term solution. The disaster had already occurred, so the first thing to do was to settle the survivors. Okay. Qin Qinyuan nodded in agreement, his tense nerves slightly relaxed. Having a top-tier beastmaster around when encountering a high-level star beast was truly like having a backbone. Chapter 432. But I might not have enough time alone. After stating his plan, Lu Qingyang frowned slightly. If the ghost demons climb onto the starship, it will be very difficult to deal with them. We can't let the ghost demons get close before the starship launches and takes off? Qin Qinyuan suddenly understood, and then he became troubled. The starship was so large, and with so many ghost demons, it would be difficult to kill them all outside. After listening to the two, Su Tang also understood. The ghost demons could hide in the shadows, and if they were allowed to climb onto the starship, they would be very difficult to find, like laying countless minefields. The starship would need to remain on the ground for at least 2 or 3 minutes between being extracted from space and launching. This meant that we had to prevent the ghost demons from entering the starship. Yes, so someone needs to kill the ghost demons during this time. You're in the mecha, you have greater lethality. You defend, and I launch the starship. How about that? After 3 seconds of contemplation, Qin Qinyuan made a decision. He had no place to retrieve the mecha, and the energy gun alone would do too little damage to the ghost demons. Alright. After some consideration, Lu Qingyang accepted Qin Qinyuan's suggestion. Everyone, proceed to parking lot number 3. Parking lot number 3, a large 10,000 square meter lot, was equipped with movable, suspended laser beams overhead. Lu Qingyang arrived first, and used his mental power to control the laser beams. The empty parking lot number 3 was illuminated like daylight, with only the shadow of his mecha dominating the ground. For convenience, Lu Qingyang assigned the other personnel to high altitudes at the edge of the lot, allowing those with weapons to freely fire on the ghost Shah. After only Lu Qingyang's mech and Qin Qinyuan, and Su Tang's flying car remained in parking lot number 3, Qin Qinyuan took a deep breath and said, "Then I get off." "Be careful," Su Tang said, a little worried. Although she thought Qin Qinyuan was quite skilled, that ghost brake was too strange. "Wait." Qin Qinyuan was about to jump out of the flying car when Lu Qingyang suddenly spoke. The black mech hovered at the same height as the flying car, the cockpit cover slowly opening. Lu Qingyang remained in the driver's seat. A dark figure quickly leaped out of the cockpit and suddenly landed on the front of their car. Su Tang looked closely. Was it the hippogriff she had seen once before? "Marshal Qin, my hippogriff is with you. If the situation changes, retreat immediately." Lu Qingyang spoke sternly. Although he was not from the Qin faction, it was unreasonable for a junior officer to let his superiors take risks. However, in this situation, if he tried to retrieve the starship, his chances of success would obviously be even lower. Therefore, Lu Qingyang could only ask the hippogriff to ensure Qin Qinyuan's safety. After all, once he left the ground, he would be out of the Ghost Blaster's attack range. "Okay." Qin Qinyuan nodded, and immediately jumped out of the flying car. With a standard landing, a small starship appeared on the parking lot. Qin Qinyuan flew into the starship without hesitation and rushed to the cockpit. The next second, Su Tangxi was shocked. Black shadows surged in from the edge of parking lot number 3. The Ghost Blasters, without any shadows to hide, were just a mass of black shadows, easily distinguishable under the bright light. The attacks from the people in the flying cars at the edge of the parking lot were like mud in the sea, and the Ghost Blaster's speed was not affected at all. In the blink of an eye, dense white energy bombs swept down like a torrential downpour, transforming the numerous ghost killers into pools of black water. However, because Lu Qingyang's black mecha was equipped with only a single level 3 energy cannon, while its attack rate reached over 100 rounds per second, the cannon's power was too low, the ghost killers were too densely packed, and the entire parking area was too vast. Many of the escaped creatures quickly attacked the starship. Thinking of Qin Qinyuan on the starship, Su Tang's eyes darkened, and she immediately called out to Su Xiaobao. At this point, she could no longer worry about trump cards or future problems. In an instant, layers of demonic light butterflies formed a circle surrounding the starship. The outer edge of the fluorescent circle was densely packed with black shadows, but all the black was isolated from the white fluorescence, making the black and white seem like two different worlds. The ghost blade surged towards the starship, but upon contact with the demonic light butterflies on the ground, they were blasted into a pool of black water, evaporating within seconds. Each demonic light butterfly exploded into a speck of light, but the next second, the glowing light spread its wings again and transformed into another demonic light butterfly. The moment the demonic light butterfly appeared, Lu Qingyang's breath caught, and even his mecha's attack paused, only to recover a second later and resume his high-frequency bombardment of the ground. "Ugh! Mom, this is such a waste! Ugh!" Within a minute, Su Xiaobao cried out in grievance. At its current strength, each demonic light butterfly explosion consumed approximately 500 energy points. While not much, the number of ghost blades was significant. Watching the scales stored food slowly deplete, Su Xiaobao felt a pang of distress. "Be good, little treasure. Mommy make them for you later. Don't let them near the starship." Su Tang's heart sank. She had always thought her Su Xiaobao possessed an inexhaustible supply of scales, but she hadn't expected this ghost blaster to be so formidable. This was simply a battle of sheer numbers. No wonder this ghost blaster could devour an entire planet's worth of people. Its sheer number was probably greater than the planet's population. After 3 minutes of stalemate between black and white, the starship finally left the ground. Outside the parking lot, the ghost blasters, like a black curtain, retreated like a tide the moment the starship left the ground, returning to darkness once more. The entire ground was once again as still as if nothing had happened. As the ghost blasters retreated, Su Tang naturally had Su Xiaobao retract his demonic light butterfly. Looking at the starship's already open deck, Su Tang maneuvered the flying car to a stop. After exiting the car, Su Tang ran directly to the cockpit. Outside the starship, after temporarily solving the problem of accommodation, Lu Qingyang directed the flying cars to park in an orderly manner on the deck. After settling all the surviving students, Lu Qingyang headed towards the cockpit. In the cockpit, Qin Qinyuan set the starship to automatically hover 10 meters above the ground. As soon as Su Tang entered, he asked, "Wife, is that your star beast? The demonic light butterfly?" Su Tang felt a little uneasy at the sight of Qin Qinyuan's gaze. She had wanted to explain, but before she could, she said, "The one you saw is my Su Xiaobao, whom I met on planet SY-132. Xiaobao? The stone-patterned butterfly? Qin Qinyuan recalled the butterfly-like energy-devouring beast and looked surprised. It also had the demonic light butterfly form? Yes, it does, but its attacks require a lot of energy. You're feeding it level 10 energy stones again? Qin Qinyuan lowered his voice, his face darkening. He remembered the stone-patterned butterfly's voracious appetite. Those were level 10 energy stones, not pet rations. Not much. Xiaobao eats very little, and look how useful Xiaobao is. Su Tang blinked, feigning innocence. Why did all of them disapprove of her raising Su Xiaobao? Xiaobao was so useful. Su Tang suddenly felt like she was the only one sobering up. What's the point of having an energy-devouring beast like this, one that eats so much? Qin Qinyuan thought raising such an energy-devouring beast was simply too much of a stretch. A level 10 energy stone had enough firepower to destroy over 20 planets. You can't even defeat it, so of course it's very useful. Su Tang defended Su Xiaobao confidently. These men were definitely obsessed with the energy stone, unable to see how powerful Xiaobao was. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't match a battleship equipped with a level 10 energy stone. Xiaobao could devour a battleship's energy. Qin Qinyuan. Chapter 433. When Lu Qingyang arrived at the camp, Su Tang was still showing off Su Xiaobao's demonic light butterfly to Qin Qinyuan, trying to convince him. Su Tang thought trading energy stones for a pet as extraordinary as Su Xiaobao was a huge bargain. Unfortunately, Qin Qinyuan still looked disapproving. Demonic light butterfly. Lu Qingyang's face shifted slightly. Although he had seen it before, it still seemed a bit unbelievable to him now that he had confirmed it again. This star beast, which existed only in secret military records, had actually been tamed. Who are you? Lu Qingyang's eyes were grim. Wasn't Su Tang an energy master? But this Lu Imo was clearly a high-level beast trainer. No, with a beast as extraordinary as the demonic light butterfly, she could be considered a top-tier beast trainer. I'm sorry. I lied to you before. I'm so sorry. Su Tang apologized to Lu Qingyang with a guilty look on her face. She felt that her and Lu Jinyu's collusion in deceiving him was indeed a bit inappropriate. Well, we met before, Instructor Lu. Su Tang gave an apologetic smile, pulling out Lu Qingyang's business card from her space lock and waving it in her hand. Are you Tang Xiaomi? Lu Qingyang's eyes flickered with surprise upon seeing his business card. He only ever given out one of these, representing his admissions letter. At the time, he truly wanted to take Tang Xiaomi on as his apprentice and train her to become a powerful, top-tier beast tamer. But if she was Tang Xiaomi, then where were her lion flame beast and snow moon fox? Were they hidden too? Yes. But Tang Xiaomi is also my fake identity. I'm Su Tang from the Su family. Figuring she couldn't stay at the 3rd Federal Military Academy, Su Tang followed Qin Qinyuan's lead and didn't hide her identity. To prevent Lu Qingyang from misunderstanding, she added, Lu Jinyu already knows my identity. I see. Lu Qingyang's eyes grew complex. Sure enough, his grandfather's guess was correct. The energy stones in Lu Jinyu's hand must have been given to him by Su Tang. But Su Tang was also a top-tier beast tamer? Such prowess. Wait, Lu Qingyang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that Qin Qinyuan had seen something? A top-tier beast tamer with SS mental power, who was also an energy tamer. Naturally, any unmarried man would covet her. Was Qin Qinyuan planning to steal his brother's woman? At this conclusion, Lu Qingyang's eyes darkened. No wonder Lu Jinyu had so cautiously asked him to protect her before leaving, yet she hadn't revealed Su Tang's true identity. Exposing her prowess would surely attract a host of covetous individuals. If it were anyone else, it would be fine, but Qin Qinyuan. He wouldn't be able to deal with her. Lu Qingyang, completely inexperienced in the fight for a wife, was a bit anxious. How could he help his brother keep his wife? Ahem. Qin Qinyuan coughed harshly, shifting his focus. General Lu, what do you think we should do now? I wonder what you think of the Ghost Blaster. Although Lu Qingyang maintained an expressionless, icy face, Qin Qinyuan could roughly guess what he was thinking from the shifting glances in his eyes. He was probably thinking about how to squeeze him out and take his wife back to their family's first cold star. That was a dream. With him around, forget it. Hearing Qin Qinyuan's question, Lu Qingyang temporarily put aside his worries and turned his attention to the situation at hand. This Ghost Blaster has probably evolved to a high level. We should be in its belly. My starship is equipped with a level 7 energy cannon. Can't I directly attack the black layer above? Qin Qinyuan asked doubtfully. It's useless. Well, the upper layer acts like a reflective mirror, reflecting all attacks back to the ground. You can only go in, not out. We're essentially inside it now, and the only way out is to kill it. Hearing this, Su Tang felt puzzled. How did Lu Qingyang know so much? His next words made her feel a little guilty. It probably devoured everyone else on this planet. Lu Qingyang's eyes darkened. Although the military academy on Shouju Star was on holiday, the number of students on Shouju Star was still considerable. Even if some students reacted quickly and left the ground, they wouldn't be able to escape unless Guisha was killed. Then how do we kill it? Su Tang felt a little guilty. This was Su Xiaobai's fault, with so many people dying all at once. Although it can be considered to be inside, finding its heart on this level is still very difficult. Going deeper would be much easier. Furthermore, the ghost blade's digestion rate is very slow. If we kill it sooner, those devoured students can still be saved. Lu Qingyang's eyes were heavy. While he could kill the ghost blade from this position, finding its heart would take at least several months. Going deeper would make it much quicker. He couldn't just ignore those devoured students. There's still hope. Su Tang's eyes lit up. Wait, you mean one ghost blade? After hearing Lu Qingyang's words, Qin Qinyuan felt something was amiss. Aren't there tens of thousands of ghost blades here? But was Lu Qingyang talking about it? Ghost blades are complex star beasts. You could say there's only one, or you could say there are countless. But if we kill the heart of that high-level ghost blade, the others won't be able to survive in the light. In other words, if that high-level one dies, the rest won't be a problem, Lu Qingyang explained. How do you know? Su Tang was puzzled by Lu Qingyang's detailed account. Su Xiaobai knew about the ghost blade thanks to its inherited memories. But how could Lu Qingyang know so much? I know because I have one too. Lu Qingyang's eyes darkened, and he slowly extended his right hand. A black shadow suddenly crawled up his clothes, finally resting on his hand. Lu Qingyang's right hand, as if enveloped in the shadow of something, was shrouded in a faint black veil. Can such a shadowy star beast be tamed? Su Tang was a little shocked. Is this yours? Qin Qinyuan's eyes darkened. Can yours also devour planets? No, my ghost blade is far inferior to the one on the planet. My ghost blade's devouring power is only as large as your starship, and the number of pieces it can split into is no more than 4 digits. After explaining, Lu Qingyang retracted his hand, and the ghost blade crawled down his clothes again, eventually disappearing into his shadow. Su Tang now truly admired Lu Qingyang. If he planned a sneak attack, Guisha would be incredibly convenient. How could all the Lu family's animal trainers be so formidable? She had originally thought that only Lu Jinyu was truly exceptional, but it was clear that Lu Qingyang was no exception. No wonder he was a top-tier animal trainer. Such prowess was simply beyond the reach of a fraudulent, fake like her. Qin Qinyuan's gaze darkened even further. The Lu family was indeed a well-hidden force, and every one of them was a formidable opponent. Chapter 434. But how do we find its heart? Su Tang looked at Lu Qingyang expectantly. Su Xiaobai had no idea how to find its heart, but Lu Qingyang seemed to know more. This heart is difficult to find. Lu Qingyang shook his head with some embarrassment. My ghost blade can lead us deeper into this ghost blade. Inside, the ghost blades are all physical. The largest one is the main one, and can be considered its heart. However, this is somewhat dangerous. There are probably hundreds of millions of ghost blades inside, and large objects like mechas can't enter the ghost blade, so... A hint of embarrassment flashed across Lu Qingyang's eyes. He clenched his right hand, which hung at his side, into a fist. He then turned to look at Su Tang. I can't guarantee I kill it alone, but with your demonic light butterfly, my chances of success are very high. Su Tang was stunned, her expression a little complicated. Did he want her to go inside the ghost blade and kill it? Okay, I go too. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Su Tang nodded. This ghost blade was Su Xiaobai's fault, so she naturally had to take responsibility. Besides, they couldn't leave without killing it. No! Su Tang had just agreed when Qin Qinyuan objected. You're not allowed to go. Qin Qinyuan gave Su Tang a resolute look, grabbed her arm, and pulled her behind him. Then, he tilted his head to look at Lu Qingyang with a sharp gaze. General Lu, you should be familiar with Articles 7, 35, and 76 of our federal constitution, right? Lu Qingyang's heart paused slightly, after hearing Qin Qinyuan's words. He was well versed in the federal constitution. These articles were quite complex, but they boiled down to this: protect women with high-level psychic powers from harm. He was so focused on Su Tang, a top-tier beast tamer with the explosive power of the demon light butterfly, that he'd forgotten she was a woman with high-level psychic powers. Lu Qingyang clenched his fists, then lowered his head in silence, releasing his grip. If he went deep inside alone, it wasn't that he was afraid of death, but his chances of success were simply too low. His energy simply wasn't enough to destroy so many demons. His death wouldn't matter, but Lu Qingyang's expression was complicated, and he didn't speak again. The three of them froze for a moment. Judging from Lu Qingyang's attitude, was he convinced by Qin Qinyuan? Su Tang was getting a little anxious. Was he saying he wasn't letting her go? Tugging on Qin Qinyuan's hand, Su Tang cautiously protested, "Let me go. With the demonic light butterflies around, it won't be too dangerous." "That won't work either. You stay, and I go with him." "You're not a beast tamer," Su Tang explained softly at Qin Qinyuan's words. "It's even more unsafe for you to go. You can't take risks." Qin Qinyuan's gaze was firm, unmoved. As an 11th level energy master, he was naturally a national treasure. How could he take risks? Moreover, this was his wife. How could a man put his woman in danger? "If we don't go, we won't be able to leave here," Su Tang muttered in rebuttal. The situation was pressing. If Lu Qingyang failed, wouldn't they still be trapped inside the ghost-shattering devil, unable to escape? Might as well take the risk. Qin Qinyuan was slightly taken aback by Su Tang's words. If he and Lu Qingyang died inside the ghost blaster, what would become of the people aboard the starship? "Marshal Qin, does anyone here know about you?" Qin Qinyuan had just cast his gaze upon Lu Qingyang when, as if sensing something, Lu Qingyang looked up at him, his eyes complex as he asked a personal question. "I don't know. I came here in secret." Qin Qinyuan shook his head, somewhat bewildered. To find his concubine without being discovered by the Jiang family, he had concealed Qin Qinyuan's laptop and arrived under the guise of Zheng Zhe. Even Qin Mufeng had no idea he was already on Shoujuan Star. Lu Qingyang asked this question. As if a thought occurred to him, Qin Qinyuan shuddered, a trace of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. "What do you mean? I think you understand the military's actions better than I do." Lu Qingyang nodded quietly, his tone extremely calm, his eyes tinged with sarcasm. With the military's ruthless methods, everyone on this planet would be abandoned. Although his rationale told him that this decision might minimize the damage, the thought of so many lives being mercilessly abandoned made Lu Qingyang feel uneasy. Even ants try to survive, so what right do the military brass have to decide the fate of others? What's going on? Listening to the two's conversation and seeing Qin Qinyuan's slightly pale face, Su Tang suddenly felt a bad premonition. Qin Qinyuan turned to look at Su Tang with a complicated expression, his voice filled with helplessness and anxiety. "With such a high-level ghost blade appearing on Shoujuan Star, I'm afraid Shoujuan Star will be abandoned." "Abandoned?" Su Tang was shocked. Does this mean Shoujuan Star might be destroyed? Su Tang's heart sank. Even if she had Su Xiaobai and Su Xiaobao, if the entire planet was bombed, she would certainly have no chance of survival. "I think we should set out early to kill the ghost blade." Su Tang tightened her grip on Qin Qinyuan's hand, stepped forward to fight alongside him, and met his gaze with determination before turning to Lu Qingyang and speaking. Before Lu Qingyang could respond, Qin Qinyuan asked, "General Lu, is it dangerous if we stay on this starship?" Qin Qinyuan's expression darkened. He was well aware of the military's actions and decisions, and there was a high possibility that Shoujuan Star would be blown up. However, Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju were outside. They knew that his concubine was an 11th level energy grandmaster, so Shoujuan Star, with a master like her, would definitely not be blown up. However, if he did, his concubine's strength would be compromised, and the world would likely know about it. Therefore, the most urgent task was to eliminate this demon before the military made a decision. Resolving danger was a man's job. Although he was a little hesitant, he didn't want Su Tang to take the risk. "If we stay on this starship, the ghost demon will naturally pose no threat," Lu Qingyang said calmly, looking at Qin Qinyuan. When Qin Qinyuan breathed a sigh of relief and once again stopped wanting Su Tang to take risks with him, Lu Qingyang changed the subject. "But if Shoujuan planet is attacked by starships or warships in outer space, the energy cannons will penetrate this black curtain and directly strike Shoujuan planet." Hearing this, Qin Qinyuan frowned. "Does this mean there's a chance of stray bullet damage? The military will definitely launch an exploratory attack. Now that the signal has been blocked, it's a completely indiscriminate attack." So Lu Qingyang was telling him that staying on the starship wasn't actually safe either. You see, staying on the starship isn't necessarily safe. Su Tang took Qin Qinyuan's arm and shook it, a bit coquettishly. "I go with you." Seeing Qin Qinyuan's expression soften, Su Tang continued, "I'm worried if you go. At times like this, We should fight side by side, sharing life and death. Hearing Su Tang's words, Lu Qingyang's heart trembled. He stared at her with a deep and complex gaze, then quickly turned back to Qin Qinyuan, silently awaiting his decision. In Lu Qingyang's opinion, while their chances of winning were higher with Su Tang, a top-tier beast trainer, and the demon light butterfly, he couldn't ignore the fact that Su Tang was a high-level psychic woman under his protection. Qin Qinyuan was the marshal, his superior, and they seemed close, so the decision on whether to let Su Tang go should be his. Looking at Su Tang's determined gaze, and hearing the words of sharing life and death, the words of refusal came to his lips, but for some reason, Qin Qinyuan couldn't bring himself to say them. Thinking that staying on the starship might not be safe, Qin Qinyuan finally lowered his eyelids to express his agreement. Chapter 435. As soon as Qin Qinyuan agreed, Lu Qingyang immediately took action, striding towards the door. He instructed as he walked, "Meet in the driver's cab in half an hour. You can't use your mental energy inside the Ghost Shatterer, so the space locks can't be used. Keep your weapons and supplies with you. The temperature inside is quite low, so you need to wear thermostatic combat uniforms." If it were just Qin Qinyuan and him, they wouldn't have to go through so much trouble, and simply change into combat uniforms, and retrieve their weapons and supplies. But with Su Tang here, changing clothes would be inconvenient. Presumably, Su Tang and Qin Qinyuan had something to say, so Lu Qingyang tactfully moved their position. Although staying inside the Ghost Shatterer for too long would deplete vitality, being completely consumed by the Ghost Shatterer, meaning the complete death of those devoured, is a very slow process, taking at least several years. Therefore, despite Lu Qingyang's eagerness to save lives, he couldn't afford to waste half an hour. "Let's go!" Qin Qinyuan followed closely behind, pulling Su Tang towards the nearest room next to the driver's cab. Despite everything that had happened between her and Qin Qinyuan, Su Tang still felt a little embarrassed about changing clothes in front of him. As soon as she entered the room, she quickly rushed to the bathroom. After closing the door, blocking Qin Qinyuan's view, Su Tang began to undress. Of course, there were no Legion combat uniforms in Su Tang's space, but the 3rd Military Academy's uniforms had temperature-controlled combat uniforms, and their quality was no less than that of the Legion's. "Xiaobao, how much energy or food is left in your scales?" Su Tang asked Su Xiaobao as she changed. She was a rather fussy person, and the interior of Ghost Shattering was completely unknown territory for her, so she naturally had to be fully prepared. I don't know." Su Xiaobao's voice was a little confused. He had no idea how humans calculated energy. After thinking for a moment, Su Xiaobao used his own calculations. "At my current rate, my food will take a long time to digest." Su Tang's face twitched, and 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. Just how long was this long time? Then how many demonic light butterflies can you summon? With a roll of her eyes, Su Tang changed the question. Su Xiaobao thought seriously for a moment, concluding, many. Su Tang was speechless. It seemed like her question had been wasted. "Xiaobao, how many scales can still store food?" It seemed Xiaobao himself had no idea how many demonic light butterflies he could summon. Su Tang felt it was more reliable to keep his scales fully stocked with energy. For war, naturally, one had to keep his guns fully loaded. "Mom, let me count. 1, 2, 3. Hearing Su Tang's words, Su Xiaobao's voice lit up with excitement, realizing she was giving him food. He carefully counted the scales he could store food in. "I still have 13 left." 13? Each of Su Xiaobao's scales holds 10 units of energy, which translates to about 1 level 11 energy stone. But she had given her level 11 energy stone to Qin Qinyuan, so asking for it back now wouldn't be appropriate. Her eyes narrowed as Su Tang identified the culprit. Su Xiaobai, quickly combine an 11th level energy stone. She pulled out an energy stone and placed it on the sink. Su Tang, now dressed in combat uniform, stood with her hands on her hips, a fierce expression on her face, and she roared inwardly. This demon was Su Xiaobai's original aggressor, so naturally, it was responsible for something like this. All right. Knowing he made a mistake, Su Xiaobai, feeling weak, didn't bargain and simply began to do the hard labor. In less than 3 seconds, the energy stone in front of Su Tang began to emit a soft glow, growing brighter and brighter. A few seconds later, the stone transformed into a bright, gleaming light bulb. As expected, the great god was her insurmountable mountain. In about 10 seconds, a level 11 stone was already produced. Just talking about it would scare the hell out of everyone in the alliance. Su Xiaobai, you're amazing. Su Tang praised generously, giving a thumbs up in the mirror. Xiaobao, This one's for you. After praising Su Xiaobai, Su Tang held up the energy stone. Since she hadn't put it together herself, she greeted Su Xiaobao without any regrets, inviting him to eat. Mom, you're so kind. Baby loves you so much. The next second, Su Xiaobao appeared in front of Su Tang, flapping his wings. For a few seconds, the light bulb dimmed slightly. Burp. Su Xiaobao burped with a satisfied look on his face, rubbing his belly. Finished? Want some more? Su Tang stared at the still gleaming energy stone in surprise. Uncertainly, she reached out and touched the top of Su Xiaobao's head. Su Xiaobao, a foodie, actually had leftovers? I can't eat anymore. Su Xiaobao stared at the energy stone with a dazed look, shaking his head with reluctance. This was definitely the first time in his life he experienced the feeling of having energy in front of him, but not being able to eat. Okay, then you go back and be at my beck and call. I'll be counting on you later. Su Tang solemnly entrusted Su Xiaobao with the important task. Yes, baby will protect mommy and beat the bad guys. Su Xiaobao, his fists full of food, clenched his fists with determination and then hid the sachet again. Looking at the energy stone in her hand, Su Tang pulled out a detector from the space. Seeing the one-digit result, level 11, she grinned foolishly. She'd gotten a good deal. Su Xiaobai, I forgive you this time. Having gotten a level 11 energy stone for free, Su Tang was in high spirits and decided to forget about the trouble Su Xiaobai had caused. But you said you wanted to eat the ghost blade. Can I still do that now? Yes, but not all of it. My current power can only take 1/10 of it. When Xiaobao attacks them, I take advantage of the chaos and eat that 10th. Since I can't use my mental power, the two of them shouldn't notice the decrease in ghost blade numbers. Su Xiaobai spoke listlessly, his tone thick with regret. He was still very unhappy about not being able to eat the entire ghost blade, wasting 9/10. Okay. This meant that Su Xiaobai could eliminate 1/10 of the ghost blade, which reassured Su Tang. Retrieving a small backpack from the space lock, Su Tang symbolically placed some nutrient solution, medicine, and energy stones inside. With her space ring, she naturally didn't need to carry too many supplies, but with Lu Qingyang around, she couldn't openly use the space ring, so she naturally had to bring a bag as a cover. Looking at the weapons in the space, Su Tang ultimately took a small energy gun and a laser sword. With Su Xiaobao already in her care, too many weapons would only be a burden. After getting ready, Su Tang left the bathroom. As soon as she stepped outside, she found Qin Qinyuan already waiting for her, leaning against the wall. He was wearing a small backpack and a handsome, refined combat uniform, equipped only with a medium-sized energy gun and a laser sword. Let's go! Seeing Su Tang emerge, Qin Qinyuan waved at her and opened the door. Su Tang trotted a few steps, took his hand, and together they headed towards the cab. Clearly, Lu Qingyang was even faster, having already been waiting for them there. Seeing the two enter, Lu Qingyang spoke directly, then let's go. Lu Qingyang stood upright, his hippogriff crouched at his feet. But as he finished speaking, the shadows beneath his feet spread out like waves towards the two of them. In about 3 seconds, we reach its true depths. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qingyang's body sank directly into the depths. Su Tang was startled, and she unconsciously grasped Qin Qinyuan's arms. The next second, a sense of weightlessness washed over her, as if the ground she was standing on had suddenly turned to water. Before she could reflect, Su Tang's vision went dark, and the last thing she saw was Qin Qinyuan reaching out and hugging her. Chapter 436. Under the vast, glittering starry sky, Long Ju multitasked, piloting his mech while simultaneously observing Jiang Yunchuan's location displayed on the computer. To Long Ju, the Long family were complete strangers. Furthermore, the father of this body's original owner had died when he was a child, and his mother, haha, he didn't even have one. He was merely a child his father had purchased at great expense. So going home for the new year? He just wanted to spend it with his wife. But that damn Jiang Yunchuan, Long Ju was furious, and the mech's speed slowed to a crawl. Just as he was considering how to sneak back to Shouju and Star without being discovered, an emergency call went off. Long Honey? Long Ju was slightly puzzled, then his heart tightened. Long Honey was in charge of Shouju and Star. Could something have happened there? What's going on? Long Ju stopped the mech and asked calmly, but the cold sweat on his palms betrayed his current nervousness. Would Long Honey, responsible for the security of Shouju and Star, contact him for no reason? Obviously not. So something must have happened on Shouju and Star, and Su Tang was still there. He could only hope the situation wasn't serious. But reality often brings what you fear. Captain, a high-level ghost blade has appeared on Shojuin Star. The entire planet is currently surrounded by ghost blades. The situation on the planet is unclear. Long Hani's face was filled with anxiety, and he spoke with urgency. Show me the live satellite monitoring panorama, quick. Before Long Hani could finish, Long Ju roared. Ghost blade. This is a highly dangerous and ferocious star beast, let alone a high-level ghost blade. Long Ju's heart sank to the bottom. In a split second, Long Ju's screen faded to black. Adjusting the camera, his brow furrowed even further. The entire Shojuin Star, even the outer space stations, was shrouded in a veil of darkness. Nothing could be seen except darkness. Can we contact the people on the planet? Long Ju took a deep breath, suppressed his worries, and began to analyze calmly. No, everyone on the planet has lost contact, and even the planet's monitoring equipment is blocked. Long Hani shook his head gravely, then continued to explain the severity of the situation. A 1,000-man advanced mecha unit has entered Shojuin Star to investigate, but all contact has been lost. The order was to retreat immediately if there were any signs of a problem, but the advanced team has been on Shojuin Star for half an hour, and no one has returned. I believe the situation on Shojuin Star has deteriorated to the highest red level. Commander, do you think we should call an emergency meeting? Surround Shojuin Star and maintain vigilance, but do not act rashly. I be there immediately. I give you 5 minutes to prepare, and then we call an emergency meeting. Long Ju stared at the dark planet on the screen, his face heavy. After hanging up, Long Ju contacted Jiang Yinchuan without a pause. Why? Don't rush me. I'm tired. Take a break. Jiang Yinchuan's voice was filled with obvious impatience. At this time, Jiang Yinchuan was resting at a space station on a planet. He was not a Superman and naturally could not drive the mecha for several consecutive days without sleep. It was a rare opportunity for him to stop and rest when Long Ju's communication came in. Without thinking, Jiang Yinchuan determined that he was here to urge him to stay away from his wife. Get some rest. Long Ju glared at Jiang Yinchuan on the screen, his eyes practically blazing with anger. Something's happened on Shojuin Star. Immediately notify your father. You absolutely cannot abandon Shojuin Star during the meeting later. Long Ju was naturally well aware of the military's actions and procedures. Once a high-risk star beast appeared on a planet, the 10 marshals would weigh the pros and cons. In most cases, they would abandon the planet, meaning it would be bombed outright. Unless there were important individuals or valuable assets on the planet, they would attempt to rescue. However, if rescue was impossible, the planet would ultimately be destroyed. Although his wife's star beasts were powerful, if the nest was destroyed, the eggs would be destroyed. If the planet was destroyed, how could anyone survive? What did you say? Jiang Yinchuan was stunned, clearly not fully understanding, but he still heard the words abandon the planet. This meant something serious had happened on Shojuin Star, most likely a high-risk star beast. Thinking of Su Tang still on Shojuin Star, Jiang Yinchuan couldn't help but shudder. After coming to his senses, he asked Long Ju for confirmation. High-level star beast? Don't ask nonsense questions. You know in a moment. Remember, make sure your father firmly opposes abandoning Shojuin Star. After saying this with extreme caution, and ignoring Jiang Yinchuan, who still hadn't fully grasped the situation, Long Ju hung up the line. Without a second's pause, the line was connected to Long Howren. Asshole. How did you verify that a ghost demon appeared on Shojuin Star? Don't you want to be the Legion commander? How could such a thing happen in a place like the capital system? You. As the screen appeared, Long Howren lashed out at Long Ju, his beard puffing and his eyes wide open, cursing. Not long ago, Long Howren received word of a high-level ghost blade appearing on the capital star. Hands behind his back, Long Howren paced back and forth in his study, his expression agitated. How could the Long family be so unlucky? While stationed in the capital star system, the cloud-poisoned demon had already frightened him once, and now a high-level ghost blade had appeared again. In just a month, the garrison in the capital star system would be handed over, and yet something like this had happened at such a critical moment. The more Long Howren thought about it, the more furious he became. Upon seeing Long Ju, his emotions erupted uncontrollably. Grandpa, now isn't the time to dwell on this, Long Ju interrupted with a sullen face. He hadn't called back to be lectured. Grandpa, you absolutely must protect Shojuin Star at the meeting later. Long Howren's face darkened at Long Ju's interruption. He was about to slam the table and yell at this unworthy descendant when he heard the rest of Long Ju's words. Reflexively, Long Howren's face froze, and he asked, Why? What's the reason? Grandpa, is your area absolutely safe? Long Ju lowered his eyelids, a hint of helplessness flickering across his face. Long Howren was a man who prioritized profit above all else. If there wasn't someone on Shoju and Star that mattered to the Long family, he would absolutely support the proposal to abandon Shoju and Star for his own safety. So, unless he explained Su Tang's value, there was no way Long Howren could be persuaded. At Long Ju's words, Long Howren's eyes narrowed. Was this a major secret? Scanning his surroundings with his mental power, Long Howren nodded cautiously, clasping his hands behind his back with a serious expression. Although he knew no one would overhear, he unconsciously lowered his voice. Tell me, what's the reason for protecting Shoju and Star? There's an 11th level energy grandmaster on Shoju and Star, Long Ju said calmly, pulling out a 10th level energy stone from his space pocket. She's already agreed to marry me, so, Grandpa, you should understand. What did you say? Long Howren's hands, clasped behind his back, trembled slightly at the sight of the 10th level energy stone. His voice trembled with disbelief. Having seen Su Yuan's 9th level energy stone, which was nearly 10th level, even through the light screen, he could be sure that the energy stone in Long Ju's hand had surpassed 9. When he heard the words "she's already agreed to marry me," Long Howren was at a loss for words. Shock or ecstasy. All words seemed pale and powerless. An 11th level energy grandmaster, what a concept! It was something beyond human limits. He naturally understood what it meant to have an 11th level energy grandmaster support. Every word I say is true, Long Ju said calmly. He pulled out a detector from his space pocket and skillfully tossed the energy stone into it. When Long Howren saw the 11 digits beginning with 3, his heart began pounding. A level 10 energy stone with a quality of 3. The highest grade energy stone in their Long family's reserves was a level 8 stone starting with 8. Grandpa, she's on Shoju and Star now. Long Ju warned Long Howren, his voice emphasizing his shock. I know what to do. Long Howren came to his senses and unconsciously stepped back slightly, clenching his hands behind his back. After the ecstasy, a heavy heart settled in. This future grandson's wife, the level 11 energy master, was on Shoju and Star, so he had to rescue her. However, her existence was clearly unknown to the other families, so he couldn't let any word leak out unless it was absolutely necessary. Chapter 437. After 2 days of traveling in the Mecca, Jiang Yunchuan was already very close to the Jiang family's Shouming Star. After Long Ju hung up the call, Jiang Yunchuan's eyes darkened, and without hesitation, he contacted his father, Jiang Yi. Dad, you know about Shoju and Star, right? Jiang Yunchuan shouted anxiously upon seeing Jiang Yi. Nonsense! If you know, how could I not know? Jiang Yi, appearing remarkably calm, began to lecture him earnestly, acting like a patriarch. Look at you, what's wrong with you? You're just a ghost, and you're so anxious. Shoju and Star is a long way from our Shouming Star. Dad. Jiang Yunchuan interrupted Jiang Yi's long speech with an anxious look on his face, shouting, My wife is on Shoju and Star. What? A high-pitched female voice rang out, and the screen in front of him flipped. The next moment, the screen displayed Han Yun's face, which resembled Jiang Yunchuan's, but was even more alluring. Xiaoyun, have you found Su Tang? Or have you fallen in love with someone else? Han Yun's voice was filled with an indescribable excitement. Regardless of whether it was Su Tang or not, as long as her son had found a wife, she was happy. Mom, don't interrupt. Jiang Yunchuan's anxiety grew even worse. He was clearly in no mood to satisfy Han Yun's curiosity. Dad, I'm at the space station on Shoyu Star. Quick, get a starship from your personal guard. No, a battleship, and send me to Shoju and Star. It's urgent. Although Jiang Yunchuan could drive his mech back on his own, he would undoubtedly face a tough battle on Shoju and Star, so he needed to conserve his strength. Furthermore, a mech was far slower than a battleship, so even in a hurry, Jiang Yunchuan wouldn't be foolish enough to drive his mech back on his own. No, Jiang Yi rejected the idea outright. The 5th Legion is currently stationed on the capital system. Why are you joining in the fun? We only intervene when the 5th Legion collapses. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices before then. My wife's there. Jiang Yunchuan's face paled when he heard Jiang Yi's disagreement. He knew full well that the 10 major military families each dealt with their own problems, and only when one suffered heavy losses and couldn't handle the situation alone would the other 9 come together for the greater good. But with his wife still on the capital system, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yunchuan said with a determined look, If you don't agree, I go in the mech myself. Nonsense! Although Han Yun dominated the screen, Jiang Yinchuan knew from her voice that Jiang Yi was irritated. Dad. The overall situation is more important. Jiang Yinchuan was about to finish when Jiang Yi interrupted him. Do you know how many casualties a high-level ghost blade would cause if it attacked other planets? Your wife is on Shoju and Star, and the people on other planets aren't human. They have no family? Shoju and Star is currently on holiday, and there aren't many people on the planet. If we can't rescue them, abandoning Shoju and Star will minimize the damage. Dad, Su Tang is an 11th level energy grandmaster. No one knows a son better than his father, and the same is true in reverse. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, Jiang Yinchuan understood that his father was in favor of abandoning Shoju and Star. In a hurry, Jiang Yinchuan didn't care about keeping it secret. What did you say? Jiang Yi was stunned, wondering if he had just heard something. With a dull expression, he asked again, what level did you say? Level 11, level 11. Jiang Yinchuan repeated twice. Dad, you should know what a level 11 energy grandmaster means. Wait, I'd be right there. Jiang Yi's eyes darkened. He gently pulled away Han Yun, who was still staring at his laptop, clearly stunned. He looked directly at his son through the screen. Show you Star Space Station, right? I'd be there in 5 hours. After hanging up the call, Jiang Yi immediately issued orders and prepared to depart. Xiaoming Star, as the Jiang family's headquarters, naturally had warships belonging to his personal guard stationed there for emergencies. Gently patting Han Yun, whose gaze was still a little glazed, Jiang Yi's face was serious. Wife, let's go reunite with Xiaoyan first. Don't tell anyone about this, not even you. I know, and I won't tell my father. Han Yun understood before Jiang Yi finished. Even if they were from the same clan, even if it was her mother's family, since she was already married, she wouldn't reveal this shocking news to the Han family without Jiang Yi's consent. But could Xiaoyan be lying to us to protect Shi Junxing? Han Yun harbored a suspicion. She knew her son's character well. He could be stubborn at times, and he'd probably do anything to protect his wife, but lying to them. Han Yun shook her head, feeling a mixture of emotions. If her son would lie to them like this for a woman, it would be truly heartbreaking. Don't overthink it. After being married for so many years, Jiang Yi knew what Han Yun was thinking from the look on her face. He took her hand and gently patted the back of it in comfort. Let's go and see for ourselves. Han Yun lowered her head, silently allowing Jiang Yi to pull her along as they quickly rushed to the warship berth. Elsewhere, Long Ju, after meeting with Long Hao, immediately dispatched the nearest starship belonging to the 5th Legion. Naturally, he wouldn't be so foolish as to return to the military star in his mecha. Even as the starships arrived, Long Ju didn't let up, racing against time to convene a top-level emergency meeting. A top-level military emergency meeting refers to a meeting of such urgency and significance that a decision must be made by 10 marshals. Only those with the rank of regimental commander or above, or those with the rank of general, are authorized to convene one. As the head of the capital system, even though the marshals were likely to have received the news, this formal emergency meeting still belonged to him. He pulled Long Hani into the channel, and soon the marshals' communications were connected one by one, and screens appeared before Long Ju. 2 minutes later, Long Haoring couldn't help but ask, knowing the answer, what's going on? Presiding over meetings like this was usually Qin Xinyuan's job, but for some reason today, Qin Xinyuan's communication hadn't been connected yet. Their marshal-level computer communications were naturally top-tier, with specialized methods available even in areas without a signal. But Qin Xinyuan's lack of presence seemed a bit strange. Marshal Qin? Long Ju's gaze hesitated. As a subordinate, he couldn't initiate a meeting without his superior's full arrival. Wait 3 more minutes. What do you think? Long Haoring glanced at the other 8 people on the screen, asking for their opinions. Finally, he added, this meeting has to happen. I think you're all aware of the situation. The other 7 nodded in understanding. Only Yen Zima lowered his head in silence, his eyelids drooping, his mind lost. On the other side of the screen, Yen Zimu, expressionless, dialed a few times on the computer, issuing a command to quickly investigate any anomalies in the capital star system. He had been in office for too short a time, so naturally he had fewer secret agents in other legions. This time, in order to avoid being noticed, his number 2 guards followed him out of the capital system to attract everyone's attention and cover his whereabouts, while the number 1 guards gathered near the Yin family Shoyo Star. Naturally, his news was delayed, and because Shoyo Star was far away from Shoju and Star, he still didn't know what had happened in the capital system, but he thought it must be a big event that required an emergency meeting. Chapter 438. Time flies by, and 3 minutes can sometimes pass so quickly that you barely notice it. Since we can't contact Qin Qinyuan, let's get started. Before Yin Zimu's confidant could get back a message, Long Haoran had already spoken. As the Fifth Corps' direct superior, since Qin Qinyuan, the meeting chair, was absent, it was natural for him to speak first. Although I believe you're all aware of the situation, I still give you a detailed report. Long Haoran spoke in a business-like manner, his voice devoid of emotion. This was a mistake made by our Fifth Corps. I will take responsibility once the matter is resolved. Long Ju placed his left hand on his chest, his right hand hanging at his side, and bowed to the screen, apologizing for his negligence. On the other side of the screen, Long Hani, responsible for the security of Shoju and Star, naturally confessed his guilt first. After standing up, Long Ju sent a private message to Long Hani to report the situation. Report, Shoju and Star is currently surrounded by the ghost demons. Taking the hint, Long Hani began to report the situation on Shoju and Star in detail. As he spoke, a three-dimensional map of Shoju and Star unfolded before everyone. As Long Hani began his report, Yin Zimu's heart was in turmoil. Shoju and Star? Su Tang was at the 3rd Military Academy, could it be? Yin Zimu's face darkened. He lowered his head as he listened to Long Hani's report, his gaze fixed on Shoju and Star, now engulfed in darkness, while he repeatedly dialed Lu Mo's number. After realizing that Lu Mo was Su Tang, he memorized her number. On the way back to the capital system, he struggled with whether to contact her, but thinking about his own mistakes, he felt a little timid. After much deliberation, he finally decided to return to Shoju and Star to explain himself and beg for her forgiveness. After hearing the mechanical female voice repeatedly repeating that the other party was out of contact, Yin Zimu felt sweat break out on his back. Su Tang is on Shoju and Star. That's the situation. Long Hani quickly explained the entire situation in detail. After hearing the entire report, everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere was tense for a moment. You said it was Lu Qingyang who discovered it first? Lu Dong's face paled slightly, and his tone was a little worried. He spoke first. As soon as he received the news, he contacted Lu Shi and Lu Qingyang. Lu Shi was not on Shoju and Star, which naturally relieved him, but Lu Qingyang's out of contact made him nervous. Even after hearing Long Hani's report, Lu Dong had already confirmed that Lu Qingyang was currently on Shoju and Star, but he couldn't help but ask again. Yes, Marshal Lu, Long Hani replied respectfully. After hearing Long Hani's answer, Lu Dong's eyes darkened, his face dejected, and he remained silent. I suggest, for the greater good, that we abandon Shoju and Star and immediately mobilize warships to blow it up. Xiahou Rui, naturally concerned for his own planet's safety, was the first to suggest abandoning Shoju and Star. Upon hearing this, Long Ju, Jiang Yi, and Long Haoran, who had learned of Su Tang's existence, felt their nerves tense. I object. Yin Zimu was the first to object before anyone else could speak. Yin Zimu's gaze was sharp as a knife, his voice resounding, undeniably firm. Shoju and Star is home to the 10 great military academies, and the cradle of our Federation's new armed forces. It holds immense significance. If we can't even protect Shoju and Star, huh? At this point, Yin Zimu sneered, his expression unwavering. To blow up Shoju and Star, Yin Zimu, would have to be completely wiped out. Yin Zimu's words smacked of contempt. The highest military decisions were always made by a vote of the 10 marshals, but his words smacked of arbitrary authority, naturally causing dissatisfaction. Even Jiang Yi, Long Haoran, and Lu Dong, who had been intent on opposing the abandonment of Shoju and Star, couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. What do you mean by that? Yin Zimu's words followed Xiahou Rui's, and naturally, he felt embarrassed and humiliated. If it had been a normal opposition to the rescue, it would have been fine, but the following words were excessive. Did he imply that if the military decided to blow up Shoju and Star, he would rebel? Such audacity! Xiahou Rui snorted in dissatisfaction. This is the military, not yours alone. Regardless, I oppose the bombing of Shoju and Star. Anyone who dares to attack it will be treated rudely. With these words, Yin Zimu hung up. What an attitude! Xiahou Rui was working at his desk when he received the call. Seeing the screen representing Yin Zimu disappear, he slammed his desk and stood up, his eyes bulging with rage. Calm down, calm down. Long Haoran narrowed his eyes, acting as a peacemaker. Young people, you're full of youthful vigor. We're all older now, so let's not nitpick with a junior. Long Haoran breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Zimu's attitude was exactly what he wanted. He didn't need to mention the 11th level energy grandmaster, And since it could save Shoju and Star, he was naturally overjoyed. Since that kid from the Yin family said so, why don't we give him a favor? Long Howren offered calmly. I think it's feasible. Knowing that Su Tang might be an energy grandmaster, Jiang Yi naturally disagreed with abandoning Shoju and Star. It's just a ghost demon. Our Federation's army is so full of talent, how could we not handle it? Don't you agree? You're all talking big, but what if Gisha's next target is Shohu Star? Xiahou Rui felt a little uneasy. Xiahou Rui, you've grown old and grown stronger, and this is all you got left? Lu Dong said with a half smile, a look of amusement on his face. Lu Qingyang was still on Shoju and Star, so he naturally preferred to keep it. Who said that? Xiahou Rui immediately retorted, his expression tinged with irritation. I'm worried about the ordinary people on Shohu Star. Just evacuate temporarily, Lu Dong suggested calmly. How about this? What do you think? Long Howren waved his hand, expressing his thoughts. Evacuate all personnel from the planets near Shoju and Star. Our Dragon Clan's 5th Legion bears full responsibility for the appearance of the ghost demon on Shoju and Star. Shoju and Star does indeed have many promising talents, and it would be a shame to abandon them. We should do our best to kill it, and save those who have survived. But if the situation worsens, if the ghost demon leaves Shoju and Star and devours other planets, then we can bombard it with energy cannons of level 8 or higher. How about that? I agree. Lu Dong was the first to second the proposal. I agree too, Jiang Yi followed closely. Alright, I agree too. The Han clan Shoyu and Star was a million miles away from Shoju and Star, so Han Yi was naturally not too worried. Since Jiang Yi had agreed, it wouldn't be a problem for him to agree as a favor. I agree too. Finally, the marshals, who had been silent, agreed to Long Howren's suggestion. Seeing that everyone agreed, Xiahou Rui knew that giving up Shijunxing was impossible. He sighed helplessly and said, okay, I agree too. But what if the ghost shattering isn't resolved? Xiahou Rui asked further after agreeing. Then let's take a month, Long Howren replied after a moment of contemplation. If the ghost shattering isn't resolved in a month, then we can consider abandoning Shoju and Star. Okay. After the meeting ended and all the screens disappeared, Long Ju breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Shoju and Star wasn't blown up, there was still a way out. Jiang Yinchuan, waiting on Shoyu Star, also breathed a sigh of relief after receiving Jiang Yi's decision from the military. Worrying about Su Tang again, he wished he could fly directly to Shoju and Star. Aboard a warship several star regions away, Yin Zimu stood expressionless in the cockpit, his heart filled with anxiety. After turning off the comms, he ordered his 2nd Guard Regiment to rush to the Shoju and Star region. The ships and warships of the 1st Guard Regiment were also en route to Shoju and Star. Use the warship's maximum speed? I need to reach the 1st Army Star as quickly as possible. Marshal, the maximum speed will cause damage to the warship. The chief pilot's voice was tinged with embarrassment. Don't worry about the damage to the warship. Do as I say. Yin Zimu gave him a sharp look, his expression unwavering. The person speaking felt a sudden chill, as if he were falling into an icy cave. After a start, he quickly replied yes. Chapter 439. It must be said that Lu Qingyang was a very meticulous man. He said it would only take 3 seconds. After Su Tang's vision darkened, she leaned against Qin Qinyuan's chest and silently counted 1, 2, 3. As the number 3 appeared, the darkness instantly faded, and as if she had traveled through time and space, her vision was filled with a gray haze. Ah! Su Tang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, her body shuddering, and she quickly covered her mouth. Although she had seen many corpses, the sight of corpses strewn all over the ground was too shocking for her. Before her, there was only a lifeless, black scorched earth, devoid of any trace of green. Glowing white skeletons lay scattered across the ground. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was a sea of corpses from the 9 layers of hell. Even more horrifying was the dense mass of black shadows, resembling the Grim Reaper. Within these shadows stood zombies, expressionless and like the living dead. The 3 of them were also trapped in a dark shadow. This must be Lu Qingyang's ghost blade. Besides them, Lu Qingyang's hippogriff and behemoth were also at his feet. Su Tang suddenly understood. Lu Qingyang had hidden his star beast within the ghost blade. Could the ghost blade be used as a storage space? Unconsciously, she felt the urge to get one herself. Don't even think about it. Ghost blades are difficult to tame. I don't know how to tame them anyway, Su Xiaobai said, pouring cold water on them. Su Tang couldn't help but think about it. Qin Qinyuan observed the situation around him keenly, patting Su Tang on the back in comfort. What is this? Qin Qinyuan couldn't help but feel horrified at the strange scene around him. These are probably the people this ghost demon devoured last time. Lu Qingyang's eyes darkened. As a ghost demon himself, he was well aware of their habits. They generally wouldn't attack again until they had digested their food. But judging by the few people standing motionless around him, most of them had wrinkles on their faces and white hair, looking elderly. They must have been devoured a long time ago, yet they weren't dead. This meant that this ghost demon had been awakened unexpectedly. So what could have disturbed it? Before Lu Qingyang could form a reasonable explanation, Qin Qinyuan interrupted him. Can they still be saved? Qin Qinyuan carefully observed a man standing as straight as a wooden stake and keenly realized that he was not dead. They can be saved. Their lives are safe, but the vitality they devoured cannot be restored. Lu Qingyang nodded with a heavy heart. For the first group of people devoured, even if they were saved, they probably wouldn't have many years left to live. Let's go find the boss. Don't worry. With my ghost shot covering us, they won't notice anything unusual happening before we attack. Lu Qingyang fixed his gaze and set off in one direction. Saving lives was paramount. With such a short time, the students devoured on Shoju and Star were completely unscathed. As Lu Qingyang left, Qin Qinyuan naturally dragged Su Tang along with him. So should we save them? Suppressing her fear, treating this place like a movie set, and thinking of Su Xiubao's ample energy, Su Tang gradually calmed down after her initial fear. She couldn't help but ask as they walked. Lu Qingyang continued walking, slowly shaking his head, a hint of resignation in his tone. Saving them now wouldn't be worth the risk. Not only would it expose us, but even if we saved them, they'd still be devoured if they encountered Ghost Sha on the ground. So let's kill the largest one first. Once it's dead, its spawn will attack us, and naturally they'd be saved. They all attack us? Do you mean to destroy all the ghost blades? Qin Qinyuan's brows furrowed upon hearing Lu Qingyang's words. Could the three of them kill all the ghost blades with that many? To be precise, as long as we kill the most powerful one, we can leave. But if we leave, these people will be beyond saving. So, I hope to kill all the ghost blades here and save them. A hint of determination flashed in Lu Qingyang's eyes. He could actually find the ghost blade's heart on the surface of Shoju and Star, but if he killed it on the surface, the people it devoured would die along with the ghost blade. Deep inside, however, the situation would be different. Once the ghost blade possessing them left, they would be ejected from the ghost blade, returning to the surface. I object. Saving people isn't our responsibility, it's the 5th Legion's duty. Qin Qinyuan felt a surge of irritation. He finally understood. This Lu Qingyang clearly had other plans. He had come to this place, perhaps to exploit his wife's demonic light butterfly. While it was relatively easy to kill a single ghost blade, it was clear that there were too many for him to handle alone. This was dragging his wife down with him. Qin Qinyuan narrowed his eyes. Saving just one person would be fine, but dragging his wife down with him. Qin Qinyuan felt unhappy. Without the ghost blades, the 5th Legion wouldn't be able to get in. And my ghost blades can only carry around 100 at a time. That's a drop in the bucket for the ghost blades here, so... At this point, Lu Qingyang turned and gave Su Tang a deep look. Qin Qinyuan was about to say something in opposition when Su Tang tugged at his hand, somewhat disapprovingly, her indifferent attitude evident. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. I think I should save them if I can. Su Tang naturally understood Lu Qingyang's gaze. He hoped to use her demonic light butterfly to save them. Su Tang already felt guilty because Su Xiaobai had caused this, and since she had a way to save them, she certainly had to do it. Su Tang was confident in Su Xiaobai, who was already fully charged, fully fueled. Furthermore, she still had the remaining level 11 energy stones Su Xiaobai had consumed in her space ring, which definitely provided more than enough firepower. But then a second thought arose in Su Tang's heart. What if my demonic light butterfly is ineffective against that most powerful ghost killer? If they can't penetrate the defense, then having more of them will be useless. No. Lu Qingyang gave Su Tang a reassuring look. The ghost blaster's defense is very low, and an ordinary level 1 energy gun can damage it. However, to put it simply, think of it like a game boss. The higher the level of the ghost blaster, the more health it has, and it automatically drains life. When it's injured, it absorbs other ghost blasters to restore its own health. I understand. Su Tang nodded in understanding. This meant either a single strike to kill it, or letting it slowly absorb the fragmented ghost blasters and wear it down with sufficient energy. However, to save the people, they had to kill them all. Given sufficient energy, Su Tang naturally chose the latter. Let's save them. Su Tang looked at Qin Qinyuan with a resolute expression, a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. Although he was worried about her safety, since the two main force insisted on saving them, there was no point in him, a somewhat supporting role, saying anything. Qin Qinyuan silently acquiesced to the rescue, but he felt even more unhappy. Chapter 440. Inside goes shattering. Besides zombies shrouded in black shadows, and the ground littered with white skeletons, there was only this group of moving shadows. Once they left the ground, without Ghost Shattering's cover, their whereabouts would be exposed, and the hippogriffs would become nothing more than a decorative element. The three could only rely on the special number 11 bus to advance, relying on Lu Qingyang's behemoth to carry them when they got tired. Su Tang suddenly had the illusion that they weren't here to destroy Ghost Shattering, but rather to join the Red Army's 25,000-mile-long march. As the three inched closer to the ultimate boss, various external forces gradually arrived at Shoujuan Star. By the time Long Ju reached the Shoujuan Star region, the warships and starships of the Yin family's personal guard regiment had already been deployed, surrounding Shoujuan Star. Seeing Yin Zimu's personal guards appear, Long Ju raised an eyebrow slightly, a bad feeling welling up in his stomach. According to his research, Yin Zimu's fiancée, Moni, wasn't currently on Shoujuan Star, but at the Mo family's main residence. So why was he so determined to protect Shoujuan Star, showing no mercy to the other 8 marshals? Is it because of Su Tang? But hadn't he given up on her himself? Looking solemnly at Shoujuan Star, which had fallen into darkness, a flicker of determination crossed Long Ju's eyes. Since Yin Zimu had already chosen to give up, and was already engaged, he didn't need to feign kindness. If Su Tang encountered any danger, he would naturally go and save his woman himself. After rechecking Gish's information, Long Ju selected 1,000 beast tamers, 1,000 mecha warriors, and related reconnaissance and rescue personnel from the troops already in Shoujuan Star's territory to form an emergency rescue force. After assembling the troops, counting the warship's energy reserves, and verifying all weapon configurations, Long Ju was about to head for Shoujuan Star when Jiang Yunchuan's comm line rang. Because he was traveling on Jiang Yi's warship, Jiang Yunchuan's speed was naturally not slow. Shortly after Long Ju arrived at Shoujuan Star, he entered the Shoujuan Star region. Although his parents had resolutely joined the rescue effort because of the level 10 energy stone, Jiang Yi and his wife valued their son above all else. Since he was their only child, and having been deeply frightened by the events of the Tianyan galaxy a few years ago, they naturally didn't want him to take risks. While the situation was still uncertain and the danger was still imminent, they naturally didn't want him to take risks. Without their consent, Jiang Yunchuan secretly exited the warship in his mecha and prepared to escape to Shoujuan Star. But Jiang Yunchuan wasn't a reckless person. He knew that entering Shoujuan Star alone now would not only prevent him from finding his wife, but would also likely put himself in danger. Although he wasn't afraid of death, if, in the end, his wife was saved, but he died, that would be truly awful. After just a second of thought, he decided to reunite with Long Ju. As soon as the communication was connected, Jiang Yunchuan calmed down. Since he could still contact Long Ju, he didn't leave. "Where are you?" Jiang Yunchuan asked with a hint of urgency. "I'm getting ready to leave." At this moment, Long Ju, naturally prioritizing the greater good, wouldn't get angry with Jiang Yunchuan. "Wait, I go with you." Jiang Yunchuan, fearing that Long Ju wouldn't wait for him, added impatiently, "Su Yanlai can distinguish since our chances of finding my wife together are even greater." Long Ju, on the other end of the line, paused. Reflecting on the lion flame beast's highly developed sense of smell, he didn't mind the nuisance of Jiang Yunchuan. "Hurry up, I wait here." "Okay." After shutting down the communication, Jiang Yunchuan immediately activated Long Ju's positioning. Following the direction displayed on the computer, he pushed the mech to maximum speed, heading in that direction. In less than half an hour, Jiang Yunchuan piloted Yinchuan onto the deck of Long Ju's warship. After everything on the deck stabilized, Jiang Yunchuan dismounted the mech. Almost immediately, he felt the warship start moving. Gazing at outer space, Jiang Yunchuan patted Su Yilia's head and said gravely, "This time, it's all up to you." Don't worry. Su Yilai rubbed his hands, his heart leaping with excitement, without a trace of worry. "That's Ghost Killer, a tonic. It's going to have a good feast." Looking at Jiang Yunchuan, who was still worried, Su Yilai spoke with a hint of confusion. "I told you, a creature like the Ghost Blaster is no match for a little brat. Why are you making such a fuss?" In Su Yilia's eyes, this creature posed no threat at all. If it's no match, why is it trapped in there? Jiang Yunchu glanced at Su Yilai disapprovingly. How could he not be worried in this situation? How do you know there's no danger? What if something happens to my wife? At this point, Jiang Yunchuan came to his senses. That's nonsense. My wife is definitely fine. It's trapped in there because it didn't attack. Ghost blasters are actually very timid creatures. If they feel an enemy is too strong to eat, they hide. Su Yanlai thought he was making a fuss. Occasionally, it would go to the Wood Wolf Galaxy to find ghost blasters to eat. To it, they were truly food. As long as they could fly, there was no danger at all. Then you can handle it? Jiang Yunchuan's expression flashed with surprise. No, I can only eat a little bit of it, probably. Su Yanlai was a little annoyed to discover he couldn't express himself verbally. He scratched his fur, pulling out a few strands before finally coming up with a simple explanation. Judging from the situation, this ghost beast is quite powerful. It's like the hairs on my body, and I can only eat a single one. One? A lot? Jiang Yunchuan was completely confused. Before he could ask again, the door connecting the main battleship to the deck hold slowly opened. Long Ju, leading the rescue team in an orderly fashion, marched forward. Stand ready, everyone check your equipment. After giving the order to the troops, and nodding to Jiang Yunchuan, Long Ju used his mental power to inquire with Su Yanlai. In your opinion, is this situation dangerous? Long Ju had always believed that star beasts were more sensitive to danger than humans. Seeing Su Yanlai's unconcerned expression, he felt relieved. No, this ghost demon is absolutely not dangerous. Su Yanlai waved his paw, his expression as if to say, don't overthink it. Hearing Su Yanlai's words, Long Ju felt more at ease and turned his attention to other things. What do you think of the actions of the Yin family's personal guard? What? Jiang Yunchuan was stunned, but his face showed no sign of it. In front of so many subordinates, the two naturally chose to communicate with their spiritual power away from the public's eyes and ears. However, Jiang Yunchuan seemed a little confused by Long Ju's question. Shouldn't he be more concerned about his wife's safety at this time? The Yin family's personal guards have surrounded Shouju and Star, while MONI is on the Mo family's Shouyu Star. The Yin family doesn't have any outstanding members on Shouju and Star. What do you think Yin Zimu is up to? Long Ju had always been wary of Yin Zimu. He wants to bomb Shouju and Star. At this moment, Jiang Yunchuan's expressionless face faltered at the thought of this possibility. Although Jiang Yi informed him of the military's decision to rescue Shouju and Star, he had no idea of the specifics. Under normal circumstances, the various military factions adhered to the principle of minding their own business while ignoring the thrust on others' roofs. Thus, the 5th Legion and Long Howren's personal guards were solely responsible for the incident on Shouju and Star. Unless Marshal Long's troops suffered heavy casualties, and the situation became unmanageable, the other 9 military factions would not join forces to send troops. Seeing Yin Zimu go to such great lengths to mobilize all the army's armed forces here, Jiang Yunchuan's first thought was that he was going to blow up Shouju and Star. No, his attitude is to resolutely rescue Shouju and Star. Long Ju stared at the black circle approaching with a heavy gaze. Why? Jiang Yunchuan's expression returned from shock to calm. If I knew, would I still ask you? After saying this, Long Ju stopped talking. Jiang Yunchuan lowered his head slightly, his mind racing. For a moment, the only sound on the deck was the rustling of things being sorted. Chapter 441. The speed of the warship was naturally unmatched. In just 10 minutes, the warship carrying the rescue force passed through the darkness and entered Shouju and Star. As soon as the warship entered the darkness, all communication signals were immediately lost. Although Su Yanlai had said there was no danger, in the absence of a clear understanding of the situation, Long Ju decided to first go to the nearby space station to check the situation. Although Jiang Yunchuan was eager to return to the surface to find his wife, this was a warship belonging to the 5th Legion, and he had no say. The space station on Shouju and Star was in ruins, but there were clearly survivors. Upon seeing the warship approaching the station, several soldiers of clearly higher ranks came out to greet it. Because communications were unavailable, Long Ju opened the warship's deck hatch and lowered the elevator. What's going on here? Long Ju asked after the ground crew had ascended the elevator to the deck hatch. Captain, a large number of ghostly blades suddenly appeared on the 1st Army Star. We noticed something was amiss and activated the ferry back to the station, but... The soldier reporting this, his face darkening with deep remorse, his eyes slightly reddened. He took a breath and continued, we didn't expect some ghostly blades to sneak onto the ferry and arrive at the station, resulting in numerous casualties. This was our mistake. Had the ghostly blades been killed? Although Long Ju had a clear view of the station and suspected the ghostly blades had been dealt with, he confirmed. All the ghostly blades on the station have been killed. Have you tried to leave? We can't. As soon as the ship approaches that layer of darkness, it's repelled by a tremendous force. We tried many times, but haven't been able to break free. You guys go down and temporarily guard the space station. Once this is resolved, you can face the consequences yourself. Waving his hand, Long Ju's tone was somewhat heavy. After the men disembarked from the warship, Long Ju resealed the deck compartment and ordered the warship to head towards the grounds of the 3rd Military Academy. In less than 10 minutes, the sprawling complex of buildings on the grounds of the 3rd Military Academy came into view. Naturally, the starship hovering above the 3rd Military Academy also caught everyone's attention. Jiang Yinchuan was startled, instantly recognizing the unmistakable Qin family emblem on the starship. Looking up, Jiang Yinchuan cast his gaze towards Long Ju. Feeling Jiang Yinchuan's gaze, Long Ju returned his gaze, his eyes revealing a sense of helplessness. He curled his lips into a bitter smile and spoke with his mental power. It seems we've both been negligent. The Qin family starship was here, and considering Qin Qinyuan, who hadn't attended the emergency meeting, Long Ju was absolutely certain he was there. The incident on Shoujuan Star occurred on February 1st, so Qin Qinyuan was obviously there that day, and the two of them left the capital system on the night of the 30th. They were afraid Qin Qinyuan would discover Su Tang and leave Shoujuan Star, but they didn't expect he had already discovered her. The warship docked above the starship, and the main force was ordered to remain on standby. Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju, accompanied by Su Yanlai, boarded the starship's deck. The students of the 3rd Military Academy were naturally familiar with the Federation's warships, and upon noticing the approaching warship, someone was already waiting on the deck. Describe the situation in detail, Jiang Yinchuan asked impatiently, while Su Yanlai followed Su Tang's scent. That day went on like any other, but then we suddenly heard Chief Instructor Lu Qingyang's voice, demanding we leave the ground. Then, Ghost Shaw appeared. Those who were slow to react. A student representative spoke up, his eyes filled with sorrow and a hint of pain. He wiped his eyes and continued, afterwards, Chief Instructor Lu and Marshal Qin activated the starship, and we were temporarily safe. Marshal Qin? He's here? Long Ju looked directly at the speaker, not missing a single expression on his face. Yes, Marshal Qin is here. The speaker nodded firmly. I swear I'm not mistaken, and they all saw it. Yes, it's Marshal Qin. Several students around him echoed. They definitely knew a public figure like Qin Qinyuan, unless someone was impersonating him wearing a human skin mask. Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju exchanged glances, their feelings unspeakable. Qin Qinyuan was here. If he was willing, Su Tang would definitely accept him. It was another man. Long Ju glared at Jiang Yinchuan fiercely. It was definitely this who had brought Qin Qinyuan here. If he had known, he should have stayed on Shoujuan Star. It was a pity he hadn't known things earlier. At this moment, Jiang Yinchuan was filled with regret. The students on the starship were naturally unaware of the two men's thoughts, and spoke to themselves about what they had seen. By the way, we also saw a strange star beast this time. It's like a butterfly, but it seems to be made of pure energy. It's extremely lethal. It looks like it could help us. I think it might be Instructor Lu's secret star beast. No, I think it's Marshal Qin's. The warships of the 5th Federal Army have arrived. In the eyes of these students, defeating this demonic beast is a matter of time. They're essentially safe now, and as they relax, they can't help but gossip. Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju, upon hearing this, suddenly realized that Su Xiubao's demon disc had taken action. These students were inevitably familiar with this star beast, which existed only in secret military archives. So where are they? Jiang Yinchuan interrupted the students, who were still speculating about the star beast's identity. Instructor Lu told us to stay on this starship. He said they were going to destroy the demonic beast. They didn't specify where they were going, or when they would be back. Even though he didn't think the danger was serious, Long Ju's heart tightened, and he blurted out. No. Other than that, Instructor Lu didn't say anything. Got it. Go down and rest. Our 5th Corps will definitely eliminate the ghost demon here. After asking a few more questions, and getting no helpful information, Long Ju waved at the students. After the students left, the two of them followed Su Yanlai around, finally stopping at the driver's cab. It's gone. The scent suddenly vanished here. Su Yanlai sniffed the ground like a dog, his nose pressed hard. Alas, the scent of his boss had mysteriously vanished here. Are you sure? Long Ju and Jiang Yinchuan stared at Su Yanlai anxiously. Su Yanlai nodded firmly. Could he have used teleportation? Jiang Yinchuan looked at Long Ju with a puzzled expression. No. Long Ju also looked a little bewildered, but he slowly shook his head. He circled Su Yinlia's position a few times before slowly speaking. If it were just the two of them, using teleportation would be understandable, but those students said Lu Qingyang was there too. She wouldn't reveal her teleportation ability to outsiders. Wait, is that so? Jiang Yinchuan's pupil shrank, his Adam's apple moving up and down, and he swallowed. His wife kept everything a secret from outsiders, but with her family. He agreed to marry her with a nod, and she revealed so many huge secrets to him. He knew without a doubt that Qin Qinyuan would be accepted. But his wife had revealed the demon disc and her teleportation ability in front of Lu Qingyang. Could it be that she had accepted him too? Chapter 442. Unable to locate Su Tang and the other three, Long Ju didn't dare use the battleship's advanced energy cannons. He could only disperse his forces, using energy weapons below level 4 to kill Gui Sha while searching for survivors. Upon receiving the order to act, Su Yinlai scurried to the surface. Finding a spot lit by light, Su Yinlai tapped the ground with his front paws. As soon as a living creature touched the ground, several shadows sprang from the shadows of a building a dozen meters away, rapidly advancing toward it. Quickly leaving the ground, Su Yinlai charged towards the shadow, unleashing a large ball of flame from his mouth toward the ground where the shadow lay. Instantly, the shadow on the ground evaporated like a pool of stagnant water, a black mist rising. Su Yinlai opened his mouth and inhaled sharply, sucking most of the black mist into his mouth. Can this be eaten? Jiang Yinchuan, who had witnessed the entire process of the ghost blade devouring it from Su Yinlia's back, couldn't help but look a little strange. This thing was actually edible, and this was the thing? Why did he feel like he was eating a corpse? Long Ju, also on Su Yinlia's back, gave Jiang Yinchuan a disdainful look, but he wasn't in the mood to explain the uniqueness of the ghost blade right now. Oh, of course. It's a tonic, a tonic. Su Yinlia's face lit up with excitement, then a hint of regret flashed through his eyes, and he smacked his lips. But it's tasteless, like eating air. What a pity. Finding a wife is more important. Long Ju clenched his fists, his mental power constantly monitoring his surroundings, but to no avail. Why rush? Look at how weak the ghost blade is. They're helpless once they leave the ground. What danger can there be? Su Yinlai shrugged. But to take care of the two people on his back, Su Yinlai increased his flight speed, luring a few ghost monsters out for a bite as he flew around, like fishing. The two men and the lion roamed the planet for 5 days, yet they hadn't found any trace of Su Tang, Qin Qinyuan, and Lu Qingyang. Su Yinlai, however, had been eating so much that he couldn't eat any more. Su Yinlai beat his chest and stamped his feet, staring at the shadows on the ground. He couldn't eat any more. So many remaining supplements would be wasted, a waste of natural resources. How about we keep these ghost monsters here on this planet, and eat them slowly? A foodie, desperate for food, came up with an unreliable and awful idea. Dream on. Keep looking. Long Ju glared at it angrily. Meanwhile, Su Tang, inside the ghost monster, looked at the black mass, the size of a 10-story building, like a ghostly shadow from a movie, and felt a surge of joy, followed by endless sighs. In this place where there was no day or night, always shrouded in gray, she lost count of how many days she had walked. Although she spent most of the time lying on the back of the behemoth, neither sitting nor lying down was comfortable. At this moment, Su Tang felt only aching back and waist, and numbness, and weakness in her hands and feet. This was simply a long journey. She was absolutely on a long march, not a monster hunting expedition. If she had known this, she would have given Su Xiaobao to Qin Qinyuan and stayed on the starship herself. She might as well have spent the past 5 days gathering energy stones. Alas, there was no such thing as foresight. After stopping, Su Tang observed the black figure while recovering her strength. Although the three of them had seen the ghost demon, its enormous size meant they were still a considerable distance away. That's the ghost blade that surrounded the first army star. Lu Qingyang looked at the ghost blade with a heavy gaze. Ghost blades may appear ferocious on the surface, but they're actually quite easy to deal with. Even one so powerful it could devour an entire planet can be defeated with sufficient energy. Of course, the energy required is beyond the reach of ordinary humans. My demon light butterfly's attack range is 50 kilometers. Feeling a bit of strength return, Su Tang held her right hand to her forehead, gazing out. This should be within 50 kilometers. Should we kill it now? At this moment, Su Tang's desire was to quickly dispatch this boss, and return to the starship for a shower and bed. When you begin the attack, first have the demonic light butterflies surround it. Be careful, This ghost blade is supposedly intelligent, and will flee if the situation isn't right. Don't let it get away. Don't focus your fire on it all at once. If it dies, the other ghost blades will immediately flee, and then hunting them down one by one would be a waste of time. You mean to keep it hanging? Qin Qinyuan frowned slightly, feeling dissatisfied again. If they could leave the first army star by eliminating this one, why were they meddling so much? If Lu Qingyang wanted to rescue it, he should have worked with the 5th Legion. Yes, trap it. If it's seriously injured, it will summon the other ghost blades back into its body. Naturally, we just need to wait here. Although he could hear the dissatisfaction in Qin Qinyuan's tone, Lu Qingyang chose to ignore it, and stated his plan in a calm and composed manner. Afraid Su Tang didn't understand, Lu Qingyang pointed to a dark shadow enveloping a student a few meters to the right and explained, as long as the ghost demons enveloping them leave, they'd be bounced back to the ground. Of course, if they encounter ghost demons on the ground, they'd still be eaten. But if the most powerful ghost demon, which is equivalent to the main body, is seriously injured, the ghost demons on the ground will have no time to hunt for food again, and will instead return here to serve as its healing medicine. Do you understand? Lu Qingyang spoke directly to Su Tang, not even glancing at Qin Qinyuan. This attitude infuriated Qin Qinyuan to the point of boiling with anger. General Lu, don't you think these ghost blades are a bit too many? Deal with them all? I wonder if you ever heard the saying, do what you can. Qin Qinyuan's lips curled coldly. He really thought he was his concubine's father. Why did he, Lu Qingyang, have the audacity to demand his wife's demonic light butterfly take action? It seems he's not worried about it if it's not his energy source. After hearing Qin Qinyuan's words, Lu Qingyang once again ignored his attitude, but he also felt a little uncertain. The number of ghost blades that had split apart might be counted in the billions, and he didn't know if Su Tang's demonic light butterflies would be enough. Thinking with this, Lu Qingyang asked, "What's the maximum number of demonic light butterflies you have?" He was determined to save people, but he would feel bad if his insistence implicated Su Tang. "There are so many, I don't even know the exact number." Su Tang scratched her head, a bit embarrassed. Even Su Xiaobao, the real owner, didn't know the exact number, let alone her. However, she clenched her fists, her eyes determined, "But I brought plenty of energy stones. As long as there's enough energy, there will be endless demonic light butterflies." She still had 3 level 10 stones, and 1 level 11 stone in her space ring. If that wasn't enough, she could have Su Xiaobai make one on the spot. After all, she had asked Su Xiaobai upon entering here, and that demonic Su Xiaobai was completely unaffected. This meant he could still make another level 11 stone in just a dozen seconds. Of course, she wouldn't reveal such a shocking thing easily. She wouldn't let Su Xiaobai take action unless it was absolutely necessary. Chapter 443. Qin Qinyuan was already furious at Lu Qingyang's attitude, and seeing that Su Tang seemed to be siding with him, his face darkened. Hearing his wife so honestly reveal Su Xiaobao's attributes, Qin Qinyuan felt even more frustrated and pulled her aside. The less others knew about a tamer star beast, the better. And there was definitely something wrong with what she said. Feeling Qin Qinyuan's movements, Su Tang looked at him in confusion. What? She didn't seem to have revealed anything important. Seeing Su Tang's bewildered gaze, Qin Qinyuan felt a surge of frustration. What did she mean by abundant energy? What did she mean by unlimited energy? Wasn't that a stark reminder to Lu Qingyang that she had an abundance of energy? How could she just say that? And why would she use her own private energy? The first army star was currently under the control of the Long family. Hearing Su Tang's words, Lu Qingyang was also taken aback. The demon light butterfly was classified as an energy-devouring beast, and energy-devouring beasts naturally needed to consume their own energy reserves to use energy to attack. He actually overlooked the fact that dealing with this splintered ghost demon would likely require a significant amount of energy. Su Tang wasn't a military employee, so asking her to pay for it out of her own pocket wasn't the right move. From their interaction, he understood that Qin Qinyuan was unhappy with his decision to rescue and eliminate all the ghost demons while requiring Su Tang to provide the energy. After all, a military rescue, whether successful or not, would consume the military's public energy. However, the energy consumed by the 3 of them fighting here wouldn't be reimbursed. At most, they would receive some meritorious service. For Su Tang, a non-military member, it would likely be just a token monetary reward. In Qin Qinyuan's eyes, this was definitely not worth the cost. In his eyes, the lives of the first army star weren't necessarily more important than energy. Giving Qin Qinyuan a cold glance, Lu Qingyang removed his backpack, pulled out an energy stone from it with his right hand, and handed it to Su Tang, looking at her seriously. If you're running low on energy, use this first. Once you're safe, calculate how much energy you consume this time. I gather the energy stones, and return them to you as soon as possible. Qin Qinyuan's eyes narrowed at Lu Qingyang's behavior. Although he didn't have a tester, judging by the luster of the energy stone, the one he held was probably a level 8. This Lu Qingyang was truly favored in the Lu family, possessing even a level 8 energy stone. Su Tang was startled by his behavior, and immediately waved her hand away. No, I'm more than enough. That's right. The stone Su Xiaobai had combined was a level 11 energy stone, of a quality exceeding 2,000. I can't let you spend money. Lu Qingyang held out his hand with no intention of retracting it, his eyes etched with a hint of persistence and stubbornness. Really, Su Tang waved her hand even wider, a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. For her, a level 8 energy stone would only take an hour, but she knew that for a mecha pilot like Lu Qingyang, it held immense significance. He might only have one. Previously, Lu Qingyang had quietly exchanged 3 level 7 energy stones for her dream angel. While they were only of the highest quality, they were still worth 6 or 700 million. She hadn't found a way to return those 3 to him yet. If she accepted Lu Qingyang's level 8, she would be truly mortified. But aside from Su Yuan's father, and that freak Su Xiaobai, she had always been the one giving energy stones to others. This was the first time someone had given her an energy stone. What a feeling! Su Tang felt a slight complication. Su Tang refused to accept it, but Lu Qingyang insisted on giving it to her. For a moment, the two of them froze. Seeing Su Tang's expression change, a hint of emotion in it, Qin Qinyuan secretly cursed. He immediately took a small step forward and, with a flick of his right hand, swatted Lu Qingyang's arm, which held the energy stone. Sir Lu, keep it. My wife said no. Qin Qinyuan said with a forced smile. It was just an 8th level energy stone. What was there to be moved by? Qin Qinyuan, who already had an 11th level energy stone, clearly looked down on the 8th level energy stone. But he knew very well that a woman's feelings for a man are initially rooted in emotion. Lu Qingyang, usually quiet, turned out to be quite scheming. If he continued to spend time with his concubine, there would definitely be problems. Lu Qingyang was clearly shocked by Qin Qinyuan's words, my wife. Qin Qinyuan called Su Tang his wife. Su Tang didn't object. This meant he acknowledged their relationship. What about his brother? Was Lu Jinyu's woman being stolen? Before leaving, Lu Jinyu had repeatedly instructed him not only to ensure her safety, but also to isolate her from all other men's attention. Clearly, he hadn't done so. Lu Qingyang's face darkened, and he felt bewildered. Qin Qinyuan and Su Tang were already in a relationship, so what was he supposed to do? What if he waited for Lu Jinyu to return? Thinking of Lu Jinyu's temperament, Lu Qingyang's expression grew even uglier. And Lu Qingyang's complex expression, in Qin Qinyuan's view, naturally took on a different meaning. Naturally, Qin Qinyuan assumed Lu Qingyang was interested in Su Tang and a rival in love. He needed to isolate her while his concubine wasn't deeply attached to him. He needed to eliminate her immediately. Because the middle position offered a relatively safer position, Su Tang naturally stayed in the middle, with Lu Qingyang and Qin Qinyuan on either side. At this moment, Qin Qinyuan pulled Su Tang aside and stepped between them, treating his rival with the same ruthlessness as an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Lu Qingyang frowned slightly at Qin Qinyuan's behavior, but eventually lowered his gaze and put away the energy stone. Su Tang, somewhat slow to react, naturally didn't perceive the other man's thoughts. Seeing Lu Qingyang put away the energy stone, she breathed a sigh of relief. She truly couldn't bear to accept his gift. She had been thinking of finding a way to repay him for his help. Looking up at Qin Qinyuan beside her, Su Tang decided to let him handle the matter and find a reason to give Lu Qingyang a high-level energy stone. After all, she knew it would be a bit unreasonable for her to give it to him and would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. After this incident, the three began to carefully plan how to deal with the ghost demon. Although Qin Qinyuan suggested concentrating their firepower on instantly killing the ultimate boss and leaving the rescue efforts to the 5th Legion, Su Tang and Lu Qingyang unanimously objected, urging a rescue effort. The trio ultimately arrived at a final plan: attack the ultimate boss first, reducing it to a mere skin of life, and then keep it alive. Of course, Lu Qingyang's Ghost Shaper would constantly monitor the boss's health. If too many Ghost Shaper had been eliminated, and Su Tang's demonic light butterfly ran low on energy, they would immediately eliminate the boss and retreat, with rescue efforts discussed later. Of course, Su Tang would constantly monitor the demonic light butterfly's energy level. Chapter 444. Once the attack was confirmed, Su Tang ordered Su Xiaobao to take action. In an instant, the giant ghost demon ahead was surrounded by layers of demonic light butterflies. At the same time, Su Tang felt gusts of chilly wind, the first time she had felt wind in this place. As the wind picked up, she sensed the motionless, inanimate shadows around them also baring their fangs and claws. Su Tang shuddered and shrank back, allowing Su Xiaobao to surround the three of them with the demonic light butterflies. As the snapping sounds of the demonic light butterflies intensified, the cold wind grew even more biting. Although his vision was obstructed by the demonic light butterflies, preventing him from seeing what was ahead, Lu Qingyang still kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings. A few minutes later, explosions began to emanate from very close to the three of them, becoming increasingly frequent. Hearing the nearby explosion, Qin Qinyuan immediately clasped Su Tang in his arms, and glanced at Lu Qingyang with a puzzled look. What's going on? This ghost blade is enraged. Can you feel it? Lu Qingyang extended his right hand, and slowly clenched it, as if trying to grasp the invisible dark wind. It's roaring. The stronger the wind, the angrier it gets. It's commanding them to attack us. Do you have enough energy? Although the dense swarm of demonic butterflies made it difficult to see the surroundings, his ghost blade could sense the surroundings. Naturally, Lu Qingyang had a clear understanding of the three people's current situation. A flood of ghost blades surrounded them, and dark shadows, like ghosts, kept drifting towards them. However, the demonic butterflies kept them from getting close to the three people. However, this number seemed even greater than he anticipated. Would these demonic light butterflies be enough? Lu Qingyang frowned slightly, uncertain. Absolutely enough, Su Tang nodded firmly, then turned and leaned against Qin Qinyuan's chest, obscuring her expression. She was almost losing control. Su Xiaobai was screaming in her mind, and she really wanted to strangle him. Will you shut up? No. That ghost Sha is the highest growing type. It's actually trying to steal my food. Su Xiaobai's voice was filled with hysterics. As soon as Su Xiaobao launched his attack, it secretly began to eat. After eating just a little, it discovered that a star beast was competing for its food. You can't eat it all. Su Tang was speechless. Although she was somewhat surprised that Lu Qingyang's ghost Sha could devour its own kind, this ghost Sha was so powerful that Su Xiaobai could only eat 1/10. So, of the remaining 9/10, Lu Qingyang's ghost Sha couldn't possibly eat much. What do you know? I can't eat it all, but it can. Su Xiaobai couldn't help but roar, her voice filled with immense anxiety. This was her first time seeing a ghost killer, so naturally, she didn't know anything. Rolling her eyes, Su Tang began to ask with a touch of humility, what is the highest growth type? Although Su Xiaobai was filled with anxiety, she still explained in detail, the highest growth type is one that can eat its own kind. This largest one is the highest growth type. It can devour its own kind, but the ghost killers it splits off can only devour the vitality of other creatures. At its command, they automatically return to its body. Although there are many ghost killers here, they all belong to the most powerful one, which means they are actually a whole. But Lu Qingyang's one is different. It's not part of this whole, which means it can devour all the ghost killers here. It's different from me. It can devour them completely. There's no such thing as being full. You mean it can eat this ghost blade and become this powerful? Su Tang shuddered, her mouth dropping open involuntarily. No way, such a powerful ghost blade could actually level up like this. Then why doesn't it just eat this one? Su Tang was a little bewildered. Nonsense, its own strength can't beat this one. Su Xiaobai was a little annoyed by Su Tang's slowness. I can eat the ghost blade that split from the main body here, but it can only eat the corpses of those killed by Xiaobao. There are corpses of ghost blades? Su Tang's face lit up with curiosity. Of course there are. It's those puddles of water, and the black steam. Look carefully at the ground. After hearing this, Su Tang tilted her head, and glanced around curiously. Then, speechless, she saw nothing but a layer of white butterflies. However, the ghost blade that had enveloped the three of them, as soon as it entered, was indeed gone. Let's put it this way. If one ghost blade equals 100 energy, then if it dies and turns to water, it's only 50, and if it turns to gas, it's only 30. So, at most, Lu Qingyang's ghost blade is only half as powerful as this one, but with me here. Hee. Su Xiaobai snorted proudly before disappearing. Su Tang suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second, Lu Qingyang looked at her with a look of disbelief. The ghost blade told him that the ghost blades surrounding the three of them had vanished in an instant, seemingly devoured by a star beast. Furthermore, A terrifying being had appeared, one that made him tremble even more than the demonic light butterfly. But he hadn't noticed anything at all. Qin Qinyuan wasn't a beast tamer. He knew that. Could it be that Su Tang possessed an even more powerful star beast? Hee. Su Tang's scalp tingled at the sight of Lu Qingyang's gaze, and she twitched her lips awkwardly. Su Xiaobai must have done something truly earth-shattering. Qin Qinyuan, who had nothing else to do, immediately turned away from Lu Qingyang's gaze. What were he looking at? Was he even allowed to look at his wife? What did General Lu find? Qin Qinyuan asked coldly. Although he couldn't see the outside world, the continuous explosions told him the sheer intensity of the energy consumption. Retracting his gaze and gazing into the distance again, Lu Qingyang felt a pang of regret. No wonder Su Tang wasn't afraid at all. It turned out she had a trump card. With the exception of the largest ghost blade, the others were gone, likely eaten. Even the largest ghost blade was showing signs of fear. Clearly, a terrifying presence had appeared. With a deep gaze, Lu Qingyang opened his mouth and said calmly, "We can dispose of the demonic light butterflies surrounding us. There are no ghost demons attacking us anymore. It's trying to escape. Be careful not to let it break through." Upon hearing this, Su Tang knew Su Xiaobai had made such a fuss about eating. She couldn't help but feel a little resentful of Su Xiaobai's careless and exposed behavior, but for now, she could only play dumb. She figured Lu Qingyang would simply think she had a more powerful star beast. Since Lu Qingyang said it was safe, she instructed Su Xiaobao to move the main force to the ghost demon's location, leaving only a few dozen around the three of them as a precaution. The ghost demons here were all ghostly black shadows, easily visible at a glance, making a sneak attack difficult. Once her sight cleared, Su Tang began to survey her surroundings. Before the attack, they were surrounded by numerous undead shrouded in shadows, but now they had all vanished, as if they had never existed. Had they been catapulted back to safety on the ground? In fact, apart from the main boss trapped by the demonic light butterflies, only Lu Qingyang's ghost demon was still floating around. Apart from that, there was nothing else in sight. Su Tang twitched her lips. Su Xiaobai had eaten so thoroughly. Chapter 445. On the ground of Shouju and Star, Su Yanlai, Jiang Yinchuan, and Long Ju were scurrying around like headless flies. Wait, there's someone there. Jiang Yinchuan, constantly monitoring his surroundings with his mental power, noticed a figure suddenly emerging from the ground not far away. He excitedly pointed in that direction and said to Long Ju. Jiang Yinchuan saw it, and naturally Long Ju, who was also observing the situation carefully, noticed it too. Jiang Yinchuan was just about to order Su Yanlai to fly over and investigate. The next moment, the figure lying silently on the ground was swallowed up by the ghost Sha and disappeared. The two exchanged puzzled looks. Why was this situation so bizarre? As time passed, more and more people appeared out of nowhere, popping up like bamboo shoots after a rain, only to be quickly swallowed and vanished by the ghost Sha hidden in the shadows. Do you want to save them? Jiang Yinchuan's expression was a little complicated. How do we rescue them? Long Ju was clearly disdainful of the idea of rescuing them. He pursed his lips and said, "We don't know where they came from or when they appear. Besides, there are so many ghost blades. Small weapons can only kill a limited number of them, and using large weapons would result in accidental killing. Then we just sit there and do nothing." Jiang Yinchuan was very annoyed. Although Su Yanlai had been assuring him that his wife was fine, he was on the verge of a breakdown after so many days without any news. I think they started a counterattack. Long Ju propped his chin up and narrowed his eyes, carefully observing any abnormalities within his visible range with his mental power. After a long while, he spoke slowly. A living person is like food to a ghost blade. Would it vomit what it eats? Obviously not. So it must have been stimulated by some external force. In connection with the three people who had been missing for so long, Long Ju had a preliminary guess. So what should we do? Go back to Qin Qinyuan's starship and wait. Seeing the people suddenly appear on the ground, Long Ju had a bold idea. Perhaps those three had gone to another dimension, and the ghost blade was there. So, when they finally returned, they would appear where they had disappeared, the starship's cockpit. Inside the ghost blade, Su Tang, Qin Qinyuan, and Lu Qingyang were standing by a rock a few dozen meters away from the main boss. The two men raised their heads slightly, gazing with bewildered eyes at the swarm of demonic light butterflies surrounding the boss. Su Tang leaned against Qin Qinyuan's chest, yawning through her tearful eyes. She was truly sleepy. At this point, to be more precise, Su Xiaobao had been locked in a stalemate with the ghost blade for over 4 hours. Su Xiaobai was already staring down the ghost. Because of his outrageous behavior, the ghost blade had recognized him, and was clearly terrified of Su Xiaobai, who had nearly eaten him. Ever since Su Xiaobai began feeding, no ghost blades had attacked them. They all headed for the demonic light butterflies surrounding the boss. Ahead, countless demonic light butterflies formed a massive sphere, enveloping the boss. Black shadows constantly drifted in from all sides, then crashed into it, instantly dissolving into a pool of black water. Within seconds, they evaporated into black mist and vanished. Lu Qingyang's ghost blades happily surrounded them, devouring the black water and mist. As they devoured more and more corpses, their size grew, evidently their strength increasing rapidly. Qin Qinyuan naturally witnessed this scene as well. Although he wasn't a beast tamer, after observing for over 4 hours, he had begun to discern some clues. These ghost blades varied in size, but the larger they were, the longer they lasted after colliding with the swarm of demonic light butterflies. Clearly, larger bodies equated to greater strength. Seeing Lu Qingyang's ghost blade grow larger, Qin Qinyuan's dissatisfaction intensified. His wife was expending energy, while he was taking advantage of the situation. What a shrewd plan. How cunning. And yet, he kept claiming that saving lives was his top priority. What hypocrisy. Standing nearby, Lu Qingyang was also feeling mixed emotions. Over 3 hours ago, his ghost blade had reported that Su Tang's star beasts seemed to be full. Although he felt a little contempt for his star beasts robbing others of their hard work while he was doing nothing, strength was a temptation for everyone. Feeling his ghost blade's growing strength, Lu Qingyang felt delighted and even more determined to exchange all his personal property for energy stones as compensation to Su Tang upon his return. Su Tang, naturally unaware of the thoughts of the two people beside her, yawned again, glanced at the demonic light butterflies ahead, and decided to go to sleep. Xiaobao, how much energy have you consumed in total? Of course, she had to ensure she had enough energy before bed to prevent any future trouble, so she wanted to inquire in detail about Su Xiaobao's remaining energy. I used up almost the entire scale's worth of food. Because he was so full of food, Su Xiaobao didn't feel the slightest bit of remorse at the moment. Can you count how many ghost demons you killed? Su Tang asked, just to give it a try. A lot. Su Xiaobao pondered for a moment, and gave a rather unreliable answer. Su Tang frowned. She knew Su Xiaobao didn't know. I know. While Su Tang was still thinking about how to estimate the number of ghost killers, the bored Su Xiaobai shouted, and then showed his super mathematical ability. Xiaobao, a demon light butterfly now contains about 500 energy, so if one scale contains 10 units of energy, it can deal with 20 million ghost killers. Of course, this refers to ordinary ghost killers. Stronger ones require 2 demon light butterflies, or even 3. Let's put this aside for now. Let's calculate based on 1 demon light butterfly killing 1 ghost killer. I just counted, there are 11 ghost killers killed by the explosion. 229,081. If we consume the energy of 1 scale, then the damage we inflicted on the boss is roughly equivalent to 8,770,819 of them. When this ghost blade escaped, I estimated that I could still consume 1/10 of it. The ghost blade I just consumed was 13,163,542, so it can be deduced to be split into 131,635,420 ghost blades. So, roughly 100 million ghost blades remain. It would take the energy of 5 scales, or a level 5, grade 10 energy stone, to defeat it. Su Xiaobai's words made perfect sense. Su Tang was stunned. Master, you're such a good math expert. And you must be so bored to count so meticulously. How do you even know that one of Xiaobao's demonic light butterflies has 500 energy? Su Tang was a little stunned. Because it's eaten a few of my demonic light butterflies before, huh? Su Xiaobao opportunely complained to Xiao Hei. Hee, I give it a try, Su Xiaobai said with an awkward laugh. Why are you eating the demonic light butterfly? You might as well eat your own energy source. Su Tang was speechless. In her mind, the demonic light butterfly was synonymous with energy. Because I tried it, eating the energy stone didn't work for me. Of course, eating Xiaobao's demonic light butterfly didn't work either. I was just trying to regain my strength faster, Su Xiaobai said innocently in his defense. Hearing this, Su Tang reaffirmed that Su Xiaobai was just a foodie. If the demonic light butterfly had worked, Su Xiaobao would probably have given it an energy converter. Chapter 446. After confirming Su Xiaobao's energy level and instructing Su Xiaobai to keep an eye on the battle, Su Tang rubbed her eyes, straightened slightly, and stopped leaning on Qin Qinyuan. She looked around, then leaned over to brush off the dust on a nearby stone that was just the right size for a stool. She shifted and sat down, resting her hands on her thighs, supporting her cheeks as she prepared for a nap. "Are you sleepy?" Qin Qinyuan noticed Su Tang's movement and asked fondly. Looking at Qin Qinyuan's concerned gaze, Su Tang nodded obediently. She had indeed been exhausted these past few days, and since she had nothing to do and no danger, a nap should be fine. "I want to sleep for a while. If there's an emergency, call me." She wasn't worried at all about Su Xiao by watching over her, but with Lu Qingyang here, she couldn't explain it to Qin Qinyuan. "Well, go to sleep." Qin Qinyuan's eyes were gentle as he sat down beside Su Tang, his long arm draped across her shoulders. "Sleep on me, it'd be more comfortable." "Okay." Su Tang didn't hesitate, adjusting her position and leaning against Qin Qinyuan's chest, closing her eyes. Hearing the two men's movements, Lu Qingyang turned to glance at them, his gaze dark and unclear. For a second, he withdrew his gaze and returned to the swarm of demonic butterflies, listening intently to Gish's report. According to Gish's intuition, the boss surrounded by the demonic butterflies was injured, but apparently not seriously. The sound of the demonic butterflies' explosions continued incessantly. The wind continued to howl fiercely around them, and ghosts continued to drift in from all directions, attempting to tear a hole in the cage formed by the demonic butterflies. On the ground of Shoujuan Star, a ball of fire streaked across the sky like a meteor, leaving a long tail. Su Yinlai sped swiftly toward the 3rd Military Academy. Soon, the Qin family starship hovering over the 3rd Military Academy came into sight. Besides that starship, 2 warships, dozens of times its size, were stationed alongside it. One was naturally the 5th Legion's rescue mission, and the other. "Damn!" Jiang Yunchuan cursed under his breath. "Is that a warship from the Yin family's personal guard?" "Nonsense! Don't you have eyes? The Yin family logo is so eye-catching." Although he felt a bit heavy-hearted about Yin Zimu's appearance, Long Ju couldn't help but sneer at Jiang Yunchuan. "Of course I know. I'm not thinking about why Yin Zimu came here. Didn't you say that MONI isn't on Shoujuan Star, so even if the Yin family has any exceptionally qualified children, they wouldn't be qualified to come to the rescue? Could it be?" Jiang Yunchuan's eyes suddenly froze, his expression slightly changed. "I knew you were a tight-lipped person." Long Ju's eyes, sharp as a knife, stabbed at Jiang Yunchuan. "Bullshit!" Facing Long Ju's stern gaze, Jiang Yunchuan stared back, unyielding. "I only told my parents about this, and that was because my dad wanted to give up on Shujungsing." Jiang Yunchuan's eyes shifted, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Could it have leaked from you?" "Same as you." Long Ju sneered, then retracted his gaze. "I only told the old man." "You knew with Long Howren's cunning nature, he leaked this information to anyone else? He'd definitely keep it hidden. And, as I said, during the emergency meeting, Yin Zimu was the one who insisted on demanding a rescue. Knowing the news of the 11th level energy grandmaster, those wily old fox marshals would absolutely keep it a secret, so the possibility of Yin Zimu knowing Su Tang's strength was slim. Could it be that he still has feelings for Su Tang? Jiang Yunchuan's face darkened, and he couldn't help but curse angrily. Shame on him? He's already engaged. "You should know, people in the military are pretty shameless," Long Ju said coldly, with a hint of sarcasm. In his opinion, not only Yin Zimu, but also Jiang Yunchuan and Qin Qinyuan were shameless, so thick-skinned that even energy cannons couldn't break them. "What are you talking about?" Long Ju's words clearly ignited Jiang Yunchuan, and his anger instantly soared. "He's here to steal my wife. We should be united against this enemy now." Although he disliked Long Ju, Jiang Yunchuan now believed they were on the same side. "What's the point of yelling at me here? I'm telling you the truth. If you have the guts, go yell at Yin Zimu to get lost." Long Ju appeared calm, but his heart was heavy. He still remembered the joy on Su Tang's face when she first met him, upon hearing that Yin Zimu was in the capital system, and he could contact him. If he hadn't heard rumors of Yin Zimu's engagement, he wouldn't have dared to tell her that Yin Zimu was in the capital system. "Do you think I'm afraid of him?" Jiang Yunchuan said unconvinced, his face turning pale. Although he wasn't afraid of Yin Zimu, if he actually provoked him to yell at him, he would casually accuse him of disrespect. While he wouldn't be convicted or punished, he could still be exiled from the capital system to open up new land. How could he leave when his wife was in the capital? "What do you say we should do? What if he really wants to come back?" "He wants to come back? That's wishful thinking." Long Ju's eyes darkened, his expression heavy. "But you should know that neither of us can compare to his military rank or even status, which puts us at a disadvantage. Right now, We can only hold him back and prevent him from seeing his wife." After saying this, a cold look flashed across Long Ju's face, and he said in a low voice, "The best way is to confirm his relationship with Moni. The engagement is just a formality, after all. Let them make it a done deal." Jiang Yinchuan understood. Yin Zima was a member of the royal family. Although they were engaged, he could easily break off the engagement with any excuse, relying on his high status. But if their relationship was already a done deal, then even if he wanted to dump Moni, it would depend on Mo Liangtong's consent. It's only a matter of time before this ghost demon is eliminated. There will undoubtedly be a grand celebration afterward. "We find an opportunity then," Long Ju said calmly, halfway through his words, before giving a meaningful smile. "I understand." Jiang Yinchuan nodded knowingly, and the two reached a consensus. After a few words, Su Yinlai returned to the starship's deck hold. Each of them internally plotting how to trick Yin Zimu, the two men strode steadily towards the cockpit. As expected, upon entering the cockpit, they saw a dozen uniformed personnel. The leader stood before the transparent glass window, his hands behind his back, his expression unclear. Even though they couldn't see the man's face, his intricately patterned, exquisite marshal's uniform, reminiscent of the attire of a European noble, spoke volumes about his status. Though they were reluctant, the superiority of their rank meant they could not help but stand tall and salute. They said in unison, "Marshal Yen." Hearing the voice, Yen Zimu turned and nodded formally. Remembering Su Tang was a student at the 3rd Military Academy, Yen Zimu headed for the academy upon entering the 1st Military Star. After discovering the Qin family starship and the 5th Legion's warships, he came to gather information, hoping to see if it would be a good idea. He was delighted to find that Su Tang was indeed fine, but had she disappeared, along with Lu Qingyang and Qin Qinyuan, he could understand her being with Lu Qingyang. After all, she was now his daughter, but why was Qin Qinyuan here? Yen Zimu was puzzled. After a few seconds of hesitation, he dismissed the question. The most important thing now was to find her. However, after searching the entire 500 kilometers radius around the starship, they had found nothing. Yen Zimu couldn't help but feel deeply worried. Chapter 447. After 3 days of searching the area, there was still no sign of Su Tang. Upon seeing someone suddenly emerge from the surface, a senior beastmaster among Yen Zimu's accompanying soldiers explained the situation to him. If a star beast vomited food, it must have been stimulated by some external force, most likely injured. Yen Zimu's heart skipped a beat. Ghost demon injured? The 5th Legion's advanced rescue force consisted of fewer than 3,000 men. He clearly didn't believe that such a small force could harm Ghost Demon. Thinking of Lu Qingyang, the top beastmaster hailed as the Federation's best, Yen Zimu secretly hoped that he could deal with the Ghost Demon. Leaving behind a group for rescue operations, they would promptly pull anyone emerging from the surface to prevent them from being devoured again by the Ghost Demon. With a dozen or so trusted individuals in tow, Yen Zimu returned to the starship. According to his beastmaster's theory, the devoured person would reappear at the location where they were initially devoured, so there was a good chance that Su Tang and the other two would return to the starship. Yen Zimu waited in the starship's cockpit, his face impassive yet filled with anxiety. He heard someone enter, turned, and saw the two men. A chill ran down his spine, and he cried out to kill them. One was a hypocrite, who had stolen his woman in a previous life but treated him like a brother, and the other was his destined rival in this life. He didn't want to let either of them go. However, he had been in power for so short a time, and openly attacking them would provoke a retaliation from the Long and Jiang families, which would be disadvantageous to him. Thinking of the long road ahead and the opportunities ahead, Yen Zimu suppressed his murderous intent, his voice devoid of emotion. "Captain Long, how are things going? Ghost Blade appears to be injured. We're doing our best to rescue him, but the details are unclear." Long Ju, convinced Yen Zimu had changed his mind and was out to steal his wife, naturally had no good feelings towards him. However, due to his official position, he had to answer his question in a formal manner. Unclear? Yen Zimu's expressionless face made it impossible to tell what he was feeling, but his next words were clearly filled with dissatisfaction. "Then why do I feel like Captain Long is so idle?" Long Ju remained calm, his expression neither humble nor arrogant, as he replied, "I'm just waiting and watching, gathering my strength to deal with any unexpected situation." He naturally understood what Yen Zimu meant. He was simply sending him away. He presumably had discovered something, and was waiting here. Getting rid of him was impossible. Although he instinctively thought Su Tang might return, and although he desperately wanted to send these two annoying people away, Long Ju wasn't his direct subordinate. he was only responsible for the rescue of Shoju and Star. As the saying goes, a general on the battlefield is subject to military orders, and as a non-direct subordinate, he had no right to forcibly interfere with his actions. And Jiang Yunchuan was clearly even less under his control. Giving a profound glance to Su Yanlai, who was squatting behind the two men, Yen Zimu turned back to the scene outside Li Jin. Yen Zimu remained silent, and Long Ju didn't initiate a conversation. Even though he sensed Yen Zimu's dislike for him, Long Ju had no idea what grudge he had with the original owner. He assumed it was Su Tang's fault that Yen Zimu disliked him, assuming he was happy to see him. Once Jiang Yunchuan entered the cab and discovered that Yen Zimu had indeed arrived in person, he remained silent, preoccupied. He absolutely hated Yen Zimu. He and his wife had been getting along well in the game. Although he hadn't had any such intentions at the time, as the saying goes, love grows over time. Without his interference, their fake relationship might have become real long ago, and Long Ju and Qin Qinyuan would have been left to their own devices. The moment he saw Yen Zimu, Jiang Yunchuan thought back to that time on Hongwang Star. He had been so foolish back then. Why hadn't he realized sooner that Su Tang was Su Daji? Why hadn't he realized how good his wife was? Even more frustrating was that he hadn't noticed anything at Hongwang High School. He had been so foolish as to just leave and return directly to the capital system. Thinking about it now, Jiang Yunchuan wished he could turn back time. No one spoke, and the cockpit fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere remained stagnant for over an hour, and then a glimmer of white light suddenly appeared in the gloomy sky. The previously affected monitoring screens popped up one by one. Everyone in the cockpit's eyes lit up. On the screen, the black layer of the sky faded away like a tide, revealing a blue sky and white clouds. Soon, the unusual blackness in the sky completely vanished. Long Ju tentatively contacted the main force of the 5th Legion still in outer space, and surprisingly, the signal returned to normal. Is the Ghost Blade dead? Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan exchanged glances, each revealing a mixture of joy and a hint of confusion. What's going on? They both asked Su Yanlai with their mental power. It's probably trying to escape. Although he didn't know the full situation, Su Yanlai had some understanding of the Ghost Blade he had been using as food. Either it was full and ready to rest, or it had encountered a powerful enemy and was about to flee. Full? Clearly not. There were still so many Ghost Blades on the ground just a few hours ago. After hearing Su Yanlai's answer, the two men's joy deepened, though their expressions remained expressionless. In their hearts, they all hoped Yen Zimu would be gone. Inside the Ghost Blade, Su Tang was awakened by a violent gust of wind. Although Qin Qinyuan shielded her, the biting wind couldn't be stopped from blowing against her. If Qin Qinyuan hadn't held her, she would have been blown off the cliff. Is this a tornado? What's going on? Quick, use the largest possible number of demon light butterflies. They're all back. Lu Qingyang turned around, his expression anxious, his voice tinged with urgency and worry. As he spoke, his Ghost Blade, not even bothering to devour its own corpses, returned and enveloped the three of them. Then, Lu Qingyang said cautiously, regardless of whether we can kill the boss or not, if there's a power shortage, alert me immediately and we leave. Okay. Su Tang, having just woken up, was a little slow to react. Still unaware, she could only nod in agreement. Su Xiaobai took the initiative, giving her the command. In an instant, the cage of demonic light butterflies suddenly grew in thickness. In a matter of seconds, a black mass formed, countless black ghosts surged towards them like a tide, like an army of thousands. To be on the safe side, the three of them were once again enveloped in a thick layer of demonic light butterflies. Once again obstructed by her vision, Su Tang turned, yawned into the wind, and rubbed her eyes. After regaining some consciousness, he inquired about the situation. Su Xiaobai, what happened? Didn't Lu Qingyang say they're all back? Su Xiaobai said calmly, then explained in detail. While you were sleeping, about 20,087,312 more died. But Xiaobao said it used about 1.5 scales of food, which means we inflicted damage on the boss equivalent to 10 million ghostly blades. Clearly, the boss is seriously injured, and then it summoned back the ghostly blades from the ground. According to my estimate, the number of ghostly blades returning this time is between 60 and 70 million. Once we take care of them, we can go home and eat. Su Tang was furious. Master, are you showing off your math skills? Before Su Tang could finish her internal complaints about Su Xiaobai's antics, explosions erupted, as dense as hundreds of firecrackers simultaneously. Qin Qinyuan quickly reached out and covered her ears. Su Tang held Qin Qinyuan to prevent herself from being blown away by the wind, her mind wandering to random thoughts. Why hadn't the demonic light butterfly, with its mass, been blown away by the wind? It's an energy source. Xiaobao's demonic light butterfly has no physical form, so how could it be blown away by the wind? Su Xiaobai explained, multitasking as he directed Su Xiaobao in battle. To be precise, there wasn't much of a tactical strategy. Fighting against the ghost demon was purely a matter of numbers. Strength in numbers, there's always some truth to that. Chapter 448. The sound of firecrackers blasting echoed for over an hour. Su Tang keenly sensed the wind weakening, and the frequency of the exploding demonic butterflies also dwindled. About another hour later, the demonic butterflies surrounding the three gradually dispersed. The boss's external support is almost dead, Su Xiaobai said joyfully. Hearing this, Su Tang glanced around with some confusion. The dark mass of ghost demons had long since vanished from her sight, leaving only the giant boss. We should be able to take care of this one, Lu Qingyang said after a few seconds, his tone clearly filled with relief and joy. So, were all the minions already eliminated? So, after taking down this boss, could she go back to shower and sleep? Okay, Su Tang nodded happily. Hurry, take care of it, she urged Su Xiaobao anxiously. She wanted to get out of this hellhole. She wanted to lie down on the soft, big bed. Su Tang's thoughts had barely left her mind when the cage of demonic light butterflies slowly closed, a thick black mist rising into the sky. The ghost Sha, enveloping the three, could no longer contain itself and charged forward. Instantly, the black mist, as if drawn by some force, was absorbed by the ghost Sha in strands. A few minutes later, as the black mist was gradually absorbed, the once enormous ghost Sha boss had vanished. Only thousands of demonic light butterflies fluttered in its place, adding a touch of soft light to the gray world. General Lu, you reaped a rich harvest this time. Congratulations. After everything settled, Qin Qinyuan looked at the only remaining massive ghost Sha, a faint smile curling his lips, his words tinged with unspoken irony. Having watched the entire process, he naturally knew there were hundreds of millions of ghost blades. On the ground, killing one ghost blade required 4 to 6 hits with a level 2 energy gun, meaning it took 400 to 600 energy to destroy one. Using a minimum of 100 million, his wife's little treasure had consumed at least 40 billion energy. Energy-devouring beasts need to replenish as much as they consume. 40 billion units of energy is equivalent to a level 10 energy stone of 4th quality. Lu Qingyang naturally recognized Qin Qinyuan's indirect insult. Looking at his ghost blade, now countless times larger than when he entered, Lu Qingyang's expression was complicated. He lowered his head, feeling somewhat bewildered. He naturally knew what Qin Qinyuan was referring to. He hadn't expected the ghost blades to be so powerful this time, or so numerous. He had only hoped Su Tang would have more energy to save more people, but he hadn't imagined Su Tang had so much. According to his estimate, the energy consumption this time was enough to reach 5/10 of units. The ridiculous thing was that he actually wanted to compensate her with a level 8 energy stone. He could never repay such a sum of energy in his lifetime. Lu Qingyang lowered his head, his expression a bit complicated, unable to articulate his feelings for so long that Su Tang couldn't help but urge him to leave. Suddenly, he looked up, gazed at her sincerely, and said, "My ghost blades, I give them to you." What? What? Su Tang took a step back at the words. What did you say? Su Tang suspected she hadn't woken up yet. Star beasts were companions and family members to a tamer. How could they be given away so easily? No, I don't want this long-haired woman as my master. Hearing that he was being given away by his master, Lu Qingyang's ghost blades yelled in dissatisfaction. Ignoring the objections of his own star beast, Lu Qingyang pointed at his ghost blade and spoke firmly again, "I give it to you as compensation for this energy loss. I can't afford to pay you back that much energy." "Oh yes. Yes. I absolutely must. Let him take care of it first. In a few years, once I digested the ghost blade I just ate, I eat it again." "Oh great! If I eat the ghost blade again, my strength will definitely reach the level of a tearing boundary." "Oh yeah." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaobai's voice was filled with unspeakable excitement. To him, this ghost blade was simply a backup food source. "Shut up." After mentally yelling at Su Xiaobai, Su Tang waved her hands frantically and said to Lu Qingyang, "No really. I don't care about this little bit of energy. No need to pay it back." "Yes." Who said no? Qin Qinyuan spoke up in dissatisfaction as soon as he finished speaking. Fortunately, Lu Qingyang was tactful. In his opinion, exchanging a 4th quality, level 10 energy stone for a ghost beast was a loss for them. Stop making a fuss. Su Tang nudged Qin Qinyuan with her elbow in dissatisfaction, giving him a sharp look. Marshal Qin is right. I insisted on saving him. This compensation must be given. Lu Qingyang persisted, his eyes filled with determination. This person is also the one I want to save. Defending our country is everyone's responsibility. Eliminating these dangerous and ferocious star beasts is every citizen's duty. Su Tang spoke with righteous indignation. Energy stones she didn't combine herself didn't feel bad about using. This incident was Su Xiaobai's fault, and the energy stone she used to deal with the ghost beast was also Su Xiaobai's. Technically, she even earned a level 11 energy stone. Naturally, she wasn't so shameless as to accept Lu Qingyang's ghost beast. Besides, I don't think I can tame this ghost Sha. Su Tang continued waving her hands, trying to convince Lu Qingyang. Wife, how will you know if you don't try? Qin Qinyuan interrupted again. Lu Qingyang's ghost Sha had evolved so powerfully that it was definitely a major threat. In his opinion, threats should be eliminated as soon as possible. If his wife could tame the ghost Sha, everyone would naturally be happy. Try. Su Tang rolled her eyes at Qin Qinyuan again. Su Xiaobai had already said it was difficult to tame. How could a novice like her possibly tame the ghost Sha? He really thought she was a top-tier tamer. I have the demon light butterfly. This ghost Sha is useless to me. Besides, seriously, I don't think I can tame it. Su Tang shook her head, ignoring Su Xiaobai's frantic cries in her mind, and continued to refuse. Hearing this, Lu Qingyang's eyes darkened. Su Tang's demonic light butterfly was indeed far more powerful than the ghost blade. So, while the ghost blade was a treasure to him, it might not be worth a shred of value to her. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyang could only sigh. Apart from this, I don't have anything else that can compensate for the energy you lost this time. No need to compensate. Su Tang understood. Lu Qingyang was a man of great responsibility and disliked owing favors. Most of the ghost blades this time were killed by her demonic light butterfly. He considered it a huge favor. But energy wasn't really that important to her. I absolutely have to. As long as I have it. Whatever you want, just ask. Lu Qingyang's expression was a bit stubborn. Yes, honey, I think this ghost blade is pretty good. Qin Qinyuan still refused to give up on the ghost blade. This time, Su Tang abandoned her threatening gaze and simply stepped on Qin Qinyuan. You're causing more trouble. Facing Lu Qingyang's persistent gaze, Su Tang lowered her head in thought for a moment. Then, with a flicker of her eyes, she came up with an idea. She raised her head and said, with a light, cunning tone, Father, you said I could treat you as my own? Today's energy consumption is my way of honoring you. A daughter's filial piety to her father is only natural. Su Tang blinked, her expression innocent. If Lu Qingyang asked for compensation again, it would mean he didn't treat her as his daughter. Although her identity was now exposed, a man like Lu Qingyang would never change his promise. Lu Qingyang was slightly taken aback. He had said she could treat him as her own father, but he had never thought of asking for anything from her. But now that Su Tang had said this, insisting on it would seem a bit hypocritical. I understand. Lu Qingyang nodded with mixed feelings. This daughter had only recognized and cared for her because of Lu Jinyu, but now, he truly couldn't describe the feelings in his heart. Shocked? Guilty? Or moved? Chapter 449. Although he was extremely unhappy, after Su Tang's words, Qin Qinyuan knew that further words would be futile. Thinking of the demonic light butterfly that had appeared in the outside world, Qin Qinyuan felt a pang of worry. He then said to Lu Qingyang, since we're all on the same side, then, Marshal Lu, please keep the matter of the demonic light butterfly a secret. Although Qin Qinyuan was very reluctant to have Su Tang and Lu Qingyang even slightly associated, he needed to exploit his guilt to ensnare him. What does Marshal Qin mean by that? Lu Qingyang glanced at Su Tang with some embarrassment. With Su Tang's citizen status, she naturally couldn't carry a high-risk star beast like the demonic light butterfly. But keeping it a secret? So many students had seen it on the first army star. The matter of the demonic light butterfly definitely couldn't be concealed. I mean to publicly announce that this demonic light butterfly is mine. Qin Qinyuan's words carried a hint of unquestionable certainty. A high-risk star beast like the demonic light butterfly would undoubtedly draw the attention of various clans if exposed. If it were on him, no one would dare to make any moves. But if it were on Su Tang, whose power as an energy grandmaster had yet to be revealed, someone might attempt to seize it under the guise of contributing to the nation or conducting research. Upon hearing Qin Qinyuan's words, Lu Qingyang's face paled slightly, his heart tormented. If it were someone else, I could keep it a secret, but for the patriarch. In Lu Qingyang's mind, he owed Su Tang such a huge favor this time. This was his personal matter, but if his grandfather inquired about it, it would become official. Personal and official matters couldn't be mixed, but this time. There's no need to keep this secret from your grandfather. While Lu Qingyang was still feeling the pinch, Su Tang offered a sympathetic, nonchalant response. Wife. Qin Qinyuan raised his voice slightly, his voice filled with deep disapproval. Well, what I mean is that since Lu Jinyu knows, it doesn't matter whether we keep it a secret or not. Su Tang believed that it was only a matter of time before Marshal Lu would find out. If Lu Qingyang helped her conceal it this time, Marshal Lu might blame him later. Lu Jinyu knows. Upon hearing this, Qin Qinyuan felt a wave of frustration. Lu Jinyu actually knew something he didn't even know. Lowering his eyes, Qin Qinyuan decided to find an opportunity to get to the bottom of it all. Then publicly announced that it's mine. As for the rest of your Lu family, it's up to you. Qin Qinyuan sighed softly, and said to Lu Qingyang with a look of resignation. General Lu won't refuse this favor, will he? Qin Qinyuan was completely helpless. If Lu Jinyu knew, then Lu Dong would know. Even if Lu Qingyang agreed to keep it a secret for a while, it wouldn't mean much, especially with Lu Qingyang's personality. If that's the case, no problem. Hearing Qin Qinyuan's words, Lu Qingyang relaxed and nodded. He certainly couldn't keep it a secret from the patriarch, but it naturally didn't matter to the others. Let's go to Shuhan Star with you to explain. After listening to the two's conversation with her head lowered, Su Tang suddenly looked up at Lu Qingyang and said. At this point, she naturally thought of the vexing Lu Jinyu issue. As their grandfather and the head of the Lu family, Lu Dong should have a certain intimidating effect on Lu Jinyu. If she could communicate with him, perhaps a lot of trouble could be avoided. Why are you going to Shuhan Star? Qin Qinyuan's face darkened. I have something to discuss with Marshal Lu. Su Tang felt a little guilty, and cautiously glanced at Qin Qinyuan from the corner of her eye. Noticing his uneasy expression, she immediately explained her actions. Let's talk business. Business that matters to our lives. Although she had to admit that she had a soft spot for Lu Jinyu, she was certain he wouldn't accept her having another man. If Lu Jinyu truly couldn't accept this, and killed the three of them, she burst into tears. Seeing Su Tang's expression, Qin Qinyuan's thoughts raced back to Lu Jinyu. That man wasn't someone to be trifled with. Qin Qinyuan's expression darkened inexplicably. He suddenly remembered the information his undercover agents had gathered. Lu Jinyu had been confirmed as the heir to the Lu family, and that Lu Qingyang had been defeated years before. While he felt Lu Qingyang's soft-hearted nature made him ill-suited for a career in the military, the Lu family, a family of beast tamers with a millennium of heritage, valued their heirs not for military service, but for their strength, the strength of a beast tamer. So Lu Qingyang's defeat must have been due to Lu Jinyu's superior strength. Qin Qinyuan felt a deep sense of crisis. Although Lu Jinyu only possessed a single nightmare beast, he was clearly a hidden talent. Without his mecha, he had no chance of winning against him. Thinking this way, Qin Qinyuan decided that if his wife truly couldn't let go of Lu Jinyu, then she had to talk to Lu Dong. Don't go. I asked Lu Dong out for a detailed discussion sometime. Qin Qinyuan felt a complex mix of emotions, unable to articulate them. As expected, everything has its pros and cons. Su Tang was a level 11 energy grandmaster. If she were devoted to him, then with his level 11 energy stone, he could strike first, find an opportunity to eradicate the Lu family, completely wiping them out. All their strength would be shattered before a battleship with abundant energy. But since she had Lu Jinyu in her heart, he couldn't do that. It was all his fault for letting her stay on Yerwin Star in a moment of hesitation. Otherwise, alas, there's no medicine for regret. With a slight sigh, Qin Qinyuan let go of all that nonsense. Let's get out of here first. Yes, let's leave quickly. Seeing Qin Qinyuan's grim expression, Su Tang, feeling guilty, stopped talking about going to Shuhan Star. Since Qin Qinyuan had agreed to meet with Lu Dong for a detailed discussion, she would naturally have the opportunity to meet him. Okay. Everything had already been decided, and naturally, Lu Qingyang didn't want to stay here. He knew that with Gisha's death, this space would soon collapse. As soon as Lu Qingyang finished speaking, Gisha, initially unhappy that its master was giving it away, immediately ran back. A huge black shadow once again enveloped the three of them, and Lu Qingyang's other 3-star beasts, who were just there for show. 3 more seconds, Lu Qingyang said again, and the feeling of weightlessness instantly hit him. Although she knew there was no danger, Su Tang immediately grabbed Qin Qinyuan's arm for balance and closed her eyes. Su Tang mentally counted 1, 2, 3, then opened her eyes, a bit stunned. Why were there so many people in the cab? Under everyone's gazes, Su Tang stiffened awkwardly, letting go of Qin Qinyuan's arm. Not only were Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan here, but Yin Zimu was too. She figured Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan were there because of her. But why was Yin Zimu there? Then Su Tang stopped speculating. This had nothing to do with her anymore. After a quick glance, Su Tang turned to Qin Qinyuan, her face slightly weary, and said, "I'm going to rest first." Okay, Qin Qinyuan nodded with concern. These past few days had truly been exhausting for her. Ignoring the thoughts of everyone in the cab, Su Tang used her mental power to find a seemingly brand new room and headed out. Once she was back in the cab and relaxed, she felt exhausted. She decided to sleep first. Qin Qinyuan would take care of everything else. Chapter 450. Shouju and Star. As the black blanket enveloping the planet faded. After Long Ju reported to Long Haoran that the planet's surface was temporarily safe and Gisha's whereabouts were unknown, the warships of the 5th Legion, the Long family's 1st and 2nd Guard regiments, and the spaceships surrounding Shouju and Star's outer space surged in. Soon, teams of busy figures appeared on the ground. Some soldiers were rescuing people, some were on alert, and some were tracking Gisha's whereabouts. The rescue operation on Shouju and Star proceeded smoothly. Since Long Haoran had personally visited Shouju and Star, he was naturally the commander-in-chief. Although he wanted to inquire about the Energy Grandmaster situation, seeing the numerous other personnel on the screen, Long Haoran understood and remained silent. Instead, he tactfully gave Long Ju freedom. After hanging up the phone, Long Ju remained in the cockpit, unconcerned with the outside world. Looking at the two men who seemed determined not to leave, Yin Zimu became annoyed. According to information relayed by his subordinates, the individuals who had materialized out of nowhere were the missing students from Shouju and Star. The unknown individuals, with gray hair and aged faces, were reported to be former residents of Haimeo Star after regaining consciousness. Yin Zimu paid little attention to these insignificant individuals. However, they only remembered being devoured by Guisha and knew nothing of what happened afterward, so it was impossible to extract any information from them about Su Tang and the other two. After ordering his subordinates to remain vigilant in the search for Lu Mo, Lu Qingyang, and Qin Qinyuan, Yin Zimu felt a sense of unease. Although he felt a strong possibility that Lu Qingyang had killed Guisha, he couldn't help but feel a little worried when the others had appeared but the three were still missing. Besides, there were two people here who displeased him. If he hadn't thought Su Tang was most likely in this cab, he wouldn't have wanted to be on the same planet with them. He waited gloomily for over 2 hours, so long that Yin Zimu began to doubt his assumptions. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared on the ground between the cabs. No rash moves. Yin Zimu's eyes narrowed, and he quickly stopped his men, who had already drawn their energy guns. Although it looked like a ghost demon, he had a strange premonition. Could it be returning? At the same time, Long Ju and Jiang Yinchuan's eyes lit up. According to Su Yanlai, the ghost demon had vomited all its food. It must have been killed. As soon as they saw the shadow, they had a premonition. Their wives were coming back. Sure enough, within 3 seconds, 2 men and 1 woman, 3 people, emerged from the shadows. After confirming it was Su Tang, Yin Zimu couldn't contain his ecstasy. Filled with excitement, he leaned forward, ready to explain. But the next second, his steps, about to take a step forward, froze abruptly, as if someone had poured a basin of cold water on him in the cold winter. She was holding Qin Qinyuan's hand. She leaned against him with a gentle expression. She didn't even glance at him. It wasn't until Su Tang left that Yin Zimu realized he was going to explain. Without hesitation, Yin Zimu strode after her, but was stopped after only a few steps. Qin Qinyuan, ever observant, naturally noticed the change in Yin Zimu's demeanor. After he already left, he still wanted to come back and harass his wife. Truly wishful thinking. Glancing at Jiang Yunchuan, Qin Qinyuan stepped in front of Yin Zimu with a formal smile. "Marshal Yin, what a coincidence. You're here on Shouju and Star to find your fiancé?" Qin Qinyuan emphasized the word fiancé with a malicious air. At this moment, Yin Zimu didn't care for the sarcasm in Qin Qinyuan's words. He desperately wanted to explain to Su Tang and beg for her forgiveness. Seeing Long Ju and Jiang Yinchuan chasing after him, Yin Zimu's urgency intensified. "Get out of here!" Without a second thought, Yin Zimu, disregarding the situation, threw a punch at Qin Qinyuan. With a sneer in his heart, Qin Qinyuan met his blow with a punch. The two fists collided, and Yin Zimu was knocked back a step. Physical strength is honed purely through long-term training. There are no shortcuts. Although Yin Zimu had been tempered with more advanced potions, his youth was a major drawback. Even if he tried hard, at only 32, he still couldn't reach level 5 physical strength. Qin Qinyuan's punch calmed Yin Zimu down a bit. He clenched his fists, but kept them at his sides, not striking again. Although he hated to admit it, in terms of pure strength, he was indeed no match for Qin Qinyuan. Even Long Ju and Jiang Yinchuan were at level 5 physical strength. Marshal Qin, I have something important to tell you. Yin Zimu's face darkened. Though he was seething with anger, his voice was sharp and cold. Why, Marshal Yin, are you so angry? Qin Qinyuan half smiled, feigning confusion. Seeing the fiery glint in Yin Zimu's eyes, Qin Qinyuan slowly adjusted his clothes, his smile widening. So urgent? Where is Marshal Yin going on business? Yin Zimu naturally noticed Qin Qinyuan's deliberate attempt to hinder his search for Su Tang. He clenched his fists, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. He even had the urge to kill. Sensing Yin Zimu's rising murderous intent, Qin Qinyuan's dark eyes flashed with sarcasm. Wanting to kill him? He didn't even consider whether he had the ability to do so. Since Marshal Yin is so busy, I won't bother you. With a curled lip, Qin Qinyuan let out a cold smile and issued an order to expel him. Since Marshal Yin has important matters, then I, as your master, will escort you off my starship. Qin Qinyuan's starship. Taking a deep breath, Yin Zimu suppressed his fury. Qin Qinyuan was right. This was his starship. And even if he went after Su Tang now, what could he say? With Long Ju and Jiang Yinchuan around, what could he say? Explaining to Su Tang today was absolutely impossible. Yin Zimu's expression calmed down, returning to his expressionless demeanor. No need, Marshal Qin. I know the way to the deck hold. Yin Zimu strode off with his men. Don't bother. I'm a free man with plenty of free time. Qin Qinyuan said with a forced smile, following him. How could he feel at ease without seeing Yin Zimu leave? With a cold snort in his heart, Yin Zimu left his starship without stopping, leading his men under Qin Qinyuan's watch. Lu Qingyang, who had been silent since returning to the cockpit, followed the others at a distance. After Yin Zimu and his men left, Lu Qingyang formally said goodbye to Qin Qinyuan and also left the starship. After ensuring it was safe, the military academy students left Qin Qinyuan's starship earlier, and Su Tang would accompany Qin Qinyuan back to the Qin family's home planet. He needed to return to the 3rd military academy. More importantly, he needed to avoid Qin Qinyuan's sight and report the situation to his grandfather. He also wanted to ask for advice on how to resolve Su Tang's situation. LV Qingyang, observing the situation from the driver's seat, naturally noticed Long Ju. Jiang Yinchuan also seemed to have a close relationship with Su Tang, and that Yin Zimu had been Su Tang's boyfriend 3 years ago. The overwhelming news at that time had even reached him, someone who rarely paid attention to gossip, suggesting they were related. For a moment, Lu Qingyang felt a bit overwhelmed. How could his brother have so many rivals for a woman? And he was nowhere to be found at this crucial moment. What was he supposed to do? Chapter 451. After sending Yin Zimu off, Qin Qinyuan scanned the room with his mental power and discovered that his wife had already entered the nutrient chamber. The two men were naturally also in their own chambers. The lion flame beast, dozing off on the soft bed, had taken over their nest. Because Su Tang had previously refused to use his mental power because she wanted to shower, he had no idea what they were doing. Seeing that they had simply entered the nutrient chamber, Qin Qinyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew his wife had another man, he would never be able to bear witness to her intimacy with another man. After Qin Qinyuan scurried to Su Tang's room, Su Yanlai glanced up at him upon entering. Upon realizing it was Qin Qinyuan, he paid no attention. Although it was his first time seeing him, he knew Qin Qinyuan well, and he was also his boss's man. With just a quick glance, Su Yanlai continued to sleep. He wasn't made of steel. After such a long sleep deprivation, he becomes sleepy and listless. Qin Qinyuan naturally knew Su Tang had a lion flame beast. Since Jiang Yinchuan and Su Yanlai had been in the Wood Wolf Galaxy, he had no idea the lion flame beast was with Jiang Yinchuan. Now, thinking that his wife might have given it to Jiang Yinchuan, Qin Qinyuan began to feel annoyed again. After staring at Su Yanlai for 3 seconds, Qin Qinyuan narrowed his eyes. Shouldn't there be a 6-tailed snow moon fox? Where had that one gone? Thinking of this, Qin Qinyuan ignored the complicated thoughts in his mind and looked around. He immediately found a free space, retrieved a nutrient tank from his space compartment, and installed it. At this moment, the 3 people who had previously accessed Skynet were naturally huddled in Su Tang's small, humble abode, listening to her talk about the ghostly tribulation. After recounting the entire process of their extermination of the ghost demon, Su Tang, feeling somewhat dry, gulped down a mouthful of water. This Skynet is truly lifelike. Talking too much makes you thirsty, and when you're thirsty, you have to ask it to buy you a drink. I wonder which wicked person designed this. That's what happened. Overall, it was a close call. After taking a few sips of water and feeling her throat warm, Su Tang concluded, then looked at the two of them with a look of what else do you not understand? Wife, so you're doing all the hard work this time? Jiang Yunchuan's face was filled with surprise, a hint of contempt in his eyes. 3 of them had gone together to eliminate the ghost blade, but the 2 men were just there for show, leaving a woman to do the hard work. Long Ju's expression was a bit complicated, and he couldn't quite put his finger on it. His main concern was that his wife had accepted Qin Qinyuan. No, I didn't do anything. Su Tang tilted her head, her eyes sincere. It's all Su Xiaobao's credit. Of course, Su Xiaobai also contributed, but she wasn't going to tell anyone, not even Long Ju, about Su Xiaobai's instantaneous synthesis of a level 11 energy stone. It was truly incredible. How much energy did Su Xiaobao consume this time? Jiang Yunchuan was deeply impressed by Su Xiaobao. The first time he saw it, it was a flock of demonic light butterflies, and the next time he saw its true form, it was brutally devouring a level 10 energy stone. It was obvious to him that Su Xiaobao's attacks consumed energy. Considering the number of ghost blades he's seen on the ground this time, Jiang Yunchuan's expression changed slightly, and he had a bad feeling. About 6/10 of units. Su Tang said casually, but her words shocked both of them. Wife, rescuing Shi Zhengxing was his responsibility. Make him pay. Jiang Yunchuan stood up abruptly, pointing at Long Ju with a look of indignation. After receiving Jiang Yunchuan's accusation, Long Ju's expression slowly recovered from the shock. He glanced at him calmly, then turned and looked at Su Tang with a sincere gaze, saying shamelessly, yes, compensation. Wife, I give you my whole life as compensation. Damn, are you shameless? Jiang Yunchuan's face darkened instantly. As expected, Long Ju was right. Those who work in the military are quite shameless. Clearly, he was also a prime example of shamelessness. Fortunately, I think I'm thinner-skinned than you, Long Ju said indifferently, not even looking at Jiang Yunchuan. Inwardly, he was complaining that Jiang Yunchuan was so shameless that he was still clinging to his wife, and yet he had the nerve to criticize others. All right, both of you, stop talking. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing again, Su Tang immediately waved her hand helplessly to stop. But shouldn't she be secretly happy? The devolution from mutual slaughter to childish bickering meant they were getting along well now. Well, it should still be just as unhappy. Since Su Tang had said so, even if Jiang Yunchu was displeased, he could only snort at Long Ju and sit down again. His thinking was similar to Qin Qinyuan's. The 1st Army Star was under the jurisdiction of the 5th Legion, and any problems that arose were Long Ju's responsibility. After stopping his argument with Jiang Yunchuan, Long Ju's thoughts turned to Qin Qinyuan again. He hated him to the core, and Qin Qinyuan and Jiang Yunchuan were close friends. Although he didn't think they were close enough to immediately accept each other's existence, it was clear that if Qin Qinyuan arrived, he would first consider joining forces with Jiang Yunchuan to deal with him. It wouldn't necessarily involve physical harm, but he would definitely try to wink at his wife and pressure her. As the saying goes, the less you want something, the more it will come. While Long Ju was still worried about Qin Qinyuan, Su Tang received a friend request from an unknown person. Sun, moon, and stars? Is this Qin Qinyuan? Su Tang looked up at Jiang Yunchuan with a hint of uncertainty. She felt that it couldn't be anyone else but Qin Qinyuan looking for her at this time. Yes, Jiang Yunchuan nodded with mixed feelings. He knew Qin Qinyuan's name on Tianwang. Although they were close, the thought of his wife actually marrying him, adding another man to the mix, filled Jiang Yunchuan with mixed feelings. Bitterness? Sadness? Heartbreak? Or anger? As soon as she got Jiang Yunchuan's confirmation, Su Tang added Qin Qinyuan and sent him a buddy invitation. She naturally saw the complex and gloomy look on Jiang Yunchuan's face. She even knew Long Ju was unhappy, but asking her to give up on Qin Qinyuan? Unless Qin Qinyuan distanced himself, she couldn't refuse him. Su Tang felt a wave of guilt once again, lowering her head in a guilty mood. Before her guilt could even begin to dissipate, Qin Qinyuan appeared in the modest private residence. As soon as his wife took stock of the surroundings, Qin Qinyuan squeezed right up to Su Tang, one arm around her waist, his gesture intimate. The two people sitting diagonally beside him were completely ignored by him. The sofas in Su Tang's private residence were carefully selected by her. An exquisite set of European-style sofas, a coffee table, and 3 other sofas. The carved coffee table sat in the center, the largest 3-seater sofa facing south, flanked by 2 identical 2-seaters on either side. As soon as they entered Su Tang's private residence, Long Ju and Jiang Yinchuan naturally wanted to sit next to her. However, Su Tang, displeased with the 3 of them stacking burgers together, dismissed them as separate seats, ultimately leaving each of them with a separate sofa. Now that Qin Qinyuan had arrived, he naturally took advantage. Naturally, he wouldn't squeeze with 2 grown men. Qin Qinyuan's action was like stirring up a hornet's nest, and the 2 men on either side stood up. Seeing this, Su Tang jumped to her feet. "Don't move," she snapped, her face stern. She shook off Qin Qinyuan's hand and walked over to him. Without thinking, she dragged another sofa from the store and placed it south of the coffee table. She brushed off the non-existent dust and sat down. "Everyone, take your seats." Chapter 452. Although all 3 wanted to sit next to Su Tang, it was clear that none of them could gain an advantage in the presence of the other 2, ultimately resulting in a situation of division among the 4 factions. Long Ju's face naturally didn't look good upon seeing Qin Qinyuan. Jiang Yinchuan was also in a state of mixed emotions at this moment. He didn't know what to say to Qin Qinyuan. It felt incredibly sour to have a good friend, who had grown up with him, suddenly become the man of his wife. But upon closer inspection, although Qin Qinyuan had known Su Tang after him, it was clear that they had formed a relationship before him. This made it clear that he had actually intervened, and Jiang Yinchuan suddenly felt a mixture of emotions. Feeling guilty, Su Tang didn't know what to say, and the atmosphere was silent for a moment. "Wife, don't you think we should be introduced?" Qin Qinyuan raised an eyebrow, breaking the deadlock. Even though he didn't like these 2 people competing with him for his wife, now that the matter was settled, he should first put himself on their level before considering it. In Qin Qinyuan's view, being late was always a disadvantage. Moreover, to resist foreign aggression, one must first stabilize the internal situation. There's still Yan Zimu and Lu Jinyu out there, and even Lu Qingyang is a threat. What introductions? Don't you know them all? Su Tang was slightly annoyed by Qin Qinyuan's deliberate question. At the 3rd Military Academy, she had made it clear to him that Long Ju and Jiang Yinchuan were already planning to marry her. "I mean, shouldn't you introduce me to them?" Qin Qinyuan stared directly at Su Tang, waiting for her to speak. After hearing this, Su Tang understood. Qin Qinyuan wanted her to acknowledge his status in front of Long Ju and Jiang Yinchuan. "This is Qin Qinyuan. He's also going to marry me." Thinking her relationship with Qin Qinyuan was a done deal, it didn't matter if she told it sooner or later. Su Tang gritted her teeth and announced it openly. Long Ju and Jiang Yinchuan already had some suspicions about Su Tang and Qin Qinyuan's relationship, but when Su Tang finally admitted it, things inevitably got complicated. For a moment, the 4 of them were once again at an impasse. Amidst this awkward atmosphere, Su Tang's friend request notification suddenly rang out again. "Huh? Liuhua? Is this Yan Zimu?" Su Tang's face was filled with surprise. Just in case, she checked the other person's ID number. Although she couldn't remember Yan Zimu's ID by heart, she had a rough idea of it. Given the Federation's large population, it wasn't uncommon for a few people to have the same name on Skynet. However, personal IDs could never be duplicated. They were assigned to every citizen by the system. It really seemed to be Yan Zimu. Seeing the other party's ID, Su Tang's frown deepened. Why did Yan Zimu contact her? Hadn't they already made it clear? Didn't he dump her because he thought she was fickle? He wouldn't be looking for her to discuss life, would he? Su Tang thought the idea of remaining friends after a breakup was pure nonsense. "Who is it?" Seeing Su Tang's expression, the 3 of them asked in unison. Although no one had spoken just now, they were all closely watching Su Tang's every move. Thinking of Yan Zimu, whom he had sent away, Qin Qinyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, forming an inference. Although Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju hadn't witnessed Yan Zimu's departure, their observations from the driver's seat had confirmed that he was coming for his wife, and naturally, they couldn't wait to ask. Under the gazes of the 3, Su Tang suddenly felt a tinge of embarrassment. She wasn't stupid. She knew bringing up her ex in front of her current man was a bad idea. She simply refused, smiling easily. "It's okay, just a stranger." Although Su Tang found Yan Zimu's behavior a bit odd, since he was already engaged to Moni, they should go their separate ways. In Su Tang's opinion, becoming strangers was a normal reaction after a breakup. Yes, just a stranger. Qin Qinyuan let out a faint smile. He could guarantee it was Yin Zimu, but why was he so happy to hear his wife describe him as a stranger? Yin Zimu had once been Qin Qinyuan's #1 rival, but now he was a stranger, and he felt quite happy. Long Ju remained silent, glancing at Qin Qinyuan from the corner of his eye. In his mind, Qin Qinyuan was his #1 rival, but it was clear that this rival had become his official partner. He couldn't defeat him, and with 2 against 1, the situation was very unfavorable. Long Ju felt the future was bleak. It seemed his only hope was to lure his wife back to the world of cultivation. After Qin Qinyuan finished speaking, Jiang Yunchuan didn't know how to respond. Finally, he lowered his eyes and head, pondering what to do. He could have argued with Long Ju, even fought to the death, but that was because before that, they were at most a casual acquaintance, merely knowing of him. Now that Qin Qinyuan had arrived, Jiang Yunchuan was unsure how to approach him. If his wife hadn't made a choice, he could have treated him as a rival and competed fairly. But now that she had admitted it, he was in a dilemma. Should he appear peaceful, as he had with Long Ju, while secretly plotting how to squeeze him? Decades of friendship prevented Jiang Yunchuan from secretly attacking Qin Qinyuan, but continuing his brotherly friendship seemed impossible either. No one spoke, and the atmosphere became awkward once again. The same crisp ding sound from the system notification broke the silence. Su Tang looked at the friend request from Liuhua with a sense of helplessness. She truly didn't think there was anything left for her to discuss with him. Without even glancing at the lengthy note, Su Tang didn't reject the request this time. Instead, she simply blacklisted him. A blacklist, as the name suggests, meant that he couldn't contact her again unless she removed herself from it. Furthermore, Skynet's blacklist had a powerful feature. Even if Su Tang happened to run into Yin Zimu in public areas, he wouldn't be able to see her. The system would automatically block her. On the other side of Skynet, Yin Zimu, with mixed feelings, tried to search for Lumo's ID. To his great surprise, he found her online and immediately sent a friend request. Of course, he was ruthlessly rejected. After being rejected for the first time, Yin Zimu's eyes dimmed slightly, but then he perked up. The second time, he made a note, earnestly and with deep regret, briefly explaining the situation and begging her for a chance to explain. After clicking the friend request, Yin Zimu felt his heart race, like a death row inmate awaiting an auspicious time for execution or a general pardon. After waiting for more than 10 agonizing seconds, Yin Zimu's heart gradually sank. There was no response, not even the rejection signal by the system. Thinking of that possibility, Yin Zimu felt his hands and feet go cold. He desperately entered his ID again and chose to add a friend, but this time, his hands were noticeably trembling. The next second, a cold, emotionless system message popped up. Sorry, you don't have the right to add this person as a friend. He's been blocked. She didn't want to see him. A suffocating feeling of despair washed over him. Touching his heart, which seemed to be losing its rhythm, Yin Zimu smiled a desolate smile. He'd truly been sentenced to death. They hadn't even given him a chance to explain. Chapter 453. After blocking Yin Zimu, the atmosphere became awkward again. There were some things Qin Qinyuan could only discuss with Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan, avoiding Su Tang. And there were other things he could only ask Su Tang, avoiding Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan. With all three present, Qin Qinyuan didn't know what to say. The three sat on the sofa, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. Do you have any questions? Su Tang scratched her head, a little embarrassed. Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan slowly shook their heads. They already knew everything about Shouju and Star, so naturally, they had nothing to say. Me neither, Qin Qinyuan said. After the Ghost Shaw incident, he suddenly realized that besides her energy grandmaster prowess, his wife seemed to be hiding a big secret. But unsure whether they knew, Qin Qinyuan didn't want to ask in front of them. Although he could communicate using telekinesis, he was afraid of hearing earth-shattering news that would make him lose his composure. After careful consideration, he decided to find a private opportunity to talk to Su Tang. Su Tang checked the time and saw it was already past 10 p.m., still a long way to go before dawn. Since she had nothing to say, she might as well practice her mecha skills. Once she was on Skynet, while real-life fatigue would still set in, a quick snack would restore her to peak condition. For someone with plenty of money, Su Tang naturally felt rejuvenated and full of energy the moment she entered. When she felt refreshed, she wanted to stretch her muscles. Currently, Su Tang's favorite activity was piloting a mecha around the map to kill monsters. It was almost like playing a game. Since I have nothing else to do, I go open a virtual mecha map. Su Tang stood up, breaking the silence. Before teleporting to the mecha battlefield, she asked, "Do you guys want to play?" Of course, Wherever my wife goes, I go, Qin Qinyuan stated bluntly. I go with you. Jiang Yichuan followed suit, expressing his intention to go too. Although his feelings were mixed, he had made up his mind, and would never give up his wife to anyone else. Me too. Long Ju, unwilling to be outdone, was about to say he'd go, but a sudden invitation from a colleague stopped him short. Long Howren? With a flick of his eyes, he guessed it was about the recent attack on Shojuan Star by the ghost demon. What's going on? Something? Su Tang asked with concern, noticing Long Ju's sudden pause. Remembering that Long Ju was the commander of the 5th Legion, and that such a major incident had occurred on Shojuan Star, Su Tang understood that he was probably going to report the situation or something. Before Long Ju could reply, Su Tang added, business matters. Yes, business matters do. I be leaving now. Nodding to the three of them, and looking at the clearly delighted Qin Qinyuan, she curled her lips into a playful smile. Long Ju also accepted the invitation and instantly disappeared. As soon as Long Ju left, Qin Qinyuan was overjoyed. Compared to Jiang Yichuan, he naturally disliked Long Ju even more. But his joy barely lasted a second before his retribution struck. After receiving a similar invitation from a colleague, Qin Qinyuan's expression suddenly turned from sunny to gloomy. The initiator was Long Howren. Long Howren's online name was Howren Jingqi. Qin Qinyuan naturally had friends with him. On weekdays, the group of marshals would joke around and practice Tai Chi together when they had free time. But the initiator was Long Howren. Instead of the displayed online name, this meant that the meeting was being initiated with special authority. Unless there was a truly urgent situation, he had no reason to refuse such a meeting. Long Howren had called the meeting because of the Ghost Sha incident, and he had to attend. You have something to do too? Qin Qinyuan's expression changed so visibly that Su Tang noticed it immediately. Seeing Qin Qinyuan nod with a sullen look on his face, Su Tang offered a soothing smile, repeating, business matters? A man, of course, should prioritize work. She understood that. Then I'd be leaving too. Giving Jiang Yichuan a stern look, Qin Qinyuan followed suit. Although he was extremely reluctant, he couldn't miss this meeting. Only then did he realize that playful smile Long Ju had given him before he left. This Long Ju was definitely not a good person. Sometimes, happiness strikes you unexpectedly. What was originally a foursome suddenly became a solitary time for the two of them. Jiang Yichuan found this incredibly exciting. Being alone, even if it was just on Skynet, didn't bother him. Then let's go play a virtual combat map. Should we find a more challenging one? Although 2 people were missing, Su Tang didn't mind. She played virtual maps before, so she naturally didn't need so many people accompanying her. Considering Jiang Yichuan's advanced skills, Su Tang asked in a very humane way. Different virtual maps naturally have different levels of difficulty. While Su Tang was speaking, Jiang Yichuan had already taken a few steps to her side and took her hand. His eyes were gentle, a strange glint in them. Su Tang, who had her head down, still choosing which mecha battlefield to go to, didn't notice. She didn't pay much attention to Jiang Yichuan's hand-holding, but only slightly noticed that his hand seemed a little warm. If she had looked up and caught Jiang Yichuan's eye at that moment, she would have known what he was up to. For a man who had just started having sex, a dozen days was a long, arduous journey. With those 2 gone, they were left alone in a room, and it was obvious what Jiang Yichuan was up to. Su Tang had unsuspectingly chosen a mecha battlefield on a planet near Shojuan Star. She knew, without even thinking, that Shojuan Star's mecha battlefield was currently empty. Who would be so in the mood to play with mechas after just going through a life-or-death ordeal? And even if they were on Skynet, it was more likely that students from Shojuan Star were on the school's Skynet. But the next second, a system prompt made her pause. Jiang he refused to go. On Skynet, if 2 people were physically in contact, teleportation could only be initiated with the consent of both parties. Su Tang was a bit confused. Did he not want to fight the mecha? Yu was about to look up and ask Jiang Yichuan what was wrong, but a huge tug came from their holding hands. Her balance shifted, and Su Tang stumbled into Jiang Yichuan's arms. Feeling an arm around her waist, Su Tang looked up in confusion. In an instant, warm lips pressed against hers. A gentle, just right kiss. Wife, I want you. Jiang Yichuan's eyes were hazy, his voice hoarse and strangely alluring. Naturally, Jiang Yichuan had shed his previously impersonated tough character. Although he wasn't using his original appearance, his current image was that of a voluptuous, handsome man similar to himself. His face flushed slightly, a strange charm lingering in his voice. His voice was so gentle, like a feather brushing against her heart, tickling her and making her shudder. Jiang Yun was so eager and blunt, Su Tang naturally understood what he was up to. Thinking this was her man, Su Tang didn't hesitate, instead climbing onto his neck. Feeling Su Tang's movements, Jiang Yunchuan's heart leaped with joy, and the kiss, originally gentle as a spring breeze and drizzle, suddenly became a violent storm. His tongue pressed forcefully between her lips, the tip of his tongue darting wildly across her lips and teeth. Jiang Yunchuan could no longer contain the burning passion within him. For a moment, the air was thick with spring. Chapter 454. After accepting Long Hanran's invitation, Qin Qinyuan appeared in the highest-level conference room, where they were holding their meeting on Capital Star. Naturally, it was just a virtual simulation of reality. Upon seeing Qin Qinyuan arrive, Long Ju gave him a half-smile. He was so amused when he learned he had to leave for something, and yet, he was still attending. Although he wanted to sneer at Qin Qinyuan, the situation was inappropriate. Furthermore, he was now Long Ju, so he had to be more restrained. If Qin Qinyuan discovered he was Zhuo Tianyu, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. The look in his eyes was fleeting, and the next second, Long Ju's face became expressionless. He stood straight behind Long Haoran, while behind Lu Dong stood Lu Qingyang. In a meeting of superiors, subordinates naturally had to stand. When Qin Qinyuan arrived, he found that except for him, Lu Dong, Lu Qingyang, Long Haoran, and Long Ju, no one else had arrived yet. Glancing at Lu Qingyang, Qin Qinyuan chose a seat near Long Haoran. "Uncle Long, you look so happy. Has the matter on Shouju and Star been perfectly resolved?" Qin Qinyuan, smiling, began chatting with Long Haoran. Long Haoran chuckled. "Little Qin, that's not right. You know everything, yet you still come here to bully me." Long Haoran's words didn't hint at anger. In the past few hours, the rescue team had compiled the results. No one on Shouju and Star had died. They had even discovered several survivors from Haimeo Star. The investigation into the planet-wide disappearance of people on Haimeo Star 50 years ago had also concluded. This time, the ghost-killing incident could be considered a near miss, a perfect outcome. Therefore, the Long family's negligence was naturally not serious. Although he wasn't entirely clear on the details of Gish's killing, he vaguely knew it was related to Qin Qinyuan and Lu Qingyang. Even though it wasn't their Long family who made the contribution this time, he couldn't help but feel incredibly happy. Just thinking about the granddaughter-in-law of an 11th-level energy grandmaster made him smile uncontrollably. "Uncle Long, what good news is this? Could you share it?" Qin Qinyuan also smiled, giving Long Ju a calm glance. He felt the most likely reason was that Long Haoran had learned of his wife's abilities. "Oh, what good could there be?" Long Haoran said, laughing as he practiced Tai Chi. "I thought our Long family was guilty this time. But thanks to Xiao Qin and Xiao Lu, there weren't a single casualty on Shouju and Star. Of course I'm happy about this great news. Haha, protecting the safety of citizens is the duty and obligation of every member of our military." Qin Qinyuan's smile persisted, but he was secretly spitting. Old fox. Little did he know that Long Haoran was also internally complaining. Damn, was I being too obvious? Could this little fox have noticed something unusual? In Long Haoran's mind, unaware of the full situation, the news of the 11th level energy grandmaster must be kept secret. No one else could know. The two of them continued their superficially cordial conversation, each with their own thoughts. Then, people began to arrive. In less than 5 minutes, everyone was there, including Yen Zimu. By then, he had regained his impassive expression, his dark eyes devoid of any emotion. Yen Zimu was never a person who gave up easily. Although he knew that he had been blocked by Su Tang, after the initial hesitation and panic, he cheered up again. In his dream, he even experienced her death. As long as she's still alive, he still has a chance. Even if there's no chance, he create one. After receiving Long Haoran's invitation to join him, Yen Zimu suppressed all emotion. Upon seeing Qin Qinyuan and Long Ju, he remained expressionless as he found a seat and remained silent. Since everyone is here, let me first recap what happened. Seeing everyone arrive, Qin Qinyuan began the meeting. "I was on Shouju and Star on February 1st due to some personal matters. Of course, the personal matter involved meeting my wife. But Qin Qinyuan clearly wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal it. If he didn't mention it, no one would be foolish enough to ask about it. After all, if he said it was a private matter, it was clear he didn't want to tell you." Then the ghost Shaw suddenly appeared. "I don't know how it appeared yet, so I leave the investigation to Captain Long." As he spoke, Qin Qinyuan looked at Long Ju. "Yes, I promise to complete the mission." Long Ju accepted the assignment respectfully, but deep down, he was filled with resentment. Sure enough, Qin Qinyuan was still that sinister villain. Back when he was still Zhou Tianyu, he'd been transferred away from his wife. He pulled the same old trick again this time, clearly tying him down to Shouju and Star and preventing him from leaving. Although Long Ju felt the urge to strike him down, Qin Qinyuan was different from Jiang Yunchuan after all. Jiang Yunchuan held the same rank, but he was a level higher. If he truly committed an act of disobedience, Qin Qinyuan would undoubtedly use it as an excuse to expel him from the capital system. Long Ju, feeling the pressure of a knife hanging over his head, took a deep breath and decided to take the blow for now. Long Howren was taken aback by Qin Qinyuan's words, but he remembered that his grandson's wife was on Shouju and Star, where Long Ju could cultivate a good relationship with her. Furthermore, Qin Qinyuan's actions were completely reasonable. The reason for Gish's sudden appearance was indeed something that the 5th Legion should investigate. With that in mind, Long Howren didn't object. After troubling Long Ju, Qin Qinyuan continued, the natural process involved the ghost demon devouring most of the students. Then, Instructor Lu's ghost demon attacked. We entered the ghost demon's interior and successfully killed it. Qin Qinyuan's words were concise and to the point, but they clearly shocked the other 8 people present. Seeing everyone's gaze turn towards him, specifically towards Lu Qingyang behind him, Lu Dong sighed softly. The secret of Qingyang possessing a ghost demon was now undeniable. Without waiting for anyone to ask, Lu Dong spoke, Qingyang does possess a ghost demon. Facing the inquiring gazes of the marshals, Lu Qingyang remained neither humble nor arrogant, standing upright behind Lu Dong. Now that Marshal Qin has finished, Qingyang, please report in detail what you saw. Fearing that someone might, despite his status, ask to see the ghost demon in person, Lu Dong immediately changed the subject after acknowledging the truth. Yes. Lu Qingyang's expression remained unchanged as he began his detailed, formulaic account. On February 1st, I returned to Shouju and Star. Unlike Qin Qinyuan's concise explanation, Lu Qingyang's report was remarkably detailed. Of course, in his report, the demonic light butterfly became Qin Qinyuan's star beast, while Lu Mo, who he had brought along simply because he felt it was safer, was simply brushed aside as a supporting character. After hearing Lu Qingyang lie and claim that the demonic light butterfly was his, Qin Qinyuan breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing him casually mention Su Tang, Qin Qinyuan felt completely at ease. He was kind enough. If he had revealed his wife's secrets in public and gotten her into trouble, he would have found an opportunity to secretly kill him. Lu Qingyang's statement was, of course, because he had already reported it to Lu Dong. Selfishly, he didn't want to reveal Su Tang's story to anyone else, and Lu Dong approved of his approach. Knowing that Lu Mo was Su Tang, and that she possessed a demonic butterfly, and perhaps even held an inestimable amount of power, Lu Dong naturally eagerly hoped that Su Tang would marry into the Lu family. Although Qin Qinyuan seemed like a significant obstacle, he wasn't foolish enough to create more rivals for his grandson. Naturally, he hoped that others wouldn't focus too much attention on Lu Mo. Chapter 455. While Lu Qingyang was reporting, everyone's attention naturally shifted to Qin Qinyuan. Comparatively speaking, the demonic light butterfly shocked them even more than the ghost demon. Anyone brave enough to venture deep into the Wood Wolf Galaxy could encounter a ghost demon, even a high-level one. However, the demonic light butterfly, a legendary star beast known only in the military's secret archives, bore the character demon. 300 years may seem long, but it can also be short. At least 3 of those present had personally experienced the demonic light butterfly disaster. Although they were still young at the time, some even minors, the damage it inflicted on the Federation was unforgettable. Over 300 planets were destroyed, resulting in over 500 billion casualties. The Li and Gu families, responsible for the 2-star systems affected, suffered heavy casualties, and ultimately withdrew from the top 10 military families. Even their own Hua family was affected and expelled from the military. The Han, Xiahou, and Jiang families all became top 10 military families because of that incident. Upon hearing of the reappearance of the demonic light butterfly, everyone's hearts naturally surged with fear. It was pure luck, a stroke of luck, Qin Qinyuan admitted with a bright smile as Lu Qingyang finished his report and everyone's eyes focused on him. This smile, in everyone's eyes, carried a hint of arrogance. Because of Hui Yun, the Qin family was the most powerful family in the military. However, after Hui Yun's misfortune a few years ago, everyone naturally took a savage stab at his misfortune. Now, hearing that Qin Qinyuan possessed the demonic light butterfly, yet there were no reports of attacks by energy-devouring beasts, everyone present was meticulous and immediately surmised a possibility. Taming an energy-devouring beast naturally requires sufficient energy. For a moment, everyone began to suspect that Hui Yun's mental impairment might just be a smokescreen from the Qin family, a covert attempt to provide energy for the demonic light butterfly. Long Ju, knowing the truth, understood Qin Qinyuan's actions, but for some reason, the more he watched him, the more he felt his smile was frivolous. The more he observed Qin Qinyuan's smile, the more irritating it became. Long Ju couldn't help but worry. With Qin Qinyuan's deception of the military, would his wife give him Su Xiaobao to cover up his lies? This thought made Long Ju a little uneasy. After the meeting, he immediately warned her against such generosity. Lu Dong, who also knew that the demonic light butterfly was Su Tang's star beast, was also brooding. According to Qin Yang, the energy consumption was around 50 units. Qin Qinyuan, with his stingy nature, would never pay for it out of his own pocket. Therefore, all the energy belonged to Su Tang. Su Yuan's strength was truly formidable, but his disappearance was a significant loss for the Federation. Lu Dong sighed for less than a second before he began to worry. Qin Qinyuan and Su Tang seemed to be together. He was naturally unwilling to see his grandson's wife snatched away by someone else, but his grandson was still in the Black Triangle Galaxy and wouldn't be back anytime soon. Lu Dong feigned the same envy and jealousy as everyone else, staring at Qin Qinyuan, but inwardly he was pondering how to turn the tide. Yin Zimu, standing nearby, remained expressionless, his gaze deep as he gazed at Qin Qinyuan. In his previous life, there had been no such demonic light butterfly, and no dream of the future. But he did remember that there was an incident in his previous life. The former Haimeo star, now the Black 36 stars, had once again become a habitable planet after being deemed safe. However, in the year 20389 of the star era, people on the planet disappeared again, just as they had in 20266. The military investigation again yielded no results, and the 36 black stars remained completely deserted, never to be set foot on again. Yin Zimu was now certain that the ghostly blade was responsible, but how could it appear on the first army star? Furthermore, in his previous life, Hui Yun had indeed suffered mental breakdown, and the Qin family hadn't revealed the existence of such a demonic light butterfly. For a moment, Yin Zimu was puzzled, but then he reconsidered and felt relieved. So much had changed, including himself. How could he still use the events of his previous life to judge the changes in this one? But Qin Qinyuan had the demonic light butterfly. His manly intuition told him that this Qin Qinyuan was definitely related to Su Tang. Although he didn't know why, since the incident had already happened, he should quickly explain it to Su Tang and ask for her forgiveness. Han Yi and Jiang Yi, both present, felt a complex mix of emotions, unable to articulate. The stronger the Qin family became, the greater their advantage would be. However, Qin Qinyuan hadn't revealed a single word beforehand, clearly wary of them. They didn't know whether to be delighted or horrified. Thinking of what Jiang Yinchuan had said about Su Tang, Jiang Yi felt the most urgent task was to quickly arrange for his son's marriage. With an 11th level energy grandmaster, their Jiang family could hold the highest position in the military. The 5 marshals from the other 2 factions also looked somewhat displeased. For a moment, everyone in the conference room was consumed by a variety of thoughts. Naturally, they were all seasoned figures, and within seconds, they had all adjusted themselves. "Hey, little Qin, you were just asking me about your happy news. I think it's your big news. Congratulations." Long Howren spoke first, smiling and cupping his fist in congratulations. That's right. In his opinion, now that the demonic light butterfly had been tamed, who would dare cross him in the future? However, Long Howren wasn't too worried. After all, the demonic light butterfly was just a star beast. It could survive the demonic light butterfly's energy bombardment, but this person couldn't withstand a few blasts. No matter how powerful the demonic light butterfly was, could it protect its master from the barrage? Moreover, the warship could open its doors to suppress the energy-devouring beast's flame shield. Anything was useless against a warship with energy. So, with the support of his wife, the 11th level energy master, he was no less capable than Qin Qinyuan, who possessed the demonic light butterfly. Of course, at this point, Long Howren had no idea who that 11th level energy master was, let alone that Qin Qinyuan was that man. "Mr. Long, you're welcome," Qin Qinyuan replied politely, still smiling broadly. The man also came to his senses and congratulated Qin Qinyuan. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became lively. Yin Zimu remained silent, his heart filled with contempt. He felt their smiles were fake. "I wonder if Marshal Qin could share with us the story of how he discovered the demonic light butterfly, so we old bones can see it and learn more." After a round of congratulations, Sitsurue smiled, his face wrinkled, and stroked his beard, his expression finally shifting to regret. I'm an old man, halfway through life at this age. If I don't know, I die with regret. Although he knew the question was inappropriate, he couldn't suppress his curiosity. Who wouldn't want the demonic light butterfly? If he could get any information out of Qin Qinyuan, it would be helpful to them all. Seeing that no one was saying anything, Sitsurue could only rely on his age and seniority to bully others. Chapter 456. After Sitsurue's words, everyone fell silent, staring at Qin Qinyuan with bated breath, waiting for him to speak. Since someone had asked, naturally they all wanted to know where the demonic light butterfly came from, and even more so, how it was tamed. Marshal Situ, your words are truly embarrassing to the younger generation. Regarding the origins of the demonic light butterfly, I, Qin Qinyuan, would not be so stingy as to hide it. Qin Qinyuan smiled generously, but inwardly he was complaining, old fox, so impatient to know. You're even going to die with regrets? Who knows how long a scourge like you can live? Hypocritical. After hearing Qin Qinyuan's words, Long Ju felt contempt in his heart, but he remained motionless, pretending to be nothing. He was simply here to make up the story, just for show. It's actually like this, Qin Qinyuan began to narrate slowly, each sentence carefully considered for flaws. During the training exercise in the Wood Wolf Galaxy, I led my troops to an uncharted planet in the central region by chance. It was a stroke of luck for me, Qin Qinyuan. The planet was surprisingly free of danger. It wasn't long before I discovered why there were no large, ferocious star beasts. We discovered the legendary demonic light butterfly there. We only encountered a dozen or so demonic light butterflies at the time, but they didn't attack us. Out of curiosity, I fed them an energy stone. Strangely, I heard a voice, like a child begging for food. After giving them a few more energy stones, they actually recognized me as their leader. That's when I realized these dozen demonic light butterflies were all born from a single entity. I looked back at the Mangsing star and discovered that the more energy it consumed, the more demonic light butterflies it produced. Qin Qinyuan calmly bluffed everyone. He knew, of course, that top-tier beast trainers could communicate with star beasts. But before a so-called beast trainer could tame a star beast, who knew if they would one day become a master? Furthermore, during the training period in the Wood Wolf star system, everyone went their separate ways. When he searched for his wife, he brought only his closest associates, absolutely no spies from other factions. Naturally, they couldn't verify his whereabouts. Although the elites didn't fully believe Qin Qinyuan's claims, they still held a certain hope, hoping that perhaps what he said was true. They each secretly considered sending people to search for him. Marshal Qin, could you tell me which planet that is? How much are these energy stones? Why didn't the demonic light butterflies attack you? After a pause, Sitsurue, once again, took the lead, asking questions in rapid succession, his eyes gleaming with anxiety. That's a planet that hasn't been recorded on the map yet. Many planets in the Timber Wolf Galaxy are virtually unexplored, and data on natural galaxies is scarce. Qin Qinyuan recalled a planet he had seen this time. That planet is located southwest of ML123, 213 star regions away. It's a natural planet with an atmosphere, about 3 times the volume of a standard unit. It appears bluish-green from outer space. About 60% of the area is ocean, and vegetation covers about 90% of the land area. Qin Qinyuan described the planet in great detail. He had been to the planet he mentioned. Although it was in the central Timber Wolf Galaxy, it lacked any powerful star beasts. As for whether it had demonic light butterflies, only God knew. As he spoke, Qin Qinyuan observed the crowd calmly. He noticed that, with the exception of Yan Zimu and Lu Dong, everyone else had secretly activated the recording function, which inevitably amused him. As for the energy stone, I fed it 7 units of energy before it recognized me as its master. Qin Qinyuan's face was sincere, his life flowing smoothly. As for why it didn't attack, I don't know. I can only say that we weren't using any energy items at the time, and before my spiritual power discovered them, and stalked close, they already collected all the energy. At this point, Qin Qinyuan shrugged jokingly. Maybe they saw we had no food and didn't bother with us. So, how much does Marshal Qin know about the habits of the demon light butterfly? Sitsurue seemed determined to get to the bottom of it. If he wanted to tame the demon light butterfly, the more information he could find, the better. For now, I only know it loves energy. Qin Qinyuan continued to smile, though this time his smile faded slightly. We're still researching the rest. At this, Sitsurue naturally understood the implication that there was nothing else to say. Although somewhat disappointed, Sitarue stopped questioning, thinking that Qin Qinyuan had revealed quite a bit, though the authenticity of this information remained to be verified. In short, today is a joyous occasion. No casualties were reported on the First Army Star, and Shaoqi now has such a precious star beast. Joy, joy, haha, Long Howren said with a smile. Of course, his words, while emphasizing the lack of casualties, were also meant to excuse the 5th Legion and Long Ju. It's indeed joyous, Qin Qinyuan replied with a faint smile. Since it's such a great occasion, I, Long Howren, will host the celebration banquet at the Capital Royal Hotel in 15 days. How about we celebrate Xiao Qin and Xiao Lu? Long Howren said enthusiastically. Kisha's perfect solution naturally warranted both commendation and punishment, and subsequent celebrations were inevitable. After all, everyone needs socializing to maintain relationships. Despite internal discord within their military, they still had to maintain a harmonious appearance. Marshal Long, you're welcome. Thank you for your expense. After a flurry of polite greetings, the celebration banquet was confirmed. The meeting could have concluded with this, but Qin Qinyuan suddenly remembered something. I believe everyone has heard about the peace visit after the new year. While everyone's here, let's decide who will go. Prince Lu Huada of the American-European Union paid a friendly visit to their Yin Federation last May. Although Qin Qinyuan wished the golden-haired Lei Ye had never visited, he had come, so a friendly return visit was natural. Reciprocity was a must-do during peacetime. Friendly visits are generally the responsibility of the Ministry of Political Affairs. In previous years, they simply dispatched 2 people for formalities. However, because the visitor last year was a prominent figure like Prince Lu Huada, it would have been inappropriate to have a return visit with personnel of lower rank. So, the Ministry of Political Affairs sent Xia Jiaza, one of the 4 ministers of state, but it was clear that he alone wouldn't have been strong enough to make the return visit. Unlike the military during peacetime, the Ministry of Political Affairs was incredibly busy. Each minister of state oversaw over 10 departments, and sending 2 would have left them feeling overwhelmed. So the Ministry of Political Affairs considered the military department. After all, Prince Lu Huada was technically a member of the military department, so it wouldn't have been appropriate for the Ministry of Political Affairs alone to go. So Mo Liang sent a letter to the marshals, requesting that 2 or 3 marshals go. Chapter 457. Mo Liang's letter had been received by them 10 years ago, but the return visit was scheduled for April 1st, and since it had just passed the Lunar New Year, no one cared. Furthermore, in the eyes of the 7 veteran marshals, the candidates had already been decided. Qin Qinyuan and Jiang Tianlei would go. Qin Qinyuan had hosted Prince Lu Huada the longest during his visit to Yin country. He had even spent 2 years as an exchange student in the US and Europe before reaching adulthood. Naturally, they considered the 2 of them to have a close relationship, making him the perfect choice. Seeing their eyes flicker between him and Jiang Tianlei, Qin Qinyuan understood that they wanted him to go. Originally, whether he went to visit the US and Europe or not was a matter of indifference, but now that he had just found a wife, how could he leave with such a pack of wolves surrounding him? I have something to do, and can't get away for the time being, Qin Qinyuan said, looking embarrassed as he began to evade. What a joke. From the Yin nation's capital star system to their Mayo capital star system. Morichi has a 3-month journey, plus the time he have to visit. It'd be 7 months before he returns. By then, the opportunity will be gone, and there might even be no place for him by his wife's side. If he went to Mayo now, he'd be a fool. Marshal Qin, that's exactly what you're doing wrong. Our ancestors valued reciprocity. How could we have gotten away with the cloud poison monster incident without backstabbing them? Our Yen nation is not to be trifled with. Lu Dong narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp, and spoke with a hint of dissatisfaction. Besides him, several others expressed dissatisfaction. Although there's no evidence linking the cloud poison monster attack 2 years ago to Rhea. Lu Huada, after a thorough investigation, everyone intuitively believes he secretly brought a cloud poison monster into the capital star system. They had unleashed a cloud poison monster to wreak havoc on them, so they were no pushovers, and naturally, they had to retaliate. Qin Qinyuan, armed with the demonic light butterfly, naturally became the perfect weapon. You have the cloud poison monster, we have the demonic light butterfly. Who's afraid of whom? And since Qin Qinyuan had the demonic light butterfly, they naturally had concerns. But if they left the demonic light butterfly in the US-European Federation to wreak havoc on them, they would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Of course, by comparison, Lu Dong had his own ulterior motives. By sending Qin Qinyuan away, he naturally wasn't afraid of him kidnapping his granddaughter-in-law. After hearing Lu Dong's words, Qin Qinyuan naturally understood what he meant. The old fox was truly cunning, actually using the cloud poison monster incident as a pretext. Seeing the gazes of the crowd, Qin Qinyuan understood their intentions. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Qinyuan chuckled playfully, I think General Lu's ghost blade is more suitable. After all, an open confrontation won't do any good, and a sneak attack is naturally superior to a ghost blade. Hearing Qin Qinyuan mention him, Lu Qingyang remained expressionless and remained silent. He knew he had no say here, and could only obey the final orders. That's inappropriate, Qin Qinyuan said, and Lu Dong immediately retorted. You know, Qingyang is a top-tier beast tamer. It's a well-known fact. He couldn't even enter the Morichi Galaxy in the US or Europe. Marshal Lu, do you think I can still hide my demonic light butterfly after what happened on Shouju Star? Qin Qinyuan looked at him with a half-smile. Although Shouju Star is home to one of the Federation's 10 military academies do have exchange students and other foreign personnel. With so many students seeing the demonic light butterfly at a time, the secret couldn't be kept secret. Even if those students were silenced, he would have taken the initiative to reveal his possession of the demonic light butterfly. Lu Dong was stunned, choked by Qin Qinyuan's words, unable to come up with any other excuse. The others, hearing Qin Qinyuan's words, also understood that the US and Europe would likely not allow a dangerous figure like Qin Qinyuan to enter the country. So, I absolutely can't go. Qin Qinyuan observed the others' expressions with satisfaction. Now they had absolutely no reason to let him go. Because of Qin Qinyuan's words, everyone did indeed bring up the idea of him going again. So who's going this time? Jiang Tianlei was the first to break the deadlock. Marshal Jiang, you're not going either, are you? Jiang Tianlei's words made Citarui, who was from the same faction, uncertain. Of course I'm going, Jiang Tianlei said with authority in his voice. Not only am I going, I'm also bringing our Jiang family's senior armorers. The Jiang family primarily specializes in mecha manufacturing. Most of the military's standard mechas come from Jiang family factories, and at least a quarter of the military's armorers are from the Jiang family. Because of the Jiang family's advanced mecha manufacturing capabilities, even Jiangnihan, a miner, uses an SSS performance mecha. However, the Jiang family has limited their efforts to SSS performance mechas. While Xiao Jing's family influence is modest, Xiao Jing's personal expertise is top-notch. Without Xiao Jing's collaborative research, they struggle to achieve a 4S performance mecha. Mao, on the other hand, had already shown off his 4S performance mecha during Ri's last visit, so Jiang Tianlei inevitably harbored some aspirations to steal their skills this time. While Mao wouldn't be so forthcoming with his 4S performance mecha manufacturing technology, it would be worthwhile to visit their mecha manufacturing factory. Perhaps he could uncover some clues that might be helpful. Of course, the production of a Quad-S performance mecha wasn't originally urgent, but with the advent of the Dawn, the issue of a Quad-S mecha was back on the agenda. But I obviously can't go alone. Who else is going? Jiang Tianlei glanced around, observing everyone's expressions. The Ministry of Political Affairs requested 2 or 3 people, and with 10 people in the military, this request wasn't excessive. Lu Dong, Yi Liang, and Xia Homing had been closely monitoring the progress of the Black Triangle Galaxy, and naturally had no desire to visit the US or Europe. Jiang Yi and Long Haoran, both obsessed with the idea of being 11th level energy grandmasters, naturally wouldn't easily leave the capital at this critical juncture. Citarui was too old for the arduous journey, and he and Jiang Tianlei were from the same lineage. If Jiang Tianlei, their dragon lineage, went, the other two naturally wouldn't go. Yen Zimo had no opinion on the visit. It didn't matter who went. He wasn't going anyway. As for the remaining Han Yi, he was a bit of a homebody, and naturally didn't want to go so far to the US and Europe. For a moment, no one took up the conversation. I think Marshal Yin is a good fit. Young people, it's always good to travel, and see the world while you're young. Everyone was silent for about half a minute before Qin Qinyuan took over and offered a suggestion. This was a complete attempt to move Yen Zimu away. Long Ju, still acting like a fool, couldn't help but internally grumble again. Qin Qinyuan was truly treacherous. However, Long Ju, for once, agreed with his shady plan to move Yen Zimu away. That makes sense. Young people, you should venture out. Citarui stroked his beard with a smile. I think little Yen is a good fit, too, Long Haoran agreed. He's indeed the right person, Jiang Yi immediately agreed. Because of Yen Zimu's previous relationship with Su Tang, Jiang Yi was wary of him. He felt Yen Zimu didn't know Su Tang's strength. If he knew, he would definitely strike back. The ex-boyfriend was a significant threat, and he wanted to resolve this hidden danger for Xiaoyun. I agree. For a moment, the rest of the group agreed. The military had always looked down on the political department, and they were already prejudiced against Yan Zimu, who had allied with the political department. Furthermore, people were jealous of others, and since Yan Zimu had become a marshal at such a young age, it was natural for them to be shunned. And that emergency meeting had completely dented Yan Zimu's impression of everyone. No one wanted to visit the US or Europe, so naturally Yan Zimu, the least popular figure, was pushed out. Chapter 458. Hearing everyone's support for him going to the American and European Federation, Yan Zimu couldn't help but sneer inwardly, but he remained silent. After everyone finished speaking, Yan Zimu's dark eyes pierced Qin Qinyuan, sharp as a knife. His voice was steady, yet filled with an indescribable authority. We are currently refining the formula of our Yin family's dawn, and have achieved initial success. Now is a critical moment, and I cannot leave. The improved dawn has the potential to directly enhance the user's mental strength, with a probability of up to 1 in 10. As soon as these words left his mouth, a collective gasp echoed, and even Qin Qinyuan's expression changed uncontrollably. Yan Zimu didn't care how shocked everyone was by these words. Qin Qinyuan clearly wanted to send him to the American and European countries, and steal his Su Tang. How could he allow him to do so? Dawn officially launched early. Although the price was 100 billion, the Federation had no shortage of wealthy people. Since its release, all 400 units of Dawn have sold out, making him a tidings of wealth. He now practically monopolizes all of Xia Rui's energy stones. So sometimes, even though everyone knows money is dirty, it's understandable, it has enormous value. Of course, the point isn't how much money he made, but rather that among the 400 people who purchased Dawn, one person's mental power increased. 69-year-old Ji Jincheng advanced from SSS to 4S. While it can't be definitively confirmed that this was due to Dawn, and although Dawn formulated according to the formula developed in his previous life shouldn't directly boost mental power, Yan Zimu's trusted team of pharmacists has nonetheless repeatedly researched the formula. Each Dawn was numbered, and the name of the pharmacist who prepared it. After confirming the formula was correct, they investigated the pharmacist and eventually discovered the problem. His trusted pharmacist, in a fit of greed, had secretly kept a Dawn. Of course, to avoid discovery, he had used scraps to create a replica. Ji Jincheng, unsure whether to call it bad luck or good fortune, happened to buy that replica. The raw material for the Dawn was an unknown fruit from the planet in the border region. The fruit was the size of a baby's fist, completely red, jade-like and lustrous, and extremely vibrant. While most of it was red, a very small number was green. Yan Zimu, with his experience from a previous life, knew that this unknown fruit could not be transplanted and cultivated, and that even the formation of one would take over 100 years. So, just like in his previous life, he cleared out all the red fruit on the planet. As for the green fruit, it had been studied in a previous life. It wasn't that it hadn't matured, quite the opposite, it had aged due to age. While the essence extracted from the green fruit was largely identical to the red one, it lacked a crucial substance. Naturally, the green fruit was considered waste. Out of curiosity, this pharmacist picked a few green fruits. Seeing the high price of a Dawn of Light at 100 billion, he became greedy and bribed the inspectors to replace the red fruit with green fruit, creating a high-quality imitation. In his opinion, since the effect would be on the next generation, and the probability increase wasn't absolute, the chance of it being discovered as a high-quality imitation was extremely small, but sometimes probability can be uncanny. After dealing with the relevant personnel, Yan Zimu and his trusted confidant studied the remaining green fruits and were surprised to discover that the extracted essence contained another substance that enhanced mental power, and it was even more active than the red fruit. What shocked them was that this substance could directly affect the human body, stimulating the brain and triggering an upgrade in mental power. Upon receiving this news, he immediately dispatched a small team of trusted confidants to the border region in secret. Although Dawn had brought him immense benefits, Yan Zimu still felt a deep sense of regret. It had been easy for him to escape the military's undercover agents, but Dawn's unusual behavior delayed his search for his memories until near the end of the year, thus wasting so much time. In his heart, Dawn was definitely not as important as Su Tang, but unfortunately, he didn't know this at the time. To date, 7 improved versions of Dawn have been configured, and all that's left is certification by the Pharmacist Guild. And that 1 in 10 probability was a conservative estimate. Based on experiments with the ready-made product, 3 of his subordinates had taken it, and 2 of them experienced an upgrade in mental power, from SS to SSS. However, the other one didn't, presumably because his mental power had only been upgraded a year prior, resulting in no effect. Of course, no one else knew about this except his dozen or so trusted confidants. This discovery made him, who had originally wanted to take a modified Dawn, decide to hold off. After all, his spiritual power had only recently been upgraded. According to current estimates, the green fruits his men had brought back were only enough to equip 54 modified Dawns. After all, there were so few green fruits. Yin Zimu couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He hadn't picked all the red fruits earlier. Originally, he hadn't wanted to announce the existence of the modified Dawn, but now he had no choice but to increase his leverage. If he continued to be marginalized by the other 9 families, it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold in the military. Moreover, he absolutely wouldn't go to the US or Europe at this time. Composing himself, Yin Zimu suppressed his myriad thoughts and said calmly, "If nothing unexpected happens, I apply for certification from the Pharmacists Guild in April for this improved version of Dawn. Once approved, it will be officially released in May." Of course, he didn't mention that the sales volume would be pitifully small. Yin Zimu's implication was that if he went to the US or Europe, he'd have to wait for this improved version of Dawn. Naturally, everyone heard it. Last September, Ji Jincheng from the Ministry of Government suddenly upgraded his mental power to the 4S level. Although he had taken Dawn, its effects were determined to only affect the next generation, and would not directly enhance the user's mental power. Everyone didn't take it too seriously, but unexpectedly. "Hey Xiao Yin, why didn't you say so earlier?" Long Howren was the first to react, his tone warm. With such important matters to attend to, the visits to America and Europe should naturally be handed over to someone else. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. Originally, the 4 Yin clans were headed by Yin Chongshan. Yin Zimu's swift and decisive seizure of Yin Chongshan's power naturally resented them. While they wouldn't go out of their way to defend Yin Chongshan, they wouldn't obey Yin Zimu, a young man who had just reached adulthood, even if he possessed the Dawn. The 3 of them conspired, and after they all bought the Dawn, they secretly distanced themselves from him, forming the Dragon Clan with their Long family at the head. If they had known this would happen, they should have held back. Yin Zimu might hold a grudge against them now. What if he refused to sell them the improved Dawn? It was a potion that directly boosted mental strength. Yes, let's hand it over to someone else, Sitoru agreed, with a complete about-face. Yes, let someone else go. The others, except Qin Qinyuan, began to speak. While the improved version of Dawn would still be released if Yin Zimu waited for him after 7 months in the US or Europe, that would still be November. But making them wait that long for such a heaven-defying potion would be sheer torture. Qin Qinyuan remained silent, his eyes dark. As someone at the pinnacle of 5S mental power, he naturally didn't want others to reach his level. But a faint anticipation welled up in Qin Qinyuan's heart. What would happen if he took the improved version of Dawn? Would he transcend the so-called human limit and achieve the so-called 6S, or perhaps even that legendary supernatural power? Chapter 459. Due to Yin Zimu's bombshell, he naturally didn't need to visit the US and Europe. Then the question returned to square one. Finally, after eliminating Qin Qinyuan, Yin Zimu, and Jiang Tianlei, the remaining 7 could only resort to the most primitive form of fist-fighting. Of course, it wasn't a fight. While their skills were still there, those of advanced age couldn't withstand the rigors of it. The so-called fist-fighting was simply finger-guessing. The final result was Long Howren's defeat. He, Jiang Tianlei, and Xia Jiaza from the Ministry of Political Affairs would travel to the US and Europe for a friendly visit. At this moment, Long Ju and Lu Qingyang, who had been acting like wooden figures, couldn't help but tremble inwardly. In Long Ju's opinion, how could this old man, Long Howren, be so poor at finger-guessing that he lost so badly? In Lu Qingyang's opinion, wasn't this a hasty decision? They actually resorted to finger-guessing. Finger-guessing. The outcome was already determined. Although Long Howren was extremely reluctant to leave at this moment, he realized that the Grand Master was going to marry his grandson, and there was no point in him staying here. As long as his grandson worked hard, that would be enough. With this in mind, Long Howren decided to pave the way for Long Ju before he left. While the Ghost Shaw incident wouldn't have a major impact, the 5th Legion's garrison in the capital system had expired. Leaving the capital at this time would be very disadvantageous for Long Ju. If he didn't want to leave the capital, he could either transfer to the Royal Guards or resign. However, his Royal Guards didn't have many senior positions available. And resigning? A man without power would always be unpopular with women, a fact Long Howren, at his age, naturally understood. Gritting his teeth, Long Howren made a decision. While he was away, he would let Long Ju serve as acting marshal. The acting marshal is naturally the marshal's successor. Becoming acting marshal signifies that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will succeed the marshal upon his retirement. It's only a matter of time before the title of acting is removed. Thinking this way, Long Howren felt relieved, and the prospect of visiting the US and Europe seemed less difficult to accept. The meeting naturally ran out of business at this point. After a few more conversations, Qin Qinyuan's desire to leave became somewhat obvious. I long admired Marshal Qin's reputation. I happen to be free today. Could you offer some guidance on the mecha battlefield? Yin Zimu's face remained expressionless, his words calm, and without a trace of emotion. Qin Qinyuan raised an eyebrow in displeasure. This was a blatant provocation. Although he longed to return to his wife, his rival, though a thing of the past, had declared war. How could he, like a coward, leave without a fight? I'm not afraid to teach you, but a fight is certainly possible. A genuine smile crept onto Qin Qinyuan's lips. He was just worried he wouldn't have a chance to beat him up. But he had simply walked right into his own room and asked for a beating. Killing Yin Zimu, a marshal and member of the royal family, would naturally cause a huge uproar, but killing him on Skynet would be a satisfying experience. Long Ju, standing by, gloated a bit. The fight was about to begin, so let's fight. One less person to kill. Of course, he was just entertaining himself with the thought. After all, dying on Skynet wouldn't have much of an impact on the human body in the real world. Young people are just full of energy. Sitarue maintained his usual standard beard-stroking gesture, smiling and trying to get close to Yin Zimu. Little Yin, I'm optimistic about you. The new generation will always push the old generation out. We, the old generation, are almost dead on the beach. From now on, the military will still be ruled by you young people. I've been lazy since becoming a marshal. I haven't moved in ages. Lu Dong clenched his fists and twisted his neck. I haven't been to the mecha battlefield in ages either. Seeing you're all so excited today, I'm going to join in the fun. Some were motivated by a whim, some wanted to learn about the improved Dawn, and some were still obsessed with the demonic light butterfly. For various reasons, all 10 of them eventually went to the military's mecha battlefield. Since the marshals were interested in the mecha battlefield, the two who had been acting like a fool naturally followed. Long Ju continued to follow Long Howren, ignoring himself. To his surprise, he teleported into the military's mecha battlefield and received a message from Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang, when I left Shouju Star on January 19th, I didn't sense the presence of the Ghost Sha at all. But as soon as I returned to Shouju Star on February 1st, my Ghost Sha sensed it. You can focus on investigating the personnel entering and leaving during this period. Even on Skynet, the military had a special channel. Even if they weren't friends, Lu Qingyang could still send him a message through the military channel, naturally displaying his real identity. Long Ju, thank you. After sending a polite thank you message, Long Ju curled his lips. Lu Qingyang seemed quite nice. Soon, Yin Zimu and Qin Qinyuan opened a 1v1 match room. A crowd of people, each with their own agenda, naturally became spectators. It was unknown who had leaked the information, or if the match information had been spotted by someone sharp-eyed. During the brief run-up time before the match, the entire auditorium was packed, naturally filled with warmongers from the military. Even after the match began, spectators continued to pour in, and the auditorium continued to expand rapidly. And on the battlefield, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two engaged in a fierce confrontation. Qin Qinyuan hadn't revealed his 5th psychic power to anyone except Su Tang and Long Ju. Currently, the outside world believed him to be a 4th psychic. Using 5th psychic power would be detected by the system, so on Skynet, he continued to use 4th psychic power. Yin Zimu was also a 4th psychic. Although his psychic power wasn't superior, Qin Qinyuan believed that mecha skills were honed through long-term combat. Although the outside world admired Yin Zimu's mecha skills, he didn't believe he could be that skilled at just 32. But once they engaged, Qin Qinyuan realized he was wrong. He had underestimated Yin Zimu's mecha skills. Yin Zimu's skills were indeed exceptional, practically on par with his own and Jiang Yunchuan's. Qin Qinyuan put aside his disdain and began to take him seriously. Facing this newfound rival, Yin Zimu's moves were fierce. Qin Qinyuan discovered that Yin Zimu's fighting style was a relentless, no defense, all-out attack. His laser swords and energy cannons were barreling towards his cockpit. Great, you want to kill him? Do you think he's made of paper? Dodging his laser sword, Qin Qinyuan also attacked his cockpit. Qin Qinyuan and Yin Zimu fought 10 rounds. The results were 20-80, Naturally, Qin Qinyuan won 8 of them. Although Qin Qinyuan won 8 times, he couldn't kill Yan Zima once, so naturally Yan Zima couldn't kill him either. The reason they stopped was because the veteran marshals, who hadn't touched a mech in a while, couldn't resist the itch and wanted to get involved themselves. With so many people playing, a 1v1 match was naturally impossible, so the most exciting event was the team competition. 10 marshals, divided into 55 teams, each with 10,000 men, engaged in a massive battle. As for the team members, they were naturally the belligerent bunch in the audience. As soon as the recruitment began, they started vying for the spots. Qin Qinyuan and Yan Zima weren't on the same team, so Long Ju joined Long Haoran and joined Yan Zima's team. Long Ju was inevitably disappointed that he couldn't defeat Yan Zima, but he figured beating Qin Qinyuan would be just as good. What a golden opportunity! On the battlefield, there's no distinction between military rank and status, only enemies. Although Qin Qinyuan had some reservations about wasting 4 hours on this large-scale battle, the thought of having so much time to kill Yan Zima, or even that displeased Long Ju, made him eager to try. Chapter 460. 10 marshals arrived at the mech arena, and even held a massive, 10,000-person competition. This was naturally a monumental event for the military. Marshals were naturally rare, and seeing all 10 of them together in one match was truly a once-in-a-lifetime achievement. Although the match hadn't even begun, and was still in the preparation stages, the audience seats stretched endlessly, with practically every online member of the military's mech arena gathered there. Even those online warriors, who weren't mech pilots, and didn't know how to use mech rushed over upon hearing the news. Thanks to Skynet's advanced technology, the audience seats could be expanded infinitely, ensuring no one could squeeze in and watch the match. The mech pilots, who entered the stands, both mechanical and intelligent, were all beating their chests and stamping their feet, regretting their lack of information and arrival, unable to join a team and experience the feeling of fighting alongside the marshals. In the public Skynet area, while ordinary citizens couldn't enter the live audience seats, they could watch the live broadcast. In just 10 minutes, the battle had already become a hot topic on Skynet. Wherever there's a competition, gambling is almost inevitable, and various bets, large and small, have quietly begun. Naturally, the finale is the betting on which team will win. Team 1, Qin Qinyuan, Jiang Yi Han Yi, Lu Dong, Xiao Ming. Team 2, Yan Zimu, Long Haoran Yiliang, Sitarui, Jiang Tianlei. On StarNet, Qin Qinyuan is hailed as Yan Nation's strongest man. While this claim is highly exaggerated, the public believes it, so naturally, betting on Team 1 is far more likely to win than Team 2. Besides this, there's also a whole host of other bets, such as which marshal will kill the most enemies, which marshal will be eliminated first, and so on. Inside Su Tang's private residence, Su Tang, lying in bed, bought a recovery pill. After fully restoring herself, she went to the military's mecha arena. Although not military personnel, students of the Federal Military Academy with immediate family members employed by the military were eligible to visit the arena. After entering her ID and relying on Lu Qingyang's connections, Su Tang successfully entered the arena and followed the room number Long Ju had given her. The moment she entered, she was greeted by a sea of people, a sea of black, endless crowds. Because she arrived late, just like in real life, her seat was far back, making it impossible to see anything with the naked eye. Su Tang could only adjust the screen automatically to see the entire arena clearly. "Hey little girl, you're also playing mecha?" As Su Tang was adjusting the screen, a clear, pleasant male voice drifted into her ears amidst the noise. It seemed to be coming from her right, and Su Tang turned her head in slight confusion. A beauty. The beauty sitting to her right had delicate, fair skin, a perfectly round face, thick eyelashes, alluring eyes, a slender nose, and pale pink lips curled in a smile. A faint beauty mark at the corner of her eye accentuated her allure. However, she had just heard a male voice. Could it be the next-door neighbor? Leaning forward slightly, Su Tang tried to see if it was the man next door who was speaking. "I'm talking to you," the beauty frowned, then spoke again. "A man?" Su Tang's face was a little startled, and she stared at his neck with wide eyes. There was an Adam's apple. It was a man. Although Jiang Yunchuan's appearance was quite striking, no one could mistake his gender. However, the man before her was clearly androgynous. Now that he was confirmed to be a man, Su Tang could only say, "What a waste. Such a charming creature, it's a shame God gave him the wrong gender." "Excuse me, is there anything I can do for you?" Su Tang twitched her lips with a hint of regret, then asked politely. Nothing much. I just think it's a bit strange for a young girl like you to come to a mecha competition. What's wrong with her coming to a mecha competition? Shouldn't young girls come to watch the competition? Considering this was just a frivolous chatter, Su Tang turned away and ignored him, continuing to adjust her screen. Seeing Su Tang's attitude, the beautiful woman beside him touched her nose awkwardly, smiled indifferently, and then tactfully kept silent. A few seconds later, Su Tang received a message from Jiang Yunchuan. Jiang Lu, wife, I know I was wrong. Foam, humph, Jiang Lu, if you truly know you're wrong, please forgive me this time. Foam, humph, after Qin Qinyuan and Long Ju left, the two naturally made love. After a while, Su Tang received a message from Long Ju, essentially saying that the business was over and they were heading to the mecha arena for some exercise. During the meeting, Long Ju had been forced to leave his wife with the big bad wolf, Jiang Yunchuan. Once the meeting was over, in a public place like the mecha arena, he naturally wouldn't let them have any time alone. While Qin Qinyuan and Yan Zima were battling, Long Ju sent her a message inviting her to watch the match. Su Tang had already received the message, but once in bed, that person didn't want to get out. After Jiang Yunchuan promised one last time, only to attempt another afterward, Su Tang, in a rage, sent him to a dark room to calm down. Naturally, after serving his 5-minute sentence, Jiang Yunchuan came to admit his mistake. Originally, Su Tang wasn't truly angry, merely throwing a tantrum. Seeing Jiang Yunchuan's sincere apology, she snorted 3 times before sending a seat-sharing invitation. Almost instantly, Jiang Yunchuan appeared to her right. The auditorium was user-friendly. As long as someone in a seat extended an invitation, the invited person would appear to her left or right, and the system would automatically add a chair. Appearing beside Su Tang, Jiang Yunchuan first glanced around. Upon seeing the man beside him, he paused, then smiled and nodded. The beautiful woman also smiled and nodded, a gesture of greeting. Clearly, the two knew each other. Who is this guy? Su Tang asked curiously as Jiang Yunchuan greeted her. A peacock. Ignore him. In Jiang Yunchuan's mind, every good man could be his rival, so he was determined to discredit her. He just loves to flirt with pretty girls. He's a weirdo with bad habits. Jiang Yunchuan didn't use any code words, so the man beside him naturally heard every word. The beauty twitched her lips. A peacock? A weirdo? Yeah, she was being disliked. But was it really okay to tarnish his reputation in front of him like this? God knows. When has he ever flirted with a pretty girl? He should just be single. Jiang Yunchuan, he remembered. He'd definitely repay him when he got the chance. Jiang Yunchuan had no idea that he was being targeted by a petty, calculating man.